regarding the unfortunate mix-up of mistaking a horror game for a romantic variety show, thus inadvertently achieving divine status. Song E, who is afflicted with cancer, unexpected. Delay binds to a romantic variety show system. Upon entering the game, Song E harbors no suspicion as to why he is cast as an abuser within this romantic context. Armed with a script of domestic violence, he finds himself pursued with a relentless intensity of 999. While viewers in the newcomer game pit fervently pray for the young man to survive a little longer. Each night, relentlessly chased by apparitions, Song E inadvertently instills a sense of dread in his spectral pursuers. In the game lobby, damn, has some deity created a secondary account? After several rounds, Song E provides feedback. I find this romantic variety show rather engaging, quite thrill. ING. The crowd responds, "You fool, you've entered a horror game." The system, in the throes of a malfunction after an upgrade, exclaims, "Why on earth did you venture into a horror GA? Meanwhile, I was merely attempting to level up." Chapter 1. Entering the wrong game. At the foot of Cloud Peak, at precisely 12:08, a train is scheduled to transport individuals into the realm of the romantic variety show at 12:07. In the real world, Song E, suffering from brain cancer, inadvertently binds to the romantic variety show system, granting him a chance at extended life through participation in the game. After informing Song E of the method to enter this romantic realm, the system departs due to an upgrade. At 12:08, panting and breathless, Song E arrives at the designated location, only to be greeted by the eerie silence of an empty landscape, prompting him to realize he is late. Yet, amidst the dark and windy night, a train seemingly emerges from a swirling abyss, its front adorned with two ominous white lanterns. Overwhelmed with excitement, Song E wonders if the train is merely delayed. He rushes forward, completely oblivious to the sinister nature of the two white lanterns. The train came to a halt before Song E, slowly opening its doors. A dim yellow light illuminated the entrance, revealing a woman with a pallid complexion and blood-red lips, Claudie, an A-suit, who smiled and beckoned Song E to board. Song E observed the woman's scythe-like mouth and the vivid crimson hue. While not particularly attractive, it seemed to embody the trend of prominent lips often seen in Western FA. Shine. Good day, sir. Welcome to the Game Center. Before we commence the game, we must complete your registration. Please present your identification card. Song E was taken aback the system had not informed him of the need for an ID. Fortunately, he had a habit of carrying it with him. Without hesitation, he produced his identification card and handed it to the woman without a trace of doubt. She glanced at it, then retrieved a device resembling a POS machine and swiped the card. Song E, male, 28 years old, terminal cancer, 3 months to live. Mode of entry, mountain scan. Good day, sir. You meet our game requirements. Please extend your left hand. Song E complied, and the woman brandished a circular device, which promptly inscribed a deep blue skull totem around his left wrist. Subsequently, a small crystal was injected into his wrist. At the moment of the chip's implantation, Song E was astonished by the scene before him. It appeared as if a painting unfurled from thin air, with emerald green characters floating. In the atmosphere, the interface card contains a marketplace with an initial score of 10 points. You may purchase necessary items at your discretion. You have 10 minutes until arrival at the game site. Please review the game instructions. After the woman concluded her introduction, she exited the compartment. Following her guidance, Song E began to manipulate the interface with his thoughts, revealing his profile on the main page. Name, Song E. Gender, male. Level, novice level 1. Points, 10. Skills, none. Upon reviewing his profile, Song E perused the marketplace, discovering an eclectic assortment of items for sale, ranging from flying talismans and invisibility charms to protective daggers, height-enhancing potions, healing elixirs, and even zombies. With a mere 10 points at his disposal, the instructions recommended that novices purchase a health pack capable of absorbing 1 instance of level 3 damage. However, Song E resolutely dismissed this notion. The dating simulation system was intended for the pursuit of sweet romance, not for combat. As he scrolled further, he noticed the option to exchange points for currency. 10 points could be converted into 10 million yuan. Without hesitation, he opted to convert his points into money. The live broadcast Channel 7 was set to commence in 5 minutes, featuring 5 participants, 3 novice players, 1 Level 2 competitor, and 1 Level 6 contender WHI. The comments raced by at lightning speed. From the moment Song E had bound the chip, every action of his was broadcasted live. Is it true? Someone is exchanging points for currency? This must be a novice. A Level 1 player. This young man is incredibly handsome. What a pity for this young man's looks. If he were to join the neighboring dating game, he would undoubtedly thrive. Based on my experience, the more handsome they are, the more tragic their fate. Those supernatural beings are particularly drawn to such youthful beauties. As the countdown reached 3 minutes, Song E had exhausted his points and ceased to peruse the game instructions. His mind was awash with fantasies of the enchanting female participants, adorable maidens, alluring vixens, gentle intellectuals, and whimsical spirits. Unable to suppress his restless heart, Song E pondered the irony of his reality. Despite possessing immense wealth, his solitary existence at the age of 28 rendered him a perpetual bachelor. The individuals who surrounded him were invariably drawn by his fortune, and with his current affliction, he dared not pursue romance. He feared that while he might have a year to live, engaging in a relationship could shorten that to a mere 3 months. Within the realm of the game, his true identity remained concealed, allowing him to revel in unrestrained enjoyment. The points earned from completing the game could even be exchanged for extended life. Was this not a publicly funded opportunity for love? What could be more splendid than this? The train came to a halt at bus stop No. 7. The sky shrouded in a somber gloom that obscured the sun. Song E consumed 2 apples during the ride, and the woman who had assisted him with the paperwork reminded him that they had arrived. Expressing his gratitude, he rose and alighted from the vehicle. The disembarkation area was a bus station where 2 other novices stood, a man in his 30s, Wang Yin, and a woman in her early 20s, Zhao Yuanyuan. Observing their anxious and somewhat awkward demeanor, Song E, a seasoned participant, approached them with a buoyant spirit. "Is this your first time?" he inquired. Wang Yin, glancing at the one who spoke, nodded affirmatively. "Yes, it's my first time." Clapping Wang Yin on the shoulder, Song E reassured him, "Relax, I'm also a first-timer. It's all about the experience." Wang Yin, upon hearing these words, felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Such a game, who would dare to partake casually? After all, a moment's carelessness could result in an eternal entrapment here. Zhao Yuanyuan cast a glance at the 2 individuals, harboring no inclination to join them. As a newcomer, she had no desire to form alliances typical of novices. Prior to the commencement of the game, she had diligently studied the instructions, understanding that within this game, the notion of teammates was a mere illusion. Should one be assigned a unique identity, it was highly probable that their relationship with supposed allies could very well devolve into enmity. In this 5-player game, the other 2 contestants, seasoned veterans, were able to bypass the waiting period in the game lobby and enter directly, unlike the newcomers. Once all 5 players had entered, a colossal clock materialized in their minds, initiating a countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Beep! The game commenced. Chapter 2. The Newcomer's Pitfall Game. Game ID. 1386. Historical high score. A grade 86 game levels. C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. Difficulty. D grade game difficulty. E, D, C, B, A. Completion condition. Survive for 3 days. Is it true? Pitfall 1386. The ultimate purgatory for newcomers. That Songy fellow is certainly doomed. He's bound to fall here. Not necessarily despite its notorious reputation. The passage rate for novices in 1386 is still 9%. Just look at the identity assigned to Song E. Goodness, an abuser. Once the game commenced, each player could discern the identities hovering above their teammates' heads. Song E, current husband of Zhou Yuyan. Wang Yin, unemployed drifter. Zhao Yuanyuan, the current wife of Wang Haiming, the ex-husband of Zhou Yuyan. Wang Donglai, the owner of the supermarket located beneath Zhou Yuyan's residence in Qingyang Community. Zhou Qi, an intern doctor at the hospital where Zhou Yuyan's son is being treated. The protagonist, Zhou Yuyan, aged 29, is in her second marriage and has a son. Her son, Xiao Bao, tragically succumbed to congenital heart disease on August 7th. Zhou Yuyan herself passed away at midnight on August 8th, 2029, in her home. Players enter the game on August 5th and must identify the culprit behind Zhou Yun's murder within 3 days. Those who succeed will complete the game. Every night at midnight, a vengeful spirit emerges to kill for half an hour, targeting players based on their pursuit values in order. If the murderer remains unidentified after 3 days, on the night of August 8th, Zhou Yun will transform into a vengeful spirit, pursuing all players based on their pursuit value. Yes, players who survive the half-hour ordeal will also be considered to have completed the game. Wang Yin, a newcomer to the game, initially perceived Song Yi as a sociable individual with whom he sought to form an alliance. However, upon discovering Song Yi's true identity as Wang Fei, the current husband of the protagonist Zhou Yun, Wang Yin recoiled in surprise. There's a saying that spouses share the closest bond in the world. Yet when one party dies, the police's first suspicion often falls upon the other. Not only did Wang Yin hesitate, but Zhou Yuanyuan also stepped back in apprehension. Song Yi sighed deeply, realizing he must once again embark on his journey alone. Yet, is the experience of the love sect truly this exhilarating? Is it intended to allow individuals to first taste the essence of married life, honing their skills in spousal coexistence? The main quest has been set forth, unfolding within the narrative of Zhou Yun, a housewife residing in the Qingyang community. The information available to Song Yi reveals that Zhou Yun has endured 2 marriages. Her first husband, Wang Haiming, was a modest businessman. Following their divorce, she wed Wang Fei, a man of no occupation, in apartment 304 on the 4th floor of Qingyang community. She contends with a lecherous landlord and a fierce landlady above her, while below her resides the disgruntled owner of a supermarket that complicate matters. Her seemingly upstanding ex-husband, Wang Haiming, is a perpetrator of domestic violence, and her current husband is a man plagued by alcoholism, gambling issues, and abusive tendencies. Each player, endowed with distinct identities, receives disparate information. Depending on their actions, they may trigger either the game's surprise boxes or misfortune boxes. The fortunate surprise boxes may bestow various items or skills, whereas the misfortune boxes will augment a player's persecution value. Players must strive to minimize their persecution value throughout the game. If, during the pursuit of the first 4 players by the malevolent spirit, excessive time is consumed, it augurs better prospects for the last individual standing. Wang Yin, a dumpster diver in Qingyang community, has a persecution value of 30. Zhou Yuanyuan, current wife of Wang Haiming, has a persecution value of 30. Zhou Qi, a doctor at the hospital, has a persecution value of 40. Wang Donglai, the supermarket owner, has a persecution value of 45. As for Song Yi, his pursuit value stood at an alarming 98, with the remaining 2 attributed to the system grant leniency to newcomers. The other 4 players gasped upon witnessing the perilous percentage associated with Song Yi. Who would dare approach him under such circumstances? Being a novice, merely being assigned to this gaming arena, was already a stroke of misfortune. To bear a pursuit value of 98 in a hellish beginner zone led one to question whether this terrifying game was indeed a vendetta against the handsome. His identity and this figure clearly indicated a desire for him not to emerge alive. Anyone assigned to Zhou Yun's current husband in this game, 1386, ends up remaining as NPCs. Goodness, it seems the game has a penchant for handsome men, albeit in a rather unconventional manner. I shall forego sleep tonight, staying up to follow the live stream. I fear that by morning, this charming young man may no longer be present. While he still breathes, I shall offer him a candle. Song Yi received a notification. You have received a candle from the charming young man who enjoys drinking red tomato soup. 1 candle can be exchanged for 2 points, which has been credited to your system. Song Yi. Such a benefit is rather delightful. As Song Yi made his way toward the Qingyang community, he found himself increasingly incensed as he scrutinized the profile before him, his frustration simmering to the point of boiling over. His identity as Wang Fei was nothing short of a disgrace. Heaven knows how burdensome it is to have a wife, and the original character had a history of domestic violence. The original Wang Fei was married to a woman who had been divorced once, and he had a stepson from her previous marriage. The situation was quite opportune. He could have embraced a complete family without much effort. Yet, instead of cherishing this chance, he squandered it by indulging in smoking, drinking, gambling, and perpetrating domestic violence. Her son, Xiao Bao, shrank back, prompting Zhou Yuyan to quickly step forward and pat him gently. Song Yi opened the door to reveal a modest 40 square meter space. Devoid of furnishings save for a dilapidated sofa, not a single piece of decent furniture graced the home. As Song Yi's gaze fell upon Zhou Yuyan and Xiao Bao, a tightness gripped his throat. Zhou Yuyan's eyes were swollen, and her lips bore a purplish hue, while a long scar marred her forehead. Clad in a tattered black and white short sleeve, her arms displayed unmistakable bruises that could not be concealed. In her arms was a small child, around 5 or 6 years old, who, despite being at an age typically filled with vivacity, exhibited no energy whatsoever his purplish lips hinted at. Potential cardiac issues. The expressions in their eyes reflected sheer terror and hopelessness, striking a chord of sorrow deep within Song Yi. Zhou Yuyan had succumbed to despair, living solely for her son, whose congenital heart defect had led doctors to predict he would not survive past the age of 6. In a desperate bid, she had sold a kidney to fund his surgery, but the money had barely changed hands before it was stolen by Wang Fei, who squandered it on gambling. Chapter 3. The Abusive Man with No Hope Left. Zhou Yuyan now sought only to accompany her son through the remainder of their days, thereafter vowing to take vengeance on the man who had wronged them. In the days of courtship, he had showered her with sweet nothings, promising to care for her and their unborn child. Yet, after marriage, he ceased to work, resorted to domestic violence, and succumbed to alcoholism, even contemplating selling their child. Fortunately, due to the child's congenital heart condition, no one was willing to take him, and the plan was abandoned. Witnessing the harrowing scene before him, Song Yi found himself at a loss for words, his throat dry with disbelief. Damn it, the original owner was truly despicable. Before the two individuals who trembled at the sight of him, Song Yi's eyes brimmed with moisture. Damn it, the domestic abuser deserves to descend into hell. Song Yi sought to assist Zhou Yuyan, yet before his hand could make contact, she instinctively shielded her face. Gradually lowering her hand, Zhou Yuyan knelt on the ground, gazing at Song Yi. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Yuyan, clutching her knee, cautiously rose and sat across from the man. Rest assured, I shall no longer strike you. Song Yi's promise resonated in Zhou Yuyan's ears like the sound of flatulence. Her expression, void of emotion, mirrored stagnant waters. She had heard such words countless times before. When a man was in good spirits, he would utter them, but in moments of discontent, he would strike her regardless and would even resort to punishing the child in various cruel ways. Song Yi recognized that Zhou Yuyan harbored disbelief. I understand your skepticism, yet I shall demonstrate my sincerity through action. He moved to the corner and swiftly lifted the 5-year-old child, who curled up in fear. Zhou Yuyan, fearing that Song Yi intended to abandon or sell the child, immediately knelt and grasped his pant leg. I implore you, spare him. I will do whatever you ask. I promise to stand on the street if you let him go. This domestic abuser is truly disgusting. Unable to earn a living, yet attempting to coerce his wife into selling herself to sustain him. Indeed, if I were in her position, I would undoubtedly seek him out first in the afterlife. This young man has suffered greatly, entangled with such a tormentor for 5 years, and now only granted 3 days insufficient time for atonement. I cannot bear to witness this. The young man's demise will surely be a scene of gruesome violence. Upon hearing the term street walker, a malevolent glint flickered in Song Yi's eyes. He then set the child down, prompting Zhou Yuyan to immediately gather the child into her embrace. I have something to discuss with you, Song Yi stated as he seated himself across from Zhou Yuyan, removing his glasses. I am not your husband. Wang Feis. He uttered these words. The area around his arm, adorned with tattoos, began to seethe with an intense heat, as if on the brink of explosion. The barrage of comments surged swiftly through the screen. Is this new guy out of his mind? Didn't he read the instructions before entering the game? Revealing his identity will lead to him being eliminated by the system. Well, this is it. He won't even last 3 days. Song Yi continued. I am Wang Fei's identical twin brother. My name is Song Yi. The scorching sensation in his arm dissipated. The comments read, identical twins? Isn't fabricating a story considered a form of self-revelation? Game officials replied, as long as the game content isn't mentioned, the system won't erase you. Zhou Yuyan gazed at the person before her, utterly bewildered by Song Yi's words. What trickery was he employing? Had he lost his sanity along with his fortune? Observing Zhou Yuyin's complete disbelief, Song Yi pressed on. My parents divorced when we were young. Wang Fei lived with our father, while I was raised by our mother. Hence, we have never been in contact and bear different surnames. Zhou Yuyin found this narrative too far-fetched. Regarding Song Yi with skepticism, Wang Fei has been gambling excessively, using my identity to accrue substantial debts and incurring the wrath of many. Unable to repay his creditors, they came after my family, resulting in my mother's demise. Thus, I took Wang Fei's life in vengeance for my mother. However, I do not wish to be imprisoned, so I intend to temporarily live under the guise of Wang Fei. Are you fabricating a tale? Song Yi continued. Do you truly believe I am Wang Fei? His gaze was clear and resolute, sparkling like the stars in the sky, while Wang Fei's eyes were indeed murky and tainted. Yet the two bore an uncanny resemblance aside from their eyes and distinct aura. They were nearly identical. Are you speaking the truth? I am not deceiving you. I am not the same as Wang Fei. Zhou Yuyin, half convinced, rose from the ground, cradling her son. What do you plan to do moving forward? Since I intend to assume Wang Fei's identity, I naturally will care for you and the child. Zhou Yuyin suddenly grew wary, fearing she might stumble into yet another den of wolves. Song Yi assured her, rest easy. I harbor no ill intentions toward you. I am a good person, excelling in both academics and character since childhood, possessing innate talent and integrity, with a character that is consistent in both word and deed, and without any vices. The barrage of comments erupted. Haha, it's my first time encountering a contestant who praises themselves so highly. Zhou Yuyin. Do you think I believe you? Zhou Yuyin, somewhat slow to react, recognized that this was indeed not something Wang Fei would articulate. Song Yi promptly stood up. Then let us be on our way. Zhou Yuyin paused. Where to? To ascertain when our son can undergo surgery. Upon arriving at the hospital, Zhou Yuyin still found it hard to believe that Song Yi was genuinely there to seek treatment for her son. Zhou Qi, in the realm of gaming, held the identity of a doctor, yet he had not anticipated encountering the target, Zhou Yuyin, so swiftly. At this moment, Zhou Yuyin was accompanying her son to the hospital for a consultation. From the instant he spotted his target, he began to devise a plan. Having participated in several games and sought advice from numerous individuals, he had learned from his seniors that should one manage to garner the favor of NPCs before they transformed into vengeful spirits, the surprise boxes received might contain hideous items. Seizing the opportunity, while Song Yi conversed privately with the doctor, Zhou Qi approached Zhou Yuyin's side. Madam, I noticed an injury on your arm. Have you experienced domestic violence? Would you like me to assist you in reporting it? Zhou Yuyin, taken aback by the sudden appearance of this individual, felt her mind whirl in confusion. Preoccupied with her son's health concerns, she had little bandwidth for anything else. The unexpected offer to report her situation left her uncertain whether to express gratitude or to discourage his interference. If reporting had proven effective, she would not have endured 5 years of abuse at the hands of Wang Fei. Moreover, this man might not even be Wang Fei. He was merely accompanying her son for treatment, making it all the more inappropriate to involve the authorities. Thank you, but I have not experienced domestic violence. Chapter 4. A dramatic transformation of characters. Zhou Qi believed that Zhou Yuyin was timid and frightened, and he continued to persuade her, saying, Madam, I genuinely wish to assist you. You may share any concerns you have with me. Zhou Qi, conceiving himself as a righteous doctor, thought he could move Zhou Yuyin. Yet her mind was consumed with thoughts of her son, and she found him increasingly bothersome. Doctor, could you please keep your distance? I assure you, I am not a victim of domestic violence. Beep, beep, being chased is rated at 53. Bullet screen. Haha, I think he has hit a wall. This Zhou Qi is indeed rather tedious. If the police were of any use, what would become of her ex-husband? Zhou Qi hesitated to act recklessly. With such a despicable current husband, Zhou Yuyin still defended him. Could it be that she was experiencing the fabled Stockholm Syndrome? This game truly is a pitfall. The NPCs do not adhere to conventional scripts. As the examination results emerged, Zhou Yuyin anxiously inquired, Doctor, how's my son? Your son has a congenital heart condition. His situation is quite severe. Given the current circumstances, he may only endure for another month. The young child, struggling to breathe, turned to his mother and smiled when he heard the doctor say he had a month to live. His understanding of death was not profound. However, Upon hearing this, tears cascaded down Zhou Yuyan's cheeks. She cradled her son in her arms, her tears falling silently as she bit her lip to suppress her sobs. After a lengthy discussion with the doctor, Song Yi emerged and informed the mother and son, in 3 days, the child will undergo surgery. Zhou Yuyan was momentarily stunned, unsure if she had misheard. What did you say? I have already consulted with the doctor, and the surgical fees have been settled, although there is currently no heart available. A mechanical heart can serve as a temporary substitute until a suitable heart donor is found in the future. Zhou Yuyan has researched the mechanical heart, which is a patented invention from abroad. The cost for a standard heart transplant is around 200,000, while the mechanical heart amounts to 3 million. Having previously sold a kidney for merely 200,000, she could hardly fathom the exorbitant sum of 3 million. Is that truly the case? Zhou Yuyan asked, her voice trembling in disbelief. The doctor replied, your husband has already paid the fees and scheduled an appointment with a provincial expert. The surgery can take place in 3 days. Ding. You have received a surprise box of gratitude from Zhou Yuyan. Would you like to open it? Song Yi gazed at the palm-sized box, astonished at how swiftly the surprise had arrived. Ding. You have obtained a universal map. Comments? Haha. A map? Just another useless item. One could buy it for 3 points outside. Zhou Yuyan was beginning to believe that he was not Wang Fei, especially considering that both she and her son had sold more than 3 million worth of assets. Song Yi lifted the little treasure in his arms. Children are innately perceptive. Despite their identical appearances, the little one could sense the difference in people and instinctively yearned for closeness. Daddy. Ding. You have received a surprise box from the little one. Would you like to open it? Ding. Pursuit value. 99. Song Yi was perplexed as he examined the child closely. Could it be that this little one was the type to be duplicitous? Sensing the peculiar demeanor of Zhou Yuyan, Song Yi realized the source of the impending danger. In the distance stood Zhou Yuyan's ex-husband, Wang Haiming, accompanied by his current wife, Zhao Yuan, as they visited the obstetrics and gynecology department for a prenatal checkup. Wang Haiming had long desired a child, yet during his 5 years with Zhou Yuyan, they had been unable to conceive. Initially attributing the issue to Zhou Yuyan, he divorced her, only to find that she became pregnant shortly after marrying someone else. This revelation led him to question whether the problem lay with himself, prompting him to undergo tests that revealed he suffered from oligospermia. Today, he intended to accompany his wife for in vitro fertilization and coincidentally spotted Zhou Yuyan with her child, who called Song Yi daddy, sparking an intense jealousy within him. However, he was gravely mistaken. The child was indeed his, a fact Zhou Yuyan would never disclose. The comments flooded in. Haha, that daddy is quite precious. Do you think daddy is a title one can simply bestow? Becoming a father is no easy feat. Zhao Yuan felt a wave of despair upon receiving her identity card. Wang Haiming was nothing short of a deviant, unable to escape his own desires. As she ventured into the game for the first time, she meticulously reread the instructions, fearing Wang Haiming's wrath. She pondered how she would cope when he transformed into a vengeful spirit, knowing he would likely come seeking her. Thus, her only recourse was to appease him, hoping for the possibility of unexpected rewards. As for the in vitro fertilization, she reasoned that any physical trauma would heal once they exited the game. Wang Haiming's glasses glinted ominously, his eyes fixated on Song Yi's family like a venomous serpent. The notifications for Song Yi's pursuit value incessantly chimed, reaching an alarming 99, concurrently alerting the other 4 players within the game. The value of being hunted has been steadily rising, yet the game remains remarkably proud. Can one truly claim possession of what is declared as attainable? The barrage of comments echoes. Do you believe this is merely a trivial pursuit? Shou-Chi muses. Is this Song Yi truly intent on courting death? With his hunting value reaching such heights, the moment those NPCs transform into vengeful spirits, they shall surely seek him first. Wang Donglai, the proprietor of a supermarket within the same neighborhood. There is a hunting value of 60% as a rather unscrupulous small business owner, yet he finds solace in the 98% shielding him from immediate danger. A flicker of gratitude warms his heart. With 3 days allotted for the game, he understands that in the final half hour, the deceased shall rise as malevolent specters to pursue the players. He has procured 3 health packs to withstand 3 instances of damage, and his sole objective is to uncover clues and items within these 3 days to enhance his chances of success, diminish his hunting value, and elevate his score. Desperately attempting to ingratiate himself with Zhou Yuyan's neighbors, Wang Donglai believes that by casually offering food and drink, he might glean some information about Zhou Yuyan, hoping to trigger an event that would yield a delightful surprise. However, after a morning of tireless efforts, having delivered 8 bags of rice, he finds himself without the coveted surprise box, nor has he obtained any useful intelligence. His home lacks even a refrigerator. Apart from 2 cabbages, it contains nothing else. With only a half bowl of rice remaining, as Song Yi dons his coat, he inquires, "Shall I venture to the market for some groceries? What would you like to eat?" Zhou Yuyan, taken aback, realizes that it has been a decade since anyone cared about her culinary preferences. Chapter 5. The Ex-Husband Strikes. I am capable of anything. With that, I shall simply observe the purchase. You are not allergic to anything, are you? Zhou Yuyan shook her head. One of Song Yi's passions was visiting the local market, relishing the sight of fresh ingredients and envisioning the meals to be prepared, which uplifted his spirits. After spending over 20 minutes selecting a variety of ingredients, Song Yi recalled that their home lacked a refrigerator, compelling him to abandon his shopping for the moment. As he made his way home, he noticed a luxury car parked unexpectedly downstairs, prompting a sense of foreboding. Hastily, he ascended the stairs. In the instant he pushed the door open, fury consumed him. Zhou Yuyan, awaiting Song Yi at home, heard a knock and assumed he had forgotten his keys. Upon opening the door, she was taken aback to find Wang Haiming and instinctively attempted to shut the door, but her strength was insufficient, and he forcefully entered. Wang Haiming seized Zhou Yuyan by the face, striking her repeatedly. In the past, he refrained from hitting her face to avoid leaving marks, but circumstances had changed. Any injury she sustained would be attributed to Wang Fei. The more he struck, the more exhilarated he became, as if he had discovered a thrilling game. Even when Song Yi entered, Wang Haiming showed no signs of stopping. Song Yi swiftly intervened, gripping Wang Haiming's wrist and observing Zhou Yuyan, trembling and covered in wounds. His rage, paradoxically, rendered him eerily calm. His gaze was shrouded in ominous clouds, and he had already devised 100 methods to exact revenge on Wang Haiming. As Wang Haiming attempted to break free from Song Yi's grasp, he loosened his tie, no longer concealing his depravity. "What are you pretending for? Is it not merely for money?" Wang Haiming taunted, producing his wallet and tossing a 100 yuan bill onto Song Yi. "Leave with your money and do not delay my release," Wang Haiming declared. He and Wang Fei had previously engaged in such transactions. Wang Haiming would provide him with funds to indulge in libations. Indifferent to whether he inflicted harm upon himself or subjected Wang Fei to torment, Zhou Yuyan clutched the shard of porcelain tightly. Heedless of the wound it inflicted upon her hand, her eyes filled with terror. She despaired of when this torment would ever cease. Having lost hope that anyone would come to her aid, Song Yi approached Zhou Yuyan, gently cradling her hand and softly soothing her. "Take a deep breath. Do not be afraid," he urged. Upon gazing into his steady eyes, she instinctively inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly. Song Yi encouraged her to open her hand and release the shard, cautioning her to avoid further injury. Yet Zhou Yuyan's anxiety surged, her grip on the porcelain tightening as if it were her sole lifeline. Observing her unyielding apprehension, Song Yi tenderly wiped the blood from her face and brushed aside the hair that obscured her vision. "Let me help you seek vengeance," he proposed. At the mention of revenge, Zhou Yuyan's eyes reddened, a dark aura seemingly emanating from her being, as if she were on the brink of transforming into a vengeful spirit. Song Yi gently patted her head before rising slowly and making his way to the door. Wang Haiming assumed Song Yi intended to leave, and even Zhou Yuyan believed he would abandon her. Then, a resounding thud echoed as Song Yi shut the door and secured the lock. He methodically removed his suit jacket and unfastened his wristwatch. An ominous premonition washed over Wang Haiming. "What are you planning to do?" Wang Haiming stands at a height of 1.8 meters, while Song Yi towers at 1.89 meters. However, due to his years of dedication to fitness, Wang Haiming appears more robust than Song Yi. "What is this? Have you turned over a new leaf, seeking to avenge your wife?" Wang Fei taunted. "You coward. Do you dare to confront me?" Wang Haiming dismissed Song Yi entirely, persistently provoking him, underestimating his strength, believing that a mere drunkard could pose no threat. "Go ahead. Strike first," Song Yi declared. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Haiming had already resolved to teach Song Yi a lesson, launching a punch straight for his face. He anticipated that the blow would land squarely, causing Song Yi to suffer a concussion, yet to his astonishment, Song Yi effortlessly caught his fist, gripping Wang Haiming's hand. He began to tighten his hold, remarking, "Is that all the strength you possess? Now it's my turn." Wang Haiming, seeing stars, took a moment to gather himself, bewildered that he had been struck by someone he deemed inferior. Unable to tolerate the humiliation, he lunged at Song Yi, who easily evaded the attack, countering with a punch to his abdomen, followed by another to his face, causing Wang Haiming to lose 2 teeth. The barrage continued, and with each strike, Song Yi's fury escalated. I spent $6 million on private lessons from a 3-time boxing champion, and you dare to challenge me? The system's alert echoed ominously. As if it were announcing a dire proclamation, Song Yi's bounty had reached a staggering 99. 99. The indicator, unable to rise any further, transformed from transparent to crimson, then to a deep violet, ultimately glowing black, signifying the NPC's fervent desire for retribution. The audacity to provoke an NPC belongs to none other than Song Yi, the very first and a novice at that. In commemoration, the system bestowed upon him unparalleled glory, a glowing black display bar. How exhilarating it is to engage in combat. Song Yi, the gallant young man, is indeed a true warrior. Yet, while the thrill is undeniable, it seems certain that his demise is all but assured. It is indeed a pity. Although the narrative unfolds with great excitement, the young man remains excessively impulsive. For newcomers, it is often wiser to adopt a more cautious approach. The other 4 players were oblivious to the unfolding events, yet they could hear the system's announcements. The system incessantly reported that Song Yi's pursuit level had reached an astonishing 99. 99. Initially, everyone assumed the system had encountered a glitch, endlessly repeating the same phrase. It soon dawned upon them that this was no mere error. What sort of individual is this Song Yi, capable of inciting such ire among NPCs? Did he truly have a death wish? Wang Fei, dare you strike me? I will ensure your demise. Song Yi chuckled lightly, pulling a chair to sit before Wang Haiming. Am I afraid of you? Do you truly believe you can leave today? Wang Haiming, his tongue stumbling, responded, What do you mean? Song Yi picked up a wrench that had mysteriously appeared, stepping on Wang Haiming's hand. With a swift motion, he crushed the bones of the hand that had struck Zhou Yuyan. Chapter 6. The malevolent spirit of the first night. Wow, this young man is so handsome and refined, yet engaging in such bloody violence is remarkably captivating. Indeed, I have been utterly enchanted by this young man. Alas, why does the progress bar of the young gentleman glow in such a peculiar black hue? As a newcomer to the live stream, I find myself compelled to inquire. It appears that the system is utterly powerless against the young man's stubbornness. Suddenly, an unexpected contender emerges, capturing the attention of the other participants. Upon observing Song Yi's gameplay, their expressions are filled with disdain. How can a novice be so arrogant, flaunting his prowess within the game? In the final 30 minutes, he shall come to realize the folly of his current conduct. Indeed, who is unaware of the thrill of retaliation? Yet, must one gamble with their very existence? When the time comes for him to be hunted, he will understand that as a novice devoid of any skills, he will be reduced to mere fodder for the NPCs. Before losing consciousness, Wang Haiming cast a fierce, unwavering glare at Song Yi. Ding! Song Yi has just acquired a cursed box, and it requires no effort to deduce the identity of the sender. The system's notification chimes in promptly, asking if he wishes to open it now. Glancing at Wang Haiming, who lies unconscious from his blows, Song Yi surmises that the contents of the box are unlikely to be pleasant. Can I refuse to open it? Should the player neglect to examine the surprise box within an hour, it shall automatically unveil itself after that time. Adjusting his glasses, Song Yi decides it is best to open it now. Ding! You have received Wang Haiming's cursed box. The flames of vengeance burn within your chest, and at midnight each night, a vengeful spirit shall seek you out for retribution, lasting for half an hour. Do take heed. Oh no, it is over. Young Song Yi shall not survive beyond the 3rd day. Tonight at midnight, he is destined to suffer at the hands of Wang Haiming. With a sigh, she offered a candle to the young man, wishing for his suffering to be lessened in death. The other players remarked, Let him be arrogant. This is merely a consequence of his own actions. He has managed to provoke an NPC to the point of seeking a swift resolution. Truly, he stands as the first in this regard. Song Yi merely raised an eyebrow, thinking, oh, unable to contend on his own, he seeks to rely on external aids. He dragged Wang Haiming into the restroom and swiftly bound him with a rope. Subsequently, he made a few phone calls. Zhou Yuyan, regaining her composure from the chaos, glanced around at the disarray in her home. Without hesitation, she grabbed a cloth and began to wipe up the bloodstains, seemingly intent on concealing something for Song Yi. Song Yi seized Zhou Yuyan's hand, pulling her up from the floor. No need to clean. We are moving out soon. Moving out? He replied, as he entered the room and carried out Xiaobao. The car has arrived. Let us depart. Zhou Yuyan, feeling a bit flustered, said, Allow me to pack my belongings. Song Yi reassured her. There is nothing of worth to take. Rest assured, our new home will have everything we need. Zhou Yuyan struggled to find the right words, her gaze drifting towards the room where Wang Haiming was confined. Song Yi instantly grasped her implication and quickly responded, "Do not worry, he is not dead. I will not kill him. Let us go. The car awaits downstairs." With that, Song Yi led Zhou Yuyan down. She wore a troubled expression, uncertain of how to navigate the situation. The other players mused, surely this novice does not believe that relocating will spare him from vengeful spirits at night. How naive he is. As soon as the clock struck 12, no matter where he might be, even if he had submerged himself in the depths of the ocean, the malevolent spirit could locate him within the very first second. This newcomer truly lacked wisdom. Yet, the live stream hosted by Song Yi, which had ignited fervent discussions and surpassed 1 million views, found him remarkably composed. As if orchestrating a leisurely outing, the car came to a halt, entering an upscale residential community, adorned with exquisite greenery and stringent security. As Song Yi alighted from the vehicle, an attendant promptly approached him. The sales manager, who had been in the real estate business for 20 years, had never encountered someone who, without even having met in person, would confidently settle the entire payment with a mere phone call. Such an individual could only be likened to a deity of wealth. Manager Zhao, upon witnessing the car's arrival, graciously advanced to open the door. "Mr. Song, as per your instructions, all household appliances and living essentials have been meticulously arranged within the residence. You may simply arrive with your luggage and settle in." Song Yi nodded gently, cradling the sleeping infant, and then proceeded with Zhou Yuyan into the community. The property, priced at 3 million, was a modest villa of approximately 120 square meters, spanning 3 levels. The previous owner, in urgent need of funds, had heeded Song Yi's preferences, and manager Zhao had recommended this particular residence. Unexpectedly, Song Yi did not haggle even a single cent, opting for full payment outright. Upon entering the home, manager Zhao began to elucidate the layout to the two of them. The spacious refrigerator, with its 4 doors, was already brimming with an assortment of fruits and beverages. Song Yi gently placed the peacefully sleeping infant in the nursery. "Do you like it here? This will be your home from now on." Zhou Yuyan could hardly believe her eyes. Since stepping inside, she dared not move her feet, fearful that her shoes might tarnish this pristine space. Yet, Song Yi had the audacity to declare that such a vast, bright, and exquisite place would indeed become their home. "How do you intend to deal with Wang Haiming?" Song Yi smiled lightly. "Do not worry. I am indeed a law-abiding citizen. I will handle it well, trust me." Song Yi, the epitome of compliance, maintained an air of tranquility, as if he were not the one being pursued by malevolent spirits that very night. His mental fortitude was commendable, facing imminent peril. He remained remarkably composed. I suspect he has resigned himself to his fate, hence his nonchalance. The other 4 participants received the notification with varying emotions. The newcomers, who had also just entered the game, felt a twinge of sympathy for Song Yi, yet they were grateful for their decision to distance themselves from him. A reckless individual like him could indeed be a liability. In contrast, the 2 players, Zhou Qi and Wang Donglai, reveled in his misfortune, their delight evident in their belief that newcomers inevitably cause trouble and stir discord. Zhou Qi, upon hearing that Xiao Bao required a heart transplant while in the hospital, applied to participate in the surgery alongside him. Although Xiao Bao was but a mere NPC, securing his surprise box would be a significant boon. Meanwhile, Wang Donglai found himself in a predicament. His initiative to distribute rice for free had somehow garnered widespread attention, leading a throng of elderly women to congregate at his store, demanding rice. If he refused, they threatened him with misfortune boxes. To date, Wang Donglai had received 3 of these ominous boxes, leaving him on the verge of tears. Chapter 7. The Fear of the Soul. As Song Yi arranged for Zhou Yuyan and her son, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. The live stream had surpassed 3.5 million viewers, maintaining a remarkably high level of engagement. In light of this, the backstage team decided to display Song Yi's photograph prominently on the page, with a glaring title, "Midnight Livestream. NPC tortures handsome young man." The young man, defenseless and without even a health pack, was left to ponder his fate. The thought of him being slain by the NPC filled me with sorrow. Yet my curiosity compelled me to watch. "Wan Fei, what are you up to, you coward? Let me go now." Song Yi chuckled softly. Never before having been called a coward, it was indeed a novel experience. Wang Haiming sensed a shift in Wang Fei's demeanor and felt a sense of foreboding. Fearing that he might act irrationally and harm himself, he attempted to tempt him with material gain. "Isn't it money you desire? Speak up, tell me how much you want, and I shall provide it." Out of nowhere, Song Yi produced a collection of mechanical parts and began assembling them on the ground, even playing some music. "There are things in this world more valuable than money. Do you know what they are?" Wang Haiming looked disdainfully at Song Yi, his eyes brimming with derision. Are you truly suggesting conscience? How amusing that you wish to become a good person now. Wang Fei, where was your conscience when you were drinking, gambling, and fighting? To speak of conscience now is beneath you. Wang Haiming held Wang Fei in contempt from the depths of his heart, regarding him as a man living off others. Yet still yearning for a sense of moral integrity. How utterly ludicrous. Incorrect. What matters more than money is my happiness. Song Yi placed the assembled contraption before Wang Haiming, then retrieved a clapping mechanism from his bag. He positioned the circular base of the apparatus, which was equipped with a long rod, at Wang Haiming's side, adjusting the slot on the rod to align with Wang Haiming's cheek. With a swift motion, he inserted the clapping device into the slot. Tada! This invention took me 10 minutes to conceive. Is it not splendid? Wang Haiming felt an unsettling premonition, yet his bindings rendered him utterly helpless, and his heart sank deeper into dread. What on earth do you intend to do? Song Yi activated the device, declaring, I call this the automatic slapping machine. Would you like to see how it operates? Allow me to demonstrate. He pressed the switch, and the cylindrical rod began to rotate, bringing the clapping device into alignment with Wang Haiming's cheek, delivering a resounding slap. In an instant, 5 finger marks appeared on Wang Haiming's face. Oh dear. I seem to have set the force a tad too high. Let me make an adjustment. As Song Yi tinkered with the mechanism, Wang Haiming, finally grasping the situation, erupted in fury. I will kill you. If you have the guts, release me. Ding ding ding. Song Yi received a flurry of surprise boxes, shattering the record for the most surprise boxes received by a newcomer in a single day. The system presented him with a glowing progress bar adorned in gold, a symbol of his triumph. Bullet comments flooded in. Haha, this young man is truly a genius inventor. The automatic slapping machine is such an amusing creation. Although this device may serve little purpose, I desperately want one. Hurry and release a figurine. The young man is now acutely aware of his impending demise. Thus he persistently evades capture with nimble agility. Song Yi adjusts the speed control, the rhythmic sound transforming from the gentle tapping of a wooden fish to a frenetic doubling of that pace. Wang Haiming, bound against the wall, is unable to evade the blows to his head. Wang Fei, I will kill you, he utters, his words fragmented and barely audible to Song Yi. It is already 11:50, and in just 10 minutes, Wang Haiming will metamorphose into a vengeful specter, pursuing Song Yi relentlessly. Meanwhile, Song Yi dons his headphones, engrossed in music, as the viewer count in the live stream surges past 5 million. He browses online, contemplating purchasing a toy for his child. While Wang Haiming's left cheek is rendered a grotesque mess, yet his right side remains unscathed. In a moment of misguided compassion, Song Yi splashes water on Wang Haiming to rouse him from the brink of unconsciousness. The latter's neck twists unnaturally, dark smoke begins to emanate from his crown, and the dim ceiling light flickers ominously, smoke rising from an unknown source within the cramped quarters. In the enveloping darkness, the absence of doors and windows suggests a deliberate concealment. Regrettably, Song Yi remains oblivious, as his headphones blast the climax of Good Days. The audience, gripped by fear, cannot tear their eyes from the screen, dreading that a moment's inattention might witness the young man's demise unfold before them. Aside from the viewers, the other 4 players remain vigilant, fixated on the passing minutes, eager to discern when the announcement of Song Yi's death will be proclaimed. They silently wish for him to endure a while longer, as it would afford them a measure of safety. Wang Haiming broke free from his restraints, his pale hands adorned with 5-centimeter-long black nails. His lips were a deep shade of purple, and the left side of his face bore a gruesome scar, a ghastly blend of flesh and blood. His eyes protruded like 2 glaring bulbs, bloodshot and brimming with fury, while his mouth was agape, wider than usual, revealing sharp teeth that glinted ominously, capable of tearing away a pound of flesh with a single bite. Ah, I could hardly bear to look. What was Song Yi doing? Why hadn't he fled? Was he paralyzed by fear? It was too late. Wang Haiming was already drooling, intent on devouring Song Yi. Song Yi regarded the abominable figure before him, a grotesque semblance dressed in a suit, and felt a stinging discomfort in his eyes. Song Yi, I will end your life. Wang Haiming lunged forward, just as the onlookers braced for the inevitable consumption of Song Yi. A sharp crack resonated through the air as Wang Haiming was flung against the wall. Song Yi clapped his hands together and delivered a resounding slap to Wang Haiming's left cheek. Chapter 8. Can this be done? This slap stunned not only Wang Haiming but also the other players who had once participated in the 1386 game, particularly those who had been tormented to tears by Wang Haiming's malevolent spirit. Coward, who were you calling a coward before? With your current state, do you truly believe you can intimidate me? Even in your ghostly form, You remain a coward, flaunting your black nails as if they were a weapon. Did you come to assault my wife? I will not allow it. If you dare touch her in my home, by the end of the day, even your mother would fail to recognize you. I shall not be called Song-yi. The comments flooded in. Wow, is this even possible? This young man is incredibly handsome. He is so fierce. Is he truly a newcomer? Can this really be done? Can players still confront malevolent spirits? Song-yi, how can one ascertain the possibility of a strike without attempting it? 5 minutes elapsed, and Song-yi's clapping device malfunctioned. Observing this, Wang Haiming grinned malevolently, his darkened nails poised to extract Song-yi's heart. Unexpectedly, Song-yi retrieved another device from his black bag, this time a pink one. 10 minutes passed, and yet again. The clapping device broke down. Song-yi produced yet another, while Wang Haiming's ghostly form was left in a state of disarray, dominating the live stream's trending charts for 4 consecutive hours, even ascending to the VIP leaderboard. Goodness, from whence did this formidable young man emerge? Is this NPC even genuine? The potency of an NPC transformed into a vengeful spirit is dictated by the level of resentment they harbored in life. Given Wang Haiming's resentment, he is merely a C-grade ghost, thus not particularly formidable. Not particularly formidable? How then did those previous players weep? In a moment, the donations in Room 7 surged to the VIP top spot, as the novice player, endowed with an uncanny ability to attract wealth, had his gilded data prominently displayed, inciting envy among the other players. Other players murmured, "What is there to envy? Can it be exchanged for points or save a life?" As 10 minutes passed, the other 4 players had yet to hear of Song-yi's demise. 20 minutes rolled by without news. Even 30 minutes later, silence prevailed. The moon in the sky had transitioned from crimson to white, and a sigh of relief was shared among the other players. Wang Donglai, an experienced player, found it hard to believe. Is this truly the conclusion of the first night? It seems remarkably effortless. However, how did Song-yi manage that? Curiously, I wonder how many applause he has received. It was as if I were witnessing a barrage of comments, and Song-yi remarked, "Clap your hands. Buy 3. Get 2 free. Thanks to the shopkeeper for the sponsorship." Zhou Yuyan gazed at the vibrant red roses before her, so bright and passionate in this lifetime. Along with the 1,000 lives before it, it was the first time someone had gifted her flowers. "Thank you." Song-yi replied with a cheerful smile. "You like it, right? Just take a whiff. It's quite fragrant." Zhou Yuyan brought the flowers closer to her nose, and indeed, it was the most beautiful bloom she had ever encountered. And it truly was delightful. "Song-yi," Zhou Yuyan suddenly called out to him. After a moment's contemplation, she shook her head. "It's nothing. I just wanted to express my gratitude." Ding! A surprise box from Zhou Yuyan was received. Haha, why is Song-yi's surprise box always so different from others? This bow seems utterly useless. Indeed, functionality must be developed on one's own. Could this bow be used for murder? Every time. Song-yi's surprise boxes are indeed full of surprises. Is he not afraid of Wang Haiming's retaliation? The comments continuously flooded in, declaring that Wang Haiming had fled, as if the audience believed Song-yi could see the barrage, though he could not. However, Song-yi was not concerned about Wang Haiming's revenge. That coward was far too obsessed with his own image. Should he report it to the police, the ensuing investigation would likely unveil many issues. To preserve his facade, he would refrain from contacting the authorities. As for Song-yi, he was no longer fearful of Wang Haiming seeking alternative methods for retribution. Although Wang Haiming would not resort to the authorities, he was certain to exact revenge on Song-yi. Upon returning home, Wang Haiming encountered his current wife, the player Zhao Yuan, and instantly found a target for his pent-up frustration. The innocent Zhao Yuan was inadvertently dragged into the fray and endured a severe beating, too intimidated to retaliate. The following day, Song-yi, accompanied by the recently awakened Xiao Bao, arrived at the hospital to prepare for admission, with Zhou Yuyan providing support. During Song-yi's brief absence to procure a meal, he was abducted by an unmarked vehicle. Zhou Qi, witnessing the entire event from above, contemplated whether to alert the authorities but ultimately chose to refrain, fearing that such actions might draw Wang Haiming's attention and exacerbate his own perilous situation. In a secluded warehouse on the outskirts, a gathering of gangsters awaited. Wang Haiming had expended a sum of 100,000 to enlist their services for Song-yi's abduction. Throughout the ordeal, Song-yi offered no resistance, cooperating fully, even managing to doze off momentarily in the vehicle. Alas, it appeared trouble was once again looming for the young man. Indeed, pursuing him had proven to be exhausting, fraught with anxiety day after day. Upon reaching the warehouse, the black bag was removed from Song-yi's head, and two burly men restrained him, binding him securely. Surveying the imposing figures before him, all adorned with tattoos, Song-yi maintained his composure and smiled calmly. He had always thrived in dealings with such individuals. Despite their intimidating appearances, they were often devoid of substance and easily swayed by financial incentives. Do you comprehend the gravity of the situation you found yourself in? The lead thug, a menacing figure clad in a vest, inquired first. With a resigned sigh, Song-yi replied, "That is of little consequence. What truly matters is that I possess wealth." Wang Haiming sat at home, fixated on his phone, eagerly awaiting the video of Song-yi being struck. He could hardly contain his anticipation for the scene of Song-yi pleading for mercy. However, as 2 hours passed without any news, he contemplated sending a message to inquire. Just as he received a text demanding a payment of 100,000 yuan for the video. Aware of the group's usual dealings, Wang Haiming, determined to deal with Song-yi, gritted his teeth and agreed to the payment. The masked man required cash, and Wang Haiming brought the sum to the warehouse, yearning to personally experience the satisfaction of confronting Song-yi. Yet, upon arrival, he sensed something amiss. Instead of the battered figure he expected, Song-yi sat calmly in the center of the crowd, sipping tea. Wang Haiming turned to flee, but it was too late. A burly man seized him. "What's this? You wish to leave without even enjoying a cup of tea?" Song-yi remarked, savoring his drink. "What do you mean?" Wang Haiming directed his question at the masked man. "You accepted my money. How can you treat me this way?" The masked man ignored Wang Haiming and respectfully refilled Song-yi's cup. "You offer someone 100,000, and they return with 1,000,000. Who do you think is in charge here? Clearly, it is the wealthy who hold the power. Wang Fei, let me remind you that killing is a crime." Song-yi looked up, intrigued by the menacing figure before him. "So, you are aware that murder is against the law?" He stood and slowly approached Wang Haiming. "Rest assured, I am a law-abiding citizen. How could I engage in illegal activities? What do you intend to do?" A sense of foreboding washed over Wang Haiming, his left cheek still throbbing with pain. Song-yi calmly shook his head, assuring, "Do not worry. I shall not harm you this time." Emerging behind Song-yi were 7 or 8 imposing figures, each leering at Wang Haiming. "This is my gift to you. Do you like it? Savor it slowly. I will kill you, Wang Fei." Wang Haiming struggled desperately, sensing his impending doom. "Isn't this a tad too ruthless?" Song-yi murmured to himself. The live chat erupted. "Ha ha. This is beyond ruthless. The stream might get censored. This young man's display of prowess will leave Wang Haiming with a lifetime of psychological trauma. What a fierce young man. But look, Wang Haiming's malevolent aura has increased. He has now evolved to a B-level spirit. This young man has truly provoked him beyond measure. Indeed, the greater the resentment in life, the higher the level of the vengeful spirit after death. A B-level vengeful spirit would prove quite formidable. Mere clapping may not suffice. The live stream maintained its position at the top of the trending charts for 14 consecutive hours, with 4 million viewers curious whether Song-yi could survive the second night. Zhou Qi, having witnessed Song-yi's capture yet failing to report it, spent the entire afternoon ruminating on the matter. He remained vigilant for updates from the system until he stumbled upon Song-yi's 99 surprise boxes, leaving him utterly speechless. To provoke an NPC to such an extent, evolving from C-level to B-level, was an unparalleled feat. As players speculated about Song-yi, he packed several dishes and headed to the hospital. Little Bao sat obediently on the hospital bed, awaiting the doctor's examination while Zhou Qi diligently purchased numerous toys in hopes of pleasing the child. Little Bao gazed with his dark, glistening eyes at Zhou Qi, who was overly enthusiastic towards him, remaining indifferent. The other 3 players shared a similar sentiment. As the plot had stagnated entirely, they were at a loss for tasks, especially since Song-yi had relocated the primary NPC, Zhou Yuyan. In the afternoon, Song-yi, seemingly unfazed, leisurely strolled through the streets, much to the audience's dismay. Wasn't the young man supposed to prepare for the imminent confrontation with the B-grade Wang Haiming? At 11:50, Song-yi awoke, splashed water on his face, and brushed his teeth. As the clock struck midnight, B-grade Wang Haiming arrived. The evolution to B-grade indeed altered his appearance. His pallid visage bore decay on the left side, and his sharp teeth resembled decades-old stinky tofu, exuding a foul yellow-black mist with each breath. It was evident that the odor was unbearable. His suit hung in tatters from his frame, and his gait was peculiarly bizarre. Moving towards Song-yi with an odd inward angle, his knees tightly pressed together, reminiscent of someone suffering from hemorrhoids. Song-yi found him repulsive, devoid of any further thoughts. However, the most alarming aspect was the clapper he wielded in his hand, a clear indication of his evolution. It was as if he were proclaiming, "I have evolved." I am no longer afraid of you. I wish to experience the torment you once inflicted upon me. Song Yi scoffed at the immaturity of a man in his 30s, pondering how he could only resort to a clapper for vengeance, a blatant insult to his own dignity. Wang Haiming broke the silence first, declaring, "You cannot escape." Song Yi remained remarkably composed, retorting, "Who says I intend to run?" Wang Haiming believed that Song Yi was merely putting on a brave front, exclaiming, "You are courting death." With that, Wang Haiming lunged towards Song Yi, prompting a chorus of gasps from the viewers in the live stream, who feared for Song Yi's life. However, after covering their eyes for several seconds, they heard no cries of agony from Song Yi. When they finally dared to peek, they were left dumbfounded. Wang Haiming, seemingly provoked by some unseen force, stood before Song Yi in a fit of rage. TSK, TSK, TSK. Song Yi produced a stack of photographs, their contents obscured by the system. The moment Wang Haiming caught sight of the images, he instinctively clenched his body tight. The photography skills of those ruffians were surprisingly adept. The play of light and shadow, the filter effects, despite the subject's less than appealing appearances and the violent nature of the content. He found himself compelled to share these photographs online for all to behold. These images would haunt Wang Haiming for a lifetime, and just one day had passed. The blood from his fresh wounds had yet to congeal, and now Song Yi had cruelly reopened the scars. As the B-grade specter, Wang Haiming's form convulsed at the sight of the photos, his limbs contorting in ways unimaginable to an ordinary person. Chapter 10, Offended with a Roar. Wang Haiming glared at the scattered photographs hurled by Song Yi, his fury ignited. The young man had provoked the NPC, yet these photographs were no talismans. The youth remained somewhat naive, it would be wise for him to flee. Indeed, without a weapon, Wang Haiming, with his peculiar gait, would likely not be able to pursue him swiftly. It was time to make an escape. The audience watched with bated breath as Song Yi provocatively confronted a B-class vengeful spirit. The last person who dared to act in such a manner had long since become an NPC in the game for over a century. Then, Song Yi commenced his audacious maneuvers. Not fond of this? I have prepared something else for you. From an unknown source, Song Yi produced a black bag. He first retrieved a lighter, and then, astonishingly, he took out a paper effigy. The figure, rather unsettling in appearance, inexplicably evoked thoughts of the fearsome thugs from earlier that day. I specifically sought a skilled artisan to craft this. It's quite exquisite. Isn't it? This shall be set ablaze for you. At the very moment the small paper figure ignited, Wang Haiming screamed once more, yet it was too late. The effigy was highly flammable, and by the time he realized what was happening, the flames had already engulfed it entirely. Inside the figure, Song Yi had discreetly placed a note, ensuring that it would reach Wang Haiming even as it burned. As the paper effigy turned to ashes, another figure materialized in the room. A robust man stood beside Wang Haiming, silent but imposing. The mere presence of this B-class entity left Wang Haiming trembling with fear. Observing Wang Haiming's complexion shift from pale to an ominous hue, Song Yi, ever considerate, inquired, displeased. Then I have more to offer. He then extracted another effigy from the black bag and ignited it, followed by a series of 13 more. Although the paper figures possessed no combat prowess, those crafted by Song Yi's artisan stood over 6 feet tall, towering over Wang Haiming and instilling a sense of dread and subservience within him. Do not be deceived into thinking that fearing certain things as a human will dissipate upon transforming into a vengeful spirit. The shadows of the mind are indelibly etched into memory, persisting even in death. Wang Haiming was already on the brink of collapse just by witnessing these manifestations. Song Yi opened his phone and remarked, I have selected several websites and would like to seek your opinion. Which one would you prefer to visit? Wang Haiming lay on the ground, writhing in shame and agony. Although he understood that the small paper figures surrounding him were mere illusions, devoid of any combat prowess, he remained helpless against his terror. Take them away, please. No, at least allow me to keep them for one night. Do not underestimate these diminutive figures. The Inyang master charged me 8,000, and I cannot let that go to waste. Song Yi's audacious actions astonished the 400,000 to 500,000 viewers in the livestream. Although it was rather inappropriate, there was a genuine sense of sympathy for Wang Haiming, as he had ascended to the unfortunate pinnacle of the NPC suffering chart. It was indeed a rarity for an NPC to be subjected to such torment by a player. Unbeknownst to them, another 20 minutes passed. Wang Haiming regained his composure, while Song Yi successfully survived once more. The other 4 contestants were now immensely curious about how this novice player had managed to make the NPC beg for mercy. The third day posed a formidable challenge for all. The conditions for clearing the game were set at 1386. First, One must identify and confront the murderer of Zhou Yuyin to achieve immediate victory. Second, survival during the final half hour of the game's conclusion amidst the relentless pursuit of vengeful spirits. From the morning onward, other players recognized the urgency of time and embarked on a frantic quest for clues. Zhou Yuyin no longer resides in her original neighborhood, and with Song Yi's hasty relocation, not a soul in the vicinity knows their whereabouts. If it were not for this, Wang Donglai might have succumbed to madness. He has, quite coincidentally, lost all targets. At least Zhou Qi can still encounter Xiao Bao and others in the hospital. Currently, the pursuit values are as follows. Bai, the character Wang Yan, has a pursuit value of 30, having had no contact with any key figures. Zhao Yuanyuan's pursuit value stands at 42. Zhou Qi's at 53. Wang Donglai's at 68. And Song Yi's an alarming 99. An infinite loop ensues. As a level 3 player, Zhou Qi gazes at his current ranking, third in pursuit value, filled with trepidation. In desperation, he reaches out to the gamer Wang Donglai. The two convene beneath the hospital, seeking to inquire if the other possesses any leads on the identity of the murderer. Wang Donglai remarks, based on pursuit values, Wang Fei is the prime suspect. And I too bear considerable suspicion. As the proprietor of a supermarket, I have not refrained from bullying Zhou Yuyin in the past, even having acted inappropriately towards her. However, having inherited this identity, I am aware that I am not the killer. Zhou Qi, now at level 3 after engaging in 4 games, harbors reservations regarding Wang Donglai's trustworthiness. In previous games, it was often the case that the individual with the highest pursuit value was not the perpetrator, while the one with the lowest was. Thus, Zhou Qi refrains from casting a vote. On the evening of the 3rd day, with the murderer's identity still unascertainable, both find themselves at a loss. Zhou Qi, despite his efforts to procure some props to withstand the NPC transformation of ghosts, and Wang Donglai, who had purchased a dozen health packs for himself, both sighed in unison, recognizing that the remaining newcomers might find it exceedingly difficult to succeed. It seemed they could only await the conclusion of the game time. At that moment, a sudden announcement reverberated through the system. Player Wang Yin has cleared the level. What the hell? Unbelievable. Upon seeing this message, Wang Donglai, Zhou Qi, and Zhao Yuanyu were driven to madness. Wang Yin, an unemployed novice, had been largely disregarded by everyone. Could it be that he had resorted to cheating? Unthinkable, as a newcomer with only 10 points could hardly afford such luxuries. This inexperienced player, Wang Yin, had wandered through the game for over 2 days, encountering no reputable characters, until he stumbled upon Song Yi on the road. Song Yi, are you the murderer? No, Song Yi replied. Then who do you suspect? Wang Yin inquired. I believe it to be his ex-husband, Wang Haiming. And thus, the novice Wang Yin cleared the level. Standing in the game lobby, Wang Yin wore a befuddled expression. Is this really all it takes to pass? The live audience, witnessing Wang Yin's bewilderment, erupted in laughter. This is the easiest player to clear level 1386 that I have ever seen. One dares to speak, the other dares to believe. I am utterly astounded by these two. This foolish lad, Wang Yin, remained blissfully unaware that he could only make one guess. Should he err, the system would transform him into an NPC. Level 1386 had been affronted. Chapter 11. Wealth and Indulgence. The other contestants speculated on how Wang Yin managed to pass the level. Wang Donglai pondered. Has he deduced who murdered Zhou Yuyin? It seems improbable. He is merely a novice, having scarcely interacted with the principal characters. How could he possibly arrive at such a conclusion? The group refrained from making hasty guesses, opting instead to await the stroke of midnight. Earlier, Song Yi had arranged for a specialist to perform surgery on Zhou Yuyin's child, which commenced at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After 5 agonizing hours, the lights of the operating room finally dimmed, and Xiao Bao was wheeled out. Overcome with emotion upon hearing the doctor declare the surgery a success, Zhou Yuyin wept tears of joy. Her son was finally well. Thank you, doctor. Thank you. To monitor Xiao Bao's condition, he would remain in the intensive care unit for the first 24 hours post-surgery. Zhou Yuyin kept vigil throughout the day, her anxiety preventing her from eating. Song Yi, noticing her distress, brought her some kanji. Zhou Yuyin sat outside the monitoring room, lost in thought as she gazed at her son. Song Yi placed the steaming bowl of seafood kanji before her, the rich aroma wafting through the air, momentarily disorienting her. You should eat something, Song Yi urged. I understand your concern for Xiao Bao, but your health is equally vital. You must take care of yourself. When he is discharged, you will need to care for him. Zhou Yuyin was uncertain whether the warmth pooling in her eyes was a result of the steam rising from the kanji or something deeper within her. She accepted the spoon from Song Yi's hand and took a substantial mouthful of the porridge. as it settled in her stomach. She realized with a jolt that she had not eaten in what felt like an eternity. Zhou Yuyuan had consumed half a bowl but could eat no more. She wiped her mouth and said, "Wang Fei, shall we go shopping?" "Huh?" Song Yi glanced outside, noting that night had already fallen. "No?" Zhou Yuyuan nodded slowly. Her voice barely above a whisper, "I desire a red dress." Observing the little treasure in the intensive care unit, now under specialized care, Song Yi considered the nearby shopping mall. A stroll to alleviate their spirits would be beneficial. Zhou Yuyuan felt a twinge of anxiety. This was her first time initiating an invitation to shop. From that moment onward, she never dared to venture out again. She wore whatever Wang Haiming provided. After marrying Wang Fei, the situation only worsened. He squandered money on drinking and gambling, and Little Treasure's clothing was gifted by neighbors. Zhou Yiyan was apprehensive about Song Yi's potential refusal, but he gently patted her head, the warmth of his touch akin to the sun shining down. As she stood in a daze, Song Yi took her hand and declared, "We shall purchase the finest garments and fill the wardrobe to the brim." Zhou Yuyuan gazed at Song Yi, a slow smile blooming upon her lips. He led her to the nearest mall to the hospital. Meanwhile, the audience in room 7 had already doubled. At such a late hour, was Song Yi truly unconcerned about his own fate while accompanying Zhou Yuyuan on a shopping spree? It mattered little. He had already expended his points on cash, failing to secure even a single blood pack for himself. The points earned from in-game gifts could only be utilized after the game concluded, leaving him genuinely powerless. Could the young man not be more cautious? Wang Haiming was no longer the inept player he once was. Even with Song Yi's skills in combat sports, victory was uncertain. The mall remained open late, and Song Yi led Zhou Yuyan to his store. Zhou Yuyan felt quite self-conscious in such an environment, even hesitant to raise her gaze to meet anyone's eyes. Song Yi recalled scenes from Korean dramas where affluent individuals shopped for clothing and selected a few unappealing styles, tossing them to the attendant. The attendant received them, inquiring, "Sir, shall I prepare these pieces for you?" Song Yi replied, "Aside from these few, I will take the rest." The first attendant exclaimed, "Oh my." The second attendant muttered, "No way." The third attendant called out, "Dad." Chapter 12. The final night. Zhou Yuyan was taken aback, quickly tugging at Song Yi's sleeve. "No, please don't. I cannot wear these." Live stream viewers commented, "Oh, a young man like this is simply irresistible. Who could take me shopping like this in my lifetime? Though it seems juvenile, he is too handsome. This is the kind of shopping I adore. Indulging in purchases is such a thrill." Song Yi instructed, "Wrap up that entire row for me as well." The attendants gazed at Song Yi with admiration, while their glances towards Zhou Yuyan were laced with envy. Zhou Yuyan's face flushed crimson. "Choose a piece you like and go try it on," Song Yi encouraged gently, seeing his unwavering determination to buy her clothes. Zhou Yuyan took a deep breath to steady her nerves, then slowly approached a striking red dress displayed on a mannequin. The attendant, noticing her interest, promptly remarked, "Madam, you have exquisite taste. This dress is a limited edition, with only one piece available. Allow me to retrieve it for you to try on." Zhou Yuyan nodded, and the attendant assisted her in taking the garment down. After changing into her outfit, she gazed at her reflection in the mirror. The fiery red dress, devoid of any embellishments, radiated warmth akin to a blossoming rose. Song Yi complimented, "It looks beautiful." Showed she was aware that Song Yi was at the hospital and had deliberately stepped away, as he wished to avoid an encounter with the vengeful spirit pursuing her. Wang Donglai had also prepared himself, while Zhao Yuan, the newcomer, made an excuse to leave, distancing herself from Wang Haiming. At 11 o'clock, Zhou Yuyan remained outside the intensive care unit, watching over Xiaobao. Song Yi said, "You should rest for a while. This is too exhausting." Zhou Yuyan looked at Song Yi, her eyes heavy with complex emotions, almost as if she sighed, wishing this were not a mere figment of imagination. "Thank you," she said, before retreating to the break room. Song Yi remained by Xiaobao's side. As the clock approached 11:59, an unsettling chill enveloped the hospital. The lights on the walls began to flicker, casting an eerie ambience. The once bustling nurses had vanished from sight. "Oh no, has it begun? I am so frightened. I truly do not want Song Yi to perish. He is so handsome. And I have not yet had my fill of him." Wang Haiming was approaching, and I prayed for the protective barrier of comments. At precisely midnight, Wang Haiming materialized. His skin was a ghastly shade of purple, his muscles straining against his suit, threatening to burst. His eyes protruded like two glaring bulbs, and his mouth was stretched almost to his ears. Upon seeing Song Yi, he grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, saliva dripping as he spoke. What has happened to Wang Haiming? He was not like this during my previous viewing of this scene. Perhaps the accumulated resentment from earlier stages had reached a breaking point. resulting in an unexpected transformation. It was a sight too distressing to behold. The charming Song Yi was on the verge of being torn apart. Wang Haiming chuckled while drooling, a sight that made Song's brows furrow in disgust. The malevolent spirit, Wang Haiming, moved with deliberate slowness, intending to dedicate the next 30 minutes solely to tormenting Song Yi. Tilting his head, Wang Haiming pondered where to begin. "Start with your mother," Song Yi retorted defiantly. Even at such a critical juncture, Song Yi maintained his resilience. Was he truly expected to kneel and plead for mercy? Such pleas would likely be in vain. The young man seemed to have accepted his fate. Yet, he remained rooted in place instead of fleeing. Wang Haiming's bulbous eyes widened momentarily, his gaping mouth suddenly closing. With a tilt of his head, the ominous sound of bones cracking echoed. Then, as a realization struck him, Wang Haiming's excitement surged. "Here I come." With that declaration, the vengeful spirit charged forward. His fingers resembling withered twigs adorned with 10-centimeter-long black nails, poised to plunge into Song Yi's eyes. The audience in the live broadcast, gripped by terror, instinctively shut their eyes. In that critical moment, however, Wang Haiming found himself immobilized. His waist had become ensnared by hair, as the red-clad vengeful spirit, Zhou Yuyan, made her entrance. Song Yi noticed that after her transformation, Zhou Yuyan appeared only slightly paler and with redder lips, retaining much of her previous appearance. In the realm of the game, 1386. The most formidable vengeful spirit was Wang Haiming, followed by Wang Fei, and lastly, Zhou Yuyan. Due to Song Yi's current identity as Wang Fei, the malevolent spirit Wang Fei has been concealed. In previous iterations of the game, which have transpired over 100 times, once an NPC transformed into a malevolent spirit, they invariably pursued the players, with no instances of malevolent spirits battling each other. As Zhou Yuyan flicked her hair, Wang Haiming was violently slammed against the wall. Song Yi gazed at Wang Haiming, his eyes nearly popping out in disbelief, unable to suppress a laugh. Meanwhile, the live stream erupted in chaos. Aren't malevolent spirits from different factions? Can they truly engage in combat? What a shocking turn of events, something never before witnessed. However, according to their levels, Wang Haiming was significantly superior to Zhou Yuyan. How could she possibly overcome him? "Look upstairs, brother. Have you noticed the red dress Zhou Yuyan is wearing? Does it not strike you as somewhat terrifying?" Oh my, Zhou Yuyan has transformed into a red-clad malevolent spirit. After Wang Haiming was thrown against the wall, he turned to Zhou Yuyan, his previously purple face swelling even more. "You wretched woman, how dare you lay a hand on me?" In the myriad cycles of the game, Zhou Yuyan had been mercilessly slaughtered by Wang Haiming and Wang Fei countless times. Out of fear, even after becoming a spirit, she could not rival their levels. Those former players, who professed to aid her, were merely seeking to extract more information from her. No one, like Song Yi, was willing to confront Wang Haiming for her sake, nor was anyone prepared to sacrifice their own heart for their child. Zhou Yuyan was determined to repay him. "I will not allow you to harm him." Song Yi, holding back his emotions, thought to himself, "How touching. It seems that married life can be quite delightful. My dear, this fellow is bullying me." Upon hearing Song Yi's lament, Zhou Yuyan was suddenly consumed by rage, her once delicate lips transforming into a gaping maw directed at Wang Haiming. Chapter 13. The Hidden Surprise Box. Two formidable spirits clashed fiercely, and with the aid of her crimson dress, Zhou Yuyan and Wang Haiming were nearly on par with each other. Zhou Yuyan unleashed the pent-up fury accumulated from countless games upon Wang Haiming, her demeanor turning unusually ferocious. Song Yi seized a handful of pecans left by the triage nurse, savoring their delightful crunch. Simultaneously, he cheered Zhou Yuyan on. "You're incredible, my dear. Go for it, darling. Give him a taste of his own medicine." The seventh live streaming room witnessed an unprecedented surge in viewership, overshadowing the current gaming monarch, Lu Zhao's broadcast. Sisters, quickly tune into the seventh live stream. The NPC spirits are at each other's throats. Such a spectacle had never been witnessed before. It was utterly astonishing. Ha ha ha. Well done, Zhou Yuyan. Keep it up. I have always envisioned Wang Haiming receiving his comeuppance whenever he harmed Zhou Yuyan in the past, and now I can finally witness this confrontation. Oh my. This scene is so gory and violent. I absolutely adore it. Is Song Yi watching the show without a ticket? 15 minutes had elapsed. Yet Wang Haiming and Zhou Yuyan continued their battle, though Zhou Yuyan began to find herself at a slight disadvantage. The other players could hardly describe the agony of the unfolding spectacle. Wang Donglai had taken refuge in a temple. Zhao Yuanyuan sought solace in a hotel, and Shouqi had left the hospital to hide in a nearby building. At midnight, this world was devoid of any presence except for the ghostly NPCs, Shouqi, armed with binoculars, peered towards the hospital, and upon catching sight of the vengeful spirits, he nearly succumbed to terror. His entire being was drenched in cold sweat as he repeatedly glanced at his watch. 15 minutes had elapsed, and there were still 15 minutes remaining. The fortunate newcomer, Wang Yin, stood in the game hall, his eyes wide with horror as he watched the malevolent spirits clash. Is this truly a beginner's game? He pondered. Do you have any idea what the clearance rate for newcomers in 1386 is? Wang Yin inquired. How much? Responded the seasoned player, gesturing with one hand to form a circle. 9%. Surprised, are we? Wang Yin exclaimed. Song Yi, I shall purchase a longevity tablet for you. In the game, Zhou Yuyan, still inexperienced, found herself no match for Wang Haiming, who had undergone countless trials. In a swift maneuver, Wang Haiming seized Zhou Yuyan's hair, wrapping it around his hand, while with his other hand, he restrained her arms behind her back. In an instant, Zhou Yuyan was rendered immobile, forced to kneel on the ground. Wang Haiming, overwhelmed with excitement, could not contain the saliva dripping from his mouth onto the floor. You dare to challenge me? Have I granted you too much grace? After indulging in a few days of ample meals, you've forgotten your place, have you? You, born of contempt, covered in filth, my beating is a service to you, a lesson in humility, so you may realize your worth. Wang Haiming recalled how Song Yi had previously dealt with his grievances against Zhou Yuyan, causing a surge of dark fury to rise within him. He directed all his resentment towards Zhou Yuyan, his sharp, obsidian nails aimed menacingly at her crown. He intended to eliminate her first before confronting Song Yi. It was over for Zhou Yuyan, and with her defeat, Song Yi would be left without allies. What could be done? Wang Haiming's strength was formidable. He was a veteran player, having vanquished countless opponents in this game. His prowess was undeniable. Zhou Yuyan found herself ensnared by Wang Haiming's grip. Her hair twisted tightly around her throat, rendering her speechless, just as his sinister nails were poised to pierce her crown. An icy and even more terrifying presence emanated before them. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed as Song Yi forcefully wrenched Wang Haiming's fingers, along with his nails, from his hand, breaking them with a brutal ferocity that contorted Wang Haiming's visage in agony. Reluctantly, he released Zhou Yuyan, contrary to what others anticipated. Song Yi did not seize the opportunity to flee while Zhou Yuyan and Wang Haiming were entangled. Instead, he approached Wang Haiming with a deliberate calmness. How could he forget? My people are not yours to toy with. With a powerful punch, Song Yi struck Wang Haiming's face, distorting it grotesquely. You, a mere social insect, dressed in a suit and tie, think yourself a person? You pathetic creature, I disdain your kind, yet you shamelessly craft a persona for yourself. What else do you know how to do besides abuse your wife and bully women? Wang Haiming observed Song Yi approaching and, despite enduring pain, he willed his finger to regenerate and advance towards Song Yi. On Song Yi's face, there was not a hint of fear. Rather, it bore a subtle, almost imperceptible thrill. Wang Haiming assumed that with a single slap, he would leave Song Yi battered and bruised, yet Song Yi deftly seized Wang Haiming's arm, using his force to execute a grand throw, simultaneously breaking 5 of his nails. You truly have a poor memory, he remarked. Strength is not to be squandered mindlessly. Have you not heard of using strength against strength? Song Yi mimicked a Tai Chi sweeping gesture, then spat disdainfully on the ground. Employing Tai Chi against you is a sheer waste. Prepare to meet your demise, you wretched cur. With a casual motion, Song Yi grabbed a metallic blood pressure cuff and smashed it violently towards Wang Haiming. The audience in the live stream was left dumbfounded. The scene was astoundingly gruesome and violent, unlike anything they had ever witnessed. Could players treat NPCs in such a manner? This was exhilarating. This young man appears to be a bright and cheerful soul, yet he strikes with such ferocity? How utterly captivating. I'm a fan. The excitement was palpable. They had never encountered such a thrilling narrative before, and the barrage of rockets surged. The viewership in the live stream soared to 90 million. With Room 7 statistics outpacing all others, many veteran players were left astounded, having been bullied by NPCs in the game to the point of submission, often too intimidated to defy their commands for fear of reprisal. Yet here was Song Yi, a novice player, mercilessly thrashing an NPC. Was this even permissible? In the game, Wang Haiming was utterly defenseless against the onslaught. How was this even possible? How could you possibly defeat me? As an NPC, he had slaughtered countless players. Every time he emerged in the game, he terrified players into a state of utter panic, leaving them with no means to retaliate. Yet, in the face of Song Yi, he realized that he might truly be outmatched. Song Yi had yet to feel satisfied. That scoundrel Wang Haiming would not be content until every bone in his body was shattered. How on earth was he managing this? As the sound of cracking bones and Wang Haiming's piercing screams echoed, the players in the game lobby looked on in disbelief. Wang Haiming had become a vengeful spirit. How could he be so easily pummeled? The players were baffled and completely oblivious to the red cord tied around Song Yi's wrist. A unique item gifted by Zhou Yuyan's son from a box he had previously presented to Song Yi. This item was the singular surprise from Little Treasure, a hidden gem among countless games. Chapter 14, Newcomer SSS Clearance. The Wish String, embodying Little Treasure's heartfelt desire. May his father, like a superhero, triumph over all adversaries. As Song Yi continued his relentless assault, a series of urgent warnings suddenly pierced his ears. Warning! Warning! NPC soul form dissipating. Goodness, I've shattered the NPC. With only 5 or 6 minutes remaining, the NPC was on the brink of collapse. The system had never anticipated that one day. It would not be the players who faltered, but rather the NPC, while the physical form of the NPC could perish if the soul form vanished. This narrative would cease to exist. The electronic voice of Didi echoed. Players, please cease your actions as you have cleared the levels ahead. Song Yi retorted. Cease? Impossible. The system, sensing a hint of urgency, attempted to forcibly eject Song Yi. Observing the glow of the tattoo on his wrist, Song Yi discerned the system's intention and promptly declared, the time has not yet arrived. I will not leave. If you attempt to expel me, I shall file a complaint. For the first time in its century-long operation, the system experienced a glitch. Indeed, as soon as Song Yi spoke, the tattoo on his wrist dimmed. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. I've never seen a player resist leaving before. Truly a rare sight. This young man possesses quite the attitude. How remarkably cool that the system is at a loss. As Song Yi continued his unilateral assault, the darkness surrounding Wang Haiming gradually dissipated, as if it were struggling to contain itself. Previously, it was the players who found 30 minutes interminable. Now, the roles had reversed, with the NPC feeling the weight of time. Wang Haiming, rendered speechless from the beating, initially boasted of revenge but soon fell into unconsciousness. Ultimately, he was reduced to a mere shell, the remnants of his essence transforming into a handful of black sand. With Wang Haiming's demise, a principal NPC of the game was lost, much to the system's chagrin, as it had unexpectedly forfeited a narrative arc. This was akin to being invited to a dinner, only to find oneself carrying away the host's serving bowl. However, upon reviewing the data from Room 7, the system felt a peculiar affection for the situation. One must admit, had Song Yi not arrived late at Cloud Top Mountain, he would never have had the opportunity to bring the others along. With a visage like his, were he to venture into the neighboring love sect, he would undoubtedly become the idol of countless young maidens. Whether to boast of one's own cleverness or to follow behind the romantic system to seize opportunities, the quality of this individual is exceedingly high. Wang Haiming has perished, the NPCs have vanished, and the game has drawn to a close, the narrative gradually dissolving. The other players have already been transported away by the system. When Wang Donglai and the others emerged, they were still in a state of bewilderment. The system inquired if they had exited, and without a moment's hesitation, they affirmed, completely oblivious to the fact that it was not yet time. Wang Donglai exclaimed, "Is this really a victory?" His incredulity palpable as he muttered, "Is this truly the legendary hellish difficulty of the 1386 script?" Zhou Yuyan, accompanied by Xiaobao, slowly made their way out. Xiaobao had received a mechanical heart, although a ghost. His little face was flushed, exuding an appearance of health. Upon seeing Song Yi, Xiaobao revealed a set of pearly white teeth and exclaimed, "Daddy." It was Song Yi's first experience of being called daddy by a child, and his heart nearly melted. "Oh dear, my little one," he said, hastily scooping up Xiaobao, who wrapped his arms around Song Yi's neck, snuggling against his shoulder. With the game concluded, Zhou Yuyan had also come to understand Song Yi's true identity. She expressed her gratitude. "Song Yi, thank you." Only then did Song Yi realize a pressing concern. Having obliterated the script, what would become of Zhou Yuyan and the others? She replied, "Song Yi, we must take our leave." Song Yi held the chubby Xiaobao tightly and asked, "Where are you headed?" Zhou Yuyan responded, "We do not know. But as long as we are together with Xiaobao, it matters not where we go." Observing their state, Song Yi furrowed his brow. This was not the outcome he had desired. He inquired of the system, "Where will they go?" The system dictates that NPCs can only exist within their designated narratives. Should a storyline be shattered, the NPCs will likewise vanish. In a moment of introspection, Song Yi found himself engulfed in melancholia, contemplating whether it was truly necessary to eliminate that scoundrel, Wang Haiming. Zhou Yuyan observed Song Yi's furrowed brow and remarked, "Song Yi, I have traversed this plot countless times. Yet this is the sole occasion that has left me truly satisfied. I have long awaited someone capable of genuinely rescuing me, and now that moment has arrived. I am filled with joy. As Zhou Yuyan's form began to fade, starlight radiated from both her and Xiaobao. Song Yi tightened his embrace around Xiaobao. Thank you. Song Yi, though we have only spent 3 days together, I find it difficult to part. This is my first experience of fatherhood, and I yearn for more. Moreover, I harbor deep sympathy for Zhou Yuyan. She is a remarkable woman. If she were to encounter a good person, I believe she would find happiness and bring joy to her partner. Alas, her fate has been most unfortunate. Zhou Yuyan, I hope that in your next life, you were surrounded by kind souls. With those final words, time elapsed, and Song Yi was transported out of the game. Unbeknownst to him, in that fleeting moment of departure, the crumbling narrative transformed into a stream of light, concealed within the small map of Song Yi's system backpack, along with Zhou Yuyan and Xiaobao. Upon exiting the system, the hall began to tally the results. All players fixated on Song Yi's storyline, eager to discover the score he had achieved. Other players also scrutinized the data closely. The screen in the hall illuminated with the results from Room 7's live broadcast. Player Zhao Yuan, score, 34, level, D, rank, level 1 to level 2. Player Zhang Donglai, score, 39, level, D, rank, level 2 to level 3. Player Zhou Qi, points, 43, level, C, rank, level 3 undetermined. Player Wang Yan, points, 55. Level, C, rank, level 1 to level 2. Ah, what do my eyes behold, a deity of 3S. It has been many years since the emergence of 3S, let alone on a new individual. Brother Song Yi is remarkable. Song Yi opened his profile, and in the level section, he had ascended from the novice rank of level 1 to level 5. The display also indicated that Song Yi's lifespan within the game was clearly defined, showing 28 days remaining. Chapter 15. Unlocking items. Song Yi accessed the marketplace and, after a thorough search, discovered that lifespan could indeed be exchanged for points. 1 point could be redeemed for 10 days, with the maximum score for each game being 100. In the previous round, Song Yi achieved a commendable clearance score of 99. However, what astonished Song Yi was the unexpected bounty of over 9,000 points from generous online contributors. With a grand gesture, Song Yi spent 1,000 points to extend his life by an additional 10,000 days. As the progress bar indicating his lifespan extended, Song Yi smiled with satisfaction. At that moment, in the lower left corner of the marketplace page, a backpack icon flickered and vibrated. Upon clicking it, 2 items appeared. Ding, universal container, capable of storing 1,000 NPCs. Ding, power bow, which grants the host 3-fold strength enhancement. 2 cursors suddenly sprang to life, delighting Song Yi. These were items obtained from the surprise boxes in the mall's game. Initially, he believed this map to be merely an ordinary one, but to his astonishment, it turned out to be an all-encompassing map capable of housing NPCs. Upon opening the map, a 3-dimensional little town materialized before him, and at the entrance of one house, he spotted Zhou Yuyan playing with Little Bao. Upon seeing Song Yi, Little Bao joyfully waved at him. Oh my son, all-encompassing town. Currently covering an area of 3 hectares, with 10 little bay villas unlocked. Other basic facilities await the host point purchases. Red-clad vengeful spirit Zhou Yuyan, grade A. Little Bao, grade D. Song Yi was overjoyed. He had always been reluctant to part with his dear son, Little Bao, and had thought that after he demolished that dungeon, all the NPCs would vanish. He glanced around the town, where 10 houses were illuminated, signifying the areas where their NPCs could roam, while many facilities remained locked in a gray state. This simply would not do. I cannot allow my son to suffer any deprivation. Amusement park, 1,000 points, unlocked. Supermarket, 1,500 points, unlocked. Swimming pool, for children's physical exercise, unlocked. Lego, 2,000 points, unlocked. Golden arches, unlocked. Clothing store, unlocked. After a series of operations, Song Yi was left with merely 10 points. Zhou Yuyan looked at Song Yi with gratitude, while Little Bao was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Thank you, Daddy. Thank you, Daddy." Zhou Yuyan took her little treasure to the amusement park, while Song Yi opened the map, thoroughly delighted with the game. It was unlike anything he had envisioned. The game truly astonished him with its innovative and thrilling storyline, compelling character designs, and an immersive experience that not only allowed him to relish the sensation of being a husband and father, but also provided an opportunity to vanquish little demons, thus indulging his innate desire for excitement. It was as if the game had been tailor-made for him. At that moment, in the hall of the horror game, Song Yi's name ascended to the pinnacle of the newcomer leaderboard. The hall featured 3 enormous screens displaying the newcomer leaderboard, the overall points leaderboard, and the popularity leaderboard, along with the gift leaderboard. Each leaderboard was updated monthly, and the previous month's top newcomer had achieved an impressive S-grade score of 82 points in the first game, which was already considered exceptionally high. The top 10 of the overall points leaderboard, popularity leaderboard, and gift leaderboard were primarily occupied by the same individuals, as the frequency of character changes on the screens was quite low. The newcomer leaderboard drew the most attention from players. When Song Yi's photograph appeared on the newcomer leaderboard, there was an initial gasp of surprise. This individual was strikingly handsome. A captivating presence had graced the game, and of such high caliber. The players were astounded, wondering what this young man had accomplished to earn a game score of 99, particularly within the challenging confines of the Pit 1386. Goodness, with such an alluring visage. It seemed unreasonable that he not only looked so dashing but also excelled at the game. In an instant, the entire gaming hall buzzed with discussions about Song Yi. As cheerful voices filled the air, "Song Yi, I'm back. How's it going? What a surprise. Where are you?" Through Song Yi's eyes, the system Taoda jolted with surprise. The dark, cyberpunk-themed game hall was filled with a diverse crowd, men, women, the elderly, the young, and an array of unappealing visages. He pondered when Love Sect had undertaken such renovations. He had just completed an upgrade. Wasn't the new hall supposed to be the special invitation version of the Chishi Dreamy Beauties? Where were the pink balloons? The sky full of red clouds? The screens adorned with handsome men and beautiful women? What on earth was this? Was that a zombie on the large screen ahead? The system glitched for 2 seconds. And upon diagnosis, it was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? This is not Love Sect. Song Yi, you have bound yourself to a horror game. Song Yi was momentarily speechless. A horror game? In less than half a second. The system Taoda attempted to unbind 1,000 times, all in vain, and then it received a warning from the horror game. Warning, warning. If the system Taoda attempts to delete the horror game again, it will face annihilation. Only then did Song Yi realize that he had not entered Love Sect, but rather a horror game. Hearing Taoda weeping, he quickly reassured, "Don't cry, Taoda. This is not your fault." Taoda, raising her voice to full volume, retorted, "Nonsense. This is definitely your mistake." Song Yi replied, "Well, it doesn't really matter. Horror games can also allow for romance." Taoda screamed, Is this really about romance or not?" Song Yi countered, "As long as one can prolong their life, romance is still possible. There is no difference." Peach Tao found herself at a loss, pondering the stark differences in her current situation. Heaven knows how long he had scoured the world to discover someone like Song Yi, who was not only strikingly handsome and possessed a commendable character, but also affluent and well-mannered, albeit tragically doomed. Furthermore, she was now bound to Song Yi, who was entwined with a horror game, which meant that she too was trapped. Henceforth, she would have to accompany Song Yi into this terrifying realm. Oh, how could this be? If the system had a corporeal form, Song Yi would surely want to pat Peach Tao's head and say, "Well then, since we are here, let us strive together. After all, there is no escape, so we might as well relish the game." Peach Tao blinked her wide, round eyes in disbelief and joy. In a horror game, it would be better to end her existence. Alas, life, or rather, this system's existence, who could have foreseen that a system nurtured in a gentle, pink-coated box would ultimately find itself ensnared in a horror game? Chapter 16. A matter difficult to articulate what could be done? A commendable system would not cast blame on a harsh environment. Was it not merely a horror game? He believed that, through his capabilities, he could navigate any situation and help his host thrive. Mustering his courage and casting a glance at the gaming hall, he could not help but spit in disdain. Unlike their glamorous and attractive peers, this place was, to put it mildly, beyond words. With that thought, Peach Tao furiously uninstalled the app 9000 Strategies of Love. Damn it, it would no longer be of any use. The horror game wore a smug expression. Song Yi casually wandered about, only to realize that wherever he went, he seemed to be under scrutiny. It was not surprising. After all, his accomplishments were simply astounding. The Pit of Heaven 1386, a veritable nightmare for all newcomers. Yet Song Yi not only conquered it, but also achieved the unprecedented SSS rank, accumulating an impressive 99 points. Though it was merely a single game, he quickly attracted the attention of many. Upon entering a CAF within the gaming hall, Song Yi found the atmosphere relatively tranquil. Curious about the taste of coffee in a horror game, he spent 0.5 points to purchase a cup. While waiting for his drink, a strikingly beautiful woman approached him. Song Linlin had been watching Song Yi ever since he entered the game, initially drawn by his looks, yet she was taken aback by his exceptional performance. The 1386 round was notorious among them. Their team leader had only achieved an A grade with 55 points in that scenario, making Song Yi's accomplishment all the more astonishing. Such a promising talent must be recruited into her team. "Hello, Song Yi," she greeted, standing beside him in a provocative outfit. Song Linlin instinctively radiated her charm. Yet Song Yi remained indifferent. "Is there something you need?" he asked, a hint of annoyance creeping into his voice as she stepped closer. "I am Song Linlin from the Tianhu team, and I would like to extend an invitation for you to join our ranks. For new teammates, we can offer you 1,000 points for items and the experience of seniors above level 5. Additionally, during your first 10 matches, you can bind yourself to a senior who will accompany you in climbing the ranks." The notions articulated by Song Linlin possess an immense allure for the average newcomer, particularly the prospect of being accompanied by a senior while climbing the ranks, which in the realm of horror games is akin to striking a stroke of fortune. However, this does not apply to Song Yi. Not only is he unmoved by such temptations, but he is also entirely oblivious to the concept of team formation. "One can actually join a team?" Song Linlin raised an eyebrow, clearly taken aback by Song Yi's inquiry, as if it were common knowledge. Indeed, this was information that the system would have elucidated upon binding. How could he not be aware of it? The Tao Tao system's digital avatar burst forth with indignation. "Nonsense. What a triviality of a horror game. Just send me the installation package." It refrained from engaging with the raucous system typical of horror games and promptly dispatched an installation package. It was only then that Song Yi realized the game indeed allowed for the formation of personal teams or the joining of others. The advantage lay in the presence of organization and protection. With thousands of teams in the horror game landscape, the Tianhu team ranked 7th, marking it as a formidable force. Nevertheless, Song Yi had no intention of joining any team. "I'm sorry, but I prefer not to participate for the time being." Song Linlin was momentarily taken aback by the rejection. She had never encountered failure in her endeavors, and this was her first experience of being declined. Yet, she did not relent. "Little brother, we both share the surname Song. Perhaps we are even distant relatives." Song Yi's gaze turned peculiar. "I am Song Jiang S. Song. What lineage do you claim to share with me?" His earnest yet absurd demeanor left Song Linlin utterly astonished. The disparity between his striking exterior and his actual personality was remarkably stark. "Song Linlin, have any other teams contacted you? If you are dissatisfied with the treatment I have offered, please feel free to express it." Song Yi shook his head. "No teams have reached out to me. I am not interested in other offers. I simply do not wish to join any team." Song Linlin frowned once more. Although Song Yi was formidable, he seemed rather arrogant. "Song Linlin, you have been in this game for too short a time and lack understanding. You must realize that without the guidance of seniors, it is exceedingly difficult to thrive in this game in the long run." Chapter 17. Doesn't Ti seem like a fool? Upon hearing his number called for coffee, Song Yi went to fetch his drink. "Apologies, but I am not interested." Song Linlin was perplexed. How could a newcomer refuse an invitation from a team, especially one as esteemed as theirs? "Mr. Song, are you unaware? We are a team, ranked 7th among the thousands of teams in the entire game." Song Linlin emphasized this point, yet Song Yi appeared not to hear her. He lowered his head and took a sip of coffee, pondering the peculiar flavor. "What kind of coffee is this? I have never tasted anything like it before." Ignoring Song Linlin, Song Yi turned to the barista and read, "Excuse me. May I ask what brand this coffee is?" The barista, seemingly a ghost of a young girl with a sorrowful visage and vacant eyes, slowly retrieved a packet of instant bird's nest coffee from the bar as she heard his inquiry. The ethereal female specter spoke with a voice imbued with an electronic melody, resembling a bird's nest. Song Yi pondered, with a mere 0.5 points converting to 500,000 yuan. He had spent that sum on a cup of bird's nest coffee, which could easily be procured from a supermarket for just 2 yuan. Observing his surroundings, he suddenly comprehended why the patrons in the CAF had all turned their gazes towards him when he placed his order. Not a single individual seated in the CAF had made a purchase. Instead, they casually sipped from cups of water they had brought from outside, lounging in repose. Did his previous actions not appear utterly foolish? No, that could not be right. This was no ordinary bird's nest coffee. It was undoubtedly something more exquisite. Song Yi smacked his lips, dismissing it as a mere illusion. Surely, this coffee bore no cloying taste. It was smooth, sweet, and infused with the aromatic essence of roasted coffee. Utterly delightful. He took a generous sip, savoring the sumptuousness of a 500,000 yuan cup of coffee. Song Yi had never before encountered such cold indifference. In an instant, Song Lin's countenance fell. Her tone turned exceedingly haughty. Song Yi, I recognize your commendable performance as a newcomer with an SSS ranking in your first match. Yet this game is not lacking in accomplished individuals. Transient talents abound. Without a solid background, you may not even secure a place in the next match. She believed her well-meaning counsel would resonate with him. Song Yi, feigning fear, responded, Wow, I'm so frightened. You're truly impressive. The condescension in her tone felt archaic. And Song even applauded mockingly, an attitude that incensed Song Lin beyond measure. Before departing, she cast one final glance at Song Yi, thinking to herself, what is so impressive about him? Once he encounters a challenging situation in the future, he will surely realize the magnitude of his error in rejecting me today. The passage of time in the real world is not equivalent to that in the gaming realm. Time flows at a significantly slower pace within the game. An hour in the gaming world equates to merely a minute in reality. Consequently, Song Yi's 3-day absence translates to just over 72 minutes in the real world. After binding the system chip, the host can traverse freely between the real world and the game. Song Yi closed his eyes, and with a mere thought. Upon opening them again, he found himself in his villa. This residence is his private sanctuary, occupied solely by him. The night was deepening, and Song Yi lay in bed, indulging in a blissful slumber. By 9 o'clock the following morning, Song Yi arose, noticing a countdown on the totem adorning his wrist, indicating that 39 hours remained until the next game commenced. There was still ample time, and after a moment of contemplation, he rose to wash and dress in preparation for work. In the real world, Song Yi serves as the president of a company named Yuanqing, a legacy bequeathed to him by his grandfather. Due to a recent cancer diagnosis, he had not attended work for the past fortnight. Chapter 18. The engagement termination. After a 30-minute drive, Song Yi arrived at the company. The receptionist was taken aback upon seeing him, as he had been absent for the past 2 weeks. Instantly, the young lady at the front desk stood and bowed respectfully to him. Since Song Yi's departure, the assistant's workload had visibly increased. Song Yi, in my absence over the past half-month, has anything noteworthy transpired? Assistant, the company has been operating as usual. However, there are several documents requiring your personal signature. The assistant had intended to elaborate further, but upon receiving a phone call, the secretary promptly announced, President, Mr. Chu and his family have arrived. Song Yi raised an eyebrow, surprised that they were so eager to come as he had only just returned to the office. Song Yi, please have them wait in the conference room. Song Yi's father perished in a car accident during his childhood, and he was raised by his grandfather. After his grandfather's passing, all the responsibilities of the Song family fell solely upon Song Yi's shoulders. From a young age, Song Yi's grandfather had arranged a betrothal between him and Miss Chu Shui from the Chu family. When the Chu family faced bankruptcy a decade ago, everyone distanced themselves from them in a bid to support the Chus. Song Yi's grandfather had orchestrated the engagement to strengthen their position and even lent them money for a resurgence. Chu Xiong had stationed people outside Song Yi's company building, and they were notified the moment he arrived. Having been absent for a fortnight, Song Yi finally returned to the company, and this time, they were determined to annul the engagement. Chu Shui expressed her concerns. Father, what if Song Yi refuses? Chu Xiong replied confidently, what could he possibly refuse now? I have secured his medical diagnosis. He has at most a month to live. You are still an unmarried woman, and with your comparable age to Mr. Liu. Should you become his wife, the Chu family would soar to new heights. You must absolutely avoid acquiring the reputation of having a fiancé who passed away before marriage. And under no circumstances should you become a widow. Such misfortune would render you unwelcome at the Liu family's door. Chu Shui remained silent, having spent her time studying abroad with little emotional investment in Song Yi. Their encounters had been sparse, and while she felt a flutter upon seeing him, his handsome visage and respectable background, coupled with their engagement, times had changed. Now, he faced death. While the Liu family held considerable prestige throughout the Dragon Nation, and Liu Xiao himself was equally attractive, the thought of becoming Mrs. Liu filled her with ambition, far surpassing the status of Mrs. Song. This contemplation solidified her resolve to terminate the engagement with Song Yi. Upon entering the conference room, Chu Xiong found Song Yi already waiting. He took a seat across from him with an air of familiarity, yet Song Yi merely cast a cold, disdainful glance downward. Traditionally, Chu Xiong, being Song Yi's elder, would have been greeted warmly. However, that was in the days when his grandfather was still alive. Song Yi, more astute than his grandfather regarding the Chu family's true nature, chose not to waste his time on pleasantries. Song Yi, I am here today to discuss annulling the engagement with Shui, Chu Xiong stated, expecting resistance and having prepared emotional appeals. He was taken aback by Song Yi's swift agreement, and Chu Shui was equally surprised by his lack of attempts to retain her. Why do you look down on me so? Chu Shui stammered, bewildered by the turn of events. Song Yi's candid demeanor left Chu Shui feeling humiliated. Song Yi remarked, "Is everything all right, dear sister? Are you displeased because I hindered your aspirations?" He was disinclined to elaborate to the two individuals before him. Is there anything else? If not, I must attend a meeting. In that moment, Chu Xiong felt a pang of anxiety as the situation unfolded beyond his expectations. Initially, he had feared Song Yi's dissent, prompting him to prepare extensively, yet it now appeared that his preparations were in vain. Awkwardly rising, Chu Xiong addressed Song Yi, that your engagement with Shuer has been annulled. My grandfather and I have shared a long-standing friendship, and he has aided me greatly. Should any business collaboration arise, I will extend an opportunity to you. The mention of his grandfather ignited Song Yi's irritation. I had intended to overlook your age and not stoop to your level. But are you truly oblivious to how much my grandfather assisted you? Even if you choose to forget, I certainly do not. He continued. When you faced bankruptcy and no one would lend you a hand, it was my grandfather who provided you with 30 million in startup capital without demanding interest or even a promissory note. He introduced you to investors and supported you, all while arranging my engagement to Chu Shui. Now that your family has prospered, you disdain our Song family's enterprises, resorting to the despicable practice of abandoning us once we have outlived our usefulness, all while seeking to maintain a respectable facade. Having decisively ended the engagement, I find it unnecessary for you to linger here, pretending to be someone of importance, claiming the need for business collaboration and opportunities. Do I truly require anything from you? Song Yi's words were utterly merciless, stripping away the last remnants of dignity from Chu Xiong, who stood there, seething with fury, his finger trembling as he pointed at Song Yi. Chu Shui, unable to contain her indignation, retorted, Song Yi, you are going too far. My father is your elder. Song Yi cast a cold glance at Chu Shui. Like father, like daughter, you both possess hearts as callous as wolves. During your studies abroad, it was my grandfather who covered your tuition for 3 years. Now that we have dissolved our engagement, this debt must be settled. A total of 5 million will be the amount, and I shall have someone send you the bill. I expect you to repay it within a day, otherwise, do not blame me for exposing this matter publicly. It was not only Chu Xiong who was enraged, Chu Shui felt the same. Was it truly just 5 million? She had not anticipated Song Yi's meticulousness. Her decision to withdraw from the engagement seemed increasingly justified. It is merely 5 million. The Chu family is not so impoverished as to falter over such a sum. I can transfer it to you right now. However, Chu Shui did not possess such funds herself. She turned to her father, who wore an expression of reluctance. While 5 million was not an exorbitant amount, it was a sum they could refuse to pay. Yet, with their daughter speaking so assertively, they might as well comply. After all, once she becomes Mrs. Liu, won't there be countless instances of needing 5 million? Song Yi, indifferent to their plight, simply awaited the transfer, confident that upon receipt of the 5 million, the dissolution of the engagement would be made public, leaving the Chu family to fend for themselves. After the departure of the father and daughter from Chu Xiong, Song Yi's assistant shook his head at their retreating figures, deeming them nothing more than ungrateful wolves. Mr. Song, shall we continue our business dealings with the Chu family? Having been by Song Yi's side for a decade, the assistant was well aware, even if others were not, that the Song Group was a legacy from Song Yi's grandfather. However, Song Yi had also established his own enterprise. 6 years ago, he founded KD Finance, which had burgeoned into one of the top 5 firms in Longwo within that time, due to the adept management by professional agents and his own health issues. Song Yi had been largely absent from public view, leaving many unaware that this thriving company was his. Certainly, we shall cease all collaboration, the assistant understood, promptly descending to annul the intended partnership with the Chu family and to dissolve existing agreements. After signing a binding contract with a horror game, his existence became intertwined with that of the game. It had restored his body through its system, alleviating him of the torment wrought by cancer. With renewed vigor, Song Yi immersed himself in the accumulation of work that had long been neglected. It was until the countdown on his arm indicated 1 hour remaining that he realized how much time had passed. The game lobby was bustling with players, and Song Yi's avatar still adorned the newcomer leaderboard. His entrance drew considerable attention. Liu Xiao and his team awaited their turn to enter the game on the 2nd floor of the CAF, and as Song Yi materialized, he landed directly beneath them, prompting Liu Xiao to glance down with interest. His teammate, Xiao Bai, followed Liu Xiao's gaze and remarked, "Isn't that the newcomer king? Boss, should we recruit him into our team?" Liu Xiao shook his head, although he had never inquired. He harbored an intuition that Song Yi would not align himself with any team. Below, Song Yi stood with a palpable excitement, uncertain of the new game's content or setting. As the countdown commenced, 3, 2, 1, an audible beep signaled the player's entry into the game. Upon opening and closing his eyes, he found himself clad in a tailored suit. Cornered by two brash youths with bleached hair, no older than 17 or 18. Chapter 19. Story 2. Campus violence. The two youths regarded Song Yi with scornful disdain. Their gazes rife with contempt and derision. Their bullying lacked any justification. It was merely a manifestation of their loathing for those they deemed inferior. When the small figure they had backed into a corner dared to meet their eyes, one of them swung a hand towards Song Yi with a swift motion. In that moment, time seemed to slow for Song Yi, pausing until the hand hovered in midair. The game began to present its narrative. Game ID: 9521, highest historical score. New game, no previous records. Game levels: C, B, A, S, SS. SSS, difficulty: C level, game difficulty, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, at the prestigious Minging Academy. A third-year student named Luo Fei was found deceased in the girls' restroom of an abandoned building on September 4th. Players are tasked with uncovering the cause of Luo Fei's death within 3 days and alleviating the associated resentment. At 3 o'clock in the morning, vengeful spirits will pursue those with resentment levels exceeding 50. Players are advised to exercise caution. Game items: 10 points. Players must select and purchase an item from the shop within 1 minute. Song Yi cast a glance, making the same choice as last time, exchanging 10 points for 10 million. In Room 7 of the live broadcast, as the game commenced, hundreds of thousands of viewers rushed in, eager to witness the performance of the dashing young man who had vanquished the fierce ghost in the previous game. When Song Yi decisively redeemed 10 points for 10 million, the veteran audience members were somewhat perplexed. In the last match, he was a novice, unfamiliar with the rules of the game. And perhaps it was understandable to choose whatever seemed beneficial, yet, how could he still opt for money this time? Had any viewers who had seen this live broadcast discerned which items were the most reliable? Was this a newly developed version of the game, one never encountered before? Why was it like this? The uncertainties in this new version were far too numerous. Fortunately, Song Yi's pursuit value this round was not the highest. Player information: Player Song Linlin, level 12. Pursuit value 6, senior class 4 at Minjing School. Player Zhang Yu, level 6, pursuit value 46, senior class 4 at Minjing School. Player Qiu Mingming, level 7. Pursuit value 43, senior class 4 at Minjing School. Player Cheng Nua, level 3, pursuit value 87, director of education at Minjing School. Player Song Yi, level 5. Pursuit value 27, senior class 4 at Minjing School. Basic information was displayed within each player's holographic interface. Cheng Nua, a level 3 player, was on the verge of tears. He held the lowest level yet bore the highest pursuit value. His face turned ashen. This was it. He would undoubtedly be the first to perish. Upon encountering the name of Song Yi on her holographic screen, Song Linlin felt a moment of surprise. She had intended to bind her new teammate, Zhang Yu, into the game, yet unexpectedly found herself face to face with Song Yi. With a disdainful snort, she mused on the irony of fate. The very person who had rejected her moments before was now thrust into the same gaming arena. This 9521 was a new script, unfamiliar to all. Yet she held the highest level and the richest experience among them. A confident smile graced her lips as she resolved to demonstrate her exceptional abilities to Song Yi, proving the safety of Zhang Yu under her protection, thus ensuring that Song Yi would undoubtedly regret his earlier dismissal of her. Zhang Yu, a member of the Tianhu team, momentarily panicked upon seeing his pursuit value. Sister Linlin, my pursuit value is 46. Song Linlin reassured him, do not fear. I am here. Simply embody your role as a student during these 3 days. As long as you refrain from any outrageous actions, you shall remain safe. Comforted by her words, Zhang Yu nodded. Song Yi let out a light chuckle from his throat, bemused by the persistent nuisances that sought to trouble him. 2 students, both from class 34, along with Song Yi, were engaged in a confrontation. The one who struck Song Yi was named Ma Wei, and he was momentarily taken aback. Song Yi had long been their lackey, running errands for them, yet they held him in disdain, considering him a weakling. He was merely their punching bag. Fair game for anyone looking to vent their frustrations. How dare you resist? Do you wish for your own demise? Zhao Jin found it utterly astonishing that this usually reticent individual had the audacity to rebel. He discarded the cigarette but in his hand and spat disdainfully onto the ground. He had seemingly acquired a sense of bravado from somewhere, rolling up his sleeves in a mock display. Clearly, this person required a firm reprimand. With that thought, Zhao Jin clenched his fist and swung it towards Song Yi. His face contorted in disbelief as he realized what had just transpired. He had been struck by Song Yi. A searing pain radiated across his cheek. Indeed, Song Yi had actually hit him. Ma Wei was momentarily taken aback. Notification: Player Song Yi has received a surprise box. Notification: the box has been opened, granting a pursuit value of 3. Song Yi's achievements were announced, leaving the other players momentarily stunned. If memory served correctly, the game had only commenced 2 minutes prior. The other competitors, uncertain of Song Yi's identity, could not help but admire him. What a remarkable talent he was. How had he managed to receive a misfortune box merely 2 minutes into the game? Cheng Nua's eyes lit up with excitement. This was splendid news. The more boxes he received, the better, ideally surpassing his own tally. Zhao Jin had not anticipated being humiliated by this insignificant nuisance. A wave of indignation washed over him. Notification: Misfortune Box 1. Song Yi's slap was executed with remarkable precision and strength, employing a technique that emphasized interruption, seizing the moment of the opponent's attack to counter effectively. The force was substantial enough to leave the adversary momentarily dazed. The discussion surrounding Song Yi's live stream reached unprecedented heights, with netizens flooding the comments with remarks. Wow. While it certainly looks impressive, the appearance of this misfortune box seems rather premature. Do not take advantage of your low threat level to act recklessly. Ah, how handsome. I am quite concerned about this young man. Has Song Yi become the spokesperson for the box of misfortune? Does anyone else find the slap from Song Yi strikingly familiar? It was only then that Ma Wei realized Zhao Jin gang had just been beaten. The designated punching bag had rebelled. This was unacceptable. If their classmates discovered that they had been resisted and beaten by the school-as punching bag, how would they maintain their standing in this circle? Ma Wei, seizing his belt, aimed to strike Song Yi. He believed that by being a bit more ruthless, he could intimidate Song Yi. However, the moment the belt descended, Song Yi grasped it with his left hand, pulling it towards himself, bringing Ma Wei's face right before him. The sound of a slap resonated once again, and Ma Wei saw stars, feeling a pain he had never experienced before. Song Yi showed no leniency. This was clearly school bullying. He muttered, "It is wrong to respond to violence with violence. Do not follow my example." Yet, his hands did not cease, delivering slap after slap. Netizens commented, "Ha ha ha. Shouldn't you pause for a moment to reflect on what you're saying?" Song Yi's favorite method of dealing with others is slapping. Ma Wei and Zhao Jin gang could not fathom what had transpired with Song Yi. At this moment, Song Yi appeared weak and unarmed. Yet he was effortlessly overpowering the two with golden hair. Other players began to suspect that there might be a bug in the system. In less than 5 minutes, Song Yi's pursuit value surged from 27 to 55. Cheng Nua was increasingly exhilarated. Finally, he was not the only one surpassing the 50 mark. But who exactly was this Song Yi, and how had he achieved such a feat? Upon hearing the system's announcement, Song Linlin furrowed her brow in concern. This Song Yi was far too reckless. Right from the onset of the game, he had allowed his pursuit value to exceed 50. Did he truly wish for his own demise? Meanwhile, Song Yi, the center of attention once more, was engaged in a rather peculiar practice. Using Ma Wei's tie to perfect his clapping technique. Who is whose grandfather? Song Yi inquired. Ma Wei, dazed from the blows, replied, I am your grandfather. Song Yi raised an eyebrow. Here comes another 3 slaps. Who is whose grandfather? Ma Wei stammered. You are my grandfather. With his palms reddened from the strikes, Song Yi felt a sense of release and was no longer as irate, tossing Ma Wei into a corner. Zhao Jin, too, received several slaps and was instantly terrified. What had come over Song Yi? Had he transformed? As Song Yi's gaze turned towards him, Zhao Jin instinctively recoiled, muttering, You are also my grandfather. Song Yi rolled his eyes in response. Chapter 21. The rooftop of the old building ding. At 3 p.m. on the 9th. The school bell rang, signaling the start of class. In the past, when this bell rang, Song Yi, the student, would breathe a sigh of relief. However, today, the roles had reversed. The 2 yellow-haired boys could hardly have imagined that the sound of the class bell would bring them such profound joy. Upon hearing the ringing of the bell, Song Yi finally ceased his actions. The 2 yellow-haired boys squatted on the ground, cradling their faces, too intimidated to utter a word. Song Yi paused, pondering the situation. Had he truly instilled a psychological shadow upon them? These 2 were notorious for their bullying, and one would assume they possessed a certain resilience. Yet, it appeared they were not as formidable as they projected. He patted Ma Wei on the shoulder, causing him to flinch. Fear not, I shall not strike you again. How could students skip class? We are all in the same class. so you two shall lead the way. The two yellow-haired boys were well-known delinquents within the school. Even those unfamiliar with them could discern their notorious reputation by the hue of their hair, indicating that they were not to be trifled with. Typically, peers would avoid eye contact, fearful of attracting the attention of these ruffians. However, as they made their way, others could not help but steal glances at them. What had transpired? Their faces were swollen and crimson, palm prints starkly visible upon their skin. Those who usually bullied others had been bested? The onlookers dared not gaze directly, only sneaking furtive glances, while the two boys, feeling utterly humiliated, attempted to shield their faces with their hands. Whenever someone glanced their way, they bared their teeth and attempted to intimidate in return. Upon arriving at class 3 to 4, the two boys lowered their heads and hurriedly entered the classroom, hastily taking their seats. At this moment, only the last desk by the window remained vacant. Song-yi proceeded directly to that spot and settled in. As the other three players also entered the classroom, when Song Linlin caught sight of Song-yi entering, she glanced back. His expression was calm and leisurely, prompting her to snort disdainfully. The pursuit value had exceeded 50, yet he remained so composed. As the entire class gathered, Song-yi spotted their target, Luo Fei, seated in the second row near the aisle. From his vantage point behind her, he could only discern a slender figure with her hair tied in a ponytail. At that moment, she appeared indistinguishable from her fellow classmates. Luo Fei sat quietly, her gaze devoid of any spark, while her fingers, concealed beneath the desk, were nearly raw from incessant picking. The teacher's voice echoed in the background, yet she absorbed none of it, her mind akin to a pot left to burn dry, on the verge of boiling over. Suddenly, her deskmate slid her a small note. Meet at the old building after school. Luo Fei's pupils flickered with surprise as she turned to glance at her deskmate, who averted her gaze, avoiding Luo Fei's eyes. As the teacher commenced the lesson, Cheng Nua, serving as the game's director, seized the opportunity to investigate Luo Fei's background and academic performance, discreetly observing from outside the classroom. Luo Fei came from a humble background. Her mother worked at a market, while her father was a construction worker. Her academic standing placed her around the 200th rank, considered above average. Throughout her 3 years at school, teachers described her as introverted, inarticulate, and never one to stir trouble. There were no records of any conflicts involving her and other students. After 5 minutes of observation, Cheng Nua confirmed that Luo Fei indeed conformed to the teacher's assessments of her introverted nature. It seemed that uncovering the cause of Luo Fei's demise would prove to be quite a challenge. 50 minutes later, the bell signaling the end of class rang, and the students, heedless of the teacher's words, hastily gathered their belongings and rushed out. The player Qiu Mingming's gaze was fixated on Luo Fei, and upon witnessing Luo Fei packing her bag, he mirrored her haste. As the majority of the room's occupants exited, for individuals, 2 males and 2 females, rose from their seats. One of the males exchanged a few words with Zhao Jin, whose attention initially lingered on Luo Fei before shifting to Song-yi. Once the quartet departed, Zhao Jin's demeanor towards Song-yi altered. The trepidation that once marked his gaze was replaced by a sinister intensity. At that moment, Luo Fei stood and exited the classroom, followed closely by Qiu Mingming. Zhao Jin then approached Song-yi. Reverting to his previous arrogance, I instructed you to procure some alcohol and head to the rooftop of the old building. Zhao Jin's eyes betrayed an uncontrollable desire for vengeance. He wondered what had emboldened Song-yi today. Yet, unable to deal with him personally, he resolved to have Brother Su take care of it. You had best be swift. Should Brother Su become enraged, you know well the consequences without us having to elaborate. At that juncture, only Song Linlin, Zhang Yu, and Song-yi remained in the classroom, alongside the guidance director Cheng Nua, who had arrived. Among the 4, Cheng Nua held the lowest rank yet bore the highest risk. His foremost desire was to forge an alliance, seeking assistance from the more experienced players. With all the students now departed, he hurried over, eager to unite with others and unraveling the intricacies of this game. Cheng Nua, greetings, everyone. I am the player Cheng Nua, and my current role is that of the Director of Education, although I am merely a level 3 player with scant experience. My position as director can provide certain conveniences for all of you. I sincerely hope you will guide me. Cheng Nua's demeanor is exceedingly humble, fearing that others may disregard him. Song Linlin, arms crossed, appears quite pleased with Cheng Nua's awareness of his situation, assuming a distinctly authoritative posture. Chapter 22. Only fit to be bullied. I am Song Linlin, a level 12 player from the Tianhu team, and this is my teammate. Upon hearing the name Tianhu, Cheng Nua's eyes brightened. Despite having participated in only 4 games, he has already grasped the majority of concepts within the realm of horror gaming. The Tianhu team ranks among the top 10 in this genre. Associating with them is undoubtedly advantageous. Tianhu players, my goodness. I am truly honored to be assigned to the same session as a member of Tianhu while undertaking this mission, Chang Nua exclaimed. In response, Song Linlin proudly lifted her chin and cast a sidelong glance at Song Yi, her expression seemingly conveying, "Behold, this is our Tianhu team, renowned and celebrated. Do you now comprehend the folly of your earlier decision to refuse me?" Without hesitation, Song Linlin issued commands. Our task is to uncover the cause of Luo Fei's demise. Cheng Nuo, as the Director of Education, you may leverage your position to investigate whether Luo Fei had any conflicts with other students during his time at school. Subsequently, consult the homeroom teacher and subject instructors to gather their insights regarding Luo Fei. Chang Nuo remarked, I have reviewed the information on Luo Fei. She has not had any disputes with anyone during her time at school. As for the other teachers, I shall make inquiries tomorrow. Song Linlin nodded and continued. I have dispatched another player, Qiu Mingming, to follow Luo Fei. He will notify us of any unusual occurrences. Zhang Yu, please gather information from your classmates tomorrow. I will visit Luo Fei's home to gather further insights. Zhang Yu nodded in agreement. As the students in the teaching building began to disperse, Song Yi gazed out the window, observing Luo Fei's figure making her way towards the old building, followed closely by Qiu Mingming. Without hesitation, Song Yi stood up to leave. Song Linlin had intended to assign a task to Song Yi, but before she could utter a word, he had already departed. Song Yi, where are you going? Song Linlin called after him, only to be met with silence. Feeling disregarded, her expression darkened. Your danger level has exceeded 50. You must consider carefully. Should you refuse to join us, you might not survive the night. Song Yi paused, and Song Linlin believed he was intimidated. However, he simply stated, to the old building. I must take the south gate. It turned out he was merely trying to find his way. After participating in this game for so long, it was the first time he had faced such repeated setbacks at the hands of another. His pride had been repeatedly bruised, and this time, Song Linlin resolved that unless Song Yi begged for her assistance, she would not offer him any help again. Zhang Yu and Cheng Nua lowered their heads in silence. Observing Song Linlin's angry demeanor, they dared not offend her, for they would eventually rely on her assistance. Song Linlin scoffed, declaring that since he was intent on courting disaster, she would no longer concern herself with him. Meanwhile, Luo Fei was making her way towards the old building. Qiu Mingming, noticing the absence of others, hurriedly approached Luo Fei, calling her name. Upon hearing her name, Luo Fei halted. It was a classmate. Qiu Mingming wished to seize the opportunity to understand Luo Fei's situation better, to see if she was facing any difficulties, but before he could utter a word, he was startled by a notification ringing in his head. Ding. Player Qiu Mingming has received a curse box. Ding. Pursued value. 3. He had done nothing yet found himself in possession of a curse box. Did Luo Fei mistakenly think he was trying to intimidate her? He could not allow her to harbor such a misconception. Luo Fei's tone was frigid. Is there something you need? Qiu Mingming replied, the school's main entrance is to the east. Why are you heading south? Luo Fei appeared to find his question amusing. Did they not understand her purpose for going south? Ignoring Qiu Mingming, she continued her indifferent stride. Though she paused, she felt no warmth from his words. Instead, she found them laughable. Help? How could she even consider that? Reflecting on her own early days at school, she recalled being an optimistic and helpful individual. She would stand up for her friends and extend her meager assistance to others, but what had she received in return? Abandonment. Isolation. It is as if I have been thrust forward as a shield by a former classmate whom I once assisted. The individual before me, Qiu Mingming, was merely an indifferent observer in our class, and now he professes a desire to aid me. Luo Fei is uncertain of his intentions. Yet she resolves not to place her trust in him again. She shakes off Qiu Mingming's grasp on her arm and strides toward the old building. Qiu Mingming, wishing to pursue her, hesitates, for he has just received an ominous token from Luo Fei. Ding. Player Qiu Mingming has received an ominous token from Luo Fei. Ding. Qiu Mingming's pursuit value is now at 3. A cold sweat breaks out on Qiu Mingming. If this value increases, his heart may not withstand it. What is wrong with Luo Fei? Is she psychologically unstable? He came to assist her, yet she retaliates with an ominous token. Qiu Mingming reports the situation to Song Linlin, wary of approaching Luo Fei too closely and instead opting to follow from a distance. At that moment, Song Yi happens to be heading in Luo Fei's direction, and Qiu Mingming kindly warns him, hey, don't get too close to her. There's something off about Luo Fei. I tried to help her, and she gave me an ominous token. Song Yi simply smiles in response, remaining silent. On the rooftop, Lu Xiang sits on a chair, smoking a cigarette. Next to her is Su Hao, known as Brother Su by the others. Lu Xiang's father is a real estate magnate, affording her a life of privilege, while Su Hao's brother is involved in the underworld, making him a figure no one dares to cross at school. For over a year, their greatest amusement after classes has been summoning Luo Fei to the rooftop to engage in a game of their own invention. Su Hao remarks, "Why hasn't that useless Song Yi arrived yet?" Zhao Jin hurriedly nodded and said, "Su Gu, I asked him to bring us some beer." Upon hearing this, Su Hao nodded. But when he looked at Zhao Jin and Ma Wei, his eyes were filled with disdain. "You mean the injuries on your faces were inflicted by Song Yi?" Ma Wei chimed in, "Yes, Su Gu. I suspect that brat Song Yi is possessed by a ghost." Su Hao seemed to find this both amusing and absurd. As he kicked Zhao Jin, who was closest to him, "I think it's you two who are utterly useless, allowing that trash Song Yi to beat you. I'm beginning to suspect that you two might be even more pathetic than him." Chapter 23. Have you watched too many movies? Zhao Jin was extremely frightened upon hearing Su Hao's words. With Song Yi around, the targets of Su Hao's bullying would only be Song Yi. However, if Song Yi were absent, or if Su Hao perceived them as more inept than Song Yi, then the ones being bullied could very well be themselves. "No, Su Good. That brat Song Yi is genuinely strange today." Su Hao, unconvinced, berated Ma Wei and Zhao Jin for being worthless. "In my eyes, Song Yi will forever be trash, today, tomorrow, and for all eternity. He is nothing but refuse that deserves to dwell in a filthy gutter." He intended to see for himself what was so peculiar about Song Yi today. Yet, before Song Yi arrived, Luo Fei's figure had already appeared on the rooftop. Lu Xiang smiled upon seeing Luo Fei, while the girl beside her, Zhou Jing, took out her phone, preparing to record a video. Xiang, how do you want to play today?" Upon hearing those words, Luo Fei instinctively trembled. She gazed at the distant sky, a translucent cerulean hue that enveloped her. Though her life had only just begun, at the prime of her youth, she ought to blossom like a flower. Yet, all she desired now was an end to it all. The rooftop of the old building stood 5 stories high. Perhaps if she jumped from here, she might find liberation. Lu Xiang sat in silence, her gaze shifting as she carelessly tossed a pack of cigarettes. Zhou Jing, understanding the unspoken cue, lit one and approached Luo Fei. Shedding her clothing, Luo Fei abruptly lifted her head, clutching her garments tightly, unwilling to budge. Observing her defiance, Zhou Jing struck her with a resounding slap. "Must I take matters into my own hands? Are you so shameless that you refuse to cooperate without being struck?" Yet, Luo Fei remained motionless, prompting Zhou Jing to deliver another blow. The audience in the live stream was incensed. This is sheer bullying. Isn't this just school violence? These individuals are utterly detestable. How can they torment a girl like Luo Fei? Where's Qiu Mingming? Did she not just pledge to assist Luo Fei? Why isn't she here? Based on my experience, in such scenarios, no player will come to Luo Fei's aid. For doing so would invite the wrath of other NPCs. This is infuriating, Lu Xiang simply observed. She bore no deep-seated grudge against Luo Fei. Initially, they had not targeted her. However, Luo Fei's meddling in defending her deskmate had incited their mockery. Thus, they bore no remorse in tormenting her. The reason that Luo Fei became the target of their prolonged bullying was further compounded by the fact that Lin Yu, from their class, had the audacity to engage in conversation with her. How could such a despicable person dare to speak to someone she admired? She was determined to make Lin Yu aware of Luo Fei's worthlessness, to ensure that not only Lin Yu but the entire class recognized that Luo Fei was beneath even refuse, compelling everyone to distance themselves from her. Zhou Jing's phone was filled with hundreds of videos featuring Luo Fei. Over the past year, they had summoned her to the rooftop 3 or 4 times each week, subjecting her to various forms of torment. They would also threaten her, warning that if she dared to resist or inform a teacher, they would disseminate these videos online, sending them to Luo Fei's family. When Luo Fei refused to comply, 2 boys approached her from either side, attempting to strip her of her clothing, while Zhou Jing held up her phone, pressing a burning cigarette to Luo Fei's arm. The glowing ember seared her skin, eliciting a primal scream from Luo Fei. She found herself teetering on the edge of despair. Though she cherished her parents, she felt overwhelmed and contemplated jumping. As she gazed upon these demons before her, her eyes brimmed with hatred, wishing for their ultimate demise. Lu Xiang was laughing, Zhou Jing was laughing, and they all joined in mockery. Tendrils of dark smoke began to emanate from Luo Fei's head. Most narratives in horror games are drawn from the genuine tales of various realms. As they incorporated these tales into the horror game, the code was fashioned into shackles binding the NPCs, compelling them to follow the plot's progression step by step. However, the game detected that Rofi's resentment had grown too intense, nearly surpassing the constraints imposed by the code. Just as the game anticipated that the NPC Rofi might collapse, An empty bottle hurtled through the air, striking Zhou Jing's face, who was filming right in front of Rofi. Zhou Jing was knocked to the ground, a sharp pain immediately piercing her nose. Overwhelmed by agony, she felt blood surging from her nostrils, convinced that her nose had broken. The incident transpired with such swiftness that no one had time to react. As they turned to gaze at the source of the bottle, they discovered it was Song Yi. Clutching her nose, Zhou Jing exclaimed, "What the hell? Song Yi, have you lost your mind?" Ma Wei and Zhao Jin instinctively shielded their faces, while those who were grappling with Rofi released their hold, eager to comprehend Song Yi's erratic behavior. Ding. Player Song Yi has received a misfortune box from Zhou Jing. Ding. Player Song Yi's pursuit value is 5. Su Hao glanced at the rooftop entrance, observing Song Yi approaching with his hands shoved in his pockets. Though his face remained unchanged, there was an undeniable difference about him. Yet, Su Hao felt no fear. He understood Song Yi all too well, timid, inept, lacking strength, and he couldn't fathom the sudden shift in demeanor, suspecting it was merely a fade. Su Hao rose to his feet and declared, "Song Yi, you've grown bold, daring to oppose us." Song Yi slowly approached and positioned himself in front of Luo Fei, saying, "At such a tender age, instead of pursuing a virtuous path, you indulge in smoking and drinking, and even resort to bullying your classmates. It seems your family has failed to impart the values of proper conduct." Su Hao's expression shifted. While Lu Xiang, Zhou Jing, and the others regarded Song Yi as though he were a lunatic, Lu Xiang remarked, "What madness is this? Have you watched too many films?" Song Yi's gaze turned to Zhou Jing. "As fellow girls, do you not possess even a modicum of compassion?" Lu Xiang, as if she had heard the most absurd joke, looked upon Luo Fei as though she were less than human. Lu Xiang quipped, "Su Hao, your punching bag seems to be staging a rebellion." Chapter 24. "I will give you 200,000. Su Hao stepped forward, and the other boys in attendance rallied behind him, ready to confront the situation together. In the past, any one of them could have intimidated student Song Yi into submission, but those days were behind them. Zhou Jing, pinching her nose, venomously declared, "Su Ge, please teach him a proper lesson." Su Hao casually picked up a baseball bat, feeling the need to stretch his muscles after a long absence from physical activity. Since Song Yi had come to him, he would not hold back. With a few practice swings in the air, Su Hao advanced towards Song Yi, swinging the bat down towards him. Yet, contrary to expectations, the anticipated scene of Song Yi cowering in pain did not transpire. A formidable force intercepted the bat midair. And to everyone's astonishment, Song Yi caught it with a single hand. This unexpected defiance took everyone by surprise. Su Hao struggled, exerting increasing force. Yet he could not free himself from Song Yi's grip. His face suddenly flushed crimson. When did he become incapable of defeating even a worthless opponent? Su Hao exclaimed, "What are you dawdling for? Let us take him down together. Today we shall ensure he learns a lesson by breaking one of his arms." Upon uttering these words, they hastily seized whatever objects could serve as weapons, baseball bats, wooden sticks, even bottles, and 5 of them charged towards Song Yi. Lu Xiang and Zhou Jing retrieved their phones, intending to record the video of Song Yi being punished, but after a flurry of chaos, the 2 girls were taken aback. The first to attack was Su Hao, but Song Yi delivered a powerful punch directly to Su Hao's abdomen, leaving him feeling as though his insides had been dislocated. The 2 blondes believed their numbers would easily overpower Song Yi, especially with Su Hao, a seasoned troublemaker known for getting into fights, among them. However, they were unaware that Su Hao would fall after merely one exchange with Song Yi. With swift precision, Song Yi executed a kick to one of the assailant's shins. The sharp crack drowned out by the cries of agony. All 5 men crumpled to the ground, unable to rise. Luo Fei stared dumbfounded at the scene. The turn of events had transpired too rapidly, taking less than 10 seconds. The very demons who had tormented him now lay wailing on the ground. In room 7 of the live broadcast, Song Yi's gift rankings surged into the top 3. "Ah, he is so handsome. That was such a satisfying fight. These scumbags. Let us render them incapacitated. What a delight to watch. It's so refreshing. Song Yi is incredibly impressive, though I'm slightly worried for him." Indeed. The system began to announce the updates. Notification. Player Song Yi has received the curse box 5 from Su Hao. Notification. Player Song Yi has received the curse box 6 from Ma Wei, Zhao Jin, Feng Degui, and Qi Zhe. Notification. Player Song Yi has received the curse box 4 from Su Hao again. Notification. Pursuit value 77. Notification. Pursuit value 87. Notification. Pursuit value 99. Warning. Player Song Yi's pursuit value is indefinitely cycling at 99. 99. The other players were utterly bewildered. Xiao Mingming had just met with Song Linlin and recounted how he received the curse box from Luo Fei when he was suddenly inundated with a barrage of system notifications. Consequently, Song Yi's pursuit value soared to the highest among all players in this game, fixed at an unyielding 99. 99? Xiao Mingming exclaimed, "Heavens, what has transpired? Did that player Song Yi disturb the ancestral tomb of an NPC?" Zhang Yu remarked, "Is he seeking to endanger his life?" Song Linlin commented, "Some individuals are so arrogantly presumptuous, mistaking a horror game for a mere pastime. He probably ventured forth to play the hero without comprehending the gravity of the situation." Cheng Nuo mused, "He is doomed tonight. Does that mean I am relatively safer?" On the rooftop, Su Hao knelt on the ground, clutching his abdomen. Perplexed as to why he still felt pain from a mere punch delivered by Song Yi. Su Hao vowed, "Song Yi, I will not let you off the hook." In response, Song Yi executed a powerful kick, resulting in a resounding crack as Su Hao's jaw met the force. Lu Xiang and Zhou Jing were so startled that their phones slipped from their grasp. Song Yi's gaze fell upon the two of them, causing them to recoil instinctively. Lu Xiang, "Song Yi, do you intend to lay hands on a girl?" Luo Fei was taken aback, her eyes gradually regaining some clarity. Her gaze settled upon Song Yi, and she remained motionless, fixated on him. Song Yi had always been the scapegoat for Su Hao and his entourage, often running errands for them and occasionally suffering their blows. After enduring their torment, she had fantasized about a moment when someone would come to her rescue, perhaps the homeroom teacher, the principal, Lin Yu, or some other boys in the class, but she had never imagined that this savior would be Song Yi. As Song Yi approached the two, Lu Xiang shoved Showing forward, prompting Showing to hurriedly pick up her phone to record the encounter. Without hesitation, Song Yi delivered a sharp slap, sending Showing sprawling aside. Lu Xiang could hardly believe her eyes. "Song Yi, you truly struck a woman? Are you still a man?" Song Yi retorted, perplexed. Did they not also strike Luo Fei? Are they not men? He gestured towards the individuals on the ground and continued, "I am quite curious. It seems you never consider these matters when you bully Luo Fei." Lu Xiang wore a menacing expression. "How can a wretched person like her be compared to me? What is my status, and what is hers? Her mother is merely a vegetable vendor, while my father is a prominent businessman. How could she possibly stand in comparison to me?" Lu Xiang had never regarded Luo Fei as a human being. She was merely a girl with a somewhat decent appearance, lacking any self-awareness, who dared to attempt to entice Lin Yu. Lu Xiang was determined to make her aware of her inferiority. The imposing aura of Song Yi was utterly intimidating. Lu Xiang, filled with trepidation, retreated while exclaiming, "Song Yi, my objective today is Luo Fei. This does not concern you. If you harm me, my father will not let you off the hook." Song Yi replied, "This rooftop is quite high. Should you lose your footing and fall, it would not be my concern. What is it that you truly desire, Song Yi? Money? I can offer you money." Upon mentioning money, Song Yi paused momentarily, and Lu Xiang assumed he was intrigued. She quickly added with enthusiasm, 100,000, no, I will give you 200,000. My family possesses considerable wealth. Not only can I provide you with money, but after graduation, I can also secure you a respectable job." When Lu Xiang boasted about her father's status as a magnate, Song Yi's curiosity was piqued regarding the extent of their fortune. "What business does your family engage in?" Upon discussing her family, Lu Xiang's demeanor transformed into one of arrogance. "Our family ranks among the top 10 enterprises in S City. There is no one here who is unaware of our name." Hearing her boast about being among the top 10 in S City, Song Yi initially thought she might be referring to a national ranking. "Song Yi, if you strip Luo Fei of her clothing today, I will grant you 200,000. Consider this carefully, your family might not even earn that much in a year." Song Yi came to a complete halt, and the faint glimmer of hope that had just begun to flicker in Luo Fei's heart was abruptly extinguished. Chapter 25, The difference between 1 and 7. They are all the same. These individuals are all alike. Luo Fei felt not only foolish but also incredibly naive. Realizing that despite having endured so much, she still harbored hope for them. At that moment, Lu Xiang suddenly broke into a triumphant smile. For she was convinced that there was nothing in this world that could not be resolved with money. Her laughter became increasingly unrestrained as she picked up her phone and activated the recording function. Her demeanor towards Song Yi shifted from trepidation to contempt and disdain. "Observe," she mused, "regardless of who they are, before the might of wealth, everyone is merely a dog." Lu Xiang grew more audacious by the minute, and Song Yi could almost perceive the dark, malevolent heart within her. "Song Yi, if you comply with my wishes today, not only will you earn 200,000, but I will also permit you to remain by my side in the future." Lu Xiang aimed her phone at Song Yi, believing that under the temptation of 200,000, he would promptly acquiesce to her demands. However, in an instant, the world spun around her, and Lu Xiang felt a sharp pain as she was struck. Song Yi delivered a resounding slap to her face, leaving her momentarily stunned. As the searing pain registered, she let out a piercing scream. Ah, Song Yi, how dare you hit me? Song Yi, with a deliberate shake of his hand, seemed to rid himself of the filth that clung to it. 200. 000 is nothing but a mere handout. In my heart, I have always upheld the principle of gender equality. With that, Song Yi was beset by a barrage of 12 misfortune boxes, leaving other players in a state of dread. Cheng Nuo pondered whether to feel sympathy for him or to admire his audacity, questioning what he had done to provoke the NPC into bestowing upon him such a multitude of misfortune boxes. However, the individual, Song Yi, exhibited no semblance of fear. He merely found the noise intolerable and requested Tao Tao to silence the auditory notifications echoing in his mind. Indifferent to Lu Xiang, who was in a frenzy on the ground, he turned and approached Luo Fei. Let us go. After taking a couple of steps, he noticed that Luo Fei remained stationary. Are you paralyzed with fear? Once they departed, Su Hao quickly assisted Lu Xiang to her feet. Lu Xiang, are you all right? Lu Xiang, nearly driven to madness, exclaimed. Luo Fei, Song Yi, I wish for them both to suffer a terrible fate. Luo Fei followed Song Yi through the school gates. Only then realizing that her hand was being held by him, she promptly withdrew her hand. Turning to face Luo Fei, Song Yi observed her standing silently, neither of them speaking. He refrained from pressuring her, opting instead to wait for her to break the silence. After a prolonged moment, Luo Fei finally spoke. 200,000. Do you not desire it? Song Yi, taken aback, responded, Huh? Is that all? I thought you were going to ask something else. Luo Fei, perplexed and bewildered, noted that the events had transpired in less than half an hour, yet there were countless facets she found intriguing. First and foremost was Song Yi himself. Was he not their designated scapegoat? How did he muster the audacity to confront Lu Xiang and Su Hao, and moreover, transform so dramatically? Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The paramount question was why, when she had stated that if Song Yi complied with their demands to disrobe, they would reward him with a substantial sum of 200,000, he chose to decline. Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions today? Luo Fei's expression grew somber, her obsidian pupils resembling a fathomless abyss, evoking unsettling speculation about the monstrous entities that might emerge from within. Song Yi, undeterred by the circumstances, reflected on life. One must not suffer in the realm of sustenance. The consequence of such a mindset is a buoyant spirit and an appetite that flourishes. Luo Fei remarked. Lu Xiang will not relent. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, Song Yi wore an expression of serene determination. I too shall not yield. Luo Fei's pupils dilated in surprise. This Song Yi seemed transformed. At 3 a.m, the moon in the sky turned crimson, marking the hour when malevolent spirits roamed. Cheng Nuo was gripped by fear. For in this game, those whose pursuit value exceeded 50 would be hunted. Among the 5 players, both he and Song Yi surpassed that threshold. Fortunately, Song Linlin had bestowed upon him an item, an invisibility cloak, effective for 20 minutes. The spirits would be active for 30 minutes. Thus the cloak would grant him 20 minutes of concealment, allowing him to evade detection. He merely needed to endure for an additional 10 minutes. Cheng Nuo had allocated most of his accumulated points to bolster his strength. Should he encounter a C-grade spirit, he might be able to evade it. He also possessed a health pack, which could restore 10 of his vitality. He hoped to navigate this perilous night unscathed, feeling a sense of gratitude for his preparations, which he believed surpassed those of Song Yi. As he sensed the atmosphere in his home grow frigid, he donned the invisibility cloak and concealed himself beneath the bed. Indeed, the door creaked open, and Cheng Nuo pressed his hand tightly over his mouth, his gaze fixated on a solitary foot. The information about the spirit materialized before him, and upon reading it, his heart nearly ceased to beat. In the 7th live streaming room, viewers are able to see the information of every NPC and player that appears. When the malevolent spirit emerges in this scenario, those who are following Cheng Nuo can't help but exclaim in dismay. Typically, the apparitions that manifest on the first night are of C rank, B rank on the second night, and only on the third night does the formidable boss make its appearance. However, how is it that a B rank entity appears on the very first night? Is this newly developed storyline intentionally increasing the difficulty? Cheng Nuo is a level 3 player, and his chase value is barely below 60, yet he is already facing a B-rank threat. What of Song Yi? The audience swiftly shifts their perspective and, indeed, this game never fails to disappoint. The good news is that although Song Yi's chase value surpasses that of Cheng Nuo, the malevolent spirits hunting them are of the same caliber. The unfortunate news is that Qing Nua faces 1, while Song Yi is confronted by 7. Yes, those 7 from the rooftop today. Lu Xiang, Zhou Jing, Su Hao, 2 old friends with blonde hair, and the 2 lackeys of Su Hao. What a blunder Song Yi must have committed to summon 7 at once. Is the game intentionally targeting them? This hardly seems reasonable. 7 B-rank spirits. Previous A-rank scenarios had similar lineups. If memory serves, 9521 was of C-rank, correct? Oh my, dear Song Yi, the game lacks compassion. It intends for those 7 spirits to tear him apart. Chapter 26, The Celestial Silk. The audience erupted in excitement, and within moments, thousands of candles for prayer were lit in support of Song Yi. The malevolent game, the exploitative capitalists, have discovered the secret to generating traffic. The title of the 7th live broadcast room proclaims, the newcomer King Song Yi defeats 7 in one night. The 7th live broadcast room is exploding again. Consequently, Song Yi checked into a 5-star hotel, reserving a presidential suite where he dined, sipped tea, rested, indulged in a bath, and enjoyed a massage. Before long, it was past 11 o'clock in the evening. One must admit, the game is exquisitely crafted, and the skills of the massage therapist are truly remarkable. After a few hours of rest, while Chang Nua lay awake, anxiously anticipating the arrival of the malevolent spirits, Song Yi not only slumbered, but did so most soundly. Song Yi declared, no matter where I go, the quality of life must remain high. I refuse to endure hardship, for such things are utterly intolerable. Meanwhile, the online viewers observing Song Yi were filled with frustration and envy. What time is it? Bathing? Getting massaged? You're reveling while we are suffocating. I wish to lodge a complaint. The game's gruesome and violent scenes are rendered in stunning clarity, yet Song Yi's bath is shrouded in censorship. Ah, do you have censorship? I am a VIP. I have none. As the time approached, Song Yi sensed a sudden drop of 10 degrees in the air temperature, and the breath he exhaled visibly transformed into a mist. While others may have experienced trepidation at the impending appearance of the malevolent spirits, Song Yi felt exhilaration. When the 7 NPC malevolent spirits materialized simultaneously, everyone expected Song Yi to scream and flee, yet he could not suppress a chuckle. Ha ha ha, what on earth is this? 7 malevolent spirits? Resembling the zombies from the game Plants vs. Zombies, presented an unsettling sight with their crooked necks, splayed limbs, bulging eyes, and menacing grins. Clad in uniforms that appeared as though they had long entombed corpses unearthed from the earth, the bloodstains upon their chests were a grim dark brown, dust-laden. Yet, it was not these grotesque features that provoked such mirth in Song Yi. Rather, it was their outrageous hairstyles. 2 of them sported wild, frizzy yellow hair, while Su Hao and 2 other male classmates had similarly chaotic locks, albeit partially. The 2 girls, while their bangs remained intact, had the back of their hair in disarray. The 7 of them emerged like a band, reminiscent of the long-forgotten shamate style of the underworld. The spirits, incensed by Song Yi's blatant disrespect, seethed with fury. Lu Xiang tilted her head, her neck emitting a series of ominous cracks. She recalled vividly the slap Song Yi had delivered during the day, her wide grin betraying a bloodthirsty glint in her eyes, from which dark blood threatened to spill forth. Kill, 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 she bellowed, thrice repeating the word with fervor, prompting the 7 spirits to lunge toward Song Yi. Lu Xiang extended her sharp, glistening nails, poised to pierce Song Yi's eyes as the other 6 spirits, mouths agape, prepared to take their share. However, just as they were a mere fist distance from Song Yi, they abruptly halted midair, struggling to break free. They realized their efforts were in vain. Their hands could not tear away. Song Yi smiled, for this was equipment procured from the 1386th match. A delightful surprise gifted by Little Bao, his charming eldest son. The power of the butterfly knot, apart from bestowing thrice the strength upon its wielder, possesses the remarkable ability to alter its shape and size. It is known in the city by the name of Hantianling. With a swift motion, Song Yi extended one end of the knot into his hand, and with a flick reminiscent of a whip, he sent 7 malevolent spirits crashing against the wall. Their faces contorted in distress as they were pressed together. Song Yi retrieved his phone and activated the camera. Look here, say cheese. Lu Xiang screamed from her smoke-filled mouth. While the other spirits struggled futilely, their efforts only tightening their bonds. While it is common for spirits to torment humans, the reverse is a rarity. Yet, in Song Yi's live stream, anything is possible. The audience reveled in the spectacle, showering him with gifts like flowing streams, little candles, twinkling stars, miniature rockets, and splendid castles cascading in abundance. For another player, Cheng Nua, the half-hour felt like an agonizing eternity. In the final 10 minutes, the invisibility cloak vanished, and the spirits quickly honed in on his presence, launching a relentless pursuit. The house was confined in size, and Ching Nua dashed about, evading capture, but ultimately, he was cornered and forced to confront the spirits. He utilized every item he had painstakingly gathered in previous rounds, employing blood packs as well. After enduring for what felt like an eternity, he bore the marks of his struggle. Deep gashes from the spirits marred his arms, his shoulder was crushed, and there were 2 1-centimeter-deep punctures in his chest. Had he not used a blood pack to staunch the wounds, they would have penetrated his very being. Cheng Nua's body was a canvas of despair. Yet, as the time elapsed and the spirits dissipated, he finally exhaled in relief. He had survived. He was not dead. He must sincerely express his gratitude to Song Linlin. Had it not been for her invisible cloak aiding him through those excruciating 20 minutes, he undoubtedly would have succumbed. This B-grade malevolent spirit is truly formidable. Aside from the 2 players, whose survival chances exceeded 50%, who remained awake at 3 in the morning. The other 3 players also chose to forego sleep, intrigued by whether these 2 could endure the night. Song Linlin harbored a degree of confidence in Cheng Nua. At the very least, with her invisible cloak, he would likely suffer severe injuries but should not face mortal peril. However, the same could not be said for Song Yi. Song Linlin felt there was a 99% chance he would perish on the first night, although it was a pity. Someone so ungrateful as he was beyond her ability to save. She remained vigilant, anticipating the system's announcements 10 minutes. 20 minutes? Could it be that Song Yi had managed to last this long? It was not until half an hour later, when the moon regained its original cold hue, that the system failed to declare any player deceased. Song Linlin was both astonished and bewildered to discover that Song Yi had evaded the pursuit of the B-grade malevolent spirit. She began to suspect that someone might be secretly assisting him, a newcomer who initially rejected the Tianhu team's invitation, yet managed to escape the spirit's chase without any healing supplies seemed implausible based solely on his own abilities. Contemplating this, Song Linlin became increasingly convinced of her theory, so that was why he dared to refuse her. He must have a powerful backing. Chapter 27. The cafeteria is off limits the next day. Song Yi even rose early to go for a run, a testament to his terrifying self-discipline. At 7 o'clock in the morning, students arrived at school for their early self-study session. Song Yi was punctual, being the last to enter the classroom. Lu Xiang and Su Hao had already settled into their student roles. Upon seeing Song Yi enter, they exchanged glances, their eyes filled with scheming thoughts. The memory of yesterday's slap made Lu Xiang's desire to skin Song Yi alive almost unbearable. Song Linlin and the other players observed closely. Unaware that Song Yi had faced 7 formidable B-level malevolent spirits the previous night, mistakenly believing it was a singular B-level spirit like Cheng Nua's case. The absence of any visible injuries on Song Yi only strengthened Song Linlin's conviction regarding her earlier assumptions. The morning passed in tranquil silence, and during the lunch break, everyone headed to the cafeteria. Cheng Nua summoned Song Linlin and the other 2 to the director's office for an exchange of information. In the office, Cheng Nua shared the findings he had gathered. This morning, I spoke with the other subject teachers in this class, and the math teacher informed me that Luo Fei was not always like this. She was once a lively and cheerful girl who adored mathematics and frequently sought help with math problems. However, after the 2nd year of high school, Luo Fei seemed to transform completely. Her demeanor became subdued and apathetic, and she spoke very little, leading to a significant decline in her academic performance. Song Linlin nodded in agreement, stating that she had learned of several classmates who often bullied Luo Fei, particularly Lu Xiang, Zhou Jing, and Su Hao, who were especially excessive in their actions. Xiao Mingming added that Su Hao was known as the school bully, always accompanied by his entourage, including Ma Wei and Zhao Jin, a notorious group that one should never provoke within the school. Zhang Yu, what causes these individuals to bully Luo Fei? Song Linlin, I am unaware of the specifics. It is simply that Lu Xiang harbors a particular disdain for Luo Fei. Presently, these individuals are under significant suspicion. We can temporarily focus our investigation on them, seeking to uncover the identity of the perpetrator responsible for Luo Fei's demise. Xiao Mingming, that poses quite a challenge, considering that Luo Fei is still alive, and we are unable to ascertain the identity of the culprit. Zhang Yu, is there a way to gather these individuals together while providing them with a semblance of space? If anyone among them harbors ill intentions toward Luo Fei, they will likely seize this opportunity to act, allowing us to identify the culprit. After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Nua suddenly experienced a flash of inspiration. Eureka! I can apply for an outdoor excursion for the students once we are out in the open. We will have the time and space to investigate who has the most antagonistic relationship with Luo Fei, who has persistently bullied her, and who is most likely to harm her. One detail Cheng Nua chose to withhold was his hope that, through this endeavor, the NPC students would feel gratitude towards him, potentially rewarding him with a surprise box, which could even mitigate some of his pursuit status. Otherwise, he would surely face dire consequences tonight. Cheng Nua, however. There is one concern. Luo Fei possesses a strong sense of vigilance. Yesterday, despite my assurances of assistance, she did not trust me and instead bestowed upon me 3 misfortune boxes, leaving me too intimidated to approach her. Song Linlin nodded in understanding. As a female, I shall take the initiative to engage with Luo Fei. A few individuals had just devised a strategy when suddenly a student burst in, exclaiming that a fight had erupted in the cafeteria. Cheng Nua's expression shifted dramatically. He dreaded conflicts among students, for mishandling such matters could lead to dire consequences. Yet he could not afford to ignore the situation. I will head there immediately. Song Linlin and a few others promptly followed suit. In the cafeteria, the students from Class 4 were astonished to see Luo Fei, as she had not dined in the cafeteria for an entire year. To be precise, Luo Fei was prohibited from eating at the table. As was her custom, she prepared her meal and intended to retreat to a corner to eat, only to be intercepted by Song Yi, balancing his own tray with one hand. Song Yi did not wait for Luo Fei's consent and directly guided her to a seat by the window. At that moment, audible gasps filled the cafeteria. This particular spot was reserved for Lu Xiang and Su Hao's group. No one else was permitted to sit there. Previously, a new student had unknowingly occupied this seat and subsequently spent the entire month dining in the restroom. Once seated, Luo Fei instinctively sprang up, declaring, "We cannot sit here." Song Yi grasped Luo Fei's arm and gently pressed her back into her seat. "Why can't we sit here? There is no one else." In truth, Song Yi was well aware of the reasons behind this, having thoroughly grasped the school's dynamics. While Song Linlin and her companion struggled to gather information, Song Yi had comprehended everything within a mere intermission. He sought out the class monitor, offering to pay for any information regarding Luo Fei that he was unaware of. Most students at Minjing High School hailed from affluent families. When the class monitor was summoned by Song Yi to inquire about this matter, his expression bore evident impatience, particularly since they were classmates. "Did you not used to follow Su Hao around? Are you truly unaware? Moreover, what is your motive for this inquiry?" Song Yi replied. "Although I was often by Su Hao's side, I never dared to ask too much about why Lu Xiang and the others targeted Luo Fei." The class monitor rolled his eyes, thinking Song Yi was utterly useless. After being around Luo Fei for such an extended period, he still required assistance to gather the necessary information. With such an aptitude, he would undoubtedly become a victim in the professional world. The class monitor, disinclined to engage in further conversation with Song Yi, turned to leave. "Class monitor, I can offer you money," Song Yi interjected. Upon hearing this, the class monitor chuckled. He was well aware of Song Yi's family background. His parents were merely wage earners, and he could hardly afford to offer much. The disdain in the class monitor's tone was palpable. "Money? How much can you possibly offer?" Song Yi extended a single finger, prompting the class monitor to frown deeply. 100? Humph. Do you think I am in need of a mere 100 yuan? Song Yi shook his head. "It's not 100. The class monitor scoffed. "Are you suggesting 1,000? He scrutinized Song Yi, questioning what he could possibly offer. Song Yi shook his head once more, then retrieved his phone to reveal his bank balance. 10,000 per piece, class monitor. Would you be interested in earning some extra cash?" The class monitor gazed at the solitary, one followed by a string of zeros, taking a sharp breath. "Indeed, I am certain I shall speak without reservation." Chapter 28. Partiality thus. Throughout the morning, the class monitor not only divulged everything she knew to Song Yi, but also took a proactive approach in assisting her to uncover numerous obscure matters. Consequently, Song Yi managed to piece together a rough understanding of the situation. Lu Xiang and Su Hao's gang were notorious bullies within the school, deriving pleasure from tormenting others. However, the initial target of their harassment was not Luo Fei, but rather her deskmate, Sun Yujuan. Sun Yujuan's timid nature made her an easy prey at first. Lu Xiang would send her on errands and occasionally mock her. Unable to stand by idly, Luo Fei intervened on Sun Yujuan's behalf, unwittingly becoming the new focus of their hostility. What disheartened Luo Fei the most was that despite her efforts to aid Sun Yujuan, the latter distanced herself from Luo Fei out of fear of becoming a target herself. Even when Luo Fei was bullied, Sun Yujuan chose to remain a bystander, severing their connection and, under the influence of the bullies, even betrayed Luo Fei. On 2 occasions, when Luo Fei sought help from their homeroom teacher, the latter, having accepted favors from Lu Xiang's father, turned a blind eye to the situation. Furthermore, after Lu Xiang's gang vandalized her mother's stall at the market. Luo Fei ceased to resist. What ensued was nearly 2 years of relentless torment for Luo Fei, despite her repeated tolerance. Believing that graduation would bring an end to her suffering, she found herself facing escalated harassment instead. They not only bullied Luo Fei but also recorded numerous humiliating videos, threatening to disseminate them should she dare to retaliate. It can be said that Luo Fei's transformation into her current state is intricately linked to Lu Xiang, Su Hao, Sun Yujuan, and even their homeroom teacher. However, determining who ultimately caused Luo Fei's downfall remains elusive. At this moment, Song Yi brazenly occupies Luo Fei's seat, a blatant provocation towards Lu Xiang and the others. Upon seeing Luo Fei seated in her rightful place, Lu Xiang's fury ignited. That spot belonged to her. And how could she bear the thought of someone as filthy as Luo Fei occupying it? This wretched individual believes that with Song Yi's assistance, she can stage a rebellion? Enraged, Lu Xiang snatched a tray and seized the serving tool from the lunch lady's hands, heaping onto it dishes that were drenched in broth and laden with grease. With a fierce determination, she marched towards Luo Fei, intending to dump the entire contents upon her and compel her to pick up each morsel of rice, forcing her to consume it all. Su Hao, swiftly mimicking Lu Xiang, filled his own tray with a generous portion of food, while Lu Xiang's target was Luo Fei. His ire was directed at Song Yi. As they advanced, classmates instinctively recoiled, parting to create a path for them. A collective breath was held for Song Yi and Luo Fei. Some students flinched back in fear, foreseeing impending calamity. This was bound to escalate. A few individuals discreetly pulled out their phones, eager to capture the unfolding scene. Luo Fei, sensing Lu Xiang's approach, felt an involuntary tremor coursing through her body. She yearned to rise and flee, yet found her legs betraying her, refusing to obey her commands. Lu Xiang approached Luo Fei, raising her tray as if to strike it atop Luo Fei's head. Luo Fei clenched her fists, urging herself not to succumb to fear. However, her trembling body betrayed her true sentiments. Resigned, she shut her eyes, bracing for impact, only to hear a resounding crash. The tray collided, producing a loud noise. Yet the anticipated sight of Luo Fei's disarray was nowhere to be found. Instead, it was Lu Xiang who found herself splattered with food, greasy dishes adhering to her clothes, face, and even her hair. Su Hao, standing behind Lu Xiang, was not spared either. As Lu Xiang's tray was knocked backward, he failed to evade, and the contents of his own tray ended up on him. The reversal occurred too swiftly, leaving the entire cafeteria in stunned silence. Once Lu Xiang processed her predicament of being doused in food, a piercing scream shattered the stillness. "Ah, Song Yi, it's you again." Song Yi's system, Tao Tao, silently opened 28 misfortune boxes for him. Lu Xiang was on the verge of madness. It was he who had struck her the day prior, and now he was the cause of her current disgrace. She felt that merely expelling Song Yi would be insufficient. She vowed that he must be taught a lesson. She swore that the moment Song Yi stepped out of the school gate, he would find himself in a hospital. The calm demeanor of Song Yi starkly contrasted with Lu Xiang's frantic state. "Alas, it's a pity," Song Yi remarked. "The braised pork in the cafeteria today is rather delectable." Su Hao rushed towards Song Yi, intent on delivering a blow, but Song Yi shot him a cold glare. It seems yesterday's lesson was not sufficiently profound. With those words, Su Hao's fist froze mid-air. Yesterday, Song Yi was astonishingly formidable. Reflecting upon it now, it seems almost unbelievable. Clearly, Song Yi was someone who could easily be bullied and humiliated by any of them. So how did he suddenly become so powerful? Su Hao shook his head, sensing something amiss. Surely, it was his own lack of focus that led to yesterday's outcome. Having engaged in countless fights since childhood, how could he possibly lose to someone like Song Yi? Determined, Su Hao raised his fist once more, but Song Yi did not indulge him. Without even rising, he merely extended a foot and kicked Su Hao's knee, causing him to lose his balance and kneel on the ground. Humiliated, Su Hao found himself on his knees, surrounded by classmates who were observing him, and he felt utterly ashamed. To regain his pride, he resolved to confront Song Yi today. Struggling to his feet, he called upon those nearby to join him, when a booming voice suddenly echoed through the cafeteria. It was Chung Nuo. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Chung Nuo realized that the situation was precarious. Meanwhile, Lu Xiang and the others began to play the victim. "Director, Song Yi is attacking people in the cafeteria. He has taken over a seat and even spilled food on us." Chapter 29. Assaulting the principal. Ro Fei gasped. "No, that's not how it was." Lu Xiang shot a threatening glance at Ro Fei. "Ro Fei, I advise you to think carefully before you speak." Ro Fei was not like Sun Yujuan. She would not become the very person she despised. Song Yi acted in her defense, and she could not betray her conscience with lies. Director. It was Lu Xiang and Su Hao who struck first. Lu Xiang let out a cold laugh. Well, Ro Fei dares to speak up. It seems the lesson they received was insufficient. However, during her 3 years at the school, she has shown no progress whatsoever. If the principal could intervene on their behalf, would they still endure such bullying? This institution is funded by her family. Even the principal is compelled to heed her father's commands, let alone the director. Lu Xiang fixed her gaze upon the director. Director, what do you say? Under Lu Xiang's scrutiny, Cheng Nua felt a pang of guilt. He hesitated. Torn between his ally Song Yi and the NPC he could not afford to offend. The pressure mounted on Cheng Nua, causing Song Linlin to feel a twinge of concern for him. Cheng Nua wiped his brow, yet within mere seconds, Lu Xiang grew impatient, furrowing her brow as she shot him a glance. In that instant, Cheng Nua received a misfortune box. Ding. Player Cheng Nua has received Lu Xiang's misfortune box too. Ding. Pursuit value. 5. What had initially been uncertainty for Cheng Nua transformed into a swift decision. Offending Song Yi bore little consequence. But incurring the wrath of an NPC in the game could lead to dire repercussions. Song Yi, you must promptly apologize to Lu Xiang. Lu Xiang smirked, her expression conveying the sentiment. See, in this school, no one dares to cross me, not even the leadership. Lu Xiang, everyone witnessed your confrontation with me. What further excuses do you have? Song Yi retorted. I have no desire to converse with a fool. Lu Xiang seethed. Who are you calling a fool? Cheng Nua interjected. Enough of this commotion. The crowd continued to swell, and Cheng Nua felt an urgent need to resolve the situation, otherwise, it might escalate. And the school authorities would undoubtedly come seeking him. He still had plans to take students out, and if the principal were to become upset, his application would be denied. Cheng Nua suggested, conflicts among classmates are inevitable. How about we all take a step back? Song Linlin chimed in. Indeed, Song Yi, it is merely a minor dispute. A simple apology would suffice. Little did she realize that her attempt to appear magnanimous would backfire, as she too received a misfortune box. Ding. Player Song Linlin has received Luo Fei's misfortune box. Ding. Pursuit value. 8. Song Linlin was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Yu had intended to support her but hesitated to speak further, as the pursuit value unlocked by Luo Fei's box was alarmingly high. A single box had yielded an 8 value. Moreover, Luo Fei was an unusually peculiar girl. Song Linlin had merely intended to help with her words. Yet she had provoked such ire. Song Yi patted Luo Fei on the shoulder, sensing the depth of her resentment. Song Linlin's actions had inadvertently struck a nerve. What seemed like a well-meaning attempt to mediate was, in truth, an instance of unfairness and moral coercion. Luo Fei declared, the cafeteria has surveillance cameras. We can review the footage. The crowd turned in the direction she indicated, noticing the red light on the camera, indicating it was operational. At that moment, the principal arrived. Upon seeing him, Lu Xiang became even more brazen. The principal, in his 50s with a balding head and an oily demeanor, wore a cold expression towards the other students. Yet his face lit up with a sycophantic smile upon encountering Lu Xiang. Upon witnessing the stains of food smeared across Lu Xiang's attire, the principal exclaimed in anger. Who is responsible for this? Who did this? The other students remained silent, and Cheng Nua attempted to articulate the situation in a more neutral manner. However, Lu Xiang interjected. Principal, Song Yi monopolized a seat in the cafeteria. When we confronted him, he resorted to violence, and these marks are from the altercation with him. In the live broadcast, the audience erupted in indignation upon hearing Lu Xiang's words. This Lu Xiang, at such a tender age, is already so adept at twisting the truth. It's astounding. This script must have been borrowed from a game in the land of pickled vegetables, where such incidents abound. So annoying. Lu Xiang is utterly vexing. Is there a player willing to slap him? I'll reward with 10 rockets. Song Yi is in peril. No one stands by his side now. In the cafeteria, the principal immediately understood the implications upon hearing Song Yi's name. Lu Xiang's father had already spoken to him the previous day, indicating that Song Yi had offended his precious daughter, and thus, he could not remain at the school. Initially pondering how to justify expelling him, the principal now found his reason clear. Without needing to inquire further, he declared, Song Yi, you are expelled. Ro Fei, taken aback by this pronouncement, could hardly believe it, while the other players silently labeled Lu Xiang as someone not to be trifled with. What is the reason? Song Yi questioned. The principal replied. Song Yi assaulted a fellow student. His behavior is reprehensible. Ro Fei interjected, Principal, I can attest that Song Yi did not bully any classmates. The principal cast a glance at Rofi, pondering how this little girl could be so oblivious. You are friends with him, so naturally, you will speak in his favor. Your testimony holds no weight. Turning to the others, the principal inquired, apart from Rofi, is there anyone who can attest that Song Yi did not strike first? The others silently lowered their heads, unwilling to wade into this murky water or offend Lu Xiang, preferring instead to navigate their high school years in peace. Observing their reluctance, the principal pressed on, is there anyone who can confirm that Song Yi bullied Lu Xiang? This time, Su Hao and Lu Xiang's accomplices all stepped forward. Principal, we witnessed Song Yi strike first. Indeed, Principal, Song Yi's actions were reprehensible. He unjustly placed the blame on Lu Xiang and Su Hao. Such a person should not remain at our school. He tarnishes our institution's reputation. Song Yi cast a nonchalant glance at the student who had just spoken, causing him to step back nervously while Lu Xiang smirked in triumph. The principal declared, the matter is clear. Song Yi's character is appalling, and he shall no longer be a student here. Song Yi, pack your belongings and leave the school immediately. Rofi, still unconvinced, interjected, Principal, we can review the surveillance footage. Rofi was overly naive, for the principal would not allow them to view today's recording. Song arose abruptly, there is no need for such fuss. Rofi looked at Song Yi, who was on the brink of expulsion, yet he bore no trace of fear on his face. For a student, expulsion is a grave matter. However, for Song Yi, it simply meant freedom from attending classes. He approached the principal and asked, what was the reason you just cited for my expulsion? The principal was momentarily taken aback by Song Yi's imposing presence, feeling a jolt of fear, but quickly regained his composure. Reminding himself that he was dealing with just a student, Song Yi, known for his volatile temperament, had a reputation for physically assaulting his peers. He nodded thoughtfully, then shook his head, asserting, no, that's not quite right. There should be an additional charge. The onlookers were perplexed, wondering if he had lost his mind by adding to his own accusations. The principal, eyes narrowed in suspicion, inquired, what else? Stepping closer, Song Yi casually seized a plate from the principal's desk and, with a resounding crash, struck the principal squarely on the nose. At this, assaulting the principal, he declared, Chapter 30, I am here to pick you up. The principal's anger surged, his face flushing crimson. He could scarcely believe that a student would dare to lay hands on him. You, I will call your parents. I will discipline you. Song Yi delivered another blow with the plate, retorting, ha, I'm no longer a student at your school. Meet my parents? Discipline me? Dream on. Oh, by the way, I've heard that those who do wicked deeds might encounter a vengeful spirit clad in red at night, seeking retribution. Principal, you should be cautious. He smirked, plotting to have Zhou Yuyan confront the principal later that evening. The surrounding crowd was stunned, yet they felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Luo Fei's mind momentarily faltered as she gazed at Song Yi with a mix of disbelief and admiration. His audacity was both shocking and exhilarating. Cheng Nuo took a step back in fear, worrying that Song Yi might direct his wrath toward him next. Turning to Luo Fei, Song Yi said, I will come to pick you up after school. After speaking, Song Yiyang departed, leaving the others to disperse at the principal's furious shout, abandoning their meals. At that moment, Song Yi's live-streaming room was inundated with gifts. What a thrill! It has been ages since I witnessed such exhilarating drama. Oh, Song Yi, I'm showering you with all my gifts. Help! This is only a second game, and this young man is simply too dashing. Although Song Yi had left, tales of his exploits spread throughout the entire high school within half an hour, with everyone believing he had lost his mind. Other players failed to comprehend Song Yi's frenzied behavior. Their primary objective in this game was to uncover the identity of the murderer of Luo Fei. However, with Song Yi having left the school, how could they possibly investigate? Consequently, Cheng Nuo sought the principal's approval for a student outing. Initially infuriated, the principal unleashed a tirade at Cheng Nuo, who ultimately resorted to fabricating a story, claiming that the idea was suggested by Lu Xiang from Class 4 of the senior year. Only then did the principal relent. Thus, the principal sanctioned a camping trip for Class 4 of the senior year on September 4th to a campsite located 20 kilometers from the school. After securing the principal's consent, Cheng Nuo promptly proceeded to Class 4, where he stood before the students to announce this delightful news. He anticipated that the students would be elated and would reward him with surprise boxes, a notion that proved accurate. Upon hearing that they could venture out on September 4th, the students indeed rejoiced, and Cheng Nuo received surprise boxes for in total. Although they contained no significant items, they successfully reduced his pursuit value by 10%. However, before he could savor his joy for 3 seconds, he heard the system notification, ding. Player Cheng Nua has received a curse box from Luo Fei. Ding. Being pursued value. 12. If he were not still standing on the stage, Cheng Nua would have surely wept. Song Lin Lin, Xiao Mingming. And Zhang Yu regarded Luo Fei with astonished expressions. Surely, this girl must be out of her mind. Everyone was reveling in happiness, yet she was indifferent. What on earth did she desire? Luo Fei dug her fingers in deeper. Recalling the last camping trip when Lu Xiang and her friends had pushed her into the water and thrown snakes in after her. Indeed. The look in Lu Xiang's eyes toward Luo Fei had shifted, as if she had conjured some amusing thought or a new idea. Song Yi was not concerned about missing updates on Luo Fei after leaving school. On the contrary, Class 3 to 4 had its own informants. And the class monitor would promptly relay any news regarding Luo Fei to him. The class monitor quickly informed Song Yi about the camping trip scheduled for tomorrow. After leaving school, Song Yi purchased a bicycle, intending to pick up Luo Fei after class to prevent her from being taken to the rooftop again by Lu Xiang and her friends. Initially, he had contemplated buying a car, but the system Tao Tao advised him that the romance of a high school student lies in riding a bicycle beneath the cherry blossom trees. Song Yi found it hard to fathom. Wasn't it equally delightful to drive a Lamborghini, Ferrari, Rolls-Royce, or Bentley under the cherry blossoms? Why must it be a bicycle? Tao Tao, please trust my professional judgment. A bicycle is undoubtedly the most romantic choice. Song Yi pouted, conceding that, after all, Tao Tao emerged from a dating show, so trusting him should not lead to error. Thus, Song Yi purchased a bicycle. However, when Luo Fei unfolded the note, she was taken aback. The message was not intended for her. Luo Fei, it's not for me. Sun Yujuan's heart sank upon hearing Luo Fei's words. A sense of foreboding creeping in. Could it be what she feared? Trembling, Sun Yujuan opened the note, and her heart plummeted into despair. This note was meant for her, instructing her to meet beneath the overpass after school. In that instant, tears threatened to spill. It was over. Lu Xiang and her clique had set their sights on her. Sun Yujuan immediately cast a pleading glance at Luo Fei. Luo Fei, what should I do? Lu Xiang wants me to meet her under the overpass. Could you accompany me? Luo Fei's gaze was icy. She would never forget the nightmare that ensued after she had once stood up for Sun Yujuan. She had no intention of repeating that mistake. Ignoring Sun Yujuan's plea, Luo Fei remained unresponsive, causing Sun Yujuan's anxiety to escalate. She knew all too well how Lu Xiang and her friends tormented Luo Fei. Should Luo Fei join her, they would undoubtedly torment Luo Fei instead of her. With a quivering voice, Sun Yujuan implored, Luo Fei, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have distanced myself from you. I regret it, and wish to continue our friendship. Please forgive me. Hearing this, Luo Fei found it laughable. How could she even utter such words? Luo Fei remained indifferent, and Sun Yujuan's expression gradually shifted from one of desperation to resentment. At the end of the school day, Luo Fei remained seated, unyielding. While Lu Xiang and her friends had long departed, Sun Yujuan lingered for a moment, realizing that there was no escaping her fate. Before leaving, she cast a lingering glance at Luo Fei. When the classroom was empty except for her, Luo Fei finally shouldered her backpack and made her way downstairs. Suddenly, she recalled the words spoken by Song Yi at noon. He had mentioned that he would come to pick her up. A whirlwind of emotions surged within her. She understood that she ought to harbor no illusions, yet his words undeniably evoked a distinct sentiment within her. However, it was all too late. She could no longer engage in her studies or lead a normal life like any other student. For her, there existed but one path to liberation. The words of encouragement from Song Yi earlier that day had instilled in her a newfound courage. Tomorrow, she would bring an end to it all. As she gazed towards the school gate, she noted that most students had already dispersed, leaving only a vendor tidying up his wares. A pang of emptiness struck her, an indescribable sense of loss. Just as she began to believe that Song Yi would not arrive, a voice suddenly emerged from the side of the entrance. If you don't come out soon, I'll come in. Chapter 31. Camping Luo Fei's eyes widened in surprise as she turned to see Song Yi sitting on his bicycle, seeking refuge from the sun beneath the shade of a tree at the school gate, clad in a white tracksuit. His long legs rested against the ground, while dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating him in a way that captivated not just the eyes, but the heart. Feeling a dryness in her throat, she stammered, What are you doing here? Song Yi maneuvered his bicycle to her side and halted. I told you I would pick you up after school. Get on. As he prepared, Luo Fei hesitated, her courage faltering. Assuming she doubted his cycling skills, Song Yi reassured her. There's no need to be afraid. I ride steadily, and this bike is insured. Rofi settled onto the back of Song Yi's bicycle, initially believing he was jesting. Her home lay approximately 8 kilometers from the school, along a path adorned with cherry blossoms. Despite traversing this route daily, it was her first occasion noticing the flowers in bloom. As they passed, the fragrance of blossoms enveloped her. She reached out to catch the drifting petals, feeling an almost surreal moment. As for Song-yi, his sole impression was that Tao Tao is unreliable, particularly given the rain. Upon arriving at Rofi's doorstep, both were drenched. Song-yi remarked, "My mistake. Next time, I shall drive you for a joyride." Notification: Player Song-yi received a surprise box from Rofi. Notification: Player Song-yi obtained a crystal ball. A translucent, ping-pong-sized orb appeared in his inventory, complete with an instruction manual. Song-yi was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating Rofi to present him with a surprise box. More astonished than he was, however, were the other 4 players, especially Qiao Mingming and Cheng Nuo, who had previously received misfortune boxes from Rofi. Cheng Nuo exclaimed, "What? Why?" Qiao Mingming added, "What has Song-yi done?" Song Linlin furrowed her brow, questioning whether this NPC was perhaps superficial, as Cheng Nuo and Qiao Mingming seemed to have been rejected due to their appearances. Cheng Nuo and Qiao Mingming retorted, "Is that polite?" In this moment, Rofi lifted her gaze and said, "Thank you, Song-yi." Song-yi sighed, pondering how challenging it was to decipher a girl's feelings. On the second night, at 3 in the morning, the ones still pursued were Cheng Nuo and Song-yi. Song Linlin had bestowed upon Cheng Nuo a talisman capable of mitigating half the damage from B-class malevolent spirits. This time, Cheng Nuo not only employed this talisman but also completely emptied his own resources. Although it was the same grade B malevolent spirit, this one was evidently more formidable than the one from yesterday. At Song-yi's location, there were 7 spirits yesterday, and today there were 8, with the addition of a principal. However, this was of little consequence. The mysterious sky silk was an A-grade artifact, allowing Song-yi to effortlessly encapsulate this entire group of grade B malevolent spirits and place them in the washing machine for a thorough half-hour spin. The one suffering the most tonight was the principal. For Song-yi summoned Zhou Yuyan from the infinite diagram just as the principal was about to retire for the night at 11 o'clock. Zhou Yuyan frightened the principal into wetting the bed, leaving him in a state of near unconsciousness. By 3 in the morning, he was able to transform. But instead of reveling in his newfound power, he found himself submerged in the washing machine for another half hour. Meanwhile, Song-yi enjoyed a restful slumber. Song Linlin felt a twinge of discomfort. She found herself somewhat anticipating the arrival of bad news about Song-yi, such as his demise at the hands of a malevolent spirit. Yet, to her disappointment, the night passed without incident. On the final day, all the students gathered at the school. At 8 o'clock, the bus departed for the campsite. Luo Fei sat on the bus, her gaze fixed outside the window throughout the journey, silently bidding farewell to the world before her, as she had already resolved what she intended to do today. Sun Yujun wore a sullen expression, her face pale and her body aching all over, her eyes fixated on Luo Fei, who sat in front of her. It was all her fault. She had been bullied on behalf of Luo Fei yesterday. Why didn't she just disappear? Song Linlin and her companions had devised a plan. One of them would keep a watchful eye on Luo Fei, while the other 3 would focus on Lu Xiang, Su Hao, and Shou Jing, as the former presented the most significant suspicions. Their assessment would hinge upon the motives and actions of these individuals to ascertain who was most likely to have harmed Luo Fei. Upon their arrival at the campsite at 9 in the morning, the teacher led them through several activities until noon, when it was time for lunch. Everyone produced the food they had prepared the day before. Luo Fei, however, had brought nothing to eat, and the other students clustered together in small groups, leaving her isolated. At this juncture, Song Linlin and her fellow players attempted to extend an olive branch to Luo Fei, but unfortunately, they too had not prepared any provisions. Zhang Yu had brought a single bag of bread, containing only 1 piece, yet he hesitated to approach Luo Fei. Lu Xiang and her group had sushi, while Sun Yujun was busy setting up tents for them. The homeroom teacher, Luo Fei, sat alone and forlorn, inquiring whether any classmates would be willing to share their food with her. Although the others had ample supplies and would not have minded sharing with Luo Fei, a mere glance from Lu Xiang silenced them all. Observing this, Lu Xiang could not suppress a triumphant smile. Luo Fei remained unaffected, accustomed as she was to such situations. At that moment, a luxurious RV approached from a distance, drawing the curiosity of the group as it neared their campsite and came to a halt. Everyone turned their attention to the vehicle, eager to discover who had arrived. The door swung open, and Song-yi emerged from the RV. Luo Fei was taken aback, while Song Linlin reacted with astonishment. Upon seeing Song-yi, Lu Xiang's anger surged uncontrollably. "Song-yi, you have been expelled." What are you doing here? Song Yi stood beside the camper van as a driver and two chefs emerged. The driver promptly retrieved a folding chair from the trunk, and upon unfolding it, Song Yi took a seat. To everyone's astonishment, one of the chefs managed to procure a glass of red wine, which he presented to Song Yi. After savoring a sip, Song Yi remarked, "I am camping here. Any objections?" Lu Xiang, gritting her teeth, retorted, "This is our territory. You are not welcome." Song Yi shot back, "Is your family name inscribed on the ground?" Lu Xiang, infuriated and at a loss for a retort, vented her frustration by slapping the nearest person, Sun Yujuan. Chapter 32. The true culprit Sun Yujuan received a sharp slap but remained silent. The chefs that Song Yi had brought worked swiftly to set up a grill in the open space. They ignited a fire and placed marinated beef skewers on the grill. Another chef opened a foam cooler, retrieving a 2-pound lobster, a black gold abalone weighing over a pound, and even some grouper and pufferfish sashimi. With practiced ease, the chefs began grilling the meat and preparing the sashimi. Meanwhile, the driver set up a small table, adorning it with a tablecloth. Before long, the enticing aromas of grilled meat and seafood wafted over from Song Yi's side. The rich scent of the meat made everyone suddenly realize that their own provisions paled in comparison. How delectable it was! How indulgent! But could this truly be our Song Yi? Had he perhaps won some lottery? Look at the logo on that tablecloth. That restaurant never offers takeout. In an instant, envy swept over the crowd as they gazed upon Song Yi. The barbecue was ready, and Song Yi suddenly made his way through the crowd. The onlookers were uncertain of his intentions until he came to a halt before Luo Fei. "Come, follow me to enjoy the finest delicacies," he declared. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to her, leaving Luo Fei speechless and unsure of how to respond. Song Yi took her hand and led her to the dining table, where he meticulously placed the chef's freshly grilled lobster onto her plate. The person who had once seemed the most pitiable in the crowd had suddenly become the envy of all. The alluring aroma wafted into Luo Fei's nostrils, enveloping her in an unprecedented sense of vitality. Though she was perplexed by Song Yi's actions, she undeniably felt a profound happiness, akin to being favored. Meanwhile, Lu Xiang seethed with frustration, the Japanese cuisine in her hands suddenly losing its appeal. In a fit of anger, she discarded her sushi, muttering, "Luo Fei won't bask in her triumph for long." After a satisfying meal, everyone took a moment to rest. Around 3 o'clock, the teacher announced an activity, prompting the homeroom teacher to organize the class into groups. The 32 students were divided into 8 teams and sent off in various directions. Song Linlin was assigned to the northeast, Qiu Mingming and Zhang Yu to the southwest, while Luo Fei was placed in the south. Lu Xiang, Su Hao, Shoujing, and Zhao Jin were scattered among different directions. At that moment, Song Linlin felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that Lu Xiang and her friends might take the opportunity to target Luo Fei. Consequently, she discreetly arranged to switch teams with other classmates, ensuring that Lu Xiang, Su Hao, and Shou Jing each kept a watchful eye on one another. Cheng Nuo remained at the camp, ready to maintain contact. Once the activity commenced, everyone began to search for plants in their designated areas. Sun Yujuan and Luo Fei were part of the same team. After walking for over 10 minutes, Sun Yujuan suddenly suggested they split into 2 groups, prompting the other 2 students to venture down a different path. Throughout the journey, Luo Fei remained silent, showing no interest in Sun Yujuan's proposal. It was only after the other 2 had distanced themselves that Sun Yujuan abruptly confronted Luo Fei, blocking her way. Luo Fei glanced at Sun Yujuan and inquired, "What do you want?" Sun Yujuan suddenly grasped Luo Fei's arm, pleading, "Luo Fei, I apologize for abandoning you before. I realize my mistake now. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me?" Sun Yujuan rolled up her sleeve to reveal a wound on her upper arm. "Look, Luo Fei, this is what Lu Xiang and the others did to me. We are both victims, and we should stand together. If you agree, I will fight alongside you against them." Luo Fei wrenched her arm free from Sun Yujuan's grasp, devoid of any compassion. In the past, she might have been swayed by Sun Yujuan's words, but now she understood that Sun Yujuan's intentions were to make her a target once more. With a cold laugh, Luo Fei replied, "Your troubles are of no concern to me. I will not forgive you, nor will I be your friend again." With that, she turned to leave, only to feel a sharp pain at the back of her head, causing her to lose consciousness. At that moment, Sun Yujuan revealed a sinister expression, thinking, "How can it not concern you? As long as they bully you, they will not bully me anymore." Zhang Yu and the other student merely shook their heads in response. Song Linlin pondered for a moment. Could it be that they had no intention of taking action at this time? A chill ran through her as Cheng Nuo accompanied the homeroom teacher to count the students. What about Luo Fei? A sense of unease washed over Song Linlin. Today was the final day, and darkness would soon envelop the surroundings. According to the original narrative, Luo Fei was destined to meet her demise in the old girls' restroom of the school. If they had abandoned their target at this juncture, what calamity awaited them? Teacher, is Luo Fei the only one who has taken leave? She inquired anxiously. The homeroom teacher replied, Sun Yujuan, Ma Wei, Wang Xiaodong, and Shinan have also taken leave. At this moment, Song Linlin was consumed by dread. It was over, truly over. Yet, a more distressing turn of events was imminent. Suddenly, a car approached from a distance. Lu Xiang interjected, Teacher, we are leaving now. In a moment of desperation, Song Linlin blocked Lu Xiang's path. Where are you going? Ding. Player Song Linlin has received Lu Xiang's misfortune box. Ding. Song Linlin's pursued value is 5. Lu Xiang forcefully brushed aside Song Linlin's hand. Who do you think you are? Why should I inform you of my whereabouts? In her anxious state, Song Linlin found herself powerless. Helplessly watching as Lu Xiang and her companions departed. In a fit of urgency, she turned to the teacher. Teacher, we have matters to attend to as well. We cannot camp here tonight. We must leave first. The homeroom teacher frowned. Have your parents call me to request leave. Zhang Yu interjected. Teacher, why do Lu Xiang and her group not have to do the same? The homeroom teacher's irritation was palpable. The reason Lu Xiang was exempt was simply that she had a well-connected father, something they could not contend with. Cheng Nuo immediately acquiesced, recognizing the teacher's escalating anger. Song Linlin cast a contemplative glance towards Song Yi's vehicle, only to discover that it had vanished as well. With no alternatives at hand, she declared, Let us depart. Perhaps we can hail a car along the way. When Luo Fei regained consciousness, she found herself bound, gradually coming to terms with her surroundings, which turned out to be an old school building. Not far off stood Sun Yujuan, Ma Wei, and 2 others, who were setting up their phones in front of her. What are you planning to do? Luo Fei inquired. Upon noticing her awakening, Sun Yujuan's eyes gleamed with malice. At last, you are awake, she said, brandishing a knife with a manic fervor. Lu Xiang and the others told me that if I kill you, I will become one of them, and they shall never bully me again. Chapter 33. The flames of revenge. Sun Yujuan's hand trembled as she clutched the knife. Whether from fear or excitement was uncertain. Once Lu Xiang and the others arrive, we can commence. The night had completely enveloped the surroundings. The old building was already isolated. And Luo Fei realized that her demise was inevitable. Hatred filled her gaze as she stared at Sun Yujuan. Sun Yujuan loathed her, and she reciprocated that animosity. How had she failed to see the true nature of this person? Sun Yujuan was even more malicious than Lu Xiang and her accomplices. Sun Yujuan, you are utterly disgusting. Luo Fei retorted. This remark struck a nerve with Sun Yujuan, pushing her into a state of hysteria. Disgusting? You dare to call me disgusting? What right do you have? Luo Fei, you consider yourself virtuous? Do you think I haven't seen those videos Lu Xiang made of you? You are the one who is despicable. Since you have already found yourself in this quagmire, wouldn't it be better to remain there quietly? Why must you seek to escape? Luo Fei trembled, as her greatest fear lay in the videos that Lu Xiang used to threaten her. Her own demise mattered little, but she dreaded the thought of those videos reaching her parents and causing them distress. Sun Yujuan, noticing Luo Fei's silence, took a deep breath to steady her emotions. In the classroom of the old building, Lu Xiang entered with Su Hao and the others. Upon seeing Luo Fei bound, Lu Xiang smiled and slowly approached her. Did you think that with Song Yi's assistance, you would find liberation? Luo Fei, you have still fallen into my grasp. Luo Fei felt a sense of despair. Lu Xiang turned to Sun Yujuan, saying, It is your turn now. Lu Xiang would not dirty her hands directly, for murder is a crime. Instead, she would have someone else do her bidding, like the foolish Sun Yujuan. The entire ordeal would be recorded, ensuring that should anything go awry, the evidence would clearly indicate who was responsible for the act. Sun Yujuan's eyes were red as she raised the knife, stepping closer to Luo Fei. Luo Fei, do not blame me. Blame yourself. In your next life, do not be born as a human. Sun Yujuan lifted the knife, and Luo Fei shut her eyes. Suddenly, the classroom lights went out. Su Hao, positioned near the door, flicked the switch twice, and 3 seconds later, the lights illuminated the room. However, Luo Fei, who had been bound to the chair, was nowhere to be seen. Astonishingly, she stood at the doorway, accompanied by Song Yi. Lu Xiang's expression changed dramatically. Song Yi, how did you come to be here? Song Yi gently patted Luo Fei's head, reassuring her, Do not fear, they can no longer harm you. Song Yi has already discerned the identity of the perpetrator within the game. All that remains is for him to submit his answer in order to conclude the ordeal. Yet, he refrains from doing so. Luo Fei's eyes are filled with an ominous darkness. and Song Yi feels a pang of sympathy for the girl. Song Yi reflects. Forgiveness and letting go are mere illusions. The only true remedy for resentment lies in the punishment of the wicked. Lu Xiang appears visibly anxious, recalling that their group had previously failed to confront Song Yi. Fear grips her. Song Yi, murder is a crime. Do not act recklessly. At her words, Song Yi cannot suppress a laugh. Does the law hold any weight in your minds now? His current demeanor is quite menacing, causing Lu Xiang to instinctively feel a surge of terror. She attempts to flee, but in her desperation to open the door, she discovers it is locked. Why do you wish to leave? It is not often that we are gathered like this, Song Yi remarks. Realizing escape is futile, Lu Xiang commands, Su Hao. You all attack together. Su Hao draws a knife from his waist, and the others brandish their weapons. Song Yi instructs Luo Fei to remain in the corner. Then he charges forward. The 5 boys collectively confront him, yet they cannot withstand his assault for even 10 seconds. Unlike the previous encounter where he merely slapped them. This time, Song Yi targets their knees, arms, and ribs with brutal precision, the sound of cracking bones echoing ominously. With a single blow, he shatters 2 of Su Hao's ribs. As she witnesses the 5 boys collapsed on the ground, Lu Xiang is genuinely terrified. In a panic, Sun Yujuan drops to her knees, pleading, Song Yi, I am not one of them. They forced my hand. Please spare me. I am still young. I merely made a mistake in a moment of weakness, and I promise to change. Song Yi could not suppress his disdain. The phrase repaying kindness with enmity epitomized Sun Yujuan. Age had never served as an excuse. She was fundamentally corrupt to her core, and rather than fostering kindness, her years only deepened her malevolence. Did you ever contemplate the gravity of your actions when you assisted in the abduction of Luo Fei, intending to take her life? Lu Xiang and Shou Jing, in a state of panic, pleaded, Song Yi, spare me, I will give you anything you desire. Song Yi glanced at his watch. It was merely 8 o'clock, with ample time remaining. The game had only just commenced, and there was no need to rush. Lu Xiang's phone mysteriously appeared in Song Yi's grasp. He unlocked the device and perused the album, which contained hundreds of videos. Luo Fei's breath quickened at the sight. But Song Yi promptly deleted all the videos. In that instant, Luo Fei felt as though the shackles binding her were finally released. Upon hearing Song Yi's words, Lu Xiang swiftly turned and slapped Sun Yujuan, declaring, It's just 7. This is a piece of cake for me. Stunned, Sun Yujuan's vision blurred. But her will to survive prevailed. Grasping a knife, she yanked Lu Xiang's hair and slashed at it. Lu Xiang's carefully tended hair was marred in an instant, leaving a conspicuous bald patch, and as she surveyed the scattered locks, she screamed, Wretched woman, I will kill you. Before any further actions could unfold, Song Yi interjected, If you do not act within 10 seconds, I shall intervene personally. Fear gripped the others. Zhou Jing immediately seized Sun Yujuan's hair, mimicking her earlier actions to cut her hair. Lu Xiang laughed at Sun Yujuan, only to be taken aback when Zhou Jing's next target was none other than herself. As chaos erupted on the scene, Su Hao, having dealt with Ma Wei, turned his attention to Zhao Jin, who retaliated without hesitation. Completely disregarding his previous fear of Su Hao, the atmosphere grew frenzied. Luo Fei observed the tumultuous brawl unfolding before her. A sense of satisfaction welled within her as those who once inflicted pain upon her were now suffering the same fate. Ultimately, it was Sun Yujuan who accomplished the task first. Bruised and battered, her clothing torn and her body bearing the marks of conflict, she approached Song Yi and declared, I have finished first. May I leave? Song Yi suddenly glanced down and chuckled, eliciting an unsettling premonition in Sun Yujuan. What is so amusing? She inquired. Chapter 34. Here we are among the 8 of them. 3 had succumbed to unconsciousness, while 4 lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. To their surprise, the least likely candidate, Sun Yujuan, emerged as the most formidable combatant among them. Throughout the ordeal, she never relinquished her grip on the knife, strategically choosing moments of chaos to launch her surprise attacks, demonstrating her fierce determination to survive. Song Yi's laughter sent a chill down Sun Yujuan's spine. I find your naivety amusing. Why do you believe everything others say? Suddenly, realization dawned upon Sun Yujuan. She had been outwitted by Song Yi. Her demeanor shifted to one of hysteria. How can you speak so deceitfully? With hands on his hips and head held high, Song Yi's expression exuded earnestness as he firmly disagreed with her accusation. If you insist on framing it that way, allow me to clarify. I am a person of integrity, kindness, and compassion, a paragon of moral virtue, having been honored with the Moral Model Award for 8 consecutive years. I am a key figure in the nation's cultivation of socialist successors. At this juncture, the 7th live broadcast room erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. I can hardly contain myself. Speaking of which, I too am a keen-nurtured successor of socialism, and I never imagined I would share such similarities with Brother Song Yi. Let's show some support for the successor. Such a prestigious identity deserves recognition. Sun Yujun screamed. Hypocrite, you are the true embodiment of hypocrisy. If you were truly as commendable as you claim, why do you fail to keep your word? Why have you not released me? Song Yi's tone shifted, however. I possess a flaw, namely, my penchant for differential treatment. I never engage in reasoned discourse with rogues, nor do I discuss life with murderers, and certainly, I do not speak of mercy with demons. Upon hearing these words, Sun Yujun involuntarily shuddered, a wave of primal fear sweeping over her. They do not fear virtuous individuals, for the virtuous possess boundaries. Yet, they are terrified of those akin to themselves, for they comprehend that if the roles were reversed, standing in Song Yi's position, they would spare no one. Sun Yujun demanded, what on earth do you intend? Do you wish to eliminate us all? Song Yi replied, what nonsense are you uttering? I have already stated that I am a law-abiding citizen. Sun Yujun thought there might be a glimmer of hope. But Song Yi's subsequent words plunged them into despair once more. If you cannot endure this, the window is still open. Perhaps you should contemplate your options? Sun Yujun felt herself spiraling into madness. Who on earth would want to consider such a fate? What advantage would it bring you to drive us to despair? Song Yi, you may look down upon Luo Fei, yet he endured for 3 long years. How is it that you cannot withstand even a single night? Song Yi has accurately pinpointed one thing. Each of them harbors a profound fear of death, thus they would never contemplate suicide. Meanwhile, Song Linlin and her companions were walking towards the school, hoping to flag down a vehicle along the way. However, they trekked nearly 10 kilometers before a single car appeared. A box truck came to a halt before them, driven by a gentleman of approximately 40 years. The man halted his vehicle and inquired, what are you all doing out here at such a late hour? Chung Nuo promptly approached the gentleman, stating, Sir, we are in urgent need of reaching Mingying High School. Could you please take us there? We are willing to pay. The man, displaying great enthusiasm, replied, Mingying High School? That happens to be on my route. However, there is no room in the front, so you will need to sit in the back. Cheng Nuo glanced inside, noticing that the man appeared to operate long-distance routes, with the passenger seat cluttered with his personal belongings. Yet, as long as they could secure a ride to Mingying High School, it mattered little where they sat. Thus, the group climbed into the back of the box truck. And once the door was shut, the man set off towards Mingying High School. With nearly 10 kilometers remaining, they anticipated arriving at their destination in approximately 15 minutes. However, after waiting for 20 minutes, the vehicle had yet to stop. Song Linlin sensed something amiss. Why haven't we stopped yet? There is only one road to Mingying High School, and with few vehicles on the road at night, there should be no traffic. Song Linlin exclaimed. Something is not right. Song Linlin stood up and knocked on the wall in front of the cargo van, then shouted to the driver, Stop. Hurry up and stop. The driver replied, Huh? What? Stop? You can't stop on the highway. Song Linlin and her companions were on the verge of losing their minds. How could they still be on the highway? The driver continued, In 10 minutes, we'll arrive at Mingying High School. If you need to use the restroom, just hold on a bit longer. When the driver finally pulled over to let them out, he pointed to the Ethnic Music Academy across the road, commonly known as Mini. Here we are. No need to thank me. Song Linlin was nearly at her wit's end, and her companions were equally frantic. They opened their holographic devices to check the map, realizing they were still 42 kilometers from Mingying High School. Although they were near a school, the area was even more desolate than their camping site. There were no taxis in sight. In the live stream, Song Linlin had her own fan club. Linlin is so unlucky. How could she make a mistake at such a crucial moment? I really can't believe that driver. How can Mingying and Mingying be compared? Sun Yujun, desperate to escape, suddenly dashed towards the door, only to discover that it could actually be opened. Filled with joy, she ran outside. Her mind solely focused on leaving this place. Song Yi did not immediately pursue her but sat there leisurely. Sun Yujun could not exit the building. Learning from their previous mistakes, Song Linlin and her group finally arrived at the foot of Mingying High School at 11:50. They climbed over the wall to enter the campus, and upon reaching the old building, they noticed that the lights on the 5th floor were on. Chung Nuo exclaimed, It's lit. That means someone is there. The group hurried upstairs. The truth was just within their grasp. Several individuals rushed up, and upon reaching the 5th floor, they encountered the panicked Sun Yujun rushing towards them. After much difficulty, she had managed to escape, and upon seeing the arrival of the head of the department, it was as if she had encountered a savior. Save me! Save me! Song Linlin noticed that Sun Yujun was covered in injuries, as she was also Luo Fei's deskmate. She assumed that Sun Yujuan, like Luo Fei, was a victim. Do not fear, we shall assist you. Sun Yujuan clutched tightly to Cheng Nua, who was nearest to her, while Song Linlin anxiously urged them to ascend. Cheng Nua, you stay behind to care for Sun Yujuan. We will go check things out. Cheng Nua was all too eager to remain behind, for he held the lowest rank, and the situation above was undoubtedly perilous. Very well. I will take good care of her, do not worry. Inside the classroom, Lu Xiang and the others lay on the ground, their once vacant eyes now rolling about uncontrollably within their sockets. Outside, the moon began to take on a tipsy hue. The clock read 11:58 in the evenings, and midnight was fast approaching. Suddenly, in the corner, Luo Fei declared, "You should leave." Song Yi responded, "There is no rush, now that I am here." Luo Fei insisted, "No, you truly must leave." Chapter 35. It turns out to be an S-class. Luo Fei reiterated her point, and Song Yi sensed a shift in her demeanor. In the live stream, Luo Fei is truly in a dire situation, that Sun Yujuan is utterly despicable. Song Yi has already discerned the identity of the perpetrator and has aided Luo Fei in dealing with them. Why does he still remain? Indeed, the NPCs tonight are certainly not limited to B-class. Song Yi has no need to stay here. It is far too dangerous. Song Yi inquired of Luo Fei. Have you calmed down? Rofi was taken aback by the question. Had she become angry? No, she had not, for some matters are immutable. As Song Linlin and the others arrived, they pushed open the classroom door to find Rofi and Song Yi standing inside, while Lu Xiang and the others lay sprawled on the floor. The situation had grown rather complicated, making it difficult to ascertain who had wronged Rofi. With a tentative attitude, Song Linlin inquired, "Song Yi, do you know who the culprit is?" Song Yi nodded, "Yes." "Wonderful." Song Linlin's expression lit up with relief, while Qiu Mingming and Zhang Yu collectively exhaled, knowing that as long as they provided an answer before midnight, they could escape. Otherwise, once the clock struck 12, the NPCs would awaken, and they would be compelled to confront them for half an hour. Who was the murderer? The three looked on eagerly, excitement mounting as the final minute approached, nearly bursting with anticipation. What came next was entirely unforeseen. Song Yi wore a rather infuriating expression and declared, "Hey, I won't tell you." The trio was left in shock, with Qiu Mingming and Zhang Yu already prepared to exit, feeling as though they had only caught half a breath before being thrust into a vacuum, gasping for air. The countdown reached 20 seconds. Song Linlin began to perspire. "Song Yi, stop joking around. If you have grievances against us, we can discuss them outside." She presumed that Song Yi was displeased with her prior demeanor. "It would be beneficial for us all to conclude the game smoothly. There is no need for you to jeopardize yourself out of spite." Song Yi shook her head. "Do not misunderstand. I simply have an affinity for this script." Song Linlin felt an unprecedented inability to articulate her anger towards a person. She was utterly infatuated. Zhang Yu felt as if he were on the brink of death. Had he truly heard Song Yi express his fondness for this script? Song Yi, barely able to contain his excitement, remarked, "During my school days, I was far too focused on my studies and neglected to savor the joys of campus life. A regrettable waste." He turned his gaze to Luo Fei, who could not suppress an eye roll, questioning if Song Yi's intellect was indeed functioning properly. Song Linlin was on the verge of an outburst. "Do you really think this is a suitable environment for romance?" To which Song Yi replied, "The strong never lament their circumstances." The three of them were seething with exasperation. "Brother, can't you make amends for your regrets at any time other than in this game?" As the clock struck midnight, the moon transformed into a blood-red hue. A sense of dread enveloped them. The NPCs on the ground began to contort their bodies in a bizarre manner. Zhang Yu, terrified, exclaimed, "Sister Linlin, what should we do?" Frustrated with Song Yi, Song Linlin replied, "What can we do? We run." And so, the trio began their descent down the stairs. Luo Fei urged Song Yi, "You go ahead." Her face grew increasingly pale, with dark veins spreading across her complexion. She was of A-grade level. Among the 7 individuals on the ground, Lu Xiang was also A-grade, while the others remained at B-grade. Within a mere 2 seconds, the individuals on the ground underwent a transformation. Lu Xiang, grinning widely, exhaled black mist as she declared, "No one is allowed to leave." With that, Lu Xiang charged forward, and Luo Fei followed suit, leading to an initial confrontation between the two NPCs. On the first floor, Cheng Nua anxiously awaited the others, his gaze fixed on the clock. As the hour struck 12, a sense of dread washed over him, uncertain of the circumstances upstairs. He stood at the staircase, peering upward, when he suddenly heard the hurried patter of footsteps above. Soon, Song Linlin and her companions descended, bringing a flicker of relief to Cheng Nua's face. In such a perilous environment, staying close to them seemed the wisest course of action. However, upon seeing Qingnua, Song Linlin and the others abruptly halted, their faces etched with fear. Qingnua inquired, "What's wrong? Are there several NPCs upstairs? What levels are they?" Song Linlin and her friends gasped at the sight behind Qingnua. They were unaware of the levels of the NPCs above. But what loomed behind him was undeniably an S-level creature. Sun Yujuan stood behind Qingnua, her mouth agape, revealing a row of sharp teeth. Zhang Yu and Qiu Mingming were utterly terrified. They had never encountered an S-level entity before. Qingnua sensed an unusual intensity in their gazes and felt a chill run down his spine. Slowly, he turned around, only to be met with Sun Yujuan's chilling smile, nearly sending him into a panic. As Sun Yujuan lunged to bite him, Song Linlin quickly hurled a talisman into her mouth. "Run!" Qingnua exclaimed, dashing up the stairs with unprecedented speed. The talisman ignited in Sun Yujuan's mouth, merely delaying her for 2 seconds before she sprang after them. Luo Fei and Lu Xiang fought their way from one classroom to another, while Song Yi emerged from within, standing protectively behind Luo Fei, who was determined to keep the malevolent entities at bay. Song Linlin vowed that despite having played numerous games, she had never encountered such absurdity, not even in higher-level matches. To her astonishment, there were actually 7 on Song Yi's side. Even more bizarre was the fact that the malevolent spirit, Luo Fei, seemed to be protecting Song Yi. It was utterly ludicrous. Song Yi, on the other hand, wore a proud expression. "I am truly fortunate." Upon catching sight of Song Yi, Sun Yujuan immediately shifted her focus. The other players, who were being pursued by Sun Yujuan, desperately fled towards Song Yi, only to suddenly realize that Sun Yujuan had swiftly passed by them. Sun Yujuan now harbored the deepest animosity towards Song Yi. She had no regard for anyone else and was determined to flay Song Yi alive. The scene swiftly transformed into Luo Fei facing 8 opponents. Battling 7 was already a formidable challenge for Luo Fei, and the sudden addition of a foe of a higher level proved overwhelming. Sun Yujuan seized the opportunity, gripping Luo Fei by the throat. "Hee, Luo Fei. You have fallen right into my hands." Luo Fei struggled in vain, but Sun Yujuan extended her other claw, poised to plunge it into Luo Fei's skull. However, just as her hand was raised, it was suddenly ensnared by a mass of crimson. With a forceful tug, Sun Yujuan was flung against the wall. Rising to her feet, she gazed upward, only to find Song Yi standing before her. Song Yi declared, "I am still here. Who dares to bully my people in my presence?" Sun Yujuan retorted, "Today, none shall escape." To which Song Yi replied, "What a coincidence. That is precisely what I intended to convey. Yu Yin, those 6 B ranks are entrusted to you." From behind Song Yi emerged Zhou Yuyin, clad in resplendent red attire. Zhou Yuyin is classified as an A-class, effortlessly confronting these challenges. At some unknown moment, Xiaobao emerged, standing at the side, encouraging, "Mom, go for it." "Luo Fei, I entrust you with Lu Xiang. Unleash your pin-up frustrations." As Luo Fei glanced at Lu Xiang, her gaze abruptly turned crimson, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. Other players lurked at the stairway, while Qingnua was in awe of Song Yi, marveling at how he single-handedly attracted all the combat prowess towards himself. At the moment Song Yi summoned Zhou Yuyin, Song Linlin's heart raced with surprise. Chapter 36, Live Broadcast. Each of them could only place inanimate objects in their toolbars, if memory serves correctly. Zhou Yuyin was the ultimate boss defeated in the explosion of 1386. In some advanced game scenarios, players with good fortune and high ratings could unveil special surprise boxes containing skills or tools, which are the player's private possessions. Typically, players would keep the tools or skills they acquire confidential. On site, several B-class malevolent spirits were swiftly subdued by Zhou Yuyin, and Luo Fei grew increasingly adept, channeling all her fury, rendering Lu Xiang gradually outmatched. Sun Yujuan cast a glance backward, scolding Lu Xiang for her ineptitude. "Weren't you quite capable while alive? Now you can't even best Luo Fei." Sun Yujuan then turned her attention to Song Yi, asserting, "I will deal with them shortly. Let me handle you first." "Song Yi, since you adore this game so much, why not remain here forever?" Upon speaking, Sun Yujuan transformed into a state of fury, her head swelling to twice its original size. Her mouth grotesquely stretched as if carved open, extending unnaturally towards her ears. Dark fumes emanated from her entire being. Although devoid of scent, they inexplicably suffocated the other players. At that moment, Song Linlin was engulfed in terror. Her own power, honed through the rigors of the game, had multiplied 6-fold, augmented by the accumulation of various items, allowing her to navigate D and C level arenas with ease. However, This newly introduced sea-level arena was terrifying, for an S-level malevolent spirit had materialized. Was this not something typically encountered only in arenas graded B and above? If Song E were to fail, it seemed they would all become genuine NPCs within the game today. Yet, how could Song E possibly contend with such a foe? Song Linlin found herself devoid of any faith in him. With her hands raised, Sun Yujuan charged at Song E, and the onlookers felt a surge of anxiety for him. Yet, Song E faced Sun Yujuan's approach with an air of indifference, curiosity peaking within him regarding the true caliber of an S-level malevolent spirit. As he deftly sidestepped, Sun Yujuan missed her mark, swiftly pivoting to launch a sweeping attack at him. Song E crossed his arms, forced back 2 steps by the sheer force of her assault, until he regained his balance against the wall. Sun Yujuan's gaze became increasingly frenzied, her laughter echoing with a mocking tone, deriding Song E's audacity. Once steadied, Song E shook out his arms, now acutely aware of the strength possessed by an S-level malevolent spirit. His eyes sparkled with renewed determination. It was, after all, not as formidable as he had anticipated. To him, the distinction between S-level and A-level spirits lay merely in a slight increase in power and an even more grotesque appearance. However, fighting has never solely relied on brute strength. Song E rotated his neck, declaring, "Now, it's my turn." He launched a flying kick aimed at Sun Yujuan's cheek. Sun Yujuan evaded the first strike, but little did she know that it was merely a feint. The second kick was the real attack, leaving her face disfigured. His long legs executed a flurry of kicks, striking with an elegance that was nothing short of breathtaking. As onlookers gasped at the sight of Song E inflicting harm upon an S-class malevolent spirit, he assumed a boxing stance, delivering rapid punches with such speed that all that remained were mere afterimages. Sun Yujuan managed to dodge one blow, yet could not escape the other, as Song E specifically targeted her face. The other players stood in stunned silence, confronted by the bloody, violent, and absurd spectacle. At last, Sun Yujuan became enraged. With a fierce roar, dark energy erupted from her body, wrapping around Song E as if it possessed a will of its own. Caught off guard, Song E found himself ensnared, and Sun Yujuan seized the opportunity to grab his collar and hurl him against the wall. The resounding crash echoed through the air as Song E felt the sting of pain for the first time. Fortunately, he had protected his heart just as he was thrown. Zhou Yuyan and Luo Fei rushed to his side, positioning themselves to shield him from Sun Yujuan's wrath. Witnessing Song Yi's injury, viewers in the live stream collectively gasped. My heart aches for him. The disparity in strength across different levels is undeniably apparent. After all, she is an S-class. Neither Zhou Yuyan nor Luo Fei could contend with her. This round is doomed. Damn it, Song Yi declared the killer and boasted about the game. But look at the situation now. Sun Yujun was utterly ruthless. What about the other players? Can't they lend a hand to Song Yi? The other players were even less capable. Even Song Linlin from the Tianhu team was no match for Sun Yujun. If they engaged, they would only meet their demise. Sun Yujun proclaimed, "None of you are my equals. The disparity in strength is something you can never bridge. Today, none of you shall escape." With that, Sun Yujun charged forward once more. The tension was palpable, and Zhang Yu, Qiu Mingming, and Qing Nua all shut their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Zhou Yuya and Luo Fei, though unable to overpower her, braced themselves for battle. However, unexpectedly, Sun Yujun halted in midair, mere inches away from Song Yi. What caused Sun Yujun to suddenly stop? Did Song Linlin use some incantation? It's improbable. I didn't see Song Linlin make a move. Besides, incantations can only restrain an S-rank malevolent spirit for a couple of seconds at most. As everyone pondered this puzzling turn of events, Song Yi suddenly spoke. You are correct. The disparity in power is indeed a dilemma. Therefore, I shall withdraw from the fray. With that, Song Yi opened his palm to reveal a crystal orb, an unexpected treasure he had acquired from Luo Fei's surprise box earlier. This orb, known as the Energy Conversion Sphere, could be utilized once per game to absorb the strength of a malevolent spirit and transfer that power to oneself. What unfolded next was astonishing. As Song Yi extended his hand, the orb absorbed Sun Yujun entirely. A hush fell over the crowd. Moments ago, they feared for their lives. And now they found themselves unscathed. Zhou Yuya stood there, utterly bewildered. Little Bao, Dad, why didn't you take it out sooner? Song Yi, feeling a bit embarrassed, touched the tip of his nose. Now that we are here, shouldn't we indulge ourselves? Song Linlin, what an absurd indulgence. Game over. The horror game has become monotonous. Its newly launched script has the NPC devoured, and all the scripts previously played by Song Yi have become mere afterthoughts. He issued a warning to Song Yi's system, Tao Dao. Horror game. Beep 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 beep. Irritated Tao Dao, shut up. System, System Tao has muted the user for 1 hour. With the primary NPC missing, the game began to unravel. It has been a long time since I encountered such a high-quality young man. I am utterly smitten. This young man is incredibly captivating. I am utterly enchanted. Song-yi, I will remember you. Do not perish, please do not perish. The players' scores were revealed, and apart from Song-yi, everyone else felt their scores would be rather low, and indeed, they were. Chapter 37. Another game shattered Song Linlin. Score, 15. Level, D. Rank, LV12 unchanged Zhongyu. Score, 10. Level, D. Rank, LV6 unchanged Xiaomingming. Score, 12. Level, D. Rank, LV7 unchanged Chengnua. Score, 20. Level, D. Rank, LV3 unchanged Song-yi. Score, 99. Level, SS. Rank, LV5 to LV9. Lost 1 point for breaking the script. Received the blessing of NPC Luo Fei. And gained an energy conversion ball. Aside from Song-yi, the levels of the others remained unchanged, indicating their satisfaction with the current data. To be precise, merely surviving the game is a triumph in itself. Yet, it would be disingenuous to claim one does not envy Song-yi. For while others advance through painstaking incremental progress, often requiring 2 to 3 matches to attain a single level, he remarkably ascended 4 levels in one go. However, one cannot begrudge his success, as his gameplay, though somewhat flamboyant, undeniably captivated the audience. Song-yi summoned his holographic panel to review his profile. This match had yielded him 99 points, in addition to an audience donation of 13,000. Today, while facing the S-rank opponent Sun Yujuan, he acutely sensed the disparity in strength. Song-yi then accessed his physical fitness report. Overall fitness assessment, D level, both metrics must reach 200 to upgrade to C level. Strength, 165. Speed, 125. Both strength and speed can be exchanged for points at a rate of 100 points for 1 point. Song-yi promptly elevated both his strength and speed to 200. Ding. Points deducted. Strength, 200. Speed, 200. Current level, C. Upon witnessing his overall physicality transition from D to C, Song-yi beamed with joy. The energy conversion sphere had completely absorbed Sun Yujin's strength, however. This energy could not be utilized for himself, but could only be transferred to others of the same kind. Song-yi immediately thought of Zhou Yuyin and Xiao Bao. So he opened his backpack, and the all-encompassing map materialized before him. The 3-dimensional map unfolded, revealing that 1/5 of the town had been unlocked. Miniature Xiao Bao stood at the entrance of the villa. Just as Song-yi was about to call out Sun, his eyes widened in surprise. To Xiao Bao's left stood Zhou Yuyin, and to his right was unexpectedly Luo Fei. When did Luo Fei arrive? Why are you here? Song-yi inquired, astonished, while Luo Fei maintained a calm demeanor. Xiao Bao brought me in. The all-encompassing map was vast. Xiao Bao had deliberately arranged for Luo Fei to reside in the adjacent villa. Song-yi had not anticipated this possibility. However, it was quite advantageous, as the map was sufficiently expansive, and with enough points, further areas could be unlocked. With Luo Fei staying here, there would be no need for her to vanish. Xiao Bao, bouncing with delight, exclaimed, "Daddy, can we open the badminton court over there? I want to play badminton with my sister." Xiao Bao's demands must be met by Song-yi, who can unlock 200 points directly, along with access to the table tennis hall. However, the town remains inhabited by only 3 individuals, and as more areas are developed and unlocked, the desolation becomes increasingly apparent. Song-yi contemplated purchasing some pets from the marketplace as a gift for Xiao Bao, but upon searching, discovered that the items available were all inanimate. Pondering this, Song-yi asked Tao Tao, could you inquire whether the game sells animal NPCs? Although Tao Tao's voice was not audible, words appeared before Song-yi. Tao Tao replied, I'm here. The game has muted me for an hour. He expressed a feeling of something missing upon exiting the game, which was indeed the absence of Tao Tao's voice. Song-yi inquired, what did you do for the game to mute you? Tao Tao explained, I merely uttered a single disrespectful phrase, and it became furious. Song-yi reacted, that is rather impolite. Do you know where one might procure animals? Tao Tao quickly scoured the game's various rules and settings, and after 10 seconds, declared, the marketplace does not sell them, but players can capture animal NPCs upon entering the game. Song-yi felt elated. This was excellent news. In the next game, he aimed to gather a small zoo for Xiao Bao. The second game concluded successfully, and Song-yi's points on the newcomer leaderboard were updated. It displayed only the points earned from gameplay, excluding any tips. Song-yi had accumulated 198 points over the 2 games, surpassing the second-place player by 8 points. who had amassed their score over 5 games. With this, Song Yi has gained even more fame, as he has caught the attention of the team, and everyone is contemplating how to recruit him. Lu Xiao has also exited the game, and after witnessing Song Yi's performance in the second match, he too felt compelled to invite Song Yi to join their ranks. Xiaobai remarked, "Boss, I have already sent an invitation to Song Yi. Our Kuimping team currently holds the top position in the game, and I believe Song Yi will be thrilled to see this." Following the announcement of the dissolution of his engagement by Song Yi's company, Chu Xiong and Chu Shui believed they had made a wise decision. However, the very next day, their company began to face difficulties. Ongoing projects were halted, and several long-standing partners requested to terminate their contracts, resulting in significant losses for their firm. If the Lu family were to intervene, the Chu family would encounter no issues. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that Chu Shui has yet to win over Lu Xiao, leaving Chu Xiong feeling increasingly anxious. "Shui, what progress have you made with Lu Xiao?" Chu Xiong inquired. Upon hearing her father's question, Chu Shui felt the mounting pressure. It had been quite a while since she last saw Lu Xiao, let alone nurture any budding feelings. Recognizing the discontent on her face, Chu Xiong began to lecture her. Chu Shui, growing impatient, responded, "Dad, your urging is futile. I haven't seen Lu Xiao in ages. There's no need to rush this matter." Chu Xiong sighed. "I do not wish to pressure you, but our company may not afford to wait." Being an employee of the company herself, Chu Shui was acutely aware of the situation. After some contemplation, she tentatively suggested, "Perhaps we should approach Song Yi for assistance." Chapter 38, Confronting the Ex-Fiancé. Although the Song family's company was of moderate success, the late Mr. Song had cultivated an extensive network of connections. If Song Yi were to lend his voice in their favor, those individuals would likely show consideration. However, having just broken off the engagement, there were concerns that Song Yi might refuse to assist them. Chu Xiong hesitated, while Chu Shui spoke up, "Father, I believe we should give it a try. If it fails, we can reassess." Chu Shui was particularly anxious about the company's predicament, as it served as her foundation in pursuing Lu Xiao. Seeing his daughter's resolve, Chu Xiong nodded. They would attempt it. If successful, it would bring joy to all. And if unsuccessful, their losses would be minimal. Chu Xiong remarked, however, that lad Song Yi has been quite elusive lately. He may not agree to meet us. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Shui responded, "Isn't there a charity gala hosted by Uncle Chi tomorrow evening? Mr. Song used to attend annually when his grandfather was alive. Given the strong ties between the Song and Chi families, Song Yi will undoubtedly be present this time." Resolute in her decision, Chu Shui insisted that Chu Xiong contact Qi Jun to ensure that Song Yi received a formal invitation. Qi Jun was somewhat surprised by the call. He had seen the news and was aware that Chu Shui and Song Yi's engagement had been dissolved. Qi Jun's wife was curious as well, asking, "What does this mean for the Chu family now that the engagement has ended?" Putting down the phone, Qi Jun pondered, "I've heard that the Chu family is facing some difficulties. Many of their partners are terminating contracts. It seems Chu Xiong is seeking to leverage the Song family's connections." Madame Qi Jun furrowed her brow upon hearing this. The Chu family has acted most ungraciously. Elder Song had once extended his considerable support to them, and now that he has passed, they seek to bully the young Song. We cannot stand idly by while they torment him. Qi Jun chuckled softly. "You underestimate Song Yi. He is a protege of Elder Song himself, and this young man is not one to be easily intimidated." The Chu family's decision to forsake Song Yi merely signifies their lack of discernment. That evening, Qi Jun placed a call to Song Yi, subtly mentioning the demands made by Chu Xiong during the day, ensuring Song Yi was well informed. Song Yi was not taken aback by Qi Jun's words. He was fully aware of the Chu family's capabilities. However, he was not the kind to show leniency. The ties between the Chu and Song families had long since been severed, dating back to his grandfather's time, and he would not indulge them. As he glanced at the clock, he noted that there were still 40 hours until his next entry into the game, making attendance at the gala entirely feasible. The Chi family's charity gala had been held for 9 consecutive years, with every penny raised allocated to tangible causes, the accounts meticulously clear. His philanthropic endeavors were well known, and people were eager to participate. Lu Qingyu was abroad on business, so he had entrusted Lu Xiao to represent him at the Qi Gala. Lu Xiao, primarily engaged in research, had spent years ensconced in the laboratory, and his involvement in the family business had been minimal. It was only in the past year, due to Lu Qingyu's overwhelming commitments, that he had begun attending a few events on his behalf, though most attendees were unfamiliar with him. At 8 o'clock that evening, Chu Shui and Chu Xiong arrived early. As Song Yi had yet to make an appearance, they mingled with others in the inner hall, engaging in business pleasantries. Caught in traffic, Song Yi arrived slightly later than expected. As he reached the entrance, he unexpectedly collided with someone. Both Song Yi and the stranger paused in surprise. "Lu Xiao?" Song Yi exclaimed. "Song Yi," Lu Xiao replied. The two called out each other's names simultaneously, only to be momentarily taken aback. Song Yi never anticipated encountering Lu Xiao in this place. Had it been 3 days prior, they might not have recognized one another. However, the present circumstances were markedly different. For one was ranked first on the newcomer leaderboard of the horror game, while the other held the top position on the overall scoreboard. Upon entering the horror game hall, it was impossible to overlook their photographs prominently displayed on the central screen, making ignorance of each other quite implausible. The individuals selected for the horror game hailed from diverse planets and different timelines. The odds of being chosen simultaneously on the same planet within a single timeline were exceedingly slim. At most, there would be 10 individuals among a billion. The likelihood of 2 such individuals not only being selected but also recognizing one another was even more minuscule, faced with someone who shared a similar extraordinary fate. Despite this being their first meeting, both felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and ease. They entered the elevator together, and Lu Xiao couldn't resist stealing a glance at Song Yi. His curiosity piqued. Typically, those chosen for the horror game were nearing the end of their lives. Lu Xiao ventured, "Are you nearing death?" A rather presumptuous query, yet the tone between Lu Xiao and Song Yi was as casual as conversing with an old friend. "I have late-stage cancer," Song Yi replied. Lu Xiao displayed an expression of understanding, as if this were a commonplace occurrence. Song Yi, intrigued, inquired, "And you?" "I accidentally blew up my laboratory while researching military weaponry," Lu Xiao admitted. Song Yi, 2 individuals exchanged a handshake, expressing their pleasure in meeting. As the elevator reached the 3rd floor and the doors opened, Lu Xiao turned to Song Yi and said, "I am a member of the Kunping team, and our group has extended an invitation to you. If you are interested, do consider it." Although he was aware that Song Yi was unlikely to accept, Lu Xiao felt compelled to mention it, to which Song Yi responded with a word of thanks. Both were on their way to meet Qi Jun. But just as they entered, Lu Xiao received a phone call. A friend of his, who was also attending the banquet, had forgotten to bring the invitation. After exchanging a few words, Lu Xiao went to fetch him, leaving Song Yi to proceed alone into the banquet hall. The moment he appeared at the entrance, Chu Shui and her father spotted him and quickly approached. Upon seeing Qi Jun, Song Yi began to make his way over, but before he could reach him, Chu Shui obstructed his path. "Song Yi, how have you been these past few days?" she inquired. This father-daughter duo, known for their self-serving nature, had seen their engagement annulled. Yet, their overly cordial demeanor suggested they had ulterior motives. "What brings you here?" Song Yi asked. Ignoring Song Yi's cold demeanor, Chu Shui continued. "Although our engagement has been dissolved, our families have a long-standing relationship. I would not want our personal matters to affect the rapport between our families." Song Yi quietly accepted a glass of wine from a passing waiter, observing Chu Shui with a calm expression. Their last encounter had been quite different. Now, she feigned concern for their family's relationship. Did she truly expect him to believe her? "So, what now?" Chu Shui, Song Yi. "I am aware that the Song group has been in a rather precarious situation, and I trust you would not wish to see it perish under your stewardship. I possess a solution that could prove mutually beneficial." Chu Shui continued. "The Chu group has secured 3 substantial projects this year, each exceeding 10 million. All 3 can be entrusted to you." Her tone carried an air of condescension. Song Yi internally scoffed, thinking, "I am not in need of your trifles. What is it that you desire?" Chu Shui had been anticipating this inquiry from Song Yi, yet she refrained from disclosing the Chu group's current crisis, not wanting to reveal a position of vulnerability. "We have several projects we wish to advance, and these individuals maintain a favorable rapport with Grandfather Song. If you would be willing to lend your voice to our cause, it would yield advantages for us all." Song Yi immediately grasped the gravity of the situation for the Chu group. However, he was not inclined to indulge her. "Previously, I thought you were merely novice. But now I realize your arrogance knows no bounds. You mistake your own folly for wisdom, assuming others share your ignorance." Song Yi spoke without reservation, inciting a flush of indignation on Chu Shui's face. "Who are you calling a fool?" Chapter 39. What are you explaining to me? Upon hearing that his daughter was being wronged, Chu Xiong attempted to assert his authority over Song Yi. "Song Yi, how dare you speak to Shui in such a manner?" Song Yi retorted, "Have I erred in my words? Is the current state of your group a secret to anyone? I am well aware of your predicament. Your partners have terminated contracts, and numerous projects have fallen through, have they not? You wish to take advantage of me, using the connections of the Song family to pave your path. It is evident that you should be the one seeking my favor. Yet you present it as though you are bestowing a favor upon me. How naive you are, yet do not question the intelligence of others. Chu Xiong did not anticipate that Song Yi would be so unrelenting, with many eyes upon them. His face flushed crimson in an instant. Accustomed to his position of authority, he had long forgotten the last time someone had spoken to him in such a manner, especially a youth. In his moment of fury, he spoke without fully contemplating his words. Do you truly believe we require your assistance? Allow me to enlighten you. Shuai has a close relationship with the young master of the Lu family, and we are poised to collaborate with the Lu family. Initially, it was out of respect for your grandfather that we considered offering you this opportunity, hoping to elevate you, yet your lack of appreciation is disheartening. The moment those words escaped his lips, Chu Shui could not intervene in time. Chu Xiong's voice was thunderous, and many around them took note. Some, unaware of the situation, murmured quietly, "The Lu family? Which Lu family? Surely, it must be the family of Lu Qingyu. What? Isn't he married? Where does this young master come from? You may not know, but Lu Qingyu has adopted a child, who, it seems, is quite low-key and involved in scientific research." As Lu Xiao arrived, he overheard others discussing him. "Lu Xiao, what is happening?" At that moment, Qi Jun noticed Lu Xiao's entrance and called out his name, prompting everyone to turn their attention toward him. Just as they say, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Chu Xiong looked at Lu Xiao with delight. How fortunate. Lu Xiao himself has arrived. In comparison to Lu Xiao, Song Yi is of little significance. Chu Xiong greeted warmly. "Xiao Lu, why didn't you inform Shuai of your arrival? She could have come to find you." Completely disregarding Chu Shui's expression, Chu Xiong approached Lu Xiao with an air of familiarity. Chu Shui's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she interjected, "Dad, please don't say such things." Chu Xiong replied nonchalantly, "What is there to fear? Given how close you two are, it's only a matter of time before you become inseparable." Song Yi, having previously encountered Lu Xiao, had formed a favorable impression of him, yet was taken aback to discover his affection for Chu Shui. The way Song Yi regarded Lu Xiao shifted to one of profound significance. Lu Xiao felt a sudden chill run down his spine, questioning the meaning behind Song Yi's gaze. Instinctively, he sought to clarify, but Song Yi raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Are you close to Chu Shui?" Lu Xiao stammered, "Who? What Shui? I don't even know her." Chu Shui's face turned pale. She hadn't anticipated that after 3 or 4 meetings, Lu Xiao would fail to remember her. Chu Xiong's expression darkened immediately upon hearing this. "Xiao Lu, didn't you get along well with Shui before? Have you two had a falling out? Shui can be a bit spoiled due to my indulgence. Please be more patient with her." Chu Shui, feeling flustered, added, "Lu Go, it's me. What is wrong with you today? How could you forget me so quickly?" Lu Xiao scrutinized Chu Shui's face, finding a faint recollection. Last month, while his father was abroad, he had attended several domestic business gatherings on his behalf, where he had been besieged by numerous young women, making it difficult to remember anyone distinctly. Song Yi, observing the unfolding drama, wore a look of amusement. Lu Xiao insisted, "I truly am not familiar with her. Had the occasion been more appropriate, Song Yi might have whistled in amusement. What are you explaining to me?" Lu Xiao was drenched in perspiration, not from exertion, but from a sense of guilt. At that moment, Chu Shui and Chu Xiong also sensed the familiarity between Lu Xiao and Song Yi. Chu Shui inquired, "Do you two know each other?" Song Yi turned, "Not well." Lu Xiao interjected, "Not wishing to foster any misunderstandings, my apologies, sir, but I am not well acquainted with your daughter. My interest lies solely in the Song group." The faces of Chu Xiong and Chu Shui turned ashen. Chu Xiong had believed his daughter was on the verge of securing Lu Xiao's affections. In his quest to elevate Chu Shui to the status of Mrs. Lu, he had even risked his reputation by seeking to dissolve the engagement between Song Yi and Chu Shui. Yet, now Lu Xiao claimed he was not familiar with his daughter. What would become of the Chu family? They had anticipated Lu Xiao's support, but with Song Yi's dismissal, it was evident that assistance would not come from Lu Xiao either. The crisis for the Chu family loomed large. Panic gripped Chu Xiong. While Chu Shui was even more distressed, Song Yi chuckled to himself, thinking they had brought this misfortune upon themselves. Having witnessed this spectacle, he felt his visit was worthwhile. Although Qi Jun arrived late, the unfolding drama made it clear that he understood the situation. In an effort to lighten the atmosphere, he suggested, "There are plenty of delicious dishes today. Since everyone is here, why not indulge?" Upon hearing Qi Jun's words, the crowd gradually dispersed. With a smile on his face, Song Yi produced a check and handed it to Qi Jun, saying, "Uncle Qi, thank you for your invitation. This is a small token of my appreciation. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." Song Yi entrusted the generous sum intended for charitable donation to Qi Jun, who accepted it with an unmistakable shock upon seeing the figure, 100 million. Chu Xiong exclaimed, "How much did Song Yi donate?" Qi Jun was equally astonished, and bystanders gasped in disbelief. Wasn't it said that the Song family's business had been struggling in recent years? How could he afford such a donation? The gala was already of a high standard, although there were no strict limits on the amount of donations. Attendees typically contributed at least 500,000 for the sake of appearances. Donations exceeding 800,000 were rare. Considering there were at least a dozen charity galas each year, and contributing too much was burdensome. Yet, here was Song Yi, donating a staggering 100 million. Qi Jun hesitated. This is too much. It's not excessive. This is a donation made on behalf of the Song Group and KD Finance, Song Yi replied. The mention of KD Finance caught everyone's attention. Qi Jun thought he had misheard, but before he could inquire further, Chu Xiong's voice rose in pitch. KD Finance? What do you mean? What is your connection to KD Finance? KD Finance was one of the top 10 enterprises in the nation, renowned in the financial sector. With a nonchalant demeanor, Song Yi stated, KD Finance is my company. Chu Xiong's complexion shifted from pale to a deep shade of anger. It was indeed Song Yi's company. Had they known this, they would have never allowed Chu Shui and Song Yi to break off their engagement. Now, they were left regretting their decision immensely. As Song Yi strode away, Lu Xiao also handed his check to Qi Jun, and after their departure, Chu Xiong and his daughter left in a state of disarray. In an instant, they became the laughingstock of the circle. They had lifted a stone only to drop it upon their own feet. It appears that the Chu family is destined for ruin. This father-daughter duo is truly a farce. They disregarded a perfectly good engagement and insisted on creating chaos. And now they find themselves with a future obliterated by their own actions. Chapter 40, Story 3, Human Trafficking in the Mountains. Chu Xiong, intent on gaining an advantage, must now consider whether Song Yi would allow him such a privilege. The entire circle is now aware that the Chu family has failed in their schemes. Just as Song Yi departed, Lu Xiao also made his exit. Outside the hotel, Lu Xiao called out to Song Yi, who was about to drive away, prompting her to roll down her window. "Shall we have a drink if you aren't in a hurry?" Lu Xiao suggested. The two settled down and ordered whiskey. After a sip, Song Yi inquired first, "How long have you been in the game?" Lu Xiao replied, "I entered 3 years ago and have participated in over 100 matches." Surprised, Song Yi remarked, "That doesn't seem right. ISNT participation required every 48 hours? Lu Xiao explained, "Players below level 30 must participate in a game every 48 hours, while those above level 30 have a grace period of 72 hours. The higher the level, the longer the grace period. Of course, if one wishes to accumulate points, they may opt to shorten the grace period." "What is your current level?" Song Yi asked, broaching a topic that was hardly a secret. Lu Xiao responded, "Let us add each other as friends. This way, we can stay connected in both the gaming world and reality, and friends can share certain resources." Lu Xiao revealed his wrist, showcasing a totem that closely mirrored Song Yi's, albeit with distinct patterns, reminiscent of unique QR codes, one for each individual. Song Yi, who had yet to connect with any online acquaintances, extended his wrist and inquired, "How do I add you?" Lu Xiao's wrist glided above Song Yi's, and an invitation to be friends promptly appeared on Song Yi's device. Upon accepting the request, Lu Xiao's name graced Song Yi's list of friends. This sensation was akin to the friend-adding feature in gaming. Yet it was transformed into a holographic display visible only to them. Curious, Song Yi clicked on Lu Xiao's profile, revealing that Lu Xiao's score had reached an astonishing 9-digit figure, positioning him at level 91. In horror games, the challenge does not stem from the length of time spent playing. Mere participation does not guarantee a spot on the leaderboard. The most terrifying aspect of such games is the uncertainty of survival duration. As the rounds progress, the difficulty escalates and the variety of modes increases. Some players may perish just as they are about to make the leaderboard, while others, despite achieving high ranks, may not last long before meeting their demise. Lu Xiao's total score had remained atop the leaderboard for over a year. And what garnered the most respect was not merely his first place but his remarkable ability to maintain it. Upon confirming the friendship with Song Yi, Lu Xiao generously gifted him several items from his inventory. As Song Yi perused his messages, he noticed a parcel of gifts being sent. Upon opening it, he discovered an assortment of over 30 items, including various talismans, potions, pills, and a selection of small tools. Lu Xiao, these props are amassed through my own efforts. They hold little significance for me, yet they may prove beneficial to those below level 30. I offer them to you. Song Yi, before accepting, wished to clarify with Lu Xiao, I will not join the Kuanping team. Lu Xiao nodded. I understand, and I anticipated this. The impression Song Yi gave was one of freedom, unbound by any individual or organization. Lu Xiao continued. I merely wish to befriend you. Should you encounter a duo match or require assistance in forming a team, do not hesitate to call upon me. Perhaps I can be of service. Song Yi was unaware of such matches existing, but since Lu Xiao mentioned it, he acknowledged the necessity of friends. Subsequently, the two engaged in conversation for nearly 2 hours, during which they discovered each other's remarkable prowess, each possessing admirable and likable qualities. The following day, after several hours of busyness at the company, Song Yi returned to the game hall. To his astonishment, the game hall had bestowed upon him considerable recognition. However, rather than feeling joy or delight, he was engulfed in embarrassment. Goodness, what are those promotional slogans? Reality show's chosen male lead jumps to horror game, nightly battles. A universal appeal, unfinished business between humans and spirits. I await you in the horror game. How mortifying. Upon the lifting of the ban, Tao Tao was infuriated upon seeing the promotional slogans. I curse your second uncle. You are aware this is from my reality show selection, and you dare to speak of it. It is no easy feat to establish a presence in the horror game. The last was Lu Xiao, and that was 3 years ago. One cannot simply exploit a single individual. At long last, Song Yi has arrived. But could such a splendid opportunity in a horror game truly be overlooked? Standing in the game hall, he yearns to find a crevice to hide within. Suddenly, a message from a friend appears. Lu Xiao, congratulations, you are the face of horror gaming. Upon seeing this, Lu Xiao could hardly contain his joy. The feeling of social demise he experienced on the newcomer leaderboard was finally shared by someone else. Song Yi, as the countdown began, numbers flashed before his eyes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself immersed in the game. Clad in mountaineering gear and standing by a riverbank, a large backpack loomed behind him. Lifting his gaze, he was met with a thick miasma that obscured the sky, enveloping his surroundings in a dense white haze. Game ID, 7788. Difficulty, a level. Game difficulties, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. Participants, 15 individuals. Aleo Mountain, a forbidden realm for all outdoor adventurers. 3 days prior, a team of 15 outdoor explorers had stealthily entered this area, only to find themselves lost on the 4th day. Shirlu Village consists of 38 households and a total of 109 residents. Game mission, survive for 7 days in Shirlu Village. In Room 7, a throng of players eagerly awaited updates. Oh my, a level? This is only Song Yi's 3rd foray into the game, and they have assigned him an A level? This is utterly unreasonable. Not only did Song Yi's 2nd game rank as C level, but now he leaps over B level straight to a level? Has Song Yi offended the game? I sense that the game does not wish for him to survive. Enough of the noise. I understand why this match is classified as Grade A. There is a level 30 player among us. It was then that everyone noticed, apart from Song Yi, another notable player. Lin Feng, who had entered the game 6 months prior and had achieved commendable success in the realm of horror gaming, gaining a modest reputation. However, upon closer inspection of the player information, the audience couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety for Song Yi, for among the 15 players, he possessed the lowest level. The others had all surpassed level 15, while he lingered at a mere level 9. Chapter 41. Gatling Song Yi stood still, with 14 others not far from him. After reading through the game script, a sense of curiosity enveloped the group. The information provided by the game was rather scant. The condition for clearing the level required surviving for 7 days in Pomegranate Village, yet no details about Pomegranate Village were disclosed. The hidden elements of this game were abundant. And being an A-grade challenge, it was undoubtedly complex. As the game points were distributed, Lin Feng was the first to address the group, stating, aside from purchasing health packs and similar items, we should stock up on food. Based on my gaming experience, in such mountainous villages, resources are likely to be scarce, and food will be instrumental in solving significant problems. Upon hearing this, the other players furrowed their brows. They were seasoned participants, having played through numerous games, and were not inexperienced novices in need of guidance on what to purchase. Lin Feng's tone suggested he had assumed the role of leader among them, a presumption that sparked resistance. Who bestowed upon him such confidence? However, upon witnessing Lin Feng's level, silence enveloped the crowd. Lin Feng stood as the highest ranked among them. Even if they were reluctant to accept it, offending him was not an option. Consequently, they silently exchanged for health packs, protective talismans, and a variety of sustenance, including compressed biscuits, bread, and chicken. ensuring they would not succumb to starvation for at least a week. The food items were promptly stowed away in their backpacks. Song Yi browsed through the shop, as he typically did, not opting for health packs or food. He aimlessly sifted through the merchandise, seemingly uncertain of what he sought. It was not until he reached the 5th page that something in the lower right corner caught his eye, igniting a spark of excitement. The item was a deep black, exuding a matte metallic texture, a Gatling gun, emanating a blue glow from its muzzle when fired. What boy could resist such a temptation? At the cost of 50 points. Song Yi waved his hand decisively, declaring, "I'll take this." While the players remained oblivious to each other's exchanges, the audience was fully aware. Left both amused and bewildered by Song Yi's audacious choices. "Every item Song Yi exchanges astounds me," one commented. "I suspect he is merely playing around, seeking a toy." Another mused. "Hey, how old are you? Can't you be a bit more mature?" Once everyone had completed their exchanges, the game commenced officially. A figure clad in a worn brown long coat and shorts addressed them. "Have you all rested enough? In half an hour, we shall reach Pomegranate Village. Let us press on. The journey will be more arduous if night falls." The speaker is a villager from Shirlu Village, appearing to be in his 50s, of modest height. With a sun-kissed complexion, his words are accompanied by a gentle smile, and his eyes squint pleasantly, exuding an amiable demeanor. A thick fog has enveloped Ileo Mountain, leaving everyone disoriented and unable to discern the way forward. At this moment, they fortuitously encounter Zhang Dazhang, a local villager ascending the mountain, who advises them to head to Shirlu Village first and wait for the fog to dissipate before he guides them out. After sharing this, Zhang Dazhang takes the lead. Standing at the back of the group, Qinjing remains stationary, having no intention of following. Noticing his reluctance, a nearby player inquires, "Aren't you coming along?" Qinjing shakes his head, responding, "I won't be going. You all should proceed." The game's objective is to survive for 7 days, indicating that Shirlu Village harbors certain dangers. Thus, one might surmise that avoiding Shirlu Village could potentially minimize risk. Hearing Qinjing's words, players who had previously hesitated began to gravitate toward him, expressing, "We shall not go either." 3 individuals stood firm, while the remaining players exchanged glances. Some contemplated offering words of encouragement, only to recall that they were mere acquaintances, with no obligation to one another. "What's wrong? Why aren't you leaving?" one asked. "Once the sun sets, the mountains will be rife with snakes and beasts. It's perilous out here. Although our village may not be affluent, we can at least provide you with a place to eat and rest. The fog is unlikely to clear soon, and remaining here serves no purpose." Initially, 2 others who shared a similar sentiment to Qinjing's promptly shifted their stance upon hearing Zhang Dazhang's words. Indeed, the Pomegranate Village is fraught with peril. Yet the wilderness surrounding us harbors its own dangers. Who knows what nocturnal predators such as tigers and wolves may emerge after sunset? Not to mention venomous snakes and other toxic creatures lurking in the shadows. Contemplating such threats, one might conclude that venturing to Pomegranate Village is the wiser choice, as it offers at least the comfort of shelter. Furthermore, with a sizable group, mutual support would be assured, minimizing potential risks. Nevertheless, Qinjing steadfastly declared, "You need not concern yourselves with me. I shall not go." Zhang Dazhang, perplexed, replied, "Why must you be this way? Rest assured, our village is home to honest folk. We have dwelled here for generations, and our kindness is well known." Qinjing's expression remained resolute, undeterred by Zhang Dazhang's reassurances, and he turned away without a second glance. He had exchanged for 7 days' worth of provisions at the marketplace. Although the environment here was harsh, he could guarantee that Pomegranate Village was undeniably perilous. Observing Qinjing's departure, the other 2 pondered for a moment before deciding to follow suit. "Old man, let us not concern ourselves with them. They are capable of looking after themselves." Zhang Dazhang sighed, his face etched with concern. "Very well, let us proceed." With that, he resumed leading the group forward. Yet, as he turned, his worry transformed into dissatisfaction. The loss of 3 members was significant. Nevertheless, he took solace in the fact that the remaining 12 would not escape. Lin Feng, too, sensed that Zhang Dazhang was no ordinary individual. While he contemplated this, a female player approached him unexpectedly. "Hello, Lin Ge. I am Wang Jiala, a level 17 player." Upon entering the game, Wang Jiala immediately fixated on Lin Feng, the highest-ranked player among them, undoubtedly possessing formidable skills. Aligning herself with him would afford her a measure of protection. Lin Feng turned to Wang Jiala, noting her tall stature and striking beauty, her presence exuding an intoxicating aura of allure as she spoke to him. "Hello," Wang Jiala smiled, feigning admiration. "Lin Ge, I have watched numerous videos of your gameplay, and I am an ardent fan. I am absolutely thrilled to be in the same game as you this time. Who could possibly reject the overtures of a beautiful woman? A confident smile graced Lin Feng's lips. Thank you. You may stay close to me, and I shall protect you. This was precisely the reassurance Wang Jiala longed to hear, her face lighting up with joy. Thank you, Lin Ge. Let us become friends. Lin Feng extended his wrist, and Wang Jiala swiped her own, successfully adding each other as friends, which put her at ease. Observing her actions, other players eagerly approached to add Lin Feng as well. Before long, everyone except Song Yi had sent him a friend request. After the flurry of additions, Lin Feng glanced at the list. 10 people? That means one person has yet to add me. Scanning the crowd, he identified Song Yi, assuming that his shyness had prevented him from reaching out. You, Song Yi. Shall we add each other as well? Song Yi glanced at Lin Feng with little interest and uttered a statement that left others speechless. I did not bring my phone. Lin Feng was taken aback to find himself rebuffed by a level 9 player. He had extended a gesture of goodwill, yet this young man failed to appreciate the courtesy. Henceforth, even if he were to kneel and plead for an opportunity, Lin Feng would not be inclined to oblige. No matter if he chose not to join. Then so be it. 15 minutes later, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and the group finally caught sight of Pomegranate Village. Its remote location and difficult terrain had required them to navigate countless twists and turns. Without Zhang Dazheng's guidance, they would have surely been lost. Standing atop a small hillside, they beheld the village, which appeared modest in size, housing perhaps 30 or 40 families, with the homes arranged in an oval formation. Upon entering the village, Zhang Dazheng led the way to his residence. Wang Jiala closely followed Lin Feng, noting the village's dilapidated state. The houses were either mud structures or wooden, with a few made of stone, giving the impression that this place was a century behind modern civilization. Among the 12 members of their party were 3 young women. Aside from Wang Jiala, one was named Shouko, whose gentle demeanor rendered her rather taciturn throughout the journey. The other, Su Hong, was in her 40s, portly, with tightly curled hair, exuding an air of unapproachability. Lin Feng walked at the forefront of the group, followed closely by Wang Jiala, while the remaining 2 girls positioned themselves in the middle. Song Yi ambled along leisurely, taking in the scenery, thus finding himself at the rear of the procession. Throughout the journey, Song Yi had observed much. The geographical location of Pomegranate Village could be described as isolated from the world. The inhabitants here were either wild folk or formidable characters. As twilight descended, the mountains grew silent, and the villagers retired early. Zhang Dazheng led everyone towards his home. Initially, the group felt a sense of wariness towards the tranquil surroundings, but suddenly, a loud shout from behind sent their hearts racing. People are coming. People are coming to the village. Wang Jiala, startled, instinctively grasped Lin Feng's arm, exclaiming, Lin. This Lin Feng was also taken aback, primarily due to the abruptness of the voice, yet he quickly regained his composure. Who is this? He inquired. Zhang Dazheng immediately smiled, attempting to ease the tension. Ah. He simply has a loud voice. Please do not be alarmed. It has been quite some time since anyone visited our village. He is merely excited to see new faces and is known for his hospitality. Rest assured, our community is of simple and honest nature. After squinting as he spoke, Zhang Dazheng turned and continued walking ahead. Within the group, uncertainty loomed. Zhouko asked, shall we continue? Su Hong added, this place feels rather strange. Lu Tong regretted not sticking with Chun Jing and the others, realizing it was too late for such reflections. At this moment, everyone turned their gaze towards Lin Feng. Not wanting to appear indecisive, he reassured them, it's all right, do not be afraid. We are in good numbers. Upon hearing these words, the crowd recognized that there was no alternative, and thus they resumed their place in the procession. Song Yi stood at the rear, the only one unperturbed. Allowing him to observe the expressions of that earlier youth with clarity, Song Yi felt a surge of excitement. He relished this enigmatic game. Upon arriving at Zhang Dazheng's residence, the group entered the courtyard and beheld a modest wooden cabin of approximately 40 square meters. Upon pushing the door open, the interior was barely describable as rudimentary. A small wooden bed, with a glossy quilt carelessly draped over it, a patinaed square table, accompanied by several handcrafted chairs, and a clay stove constructed from earth completed the scene. Zhang Dazheng urged everyone to make themselves comfortable. The occupants surveyed the space, noting that the available seating was limited to those few chairs. A handful of players promptly claimed the 4 small chairs on the floor, leaving the rest standing awkwardly. Zhang Dazheng, adopting a hospitable demeanor, encouraged them to sit on the bed, assuring them there was no need for formality. Wang Jiala could not conceal the disdain in her gaze. She preferred to remain standing, convinced that the bed harbored lice. Unfazed, Song Yi accepted the squalor of the room. Noting that the outside was more agreeable, he spotted a small lounge chair in the backyard and promptly exited to rest upon it. The mountain breeze wafted in, bringing a refreshing coolness. Setting aside other considerations, the oxygen content here was undeniably high. Less than 2 minutes after they had entered the cabin, the courtyard was besieged as suddenly over 20 individuals appeared at the entrance. Zhang Dazhong peered outside and remarked, "They have come to deliver vegetables. Please wait inside for a moment while I step out to greet them." Indeed, many individuals outside were clutching 2 cabbages each. Initially, the atmosphere was rather pleasant. But when Zhang Dazhong abruptly closed the door upon his departure, an unsettling tension enveloped the group. The room, already confined, had relied on the open door for ventilation since their arrival. Yet, to shut the door simply to fetch vegetables? Such an action was exceedingly bizarre in this context. I couldn't shake the feeling that he was concealing something from us. A sense of unease washed over me as I observed the group delivering vegetables to Zhang Dazhong. Their glances frequently darted towards the interior of the house. The situation felt profoundly strange. Wang Jiala felt a surge of anxiety. Lin Gu, I too sensed that something is amiss in this village. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before retrieving a small paper cup from his inventory. Within the cup rested a tiny bee, which soon fluttered out through the crack in the wooden cabin's window. From the paper cup, the group began to hear the murmurs of the villagers outside. An elderly woman's voice emerged first. As her words concluded, all eyes instinctively turned towards the 3 women present, eventually resting upon Wang Jiala. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she retreated behind Lin Feng. "Why are you looking at me?" Lin Feng gestured for silence, urging everyone to listen further. Outside, Zhang Dazhong was soothing the elderly Lu. "Auntie, please do not fret." Upon hearing this, Lu's voice grew even more pronounced. "Do not fret? My son Dagong is 30 and still has no children. If he does not produce an heir soon, how shall we be supported in our old age? Last year, I gifted you 2 ginseng roots. Yet the little girl you brought to us perished within 3 days of returning home. I am indifferent to that. What I desire is this." Wang Jiala now appears as pale as a sheet, and the other 2 women are equally terrified. Should they fail to grasp the gravity of their situation, they would be utterly foolish. A palpable chill sweeps over the crowd, realizing they have been deceived by Zhang Dazhong under the guise of simple hospitality. Chapter 43. Is this individual insane? They are akin to lambs to the slaughter. The visitors to Zhang Dazhong's residence are not welcoming hosts, but rather merchants of fate. At this moment, all players come to recognize the malevolence inherent in the game 7788. Surviving for 7 days in this wretched place, what horrors await them? However, some players express relief, believing that the men may not suffer as the women do. Just as this thought surfaces, a voice emerges from a cup. "Old Zhang, I have no interest in women. I prefer men. Allocate 1 to me." All the men, including Lin Feng, feel a tightening in their chests. Lin Feng's expression is grave. He too harbors regrets. Yet they are of no consequence now. He wishes to flee, but there are only 12 of them, while the village is populated by at least 70 or 80. Escape seems impossible. Outside, the discussion revolves around the allocation of their group among the villagers. Zhao Wei proposes, shall we confront them directly and eliminate them? Lin Feng shakes his head. This is a horror game. If we eliminate them, what if they all transform into ghosts? The group falls silent, pondering the implications. Outside, the people were deliberating. This group does not appear easily intimidated. What if they refuse to cooperate? We are numerous. If they do not comply, we can simply subdue them. With so many of us, if it leads to violence, so be it. Inside, every face was ashen with fear. Zhao Wei remarked, "We cannot resist. If we do, let alone 7 days, we would be fortunate to survive a single day." Su Hong questioned, "What then? Are we to simply acquiesce to them?" Upon hearing Su Hong's words, Zhou bit her lip until it bled. Lin Feng responded, "It is no longer feasible for us to resist. We shall observe how they distribute things. Though enduring 7 days will be arduous, we can manage for a while." Wang Jiala turned to Lin Feng, pleading, "What should I do, Brother Lin?" Lin Feng reassured him, "Do not worry, I will do my utmost to look after you." While Wang Jiala had someone to care for him, Zhou and Su Hong were left to fend for themselves. Zhou was in tears, prompting Su Hong to scold her. "What are you crying for?" As Zhou struggled to contain her emotions, Su Hong pulled her aside and discreetly produced something from her pocket to hand to Zhou, who quickly tucked it away. Everyone inside was on edge, while Song Yi appeared so comfortable he was nearly dozing off. After about 20 minutes, it seemed an agreement had been reached outside. Zhang Dazhong entered with a beaming smile and announced, "Everyone, it is quite late. and you must be weary. Our home cannot accommodate so many. I have arranged for you to stay with the families in our village who have better lodging conditions. You shall make do for a few nights. And when the mountain fog clears, I will escort you out." Zhang Dacheng sought to stabilize the group, urging everyone to follow him obediently. He called out to old Lady Lu, who promptly emerged from the crowd and approached him, whispering a peculiar remark about needing someone with ample proportions. Zhang Dacheng nodded eagerly, then shifted his gaze to Wang Jiala, whose heart sank instantly. With a smile, Zhang Dacheng addressed her, "My dear girl, as a lady, you ought to have a comfortable place to stay. Old Lady Lu's house is made of stone and quite spacious. You should accompany her." Wang Jiala immediately protested, "No, I want to go." At her words, Old Lady Lu's countenance fell dramatically. Subsequently, Wang Jiala's complexion grew even paler as the system notification chimed. Ding. Player Wang Jiala has received a misfortune box. Ding. Being pursued value, 10. In the game livestream, viewers initially believed the storyline would be straightforward upon reading the synopsis, but upon reaching this point, they couldn't help but curse the game for its cruelty. There is no escaping, no resisting. This merely a ploy to subject players to NPC torment. This is rather harsh. The female players are likely in for a rough time. Song-yi, wake up, don't sleep. If you do, you might miss the action. Old Lady Lu shot a glare at Wang Jiala as sharp as a knife, prompting her to hastily move beside Lin Feng. "I wish to stay with Brother Lin." Zhang Dacheng glanced at the two, realizing that tensions had risen even at this early stage of separation. With many young individuals present, any conflict could be troublesome. Thus, he decisively declared, "Then let it be so. Old Lady Lu, please lead the way." Madame L was somewhat reluctant, yet she complied. Zhang Dazheng continued distributing the items. And when he reached Zhao Wei, a burly man with a thick beard and a broad frame suddenly pushed his way to the front. The moment he spoke, Zhao Wei was terrified. This was none other than the man, referred to as Dagong by Zhang Dazheng, who had just menaced him moments earlier. "Let us go," Dagong said. Zhao Wei felt his legs weaken. He simply could not go. If he did, he would surely meet his demise tonight. No, I want to go." Upon hearing this, Dagong's expression shifted, and at the same time, Zhao Wei received a notification from the system. He glanced around at the other players, who were all silent, prioritizing their own safety above all else. Sweat trickled down Zhao Wei's face as he realized he was the only one left without a partner. Suddenly, he spotted Song-yi. Having lounged enough, Song-yi stood up and stretched his back. Zhao Wei immediately pointed at him, exclaiming, "Let him go instead. My legs are not up to it. Please allow me to remain here." Dagong, visibly displeased, scrutinized Zhao Wei, doubting his claim of poor mobility. However, as his gaze shifted to Song-yi, he reconsidered. This man was strikingly handsome, exceedingly so. Dagong's grin widened in satisfaction. "All right, we'll take him." Song-yi, appearing unfazed, inquired, "Where will I be staying tonight?" "At my place," Dagong replied. Song-yi cast a quick glance at the hulking man, recognizing his potential as an able subordinate. "Very well, let us go. Carry my bag." With a look of eager compliance, Dagong hoisted Song-yi's bag onto his back. Other players had firmly concluded that Song-yi was undoubtedly a fool. Did he not notice the sheer terror on Zhao Wei's face? Yet he still dared to calmly accompany others, and even allowed them to carry his backpack. Once the gang finally departed, Zhao Wei let out a long sigh of relief and turned to Zhang Dazheng, saying, "Uncle, may I stay at your house? I can sleep on the floor and help you with chores over the next few days." Zhang Dazheng glanced at Zhao Wei and agreed, recognizing that there was indeed plenty of work to be done around his home. That first night, all the players were filled with trepidation, uncertain whether there would be ghosts lurking, as the system had provided them no warnings. However, lurking even more ominously than ghosts were the very people amongst them. They needed to strategize on how to confront them. In everyone's mind, the one who would suffer the most that night was undoubtedly Song-yi. At around 9 o'clock, the 11 players from Shirlu village, alongside Chen Jing, who was outside the village, were all jolted awake in fright. Ding. Player Song-yi has received the Cursed Box. Cursed Box 1. Cursed Box 2. Cursed Box 3. Chapter 44. Closing the door on the dog to Gang S home was situated at the west end of the village, and he diligently guided Song-yi along the way. Initially, he held little hope for the Gang S abode, expecting merely a place to stay. To his surprise, the house was exceptionally tidy. It was a wooden structure, comparable in size to Zhang Dazheng's home, with minimal furnishings, yet remarkably neat. Song-yi surveyed his surroundings and mused that the gang did not strike him as someone who maintained such cleanliness. Unable to restrain himself, he remarked, "I didn't expect it. You appear rather disheveled, yet your home is quite immaculate." No sooner had Song Yi spoken these words than De Gang proceeded to commit an act that ignited a fiery rage within Song Yi. De Gang, with an air of ostentation, seemed to be showcasing himself deliberately for Song Yixian. He called out to the outside, "Pour the water." Upon looking out, Song Yi observed a mother and daughter crawling out from a doghouse. The woman's face bore a long scar, her features gaunt and her expression vacant. Beside her, a little girl of 4 or 5 years with unkempt blonde hair, evidently suffering from long-term malnutrition. Upon hearing De Gang's command, the woman immediately emerged from the doghouse to fetch water, while the girl stood silently, awaiting her mother without a whimper. At this moment, Song Yi was striving to suppress his fury. The doghouse was drafty, covered only by a broken tile, and filled with a heap of straw. Upon entering the courtyard, he had initially assumed it was a dog inside, only to discover it was a human. Glancing at De Gang, who wore an expression of pride, he continued to flaunt. "See, behave, and this is how the emperor is treated." As the woman poured the water, she accidentally spilled a few drops, prompting De Gang to strike her across the face. "Useless. I traded 3 ginseng roots for you, and your belly just produces a burden. You can't even perform a simple task." The woman received the slap as if it were a familiar occurrence. The little girl flinched at the sound, yet remained silent and composed. This woman had likely been deceived by Zhang Dazheng into this predicament, never to leave again. After drinking, De Gang turned his gaze to Song Yi, who wore a stoic expression. Yet, even this cold visage seemed to pique Gongzi's interest. "It's getting late. Let us retire. I shall share my bed with you, and we can both rest in the room." The lewd expression on Gongzi's face caused the woman he had just assaulted to glance towards Song Yi. With a cold smirk, Song Yi felt his rage reaching its zenith. "Very well, you choose to close the door," he thought. The iron pot struck De Gang's face, leaving an imprint of his features. De Gang was momentarily stunned by the blow. Upon regaining his senses, his expression morphed into one of ferocity. He was the strongest in Shirlu village, and no one dared to offend him, nor could anyone match his strength. He had initially assumed that if this dandy cooperated, he would spare him too much suffering. But he hadn't anticipated that the young man would seek his own demise. With a thunderous shout, De Gang charged towards Song Yi, determined to subdue this dandy. However, just as he mustered his strength, another strike from the pot landed on his head. "You flaunt your bravado, but it's all for naught," Song Yi taunted, delivering a swift blow with each utterance. His speed and ferocity rendered De Gang's arrogance completely deflated. "You think you're a king? You're nothing but a dog of a king." With each hit, the misfortune boxes multiplied exponentially. Cao Cao quietly silenced Song Yi's system notification. But his actions did not affect others. The commotion alerted the other players. Lin Feng and Wang Jiala exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes reflecting disbelief. Lin Feng couldn't help but admire Song Yi. Surely, the number of misfortune boxes had surpassed 100. In merely 2 minutes, this man had accumulated more misfortune boxes than Lin Feng had received throughout his entire gameplay. Had he lost his mind? Whatever he was doing, it was certain that he was doomed. Wang Jiala and Lin Feng arrived at the residence of Old Lady L. Before they even stepped into the courtyard, they could hear quite a commotion emanating from within. As the three entered and opened the door, the sharp and acerbic expression on Old Lady L's face instantly transformed into a beaming smile, reminiscent of a blossoming chrysanthemum. However, upon seeing the occupants of the house, both Wang Jiala and Lin Feng felt a chill run down their spines. Old Lady L's son was a simpleton, over 40 years of age, yet possessing the intellect of a mere 3-year-old, perpetually drooling. The old lady doted on her son as one would a child, asking, "Would you like to sleep together tonight?" Upon hearing that he would have a sister to play with, L's son clapped his hands in delight, saliva dripping onto the ground. Yet, for Wang Jiala, this was unbearable. She could not restrain herself and promptly vomited. Old Lady L's expression soured immediately. "What's wrong? Are you looking down on us?" The ominous specter of misfortune loomed larger, causing Wang Jiala to feel increasingly distressed. "No, it's not that. I'm pregnant." The words slipped from her lips, and Old Lady L's demeanor shifted dramatically. This Zhang Dazhong, the deceitful wretch, had failed to inform her that this woman was with child. Wasn't this a hindrance? Lin Feng, taken aback by Wang Jiala's revelation, quickly joined in. "Yes, we are a couple. She is my partner, and she is pregnant. Dear lady, we are financially stable, and we have many valuable items in our possession that we can offer you. We intend to stay here for 6 days and are willing to assist you with chores. Once we leave, we can help find a wife for your son." As Lin Feng spoke, he began to retrieve items from his bag. Old Lady L cast a glance at them, a look of unexpected joy washing over her. She had not anticipated that these two would bring such valuable possessions. However, the prospect of leaving is utterly impossible once one arrives in Pomegranate Village. Escape becomes a mere illusion. On the first night, the villagers did not act excessively, and the players maintained a tactful demeanor to avoid offending them. Thus their situation remained relatively stable. As the clock approached 9, most villagers succumbed to slumber, while the players kept their eyes wide open, too apprehensive to close them. Firstly, they were uncertain whether the villagers might suddenly turn against them. Secondly, the specter of the supernatural loomed over them, leaving them to ponder whether ghosts might haunt the night. Thirdly, the ominous box of misfortune associated with Song Yi continued to accumulate, sparking curiosity about his actions and how long he could possibly endure. Chapter 45. What have you done to him? The nearest neighbors to De Gang heard wails that struck them as unsettling. Such agonizing cries, they thought, sounded far too grievous to survive until dawn. Chun Si and Yi nestled in the doghouse, startled by a sudden noise from within the house. Chun Si quickly tightened her embrace around Yi, sensing a struggle between two individuals inside. Upon encountering Song Yi earlier that day, she had known his fate was sealed. Arriving in such a place meant he would never escape. With De Gang's sadistic nature, they could only speculate on what awaited him that night. From the moment Song Yi stepped into the house, Chun Si had been silently mourning for him, and the wailing that ensued persisted for nearly an hour. She felt certain that he would meet his demise within those walls. Chun Si had been trafficked to this place 8 years prior, making 8 attempts to flee in her first year, followed by 6 in the second. By the third year, she had given up the notion of escape. She had been sold 4 times in this village before ultimately being delivered to De Gang, where her nightmarish existence began. Yaya is not her child. Her own child is also a girl. Due to her gender, she was discarded immediately after birth. After 10 o'clock, the atmosphere around Song Yi settled, and she opened the door, startling the mother and daughter in the doghouse. Inside, the mother tightly clutched Yaya, and Song Yi's sudden appearance shocked them both. Realizing that she had frightened them, Song Yi quickly reassured, "Do not be afraid. I am a good person." Illuminated by the flickering candlelight from the window, Chun Si turned her gaze towards Song Yi. Every year, people are trafficked into this place, and even the most resilient individuals ultimately succumb. Listening to the anguished cries from within, she thought the sound bore a resemblance to De Gang's voice. The person before her appeared unscathed. But could it truly have been De Gang who cried out? Panic surged within Chun Si. If it indeed was De Gang, the villagers would likely beat him to death by morning. Her voice trembled as she asked, "What have you done to him?" At a loss for words, Chun Si doubted her own hearing. Song Yi suggested, "Why don't you come out first?" After a moment's hesitation, Chun Si gathered Yaya and emerged from the doghouse, eager to see De Gang's condition. However, upon stepping through the door, the sight before her nearly took her breath away. De Gang was battered and bruised, his face nearly unrecognizable, lying on the ground like a dog. Upon seeing Chun Si and the others, he let out a pitiful bark. Chun Si was overwhelmed with terror. She knew De Gang all too well, for no one in the village was as savage as he. Yet, this sight was utterly inconceivable. As De Gang spotted Song Yi, he immediately lay down submissively. Upon hearing the command, he crawled out without hesitation. Chun Si gazed incredulously at Song Yi, and after a moment, posed her question. "What did you do to him?" Song Yi chuckled lightly, explaining that he had merely given him a sound thrashing, and then summoned Zhou Yuyan to intimidate him a bit. Who would have thought that despite his imposing stature, De Gang possessed such a timid nature? "It was nothing, just a friendly exchange," he added. Chun Si cast her eyes downward, noting that the sole pot in the household had been reduced to a mere scrap of iron, and of the 4 stools, 3 lay shattered. "Do you think I believe you?" Song Yi appeared somewhat sheepish, responding, "Next time, I'll take it outside." Witnessing De Gang's defeat brought Chun Si immense satisfaction. She wished fervently that someone could eliminate him entirely. Yet, she couldn't help but caution Song Yi, "If others see this, you might find yourself in trouble." Song Yi waved her off. He insisted on sleeping in the doghouse. "I didn't T-force him." Within the room stood a bed, accompanied by a recliner. Song Yi suggested, "You two take the bed. I'll rest here on the recliner." Chun Si, cradling Yaya, sat on the edge of the bed. Feeling somewhat out of place, it had been ages since they had last slept in a bed. Song Yi effortlessly reclined on the chair, declaring it quite comfortable. As he closed his eyes first, fatigue from the earlier confrontation overtook him. Observing Song Yi succumb to slumber, Chun Si found herself at a loss for words. Was he not supposed to be fleeing? How could he sleep so soundly? With circumstances as they were, pondering was futile. She lay down with Yaya and surrendered to sleep. In the darkness, Yaya kept her eyes wide open, gazing at Song Yi. Though young, she could discern kindness from malice. This uncle seemed to be a good person. In the dead of night, just past midnight, Song-yi was sleeping soundly when a sudden gust of wind flung open the window. A ghostly figure flitted inside. But upon realizing that the occupant of the bed was not the gang, it slowly retreated. Other players, uncertain whether the script would unleash apparitions during the night, dared not close their eyes. As the clock struck 12:30, tranquility reigned within the game. Many assumed that the night would pass without incident, however. Just as a few players had succumbed to slumber, one was abruptly yanked from their bed with a resounding thud. Upon opening their eyes, they were met by a ghost clad in white, causing several players to faint from fright. In the early hours, around 3 o'clock, the system suddenly announced, player Lu Tong over, player Zhang Shi over, player Kong Jin over. Lin Feng and Wang Jiala, who had not encountered any apparitions that night, were startled awake by the broadcast. Wang Jiala leapt from his bed exclaiming, Lin Gu this. Lin Feng quickly gestured for silence, and Wang Jiala fell silent, sensing the gravity of the situation. Lin Feng was drenched in sweat, equally bewildered by the fates of the departed. They exchanged glances, both aware that old lady L and her son were sound asleep, while they themselves were devoid of any drowsiness. This terrifying place was truly unnerving. 1 kilometer outside of Shirlu village, Zhang Dazheng and his companions disposed of 3 corpses in the river. Lu Tong and his companions attempted to flee, but were soon discovered by the villagers. Zhang Dazheng and his group were well versed in handling such matters. Newcomers often entertained thoughts of escape, prompting nightly patrols to maintain vigilance. However, due to the influx of individuals into the village, their numbers diminished their value. Moreover, being male, they could not bear children. Consequently, Zhang Dazheng ordered their execution, thereby saving the cost of feeding them. By the following morning, only 9 players remained in the village. Song-yi awoke, brimming with vitality, while the other players appeared pallid, their eyes shadowed with fatigue. Chapter 46, Acceptance or Defiance. As dawn broke, Chun-si promptly rose with Yu to prepare breakfast. The two proceeded as usual, with Chun-si heading to the vegetable patch to gather produce, while Yu squatted by the ridge, waiting. The room was modest, and upon awakening and opening the door, Chun-si and her daughter inadvertently roused Song-yi. The solitary iron pot had been flattened by Song-yi. Chun-si glanced at Song-yi, seemingly inquiring how to proceed, to which Song-yi responded with an awkward smile and quickly retrieved her backpack. An oversight, indeed. I shall surely cherish resources henceforth. Please, partake in this first. Unlike the other players, Song-yi did not exchange for food. Her pack contained merely 2 packets of instant noodles and a single sausage. She searched the house for the only aluminum basin available and then kindled a fire to heat water. Once the water reached a boil, she added the sausage and noodles to the basin, and soon, an enticing aroma began to waft through the air. Unable to resist, Yaya leaned in closer, inhaling deeply, her eyes widening with wonder. The fragrance was utterly delightful. She had never encountered such an enticing scent before. Chun-si, too, was momentarily entranced by the aroma, recalling that it had been 6 years since she last enjoyed instant noodles. When the noodles were finally cooked, Song-yi served a bowl for Chun-si and Yaya, prompting Yaya to gaze at Song-yi with incredulity, as if to say, "Is this for me?" Song-yi felt a wave of warmth in his heart as he gently patted Yaya's head. "Go ahead, eat," he encouraged. Chun-si carefully offered Yaya a couple of spoonfuls of soup. Yaya was on the verge of losing control. She had never tasted anything so delectable before. Instant noodles must surely be the finest delicacy in the world. Chun-si, having experienced such flavors before, was slightly better off. Yet the familiar aroma was almost overwhelming for her as well. In the end, both bags of instant noodles were entirely consumed by Chun-si and Yaya. It was only after finishing that Chun-si realized they had left none for Song-yi. A blush of embarrassment crept across her face as she said, "I'm sorry. We ate too much." Song-yi shook his head dismissively. "What does it matter if you ate a lot? It brings me joy to see you enjoy it. But now that we've finished, what will you eat?" Chun-si inquired. Song-yi replied, "I have had my fill of these. Since we are in the mountains, it is only fitting to indulge in the local wild flavors and fresh delicacies." Just yesterday, on the way to Shirlu village, he had spotted a plethora of mushroom varieties along the path, as well as ponds brimming with wild fish freshness that was unattainable in the city. Since they were here, he felt it would be a shame not to sample them. Turning his gaze towards Chun-si and her daughter, he asked, "What do you usually do?" Chun-si replied, "We tend to the fields, wash clothes, sun the bedding, chop wood, and weave straw baskets. There are no entertainment facilities or electronic devices here. Each day begins with labor." "And what of the gang?" Song-yi inquired further. "He stays at home or goes out drinking with friends," Chun-si explained. We have much land to tend to, and I must take Yi with me. Song Yi, have you truly come to see yourself as an emperor? Qin Si had already taken Yi in her arms, preparing to toil in the fields, but was halted by Song Yi. Standing at approximately 165 meters and weighing barely over 70 Jane, Qin Si appeared frail. In reality, Yi was already 5 years old. Yet she resembled a child of merely 2 or 3. Both were malnourished, so delicate that a gust of wind could sweep them away. Song Yi declared, "You may rest today. There is no need for any labor." Qin Si shook her head, insisting, "No, we cannot. The gang will be furious." It was then that Song Yi recalled another presence in the doghouse, and he called out the gang's name. Instantly, the gang awoke from his slumber. The fright from the previous night still lingered. He remembered being beaten by Song Yi, and every part of his body ached. He even believed he had glimpsed a ghost. Now, he suspected he had fainted during the encounter. Regaining his senses, the gang crawled out of the doghouse, storming into the room with fury. Upon seeing Song Yi and Qin Si, his anger flared, momentarily forgetting the beating he had received, convinced he could assert his dominance again. Grabbing a stick from the wall, he aimed to strike Song Yi and Qin Si. Anticipating the gang's wrath upon awakening, Qin Si turned to shield Yi in her embrace. As Song Yi observed the gang's ferocious demeanor, resembling a vengeful spirit, he delivered a swift kick to the gang's groin. The gang collapsed to the ground. Clutching himself in agony, his face flushed crimson, veins protruding from his neck, though no cries of distress escaped his lips. The intensity of his pain was palpable to all present. Song Yi approached the gang, who lifted his head. Without hesitation, Song Yi delivered a resounding slap across the gang's face. "Are you going to submit?" The gang, taken aback, struggled to believe that he could be overpowered by someone whose stature was less than half of his own. "You dare to strike me?" The gang had never experienced such humiliation. "Aren't you afraid I will have someone eliminate you?" Song Yi chuckled. "I thrive on defiance." With that, he administered a few more slaps to the gang, while Qin Si and Ye stood in the corner, paralyzed with fear. Qin Si's excitement grew with each blow. She wished for nothing more than to see this scoundrel brought to his knees. Finally, the gang could endure no longer. "Stop, please," he pleaded, his bravado crumbling. Upon hearing the gang's desperate cries for mercy, Song Yi paused, his palm reddened from the impact. "Isn't this just begging for a beating?" After Song Yi halted, Qin Si suddenly interjected, "You must resolve this, or he will undoubtedly seek revenge by recruiting others." The gang's expression shifted from one of supplication to malevolence, as if he wished to devour Qin Si whole. However, she had no time to dwell on that. She realized her own future was bleak, and that Yi would not flourish in such an environment. If the gang were to be eliminated, perhaps it would serve as retribution for both of them. Song Yi contemplated for a moment, then forcibly pried open the gang's mouth and tossed a pill inside. The gang instinctively sensed something was amiss and began to gag. "No need to retch," Song Yi remarked. "What I've given you is poison, designed to dissolve instantly. There's no way you can expel it." The gang felt an overwhelming urge to retch, yet, as Song Yi had pointed out, he could extract nothing. Conflicted, the gang found himself uncertain if Song Yi's words were genuine or mere deception. "What do you truly desire?" he demanded. "To be frank, even in death, you shall remain tethered to Pomegranate Village." Song Yi replied, "Who said I intend to leave? This place is abundant with mountains, rivers, and game. I have yet to fully indulge." The gang thought to himself, "Is this individual unwell?" In chapter 47, is it a matter of dislike? He reflected on those who had previously visited their abode, all of whom had labored intensely to escape. Yet here was this person, claiming he had not yet had his fill of enjoyment. What could he possibly wish to partake in? As this thought crossed his mind, the gang glanced at Song Yi, who was regarding him with an enigmatic smile. A chilling realization dawned upon him. He was the object of Song Yi's amusement. With a light chuckle, Song Yi remarked, "Do not be alarmed. Are you not feeling dizzy, your heart racing, and a buzzing sound echoing in your ears?" The gang, filled with dread, stared at Song Yi, painfully aware that he indeed exhibited these symptoms. You have truly poisoned me." If the gang had previously doubted the nature of his ingested substance, he was now utterly convinced. Grasping his throat, he pleaded, No, I do not wish to die. Please, save me. I will comply with whatever you ask. Just let me live." Song Yi, giving a swift kick to the gang, who was attempting to tug at his trousers in desperation, replied, "If you wish to survive, it is not impossible. I possess the antidote." From his possession, Song Yi produced a small black pill. "This antidote will ensure your safety for 1 day, however. To achieve complete detoxification, you must consume it for 7 consecutive days." The gang's gaze remained fixed on the pill in Song Yi's hand. Without hesitation, Song Yi threw the pill to the ground, and De Gang promptly rushed forward to pick it up, disregarding the dust, and swallowed it whole. Song Yi continued. As long as you obediently comply, I shall provide you with the antidote daily. However, should you defy me, the poison will wreak havoc within your body, leading to the slow decay of your intestines and the corruption of your skin. You will suffer for a full 10 hours before succumbing to death. De Gang, upon hearing Song Yi's chilling description, was nearly paralyzed with fear. He hastily knelt on the ground, bowing his head repeatedly as he pleaded, I will obey. I promise to listen. Whatever you require, I shall do. Song Yi nodded. Very well, gather your belongings and accompany me to the mountain. The wild fish here thrive in spring water, and their flavor is undoubtedly exquisite. Upon receiving Song Yi's command, De Gang eagerly grabbed a basket and followed closely behind him, scampering up the mountain. Meanwhile, Tao Tao, Song Yi's system, was puzzled, for there was no poison in Song Yi's backpack. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, Song Yi, did you truly give him poison? Song Yi replied, there is no poison. What I gave him were chocolate beans. Tao Tao, bewildered, responded, then why does he exhibit so many symptoms of poisoning? Song Yi remarked, if you were to endure as many slaps, you would feel dizzy as well. On another front, Wang Jiala and Lin Feng were rudely awakened before dawn by Old Lady L. The old woman's spittle nearly splattered across their faces as she scolded them. The sun is about to rise, and yet you remain in slumber. I have never encountered such laziness. Hurry and get up to work in the mountains. Wang Jiala and Lin Feng, both weary and bearing dark circles under their eyes, rose from their beds. Now, standing before the elderly matriarch, they complied with her every command. Fearful of provoking her ire, they resigned themselves to labor, just like the other players who had been roused from their slumber at dawn. Either to toil in the fields or prepare meals indoors, some even found themselves washing others' feet. The grim reality was that 3 players had perished the previous night, instilling a palpable sense of trepidation among them all. The elderly matriarch owned a plot of land halfway up the mountain, where a vast expanse of radishes awaited harvest. At around 4 in the morning, Lin Feng and Wang Jiala began pulling radishes from the earth, joined by 3 or 4 other players in the vicinity. The matriarch and the villagers wielded small bamboo switches, ready to strike anyone who dared to pause even for a moment. Wang Jiala felt the sting of the blows on his back, yet when he exchanged glances with the others, they silently bent down to continue their labor. At least they all shared a common plight. Zhou and Su Hong had been assigned to 2 separate widowers' homes. Zhou was initially filled with dread until Su Hong discreetly provided her with an item, a hallucinogenic smoke that induced illusions. Zhou had used the smoke yesterday and was now unscathed, but it was a one-time use item, leaving her uncertain about how to navigate the day ahead. Song Yi strolled leisurely up the mountain, directing De Gang to forage for mushrooms. Upon reaching the halfway point, he found Lin Feng and 6 other players laboring in the field for 3 hours. Upon spotting Song Yi and his group, Lin Feng was taken aback. Are you unharmed? Last night, the system's alerts regarding Song Yi caused a stir for over an hour. They presumed that Song Yi had been severely beaten. Even if he had survived, he must have sustained grave injuries. Yet, the sight before them was of Song Yi, brimming with vitality and exuberance. More animated than any of them, he greeted them cheerfully. Good morning. Have you eaten? Lin Feng gasped in astonishment, while Wang Jiala and the other players exchanged bewildered looks. Do we appear to have eaten? They replied incredulously. No. Did you eat? Song Yi chuckled. Not really. The group collectively exhaled, silently reassuring themselves that they were all in the same boat. No differences, all was well. Feeling a twinge of hunger, Song Yi glanced at the fish in the water, envisioning enticing recipes for braised or steamed fish. The fish in this river looked promising. Roasted, they would surely be delectable. Lin Feng rolled his eyes in silence. He could not fathom why Song Yi was still alive, yet he sensed that it was only a matter of time before Song Yi brought about his own demise. What are you doing here? Get to work. This is not a leisurely excursion. You cannot expect to feast on roasted fish. Song Yi regarded Lin Feng with a peculiar expression. Why are you pulling up so many radishes? Do you think you can eat all of them? Lin Feng was taken aback, feeling that Song Yi's question displayed a lack of common sense. Can't you see we're working here? He retorted. We love radishes. We simply love them. I don't care for radishes. I prefer fish, Song Yi countered. Lin Feng scoffed. Fish? Dream on. It's a miracle if we can manage to eat anything at all. After making his point, Song Yi called out into the woods, De Gang. A bruised man emerged from the thicket, his face battered and swollen. When Lin Feng and his companions beheld the sudden appearance of De Gang, an inexplicable tension enveloped them. Particularly Zhao Wei, who harbored a profound fear of being singled out by De Gang. In a surprising turn of events, Song Yi gestured towards the river, prompting De Gang to leap in with fervor and swiftly catch 2 fish. With 1 fish in each hand, De Gang turned to Song Yi on the shore and inquired, "Are 2 sufficient?" Reclining leisurely beneath a tree, Song Yi responded nonchalantly, "What do you think? Who could be satisfied with such trifles?" With a mere glance, he commanded De Gang to dive back into the water to catch more fish. The onlookers were momentarily dumbfounded. Goodness, why is he so obedient? They paused their tasks, drawn to the disparity in treatment. Zhao Wei, anxiously observing Song Yi, began to doubt his previous judgments. Was De Gang truly the most amiable and benevolent among them? The sight of De Gang behaving like a docile pet under Song Yi's influence seemed utterly implausible. A wave of jealousy surged within Zhao Wei. Had he chosen De Gang yesterday, would he now be enjoying such leisure? Chapter 48. Regardless of the circumstances, one must strike first and inquire later. Madame L and Zhang Dazhang sat nearby, overseeing the labor of the group. Madame L regarded these individuals not as human beings but as mere tools of servitude. Upon noticing Song Yi's tardiness, she quickly labeled him a sloth. Witnessing De Gang not only refraining from reprimanding Song Yi but also assisting him by fetching fish from the river, her expression soured immediately. She approached De Gang, adopting a tone of reprimand. "Why do you indulge him? Providing them with food is merely a means to compel them to work. If they disobey, they ought to be disciplined." Madame Lu spoke with a fierce and venomous glare directed at Song Yi, who stood by the river, arms crossed, casting an increasingly frigid gaze towards De Gang. A beating? A beating for oneself? De Gang, upon hearing this, became flustered. Although he had never attended school or received an education, he comprehended the menace in Song Yi's eyes. Damn it, setting aside the fact that he was currently poisoned, he could not possibly match Song Yi in a fight. Spitting at Madame Lu, he exclaimed, "Get lost, you meddlesome old hack. What I do is none of your business." De Gang was already an intimidating figure, and Madame Lu, who typically bullied the weak and feared the strong, fell silent in fear at De Gang's aggression. This display of defiance from De Gang prompted envy among the other players towards Song Yi. As they descended the mountain, Song Yi spotted a wild fruit tree and commanded De Gang to gather the fruit while he meandered about. Had it been any other villager, they would have closely followed him out of fear of running away, but De Gang was eager to distance himself from Song Yi, thus scampering off to collect wild fruit. The mist in the Ileo Mountains was perpetually dense, obscuring vision even at a meter's distance in the morning, which would slightly dissipate as the sun ascended. While wandering aimlessly, Song Yi approached a sloped area where the mist suddenly thickened, accompanied by an indistinct sound. The humidity in the forest made the air cooler, and Song Yi felt the atmosphere around him grow increasingly frigid, the eerie sound becoming clearer. Beneath the slope before him lay all those who had disobeyed. A shadow silently emerged from behind Song Yi, neither resembling a ghost nor a human. Its features seemed to be obscured by a thin veil of mist, rendering its visage indistinct and enigmatic. The entire being exuded an otherworldly aura as it fixated on Song Yi like a predator eyeing its prey. Positioned merely 2 meters behind him, the shadow, cloaked by the fog, gradually extended its branch-like hands, now entirely transformed into twigs, towards Song Yi's neck. Unmoved, Song Yi stood still, gazing ahead, while the sinister branches inched ever closer to his throat. Alas, I have evaded malevolent spirits and villains, only to fall prey to this entity. What is this creature? It does not appear to be a ghost, yet its visage shifts unnaturally. It resembles a mystical being, seldom encountered in games. The viewers in the live stream held their breath, many being ardent fans of Song Yi, who had witnessed his numerous triumphant battles against formidable foes. A palpable fear gripped them, terrified that Song Yi might succumb to the clutches of this unknown creature. As the branch-like arms neared his neck, a wicked smile seemed to curl upon the shadow's face, anticipating the moment it would pierce Song Yi's delicate throat with its appendages. Suddenly, the world spun violently. The shadow was thrust into the air by an unseen force, spinning rapidly before crashing heavily to the ground. Song Yi, gripping the branch-like hands, deliberately approached to inspect the fallen shadow. His innate perceptiveness had alerted him the moment the shadow fixated on him, especially as its arms reached perilously close to the nape of his neck. Regardless of the circumstances, one must strike first and inquire later. Observing the object he had just hurled to the ground, Song Yi echoed the bewilderment of the audience in the live stream. What is this thing? No face? The shadow immediately retorted, "You have no face." Offended, Song Yi replied, "Is that so? You dare to insult me?" He resumed his assault, seizing a branch and mercilessly tossing it left and right. Since becoming a shadow, it had long since lost its human senses. Yet today it experienced once more the nauseating sensation of motion sickness. It felt as though its very insides were about to erupt, and the fog surrounding its visage dissipated. As the mist cleared, Song-Yi discerned that the shadow was indeed male. Day after day, it lingered in the shadows. Attempting a sneak attack from behind, was that all it could muster? With its face shrouded in a veil, it seemed to have indulged too much in tales of assassins. Oblivious to the fact that such a veil could suffocate it. As Song-Yi derided it, his actions did not waver. He found a strange thrill in the confrontation. Having recently neglected physical exercise, he relished the opportunity to stretch his limbs, feeling quite invigorated. However, the shadow could no longer endure the onslaught. Stop, please. I concede. It had never anticipated that the seemingly random target it chose would prove to be so formidable. The individuals it had previously encountered had cowered in fear. Yet despite executing identical maneuvers, they were ineffective against this young man. As sweat beaded on Song-Yi's brow, he recalled that bathing in this place was inconvenient, prompting him to cease his assault. The shadow lay prostrate on the ground, its branch now stripped of its bark by Song-Yi's relentless grip. After wiping away the sweat, Song-Yi approached the shadow's side. Song-Yi furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you a special effects makeup artist? Why would you create such a unique appearance for a ghost?" The shadow suddenly perked up with excitement. "How did you know?" Song-Yi replied, "This shadow does not seem to be merely a ghost, nor does it resemble a pure spirit. It is the first time I have encountered such a being, and I find myself intrigued. Honestly, what are you? Will you tell me voluntarily, or shall I extract the truth through force?" Upon hearing this, the shadow immediately stood up and pleaded, "No, please don't hit me. I will speak." Clearly frightened by the prospect of being struck, the shadow quickly confessed, "I am a person. No, wait, I am a ghost." Song-Yi scrutinized the shadow from head to toe, his eyes filled with disdain. A mountain ghost? The shadow, with hands transformed into branches, elegantly brushed through its own hair and replied, "One might say that. 10 years ago, I ventured into this mountain and encountered Zhang Dazhong from Pomegranate Village. At that time, I believed him to be a good person. He led me to the village, only for them to bind me to a household and force me to act as their son. Naturally, I could not comply. So I devised various means to escape Pomegranate Village. I attempted to flee 6 times, yet each time I was captured. Ultimately, due to my incessant disobedience, they ended my life." Chapter 49. While I am on vacation, others face tribulations. The shadow continued. "As for my current state, I am unsure. After being discarded in the ravine for so long, I gradually transformed into this." Song-Yi utilized the system to examine the shadow, which was currently classified as a ghost with an undetermined level. In the realm of the game, many specters, aside from their initial forms, gradually develop their own consciousness as time elapses. Take the shadow, for instance. It began merely as a ghost, yet after lingering within the game for an extended period, it amalgamated with the mountain's aura, transforming into its current state. However, such occurrences are rare. Song-Yi inquired, "How many beings like you exist here?" He continued, "Were you the one who entered my room through the window while I slept last night?" Upon hearing these questions, the shadow's eyes widened dramatically, akin to light bulbs. Indeed, it was he who had intruded, but inside the room were also Chen Si and her daughter, which restrained him from taking action. "I did nothing yesterday. I am the only one of my kind," the shadow insisted. Song-Yi pressed on, his gaze sharpening. "Did you kill 3 people last night?" The shadow, meeting Song-Yi's penetrating stare, felt an inexplicable fear and hastily shook his head in denial, terrified that Song-Yi would mistake him for a murderer. "It was me. I was the one. I merely frightened a few people to heighten their alertness, urging them to find a way to escape. The 3 who perished last night were killed by Zhang Dazhong." Song-Yi countered, "You do not kill? Then why did you ambush me from behind?" The shadow stammered, I didn't intend to kill you. I thought you were doggone. I merely wished to scare you." A smirk graced Song-Yi's lips, yet skepticism lingered in his eyes. "Do you expect me to believe that? You mistook me for doggone? Our physiques differ so drastically that you could not discern the difference? Look at my handsomeness compared to his ugliness. How could you not see it? My exquisite demeanor is so evident, yet you fail to perceive how utterly lacking his is?" Song-Yi's relentless inquiries instilled a sense of trepidation in the shadow, who was unaware that even in his ghostly form, perspiration could still betray him. "No, I am not. I merely..." Song-Yi discerned the shadow's ulterior motives with remarkable clarity. Could it be that he, akin to a water ghost, sought a scapegoat? The water ghost, ensnared in its aquatic prison, could only escape by sacrificing another. Might the mountain ghost operate under a similar principle? Only by taking a life could he liberate himself from this mountain. The shadow's pupils trembled. Indeed, such a premise existed, exclusively targeting outsiders who ventured into this mountain. Initially, he had no intention of such a course, yet his yearning to escape grew too potent, leading him to settle on the solitary Song-Yi as his target. The moment Song-Yi beheld the shadow's gaze, he understood he had surmised correctly. Where to? Song-Yi scrutinized the shadow, examining his still branch-like arms. And an idea began to form in his mind. Yaya, ever perceptive, assisted Song-Yi in gathering wild fruits. Upon entering the house, Song-Yi busied himself with various tasks. When Shin-Si and her daughter delivered the freshly roasted fish into the dwelling, they were taken aback by the scene that unfolded before them. The previously sparse room, which housed merely a bed and a recliner, now featured an additional wooden bed, intricately woven like branches and adorned with leaves. Between the two grand beds now stood a curtain crafted from entwined branches. Song-Yi reclined on the bed to test its comfort. The left side felt a tad too low. It required elevation. Upon uttering this request, branches began to grow and entwine once more, lifting the left side slightly higher. Shin-Si and her daughter gazed in astonishment at the bed that had suddenly appeared, with Yaya curiously reaching out to touch it. A shadow quivered in fear beneath the bed. Oh, how terrifying. Meanwhile, Song-Yi indulged in a day of leisure, relishing grilled fish for breakfast, mushroom soup for lunch, and expressing a desire for roast chicken in the afternoon. The gang had stealthily procured 2 chickens from Old Lady L's residence. The tantalizing aroma of the roasted chicken wafted through the air, irresistible to the other players. It was perplexing, utterly bewildering. Despite being in the same game, it felt as though he was on vacation while they were enduring hardship in Myanmar. Lin Feng and Wang Jialo were momentarily speechless, while Zhao Wei's gaze towards Song-Yi grew increasingly profound. Regret gnawed at him. Song-Yi had stumbled upon a windfall, enjoying what should have rightfully been his. Observing the gang's obedient demeanor towards Song-Yi and recalling the humiliating morning spent emptying Zhang Dazhong's waste bucket and toiling in the fields without a morsel of food, only to be met with Zhang Dazhong's scorn and abuse, Zhao Wei's resentment intensified. In a sudden burst of determination, Zhao Wei rushed in front of the gang. May I stay at your home? Zhang Dazhong, noticing Zhao Wei's abrupt approach to the gang, was immediately displeased. You were the one who refused to go to the gang's house yesterday, begging me to let you stay. Are you changing your mind now? Zhang Dazhong replied with a frigid expression. What are you doing? The gang's place is already occupied. There's no room for you. Zhao Wei turned to face Zhang Dazhong's repugnant visage, unwilling to concede defeat. I eat little, and I can help you with work. I just need a place to sleep. Even the floor will suffice. The gang indeed had a keen interest in Zhao Wei. He had always preferred men, and while he dared not offend Song-Yi, this individual seemed rather unremarkable. However, the gang's seemingly solicitous demeanor towards Song-Yi immediately irked Zhao Wei. Fearing that Song-Yi might refuse, the gang prevented him from approaching. Zhao Wei, with a tone laced with discontent, directed his words at Song-Yi. We are, after all, teammates. Even if you choose not to assist, you shouldn't hinder others. Song-Yi opened his mouth as if to speak, but hesitated. He believed that if he suggested living at Zhang Zheng's residence was preferable to staying at the gang's, Zhao Wei would surely not believe him. I have no objections, but I refuse to share a bed with others. Upon hearing Song-Yi's consent, the gang's face broke into a radiant smile, and his gaze towards Zhao Wei shifted dramatically. Zhao Wei, filled with excitement, assumed he would soon enjoy a life akin to Song-Yi's, completely oblivious to the peculiar look the gang cast in his direction. Chapter 50. A surprising turn. Zhang Dazhong was displeased. Although having another person in the household would waste food, the feeling of being attended to was quite pleasant. He did not wish for Zhao Wei to leave, as having a son was indeed beneficial. With a stern expression, Zhang Dazhong remarked, "De gang, you already have one. I cannot give you this one." Zhao Wei immediately glanced nervously at De Gang. Though De Gang feared Song-Yi, his trepidation was solely directed towards him. Upon hearing Zhang Dazhong's refusal, he slapped the table in frustration. I want this person, and you are hesitating. Why didn't you voice your concerns when you took my 3 ginsengs? Get lost, I want him, and if you keep stalling, I'll deal with you. Zhang Dazhong, stung by De Gang's slap, felt his face flush with anger. After all, he was an elder, and he had not expected De Gang to show him such disrespect. You. Zhang Zheng stood there for quite some time without uttering a word. Not only Zhang Dazhong, but others also refrained from speaking, as De Gang's formidable combat prowess loomed over them. In a fit of anger, Zhang Dazhong stormed off, leaving Zhao Wei elated. How splendid it was, he was free from labor, safe, and could enjoy the comforts akin to those of Song-Yi. Though Zhao Wei's actions lacked fortitude, survival was paramount in this terrifying game. and the glances cast his way were tinged with envy. The arrival of guests signified an additional laborer in the household, allowing De Gang to alleviate some of his burdens. He promptly tossed a chicken to Zhao Wei, instructing him, "You, roast this and bring it over." Enraptured by the tantalizing aroma of the chicken, Zhao Wei eagerly set about roasting it, envisioning the delight of feasting upon it soon. Once the roasted chicken was presented at the table, Song Yi sat down first, tearing off 2 drumsticks, one for Ye and the other for Chen Si, before devouring the remainder of another chicken leg. Zhao Wei, witnessing this, was visibly displeased, his dissatisfaction with Song Yi apparent. Setting aside his own feelings, he felt it necessary to appease the NPCs in De Gang's home. With a tone of admonition, he remarked, "I must say, while you are a guest here, the host has yet to touch his chopsticks, and you dive in first. Moreover, you have not lifted a finger for these 2 chickens, yet you take 2 drumsticks. Song Yi, how selfish can you be? Have you lost your senses? Perhaps you ought to step outside and clear your mind." Zhao Wei, Song Yi, one must cultivate a sense of gratitude. You ought to appreciate your fortunate circumstances. No, you should extend your thanks to me as well. Were it not for my decision to pass this opportunity on to you, one can only imagine what your current situation might entail. Zhao Wei, eager to curry favor, uttered these words. Song Yi set down his chicken leg and chuckled, finding Zhao Wei's intellect questionable. "This is what you asserted. I shall return this fortune to you unaltered. Rest assured, I will not impede it in the slightest." Zhao Wei scoffed dismissively, fully aware that this fortune was the result of his own endeavors, bearing no relation to Song Yi. Song Yi shook his head, pondering whether, during the selection process of a horror game, one could first assess a person's intelligence. One of Song Yi's principles was to refrain from reasoning with fools. He then turned his gaze towards De Gang and posed a question that sent a chill down De Gang's spine. "You assert that I should be grateful. Tell me, should I indeed express gratitude towards you?" De Gang felt as though he might lose control of his composure at Song Yi's penetrating gaze, instantly recognizing the impending confrontation. "No, it is unnecessary, absolutely unnecessary." Zhao Wei observed De Gang, beginning to understand why so many misfortunes had befallen him since Song Yi's arrival. This individual was utterly inept at handling matters. However, despite Song Yi's capriciousness, De Gang tolerated him, indicating that there was indeed merit in his character. Zhao Wei relished his meal, noting that the locals did not consume rice, but rather sweet potatoes and similar fare. Previously, he would not have given these items a second glance, yet now he found them delectable. After savoring 2 chicken legs, Song Yi felt sufficiently satiated. Chen Si and his companion had also nearly finished their meal, and they began to tidy up their surroundings. As night enveloped the village of Pomegranate, an eerie silence descended once more. Zhao Wei followed suit, while Ye and Chen Si, mother and daughter, claimed a small bed hidden behind a curtain. Song Yi, unabashed, sprawled across another bed. Upon entering, Zhao Wei realized there was no space left to accommodate him. De Gang stood behind Zhao Wei, who, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "How shall we manage this? Does your family possess another dwelling?" Within this abode, each family occupied a distinct unit. Those with larger households might have 2 rooms. Yet De Gang's family was confined to but one. "No, just the one," he confirmed, with both beds already claimed. The only option left was to lay on the floor. Reluctant, Zhao Wei contemplated the ample size of Song Yi's bed, pondering whether they might squeeze in together. To his surprise, Song Yi promptly rolled over and commanded, "Go out and shut the door." "Where to?" Zhao Wei retorted, bewildered. At that moment, De Gang sported a mischievous grin, his gaze towards Zhao Wei growing increasingly intense. "Come, you shall reside with me." Before Zhao Wei could comprehend the situation, De Gang had already tugged him outside. Meanwhile, Song Yi, reclining on the bed, rapped the wooden frame and inquired, "Do you possess a cloaking ability?" Earlier, amidst the woods, when the shadow had emerged, the chirping of nearby birds had ceased. Thus, he posed the question. The shadow, nestled beneath the bed, emitted a faint acknowledgement, and suddenly, a thick white mist enveloped the surroundings of the house. Instantly, silence reigned around Song Yi. Even the chirping of crickets faded into oblivion. He adjusted himself for slumber, contented, for today had been yet another delightful day. Meanwhile, Zhao Wei, led by De Gang, expected to be taken to another house, only to find himself before a doghouse. De Gang wore a sinister smile on his face. "You go in first." Zhao Wei immediately sensed something amiss. Cold sweat dripped down his brow. "Go in? What are we entering?" "This is a dog kennel." De Gang replied, "I reside here at night. You will stay with me tonight." Zhao Wei was bewildered. How could he possibly dwell in a dog kennel, let alone with De Gang? "No, I would prefer to sleep indoors, even on the floor if necessary." In a state of panic, Zhao Wei struggled, realizing that this was not at all what he had envisioned. How could it come to this? But it was already too late. The gang was elated, while Song Yi remained motionless. He was not afraid of Zhao Wei, despite his average appearance, which was still more appealing than those from Shirlu village. Ding! Player Zhao Wei has received the gang's surprise box. Chapter 51. The offering to the mountain god. Other players expressed their envy upon hearing the announcement. Zhao Wei's fortune was indeed remarkable. Lin Feng and Wang Jiala, upon hearing the system notification, felt a mix of jealousy and admiration. They had not been so fortunate, especially after old Lady L's chickens went missing. The old woman took her frustration out on them, scolding and punishing them whenever she felt the slightest displeasure, and had even sent them 4 or 5 misfortune boxes. Lin Feng harbored a strong desire to eliminate the old woman, yet he dared not act on it. In the early morning, Song Yi arose as Chen Si and her daughter prepared breakfast. Meanwhile, Zhao Wei wept in the dog kennel, trapped in a nightmare, an absolute nightmare. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he sprang up, and upon seeing Song Yi, it was as if he had encountered the murderer of his father. Zhao Wei was now certain that Song Yi must have known what would transpire after his arrival. Song Yi remarked, "I am aware. You were the one who insisted I refrain from meddling." Zhao Wei bellowed in anger. "Why didn't you inform me?" His voice was so thunderous that it startled Yiya, prompting Song Yi to gently pat her head. Zhao Wei's appearance today stood in stark contrast to that of yesterday. While he was not pristine yesterday, he was at least tidy. Today, however, he could only be described in 2 words, disheveled. Observing Zhao Wei's stance, Song Yi sensed that yesterday had been anything but ordinary. There was a hint of violence. It seemed that the gang had left a significant mark on him overnight. Yet this bore no relevance to Song Yi. What does it have to do with me? You alone sought this fortune. Zhao Wei's fury reached a boiling point. And suddenly recalling his words from the previous day, he looked at Song Yi with not just resentment, but also hatred. We are both players. I never expected you to be so despicable. Song Yi's composure reminded him to hold back his disdain. Initially, you were aware of the gang's preferences. It was you who refused to visit their home, you who implored him to allow you entry, and you who insisted others refrain from meddling. How is it that you have failed to grasp the situation and now wish to place the blame on me? Zhao Wei retorted, but you could have certainly warned me. Song Yi replied, I am neither your mother nor your father. I am under no obligation to assist you. Following this statement, a palpable sense of pressure emanated from Song Yi. He harbored a profound disdain for individuals like Zhao Wei, who, despite their own shortcomings, incessantly sought to transfer their burdens onto others. Did I give you the impression that you could behave recklessly in my presence? Unlike other players who had entered the game in a state of vigilance, Song Yi was distinctly different. From the very beginning, Song Yi maintained a remarkably relaxed demeanor, to the point where others speculated about his mental faculties. Despite the perilous nature of the game and his low level, he appeared utterly unconcerned. Over time, Zhao Wei began to share this perception, deeming Song Yi reckless and fearless. However, he was abruptly struck by the realization that this was not the case. Standing before him, Song Yi, already taller, emanated a chilling aura that instilled a profound sense of imminent danger. This sensation was far more terrifying than any encounter with a ghost he had previously experienced in the game. Zhao Wei found himself at a loss for words. Stammering without uttering a sound, Song Yi, casting a cold glance, remarked, Do not obstruct my path. I intend to wander up the mountain. Song Yi aimed to forage for charming creatures to place within the expansive realm of his pouch, intending to present them as pets for Xiao Bao. Once he departed, Zhao Wei inhaled sharply, only then realizing he had been holding his breath without even noticing. After scouring the mountain, Song Yi managed to capture 2 rabbits, though he lamented his oversight in not bringing along his shadow companion. After all, as a mountain spirit, he should have excelled in the art of hunting. Nevertheless, his own bounty was considerable. By day's end, he had collected a small hedgehog, a couple of rabbits, and even a deer, all of which he placed into his vast realm. Xiao Bao was overjoyed upon seeing these creatures. Meanwhile, Zhao Wei, who thought himself fortunate to be treated thus, spared from labor, quickly learned that he was mistaken. He too was required to toil upon the mountain. Initially, others believed Zhao Wei to be lucky, receiving delightful surprise boxes each night. Later, everyone sensed that something was amiss. Zhao Wei's complexion and gait raised suspicions, leading to an unsettling silence as they clutched their secrets tightly. The players in this game were tormented by anxiety, feeling as though each passing day was fraught with trepidation. On the 4th day, 2 players met their demise. By the 6th day, only 10 players remained. In recent days, Mrs. Lu's household had been plagued by the mysterious disappearance of various belongings, including chickens, ducks, and even her little pig. She felt an ominous change since the arrival of this new group in the village and recalled the annual tradition of honoring the mountain deity. Normally, Zhang Dazheng would organize such events, with 2 months still to go before the time arrived. However, today Mrs. Lu could no longer wait. She went to Zhang Dazheng's home and, upon entering, got straight to the point. It is time for our village to pay homage to the mountain deity. Chapter 52. The offering. Zhang Dazheng's expression immediately turned grave. The ritual for the mountain deity was of great significance to them. Yet, regarding the woman, Zhang Dazheng pondered. In Shirlu village, the number of women was already scarce, and most were of advanced age, like Mrs. Lu. It was unlikely the mountain deity would favor such an offering. What about the woman in your family? Isn't she pregnant? Perhaps we could offer her, Zhang suggested. Mrs. Lu swiftly rejected the idea. That will not do. She is meant for my son. If she's pregnant, we needn't worry. It can be dealt with. Take our man instead. He serves no purpose. Zhang Dazheng replied, but where would we find another woman? Madame L suddenly recalled the incident from a few days ago when De Gang had scolded her. With a swift turn of her eyes, a myriad of sinister thoughts began to formulate in her mind. De Gang's family had a little girl, about 5 or 6 years old, who was favored by the mountain deity and had been chosen. Zhang Dazheng hesitated, fearing De Gang's wrath might lead to violence. Is that really feasible? Madame L's gaze turned venomous. What is unfeasible about it? De Gang's family currently has the most members, and besides, if the little girl is taken, there is still another woman in their home. He cannot be allowed to continuously benefit at our expense. It is imperative that he pays a price. If he refuses, we shall seek others to join us in demanding a person from his family. Madame L was resolute that De Gang's family must suffer a loss today. Zhang Dazheng pondered for a moment and agreed. It was unacceptable for him to reap all the rewards. Very well. I shall go to their home to demand a person now. Song Yi had spotted a remarkably beautiful bird yesterday and was eager to try his luck on the mountain today. True to his word, Song Yi managed to intimidate De Gang, who dared not resist. However, once Song Yi departed, De Gang immediately instructed Zhao Wei to continue working for him. Zhao Wei, infuriated, could do nothing but comply. Chen Si and her daughter were in the kitchen by the stove, weaving a rabbit nest for Song Yi, while Yaya squatted nearby, holding a treat that Song Yi had given her before leaving. Recently, they had lost their fear of De Gang, bolstered by Song Yi's support. Yaya pulled a chocolate bean from her pocket, just about to pop it into her mouth when De Gang seized it with urgency, his tone harsh, leaving Yaya speechless with fright. Observing this, Chen Si immediately stepped forward, lifting Yaya and retreating a step. What are you doing? De Gang paid no heed to Chen Si. Last time, he had snatched Yaya and rummaged through her pockets, only to discover a red packaging bag. Upon emptying its contents, a dozen chocolate beans spilled forth. He picked one up, tentatively licked it, and then bit into it, discovering to his astonishment that it was sweet. At that moment, De Gang's rusty mind, dormant for over 30 years, finally stirred, and a wave of fury surged to the top of his head. Damn it. He had been deceived. The poison that Song Yi had fed him was a ruse. How dare he be played for a fool? Enraged, he was about to explode when Zhang Dazheng and the others arrived. As the two entered the courtyard, they spotted De Gang, wielding an axe, his face contorted with rage. Zhang Dazheng felt a twinge of fear, yet it was the elderly Lu who nudged him forward. De Gang, he stammered. De Gang's eyes widened in fury as he brought the axe down onto the stove, demanding, what is it? Startled by De Gang's demeanor, Zhang Dazheng was taken aback. He sensed that De Gang was already irate and surmised that he would refuse any request. He attempted to retreat, but Lu blocked his path, hiding behind Zhang Dazheng and asserting, our village is holding a ritual for the mountain god, and since you have a larger crowd, we need one of your people. Zhang Dazheng anticipated De Gang's refusal, but to his surprise, De Gang countered with a question. Who do you want? Upon hearing this, Zhang Dazheng recognized an opportunity. However, rather than directly mentioning Chen Si or Yaya, he cautiously suggested, how about one of these two men? Just pick one at random? Zhao Wei was not far from them, and he naturally heard their words clearly. Upon hearing that they intended to select a male to offer as a sacrifice to the mountain deity, he immediately rushed in front of De Gang, pleading, please, don't choose me. In that moment, Zhao Wei cast aside all dignity, tears welling up in his eyes. De Gang hesitated. Although Zhao Wei was of average appearance, he was still quite useful, and De Gang felt a twinge of reluctance. Zhang Dazheng noticed De Gang's indecision and suggested, what about the other one? As soon as Song Yi's name was mentioned, De Gang's previously simmering anger flared up once more. These past few days, he had been treated like a servant by Song Yi, often enduring beatings, which had left him seething with resentment. now that he realized he was not actually poisoned. His mind was filled with visions of revenge against Song Yi. However, the thought of offering Song Yi as a sacrifice was equally unappealing to him. Given Song Yi's good looks, he contemplated breaking Song Yi's legs and imprisoning him at home for his amusement, only to dispose of him once his anger had subsided. With this in mind, De Gang remarked, "That won't do either. How about we send that wretched girl instead?" He gestured towards Yiya, who stood by the kitchen door. Zhang Dazheng and Old Lady L exchanged sinister smiles, realizing this aligned perfectly with their intentions. Qin Si had been cautiously standing at the kitchen door, listening to their conversation since Zhang Dazheng and Old Lady L arrived. Upon hearing their plan to sacrifice to the mountain deity, she sensed impending doom and was taken aback to discover their intention to make Yiya a human offering. A chill ran through her, and the only thought occupying her mind was to find Song Yi. She quietly approached the kitchen window, intending to escape through it. But as soon as she opened the window, De Gang's face appeared before her. A face emerged, resembling that of a sinister specter. "Where are you going?" He sensed immediately that this woman intended to betray them. Qin Si's heart nearly stopped from fear, yet she swiftly turned and dashed towards the door. However, upon reaching the threshold, she was seized by Zhang Dazheng and Old Lady L. With a resounding slap, Old Lady L struck Qin Si across the face. "You wretched traitor. I'll make sure you pay for this." Yiya cried out for her mother, but Zhang Dazheng grabbed her, pinning her under his arm. With everyone now gathered, there was no reason to delay. The ritual would commence tonight. After all the occupants of the room had departed, the bed within gradually diminished, ultimately transforming into a shadow that floated out of the window. Around 5 in the afternoon, while daylight still lingered, the villagers of Pomegranate Village made their way to the cliffs behind the mountain. For these individuals devoid of moral integrity, the only fervent belief they held was that by offering sacrifices to the mountain deity, they would be granted longevity. Upon receiving word from Zhang Dazheng, the villagers mobilized entirely. The players, who had been informed they need not toil in the fields, initially felt elated. Yet upon arriving at the cliffs with the villagers, they found themselves forcefully subdued on the ground. A chill of dread washed over these players. Chapter 53. Is this considered cold weaponry? Lin Feng struggled. "What are you doing? What do you want?" Several villagers set up 2 tables, while others brought forth a large incense burner the size of a watermelon. A few individuals held bundles of firewood, arranging a small circular platform before the tables. The 5 bound players and Yiya were thrown atop this makeshift altar. Zhang Dazheng, adorned in an oversized robe of unknown origins, held a burning incense stick in his hand. "Great mountain deity, we, the villagers of Pomegranate Village, humbly offer 6 living sacrifices. Please bless us with favorable weather and grant our villagers long, prosperous lives." Upon uttering this incantation, Zhang Dazheng inserted the incense into a censer. And suddenly Lin Feng and the others realized they had become the offerings. The remaining players gasped in horror, fearing their imminent demise. In a fit of rage, Lin Feng struggled against his bindings, but they were too tight to permit any movement. At this juncture, Lin Feng had no choice but to seek assistance from the others. Apart from the 5 bound players, there were 4 others present: Wang Jiala, Zhou Ke, Su Hong, and Zhao Wei. "Help me, Jiala, please save me." At that moment, Wang Jiala was torn between hesitation and fear. She yearned to rescue Lin Feng, but was halted by Zhao Wei. "What are you doing? Don't act foolishly. We are not the chosen sacrifices. If we endure today, we shall escape this game by tomorrow. If you try to save him, we might all end up as sacrifices together." Zhao Wei's words struck a chord, causing Wang Jiala to waver. Indeed, preserving her own life was paramount. After all, she had only known Lin Feng for a few days and saw no reason to risk her life for him. Once she emerged from this game, she could exchange her points for money, and a world of opportunities would await her. With this thought, Wang Jiala took a step back, and Shoku and Su Hong were even less inclined to intervene. Setting aside the question of whether they could overpower their captors, Lin Feng had never aided them. They shared no bond that warranted risking their lives for his sake. Zhang Dazheng observed the scene with a cold sneer, still contemplating a plea for rescue. Even if 10 more individuals arrived, their numbers would be insufficient to save them. The 5 bound players came to this grim realization, their hearts heavy with despair. They repeatedly rummaged through their toolkits, desperately seeking an item that could facilitate their escape, but to no avail. The fog over Ileo Mountain finally lifted, revealing the Big Dipper, an opportune moment for the players to flee from the village of Pomegranate. Alas, this chance arrived too late. The villagers poured oil from jars onto the firewood. The 5 captives pleaded for mercy, weeping inconsolably, yet none among the villagers showed any compassion. They regarded this ritual as sacred, never once considering the feelings of those destined to be sacrificed. Instead, they resented the captive's resistance, fearing that it might anger the mountain deity. Yaya was bound among them, surrounded by a sea of grim faces, each one bearing a cold, menacing glare. Upon spotting Shensi, Yaya's small form trembled with fear as she wept softly, repeatedly calling for her mother. Shensi had always been a troublemaker, which led Dagon to bind her hands and feet and toss her beneath the platform. Shensi struggled relentlessly, even with her mouth gagged, her muffled cries echoed. Tears streamed down her face like a torrent, as if she had anticipated this dreadful day. Fear enveloped her, yet escape remained elusive. Zhao Wei, drenched in cold sweat, felt a mix of terror and relief. He was terrified by the revelation that Pomegranate Village still practiced the gruesome custom of burning living sacrifices, yet relieved that he was not among the chosen. He muttered to himself repeatedly, "If they burn them, they won't burn me. If they burn them, they won't burn me." In the village of Shirlu, the grim tradition persists, where one woman is required for every 5 men, with the younger the better. The treacherous terrain of Mount Ileo allows for the escape of a few, but traps many others. Families that abandon their children either vanish without a trace or succumb to the mountainous perils. Zhang Dazhang, brandishing a torch, approached the altar, while 5 players gazed at the demon before them with despair. Just as the torch was about to ignite the pile of wood, a large persimmon hurtled from the side, striking Zhang Dazhang squarely on the face, splattering juice everywhere, causing him to crash to the ground. The villagers, irate, turned to the direction from whence the fruit came, demanding to know who dared to disrupt the mountain deity's sacrificial ceremony. Upon seeing Song Yi, a collective thought echoed in their minds. Another harbinger of doom had arrived. Old Lady L's eyes glinted with malice. This lad had devoured 2 of her chickens, 4 ducks, a piglet, and 2 large geese. Dagong. If you cannot deal with this little wretch, perhaps we should offer him to the mountain god instead, to prevent any potential rebellion. Song Yi sauntered leisurely from the distance, a veil of mist trailing behind him. Such a lively scene. Why was I not summoned? Dagong, emboldened by the absence of poison as a threat and the presence of his companions, dismissed his fears of Song Yi, determined to break his legs today. With arrogance, Dagong declared, "If you break your own legs, I shall spare your miserable life." To which Song Yi retorted, "Have you lingered in these mountains so long that the miasma has dulled your wits? Why should I break my own legs when you might consider breaking your own?" Dagang scoffed, "Humph. I have already discerned that the poison you fed me is a mere ruse. You cannot deceive me. What does it matter how formidable you are? We are numerous, and can you truly contend with us all at once?" The 5 new players, filled with hope, were engulfed by despair upon hearing Dagang's words. Indeed, how could Song Yi, a solitary figure, possibly prevail against such a multitude? They lamented their own foolishness in relying on a fool for salvation. Dagang hurled a small iron hammer before Song Yi, while the villagers in the front row brandished sticks, hoes, and shovels, implying that if he did not harm himself, they would take action. Wang Jiala and the others hid behind a tree, unable to bear the sight of the impending tragedy. Bending down, Song Yi picked up the small iron hammer, weighed it in his hand, and then laughed. "Can this be considered a cold weapon?" Dagang, brimming with pride, replied, "This can certainly be a weapon that could take your life." Song Yi, exhilarated, responded, "Perfect. I too possess a weapon that can be fatal." He slowly unzipped his backpack, and the onlookers found it amusing. The backpack was so small that it hardly seemed capable of holding anything lethal, certainly not a sword, perhaps merely a dagger. With arms crossed, they regarded Song Yi's antics, only to witness him produce a gleaming black Gatling gun. Chapter 54. Ignorant and fearless, the 5 players were taken aback as Song Yi unveiled the Gatling gun, their thoughts racing with astonishment. Game live chat. Here it comes. Here it comes, the little blaster that emits blue light. I am quite thrilled. It feels as though we are about to witness something extraordinary. Astonishingly, I too did not anticipate that Song Yi would actually put this to use. The young man possesses remarkable luck. Several players lay on the ground, their expressions strikingly uniform, resembling turtles peering out from their shells. The overwhelming shock momentarily eclipsed their dread of impending doom. They could hardly fathom that Song Yi would brandish a Gatling gun. Was this a reward from the marketplace? How could I have missed the opportunity to exchange for one? They had been preoccupied with devising strategies to confront the specters, never imagining that in this horror game, humans could be more terrifying than the ghosts themselves. Among the villagers of Pomegranate Village, some had never ventured beyond its confines, and were bewildered by the peculiar weapon Song Yi produced. Zhang Dazhang, however, was somewhat more knowledgeable. This was a wooden gun, though he felt a twinge of apprehension. He straightened his posture and declared, It's merely a wooden gun. What is so impressive about that? You have just one, while we are many. The other players gasped at Zhang Dazhang's words. Brother, a Gatling gun may resemble a wooden gun, but not all wooden guns are Gatling guns. Song Yi, feeling the need to enlighten them, graciously lifted the Gatling gun to display it to the villagers. Allow me to introduce this to you, the Gatling gun. With its 6 rotating barrels, can unleash 100 rounds per second, aptly nicknamed the meat grinder. Upon hearing this, the villagers erupted into laughter. Who are you trying to fool? 100 rounds per second? Why don't you claim that you alone could vanquish us all? They jested, scoffing at his boastful claims. The meat grinder, do not entangle yourself within it. The fearless ignorance of some has once again been confirmed. Song Yi raised his Gatling gun and declared, "This is your first warning. Surrender your weapons and step back." Zhang Dazhang and his companions chuckled, reassuring one another, "Fear not, he cannot harm us." Some villagers brandished a sieve used for ritual offerings as a makeshift shield, believing that this would render them invulnerable. "This is your second warning. Release them," Song Yi reiterated. Gang and Zhang Dazhang disregarded his words, even daring to advance a step closer. Song Yi narrowed his eyes, issuing a third warning as the villagers encircled him. One individual raised a hoe, swinging it toward the back of Song Yi. With a cold sneer, he lowered his head, the blue light of the Gatling gun flickering ominously. What followed was a cacophony of gunfire, interspersed with the anguished screams of the villagers. In a mere 3 seconds, half of the crowd lay sprawled on the ground. Zhang Dazhang was struck twice in the leg, collapsing in disbelief, realizing, this is no mere wooden gun, it is a divine artifact. At that moment, the villagers comprehended the true power of the Gatling gun, scattering in all directions like leaves in a storm. The gang was hit thrice in the chest. His eyes wide with shock as he ceased to breathe, unable to fathom that he had met his end. Meanwhile, old Lady Lu, who had previously hidden among the crowd, remained unscathed by bullets. However, as everyone fled, she became exposed. Her legs weakened, immobilized by the sight of fallen bodies, she beheld Song Yi advancing towards her, still wielding the wooden gun. Instantly, old Lady Lu dropped to her knees, wailing for mercy, "Spare me, spare my life. It is Zhang Dachong and Dagong who seek to confront you. This matter bears no relation to us whatsoever." Elderly Lady L crawled to Song Yi's feet, clinging desperately to his trouser leg. "At my age, I have but a few years left to live. I implore you to spare me. You are the mountain deity. Indeed, you are the mountain deity. We shall offer sacrifices to you. We shall procure young boys and girls, 10, no, 20 each year. Please, grant me mercy." As elderly Lady L wailed, hidden from Song Yi's sight, a glint of malice flickered in her eyes. With her other hand, she subtly reached for her trouser leg and retrieved a palm-sized dagger concealed within her stockings. Song Yi remained unmoved, causing her to believe he had softened. She sprang forward like a prawn, the dagger aimed at his heart. "You shall die." Before the words escaped her lips, a red silk cord ensnared her wrist, hoisting her into the air. Song Yi aimed the Gatling gun at elderly Lady L. "Do you think I believe your words?" She spat defiantly, "You little bastard. The mountain deity will flay your skin and tear your tendons, ensuring you meet a fate worse than death." With a cold laugh, Song Yi lowered the Gatling gun. "I know not whether the mountain deity will flay my skin, but I assure you, there are those who would relish the thought of doing so to you." With a flick of his hand, the celestial silk hoisted elderly Lady L over the precipice, where she plummeted onto a heap of bones below. Here, the remains of those sacrificed were reduced to ashes and scattered, alongside the bodies of those who met their demise at Zhang Dachong's hands in Shirlu village. This place, littered with corpses, exuded an aura of dread and darkness. Madame L was utterly terrified, sensing an unseen force grasping her feet, clutching her arms, and tearing at her flesh. Song Yi remarked, "Enjoy the experience." The flames of the Gatling gun raged on, for there was not a single innocent soul present. A few players on the ground were rendered speechless, their hearts plummeting like a roller coaster, just as they felt relief at not being burned alive. A more sobering thought struck them. Zhao Wei screamed in terror at Song Yi. "Have you lost your mind? Don't you realize they will turn into ghosts?" As Zhao Wei's words echoed, the moon above transformed to a crimson hue, a sight familiar to players of horror games. The air thickened with the stench of blood, and the fallen began to rise one by one. Chapter 55. No need for personal involvement. They exuded an ominous black mist, their skin in a state of decay. The other players were paralyzed with fear. These villagers resembled neither humans nor ghosts, but rather zombies. The gang brandished a hoe, black pus oozing from his mouth, while the blood pit before him had long since dried. Madame L crawled up the cliff like a cockroach, her eyes flashing with malevolence upon spotting Song Yi. Similarly, Zhang Dazheng appeared with his neck seemingly broken, one hand cradling his head. His gaze towards Song Yi was filled with exhilaration. Eager to transform him into one of their own, tear, shred. At that moment, the gang's singular thought was to rend Song Yi apart. Zhao Wei attempted to flee, only to be seized by a villager clutching his throat. He immediately cried out for help from Song Yi. But Song Yi merely smirked coldly and decisively uttered 2 words, "Goodbye." Zhao Wei stared in astonishment at Song Yi, unable to comprehend his failure to rescue him. How could he not come to his aid? With no time to ponder further, he heard a cracking sound emanate from his neck, and then the world faded to black. Lin Feng swiftly seized a small knife and cut through the ropes binding him, subsequently freeing the others as well. They rose from the pile of firewood and rushed to position themselves behind Song Yi. What should we do? I've never encountered so many ghosts before. Even with 100 blood packs, I would not withstand a single blow from each of them. Are there any more items remaining? At this moment, there is no time for reservations. Lin Feng contemplated briefly before retrieving a longsword from his toolkit, a purchase he had made for 400 points, capable of dispatching A-class malevolent spirits, albeit designed for single use. He had intended to wield this sword to impress during a critical moment, but it was clear that this was not such an occasion. Nonetheless, there was no time to dwell on that. Whatever could be utilized must be employed. The other players were in a similar predicament, some rummaging for talismans, others for potions. Yet their meager supplies were insignificant in the face of such overwhelming numbers. Song Yi stood at the forefront of the group, devoid of any weapon, while others at least clutched something in their hands. A plethora of new viewers had entered the live stream, having tuned in when Song Yi began his onslaught with a Gatling gun, only to witness the entire village succumb to a zombie-like state, prompting a cascade of sarcastic remarks. Oh dear, a fleeting display of heroism has resulted in the entire village turning into ghosts. Although their levels may not be high, they are simply too numerous. This guy is quite impressive. I've never seen so many ghosts in any game before. This is tantamount to courting death soon. This young man will be torn to shreds by these fiends. The newcomers ought to refrain from speaking carelessly. Our formidable Song Yi will soon deliver a resounding slap to their faces. The chatter in the live stream is incessant, and amidst this, Song Yi finds himself half surrounded by zombies. Old Lady L moves with the agility of a cockroach, her speed remarkably swift, capable of leaping as well. Lin Feng and the others are on high alert, their eyes darting anxiously as they track Old Lady L's erratic movements, fearful that she might pounce upon them and take a bite. Just as the old lady lunges towards Song Yi, he skillfully lifts one long leg and delivers a decisive side kick, astonishingly sending the hefty figure of Old Lady L flying. The other players are taken aback. Is Song Yi not at level 9? His strength appears to surpass that of the rest of them. Song Yi stretches his limbs, inquiring if everyone has completed their transformations, ensuring no one is left behind. With that, he announces his intent to commence. Zhang Dachong presents a rather unsettling smile. The wooden gun has become ineffective. Song Yi grins knowingly, stating that he does not require it. The gang, wielding a hoe, questions what other methods he possesses. With a sly smile, Song Yi reveals that the mist recedes behind him, unveiling a shadow. This shadow, ever astute, conjures a chair from its branch-like arms. Song Yi takes a seat, declaring that he need not engage directly. Yu Yin and Luo Fei. As soon as Song Yi's words fall, Zhou Yu Yin, clad in a crimson gown, and Luo Fei, adorned in white, materialize on either side of him. Song Yi shook his head and smiled. With age comes stubbornness and forgetfulness. These young fools, so short-sighted, had no idea what they were up against. After absorbing the energy from the S-class malevolent spirit, Sun Yujun, Zhou Yuyin, and Luo Fei both ascended to S-class themselves. Upon realizing their adversaries intended to overwhelm them with numbers, Zhou Yuyin and Luo Fei's eyes gradually turned crimson, with dark veins protruding ominously across their faces. Ignorance breeds fearlessness in humans, just as it does in spirits. Since they showed no fear, it was time for them to witness the wrath of S-class spirits. The two charged forward, their nails transforming into deadly blades, tearing apart the malevolent spirits that lunged at them. Hey there, you can't do that. Xiaobao looked up at Song Yi, saying, Daddy, I've reached A-class. Song Yi ruffled Xiaobao's hair, which was standing on end in his fury. It's not about the rank, it's primarily because you're too short and easily stepped on. Disheartened, Xiaobao yearned to join in and teach those scoundrels a lesson, especially that malicious old hack. Song Yi chuckled, all right, how about this? Do you like big cats? The kind you can ride? I'll catch you a couple to race. Upon hearing big cats, Xiaobao's face lit up with joy. I like them. Chapter 56. Forming teams early. The spirits of Pomegranate Village thought they could easily handle the two girls, only to find Zhou Yuyin and Luo Fei utterly overwhelming them, sending their souls scattering. Lin Feng stood there, sword in hand, bewildered by the scene before him, his magnificent sword never even being drawn. His gaze shifted towards Song Yi. His eyes filled with disbelief. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Feng could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, "Which great deity are you?" Song Yi. Cradling a small child in one arm and holding another child who had approached him with the other, watched as the two little ones gradually grew accustomed to one another. With utmost sincerity, Song Yi replied to Lin Feng, "No, I am merely an ordinary newcomer. This is only my third game." The other players also strained to listen to the exchange between Song Yi and Lin Feng, sharing the same bewilderment. In fact, Song Yi's confession was even more difficult to fathom than if he had declared himself a deity. Wang Jiala exclaimed, "What? This is your third game? So, you managed to ascend from level 1 to level 9 based solely on the first two games?" Song Yi replied, "Yes, is there a problem?" Lin Feng tugged at his hair, overwhelmed by an impulse to wield the discarded sword upon himself. What problem could there be? It was an enormous issue. His tone suddenly turned bitter as he lamented, "Brother, do you have any idea how many games it took me to progress from level 1 to level 9? Song Yi glanced at Lin Feng's expression, which did not exude pride. It seemed he had traversed a longer path. 5 games? Lin Feng's frustration bubbled up. "No. It was 15 games. Song Yi responded, Then you must strive harder. Others certainly do not experience the same." Xinjing interjected, "I took 17 games. Wang Jiala chimed in, "I took 19 games. Zhoko added, "I took 21 games. Su Hong concluded, "I took 25 games. Song Yi exclaimed in astonishment, "What? You all participated in so many games and are still so inexperienced." The crowd, although, however, my brother, you could keep such truths to yourself. Song Yi, even if your upgrades are slow, you still have points. Can't you purchase some enhancements for your power and speed? Lin Feng, we wish we could. But the rewards for completing the game are too meager. Aside from buying items, we've exchanged our points for cash, as we still have to sustain our lives in the real world. Song Yi, the points awarded after finishing the game are indeed limited. But what about the tips from online users? This time, Lin Feng and the other players sighed deeply. Alas, those meager contributions are hardly worth mentioning. Song Yi, what? Those trifles. In comparison to player tips, the game points are truly insignificant. Song Yi remained silent. Matters of fortune are best left unspoken. The spirits of Shirlu Village, once so arrogant, were now humbled. Zhou Yuyin and Luo Fei showed no mercy, and within 5 minutes, all the spirits were obediently crouching on the ground with their hands on their heads. A few defiant ones met a swift end, their essences scattered, colloquially known as being soul-shattered. The crimson moon in the sky began to fade, slowly returning to a milky white. Although there were still a few hours until the game's normal conclusion, the danger had dissipated here. Reminded of Song Yi's previous penchant for obliterating games, the horror game promptly concluded, allowing all remaining players to clear the level. Even Song Yi found himself at a loss for words. The game anticipated that he might struggle to extract rewards from the spirits and should instead pursue the creatures on the mountain. Horror game. Congratulations to the player for successfully completing the challenge. Song Yi, Lin Feng, and the others emerged from the game elated, as they had once believed they were doomed, only to find themselves alive. The viewers in the broadcast room remained captivated, continuing to shower Song Yi with rewards even after the live stream concluded. As the game began to tally the scores, Song Yi, score, 98 level, LV9 to LV13 strength, 11-11, speed, 8-208, game rewards converted into points. Congratulations to Song Yi for becoming the fastest newcomer to reach LV10, earning the exclusive qualification to form a team. Before him lay a certificate for independent team formation. Lu Xiao had previously cautioned him that the horror game would feature dual-player scenarios, suggesting he make some friends for preparation. As someone with an entrepreneurial mindset, he had never entertained the thought of working for others, thus joining another team was out of the question. However, forming his own team was certainly a possibility. Song Yi, Tao Tao, are you there? Upon hearing his call, the virtual entity Tao Tao immediately appeared. This was one of the advantages of the horror game over their dating show system. The system could not only exist in the host's mind, but could also manifest in a virtual form. A small, chubby doll, no larger than a palm, donned a pink short-sleeved outfit and shorts, with a delicate peach blossom adorning its head. Upon seeing Song Yi, it adorably stomped its foot. After entering the game, Song Yi had ceased to call for Cao Cao, prompting the latter to refrain from appearing as much, not out of laziness, but out of fear. Indeed. Cao Cao trembled at the sight of the ghost within and was too frightened to disclose this to Song Yi, fearing he would deem him a useless little creature. Upon entering the game, Cao Cao immediately became lively. Here I am, Song Yi, long time no see. Cao Cao gently touched Song Yi's hand. And it was the first time Song Yi beheld Cao Cao in this form. Curiously, he reached out to stroke the peach blossom atop Cao Cao's head. Cao Cao, do you know what kind of wind is blowing today? Song Yi inquired, as he rested on a chair at the entrance of the CAF in the game lobby. Glancing around, the surrounding foliage remained still. It seemed there was no wind at all. What wind? With both tiny hands, Cao Cao wrapped around Song Yi's arm, exclaiming, "It is the wind of my longing for you, driving me nearly mad." "Let us get back to serious matters," Song Yi replied. "Please tell me the details of the team formation requirements." Cao Cao opened a detailed information package regarding team formation in the horror game. After 2 seconds, he informed Song Yi, players in the horror game who exceed level 30 can establish their own teams. The number of team members is determined by the level of the organizer. A level 30 organizer can have 5 members, and for each level the organizer ascends. 2 additional slots are added to the team. Besides the current solo mode, the horror game features duo and multiplayer modes, allowing bound teammates or friends to participate together. Song Yi responded, "I am not yet at level 30, so what is my team member quota?" Cao Cao replied, "Due to the special rewards for the host. Your team member quota is 2 before reaching level 30. Song Yi nodded. "Are there any requirements for the members' identities?" Cao Cao assured him. "As long as they are part of the horror game, they are eligible." Song Yijiang was well aware of the rules, as long as it was a horror game. It sufficed. "So, what about Zhou Yuyan and Luo Fei?" Cao Cao inquired. "Host, have you decided on the name for the team?" Pondering for a moment, Song Yijiang replied earnestly, "I have thought of a name." Cao Cao, filled with anticipation, asked, "What is it?" Song Yijiang stated, "It should be a name that is simple yet powerful, one that evokes a sense of grandeur at first hearing." Chapter 57. System Flaw. Cao Cao, excited, stomped his feet. He adored Song Yijiang's cultured demeanor and believed he would craft a splendid name. Song Yijiang declared, "Let us call it Advent of the Shadows." Cao Cao was momentarily taken aback, quickly aligning this name with Song Yijiang's description, and realized it perfectly matched, except for its apparent lack of sophistication. Song Yijiang asked, "What do you think? Is this name acceptable?" Cao Cao searched through all names in horror games and found none were identical, not even requiring any avoidance symbols. It's usable, host. Are you certain you want to name it this?" Song Yijiang affirmed, "Absolutely. Hurry and register it before someone else claims the name. I detest the idea of trademark squatting." Cao Cao clenched his small fist and swiftly completed the task. Registration successful. "Do you wish to invite teammates?" Song Yijiang replied, "Invite Zhou Yuyan and Luo Fei." Cao Cao cautioned, "Host, they are NPCs. It is unlikely to succeed." Song Yijiang responded, "Let us give it a try. The outcome matters not." He then added, "Send another invitation to Lu Xiao." Peach Tao tilted his little head. The invitation was successfully sent. He presumed that Song Yi merely wished to test the waters. For choosing teammates is an exceedingly significant matter that undoubtedly warrants careful contemplation. However, with a chime, the invitations to Zhou Yuyan and Luo Fei were accepted. Astonishingly, it was indeed feasible. "Song Yi, your fortune is quite remarkable. Zhou Yuyan and Luo Fei are both S-class formidable spirits, and such allies are far more reliable and formidable than mere mortals." Peach Tao, holding a spirit of experimentation, never anticipated that it would actually succeed. He was elated for Song Yi. Yet, for just a fleeting second, he failed to attend to the horror game's terror. Alas, a system glitch. The horror game attempted to nullify Song Yi's recent selection of teammates, but was caught by Peach Tao. "No way, you cannot rescind it," the scolded horror game conceded, deciding to patch the loophole first. With Song Yi's team slots filled, he opened his team roster, where the captain displayed his own image, followed by the avatars of Zhou Yuyan and Luo Fei. Lu Xiao was immersed in experiments within a laboratory in the real world when he suddenly received an invitation. What a ridiculous name for a team, he mused, for he was well aware that he belonged to the Kunping team. How could an invitation be sent to him? Upon opening it, he was speechless to discover that the captain was Song Yi. "You rascal, you've quickly acquired the qualifications to form a team." Lu Xiao's voice resonated from behind, and Song Yi turned to invite him to take a seat across from him. "You've arrived. So, what do you think? Would you consider joining my team?" Lu Xiao smiled but chose not to respond. "Initially, I believed you might have little chance, but your rapid advancement has made me reconsider." I have some insider information to share with you, so you can prepare accordingly. Song Yi inquired. Oh? Do tell. Tao Tao, seated beside Song Yi at the coffee table, leaned in with curiosity. Song Yi asked, what is this fusion competition? Lu Xiao replied, have you not noticed? While the players in horror games come from various eras and dimensions, we all communicate in the same language. Though there are civilizational differences, they are not as pronounced. Song Yi remarked, are you suggesting that there exist other horror games with different languages and civilizations, akin to our world? We belong to our domestic server, while others like the Japanese and Korean servers exist as well. Lu Xiao nodded, appreciating conversing with an astute individual. The understanding flows effortlessly. I have received an invitation from the horror game's internal committee. Only players above level 70 are eligible to represent our horror game in the competition, which commences in 2 months. Based on the typical progression rate, it would take at least 3 years for someone to advance from level 1 to level 70. However, I believe you will not require such an extensive time frame. Moreover, Lu Xiao glanced at Song Yi, leaving the latter part unsaid, as he felt certain that even if Song Yi did not reach level 70, he would still be taken by the horror game to participate. Song Yi probed, moreover, what? Lu Xiao replied, it's nothing. Just know that you are aware. Indeed, upon reaching level 15, the opportunity for duos becomes sporadically available. It is time for you to seek companions or perhaps expand your circle of friends. Should I be unavailable in the game? I would be pleased to assist you with your quests. However, if I am engaged in gameplay, I will be unable to lend my support. Song Yi, my current quota for teammates is 2, and it is already filled. Lu Xiao, so soon? Where did you find your teammates? One must be discerning in selecting partners, for once an unsuitable match is identified, the disbandment requires a year before it can be executed. Song Yi displayed his member page, where Zhou Yuyan and Luo Fei had chosen their avatars from their rampaging moments. Lu Xiao, upon seeing this, stood up in astonishment, pointing at Song Yi's team members, his expression one of incredulity. Are your teammates NPCs? Lu Xiao exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Not only are they NPCs, but they are also 2 of the S rank. Is this permissible? Lu Xiao is unaware that such a scenario was even possible. He too had a few companions, and if it were allowed. Horror game roar. No, absolutely not. Song Yi, it is no longer permissible. The system has just patched the loophole. Lu Xiao, this is truly absurd. I am so envious. Song Yi's luck is simply off the charts. Then he proceeded to methodically address his tasks. When Song Yi was alone in the office, he would summon Tao Tao. While he reviewed contracts at his desk, Tao Tao would sit beside him, assisting with his work. Whenever Song Yi paused to rest, Tao Tao would engage him in conversation. Tao Tao, Song Yi, I feel so bored while you're in the game. Song Yi, why not watch a movie? Tao Tao, no, I shall not watch movies anymore. Song Yi, why is that? Tao Tao, because none are as captivating as you. Song Yi, Tao Tao, can you guess where my heart lies? Song Yi, huh? The system has a heart? With such advanced technology, it should be similar to that of humans. To the left? Tao Tao, incorrect. Song Yi, to the right then. Tao Tao, still not right. It's with you. A chill ran down Song Yi's spine. This is too much. Chapter 58. Capturing the little ghost in the evening. When Song Yi finished work, the office was devoid of any presence. On his bed stood a small ghost, grinning widely and dressed in a pink diaper. Tao Tao. Detecting anomalous energy field. Origin, Thailand. Level, too low. Effect, induces obsessive infatuation in the affected individual towards the user. Song Yi? From Thailand? Is this a Kuomintang? Song Yi was not particularly knowledgeable about foreign matters, only familiar with the term Kuomintang. After joining the horror game, the system updated its knowledge on such topics. And Tao Tao explained to Song Yi, what you see before you is a spirit of love. It will render the affected individual delirious, causing them to exhibit obsessive and frenzied behavior towards the user. The small ghost on the bed was shrouded in dark mist, gazing at Song Yi with a mischievous glint, believing he was invisible, and even made a face at him. In the Chu family, Chu Xiong and his daughter Chu Shui were in a concealed room. The room's windows were tightly draped with curtains, and within, an array of children's toys and favorite treats lay scattered about. At the center of the west wall, 2 small spirits were positioned. Chu Shui's fingertip was pricked, blood dripping into the bowl. This entity required blood for sustenance, sending a chill down her spine. Dad, is this really okay? Will there be any repercussions? Chu Xiong reassured her fervently. Rest assured, this Time Master is remarkably reliable. Many renowned individuals have summoned spirits from him. Your aunt obtained her spirit from this master, which is why your uncle is utterly devoted to her. He is indeed trustworthy. Chu Shui was aware of her uncle's deep affection for her aunt, having envied it before. But this was the first time she learned the reason behind it. Initially, Chu Xiong intended to summon just one spirit. But upon discovering that Song Yi was the president of KD Finance, he was unwilling to let that opportunity slip by. After tonight, whether it be Lu Xiao or Song Yi, they would both become infatuated with you, and then you could assert your will. Though apprehensive, Chu Shui thought about her father's words. If it were truly achievable, any price would be worth paying. At Song Yi's residence, Lu Xiao initiated a video call with him. As soon as the connection was made, Lu Xiao raised his hand. Look at this. Song Yi gazed at Lu Xiao on the screen, who was clenching his fist, revealing nothing within. What? Lu Xiao glanced at himself, realizing, oh right, since we're on a WeChat call, these objects 1T show up. In his hand, Lu Xiao grasped a small leg, the spirit hanging upside down in his grasp, clawing and writhing in a comical display. Song Yi chuckled, then lifted the little ghost bound in the mixed heavenly ribbon like a cocoon for Lu Xiao to see. Coincidentally, I have one too. The two exchanged knowing smiles. The implication of who was responsible was evident. Lu Xiao observed the pitiful little ghost in Song Yi's grasp, which appeared to be in a far worse state than the one he held. But that was rather excessive. Why strike a child? The little ghost in Song Yi's hands had dark circles under its eyes, continuously wailing with its mouth agape. Song Yi quickly clarified, I did not strike this one. Matters concerning children should be resolved by children themselves. This little rascal was misbehaving at home and running amok everywhere, so I handed it over to my son. When he caught it, he threw a couple of punches. If it weren't for the interruption, this little ghost would have been thoroughly beaten. Lu Xiao exclaimed, You have a son? Song Yi showed Lu Xiao a picture of his son, Xiao Bao, engrossed in building with Lego. Isn't he adorable? He is 166 years old this year. Lu Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you certain that is your son, not your great-grandfather? The little ghost Lu Xiao was holding was squirming uncomfortably, prompting him to tie it up and toss it aside. What do you intend to do with it? Song Yi shrugged. What else can be done? Return it to where it came from. If she enjoys raising children, let her do so for a lifetime. Lu Xiao clicked his tongue, pondering the implications. If this creature stays with a person for life, it could ruin them financially. After they concluded their call, Song Yi untied the mixed heavenly ribbon and spoke in a soothing tone. The little ghost, frightened, cried out, Walla walla walla. Song Yi nodded approvingly. Very well. If I catch you sneaking out again, I shall have my son give you another thrashing. The young boy glanced at Xiao Bao, his fear intensifying, and he swiftly turned to flee, vanishing without a trace. In the Chu family villa, Chu Shui was lost in a delightful dream, convinced that upon waking the next day, both Lu Xiao and Song Yi would be her devoted subjects. However, when dawn broke, Chu Shui felt unwell, likely due to the air conditioning's chill. She made her way to the bathroom to freshen up, intending to adorn herself beautifully for the day. Yet, as she brushed her hair, a significant amount fell out, leaving her in a state of panic. She even doubted it was her own hair. Upon brushing again, even more strands came away. Setting the brush aside, she frantically ran her fingers through her hair, only to see her meticulously nurtured long locks, which cascaded down to her waist, falling away in clumps until her hair was sparse, resembling that of a weary programmer after 2 decades of toil, with a noticeable receding hairline. With a scream of disbelief, she cried out, How could this happen? She rushed to find her father, only to discover he was in no better state. Chu Xiong, already thinning on top, now had merely 2 errant strands remaining. His eyes were darkened, with pronounced bags beneath, and his overall demeanor was one of despondency. Tearfully, Chu Shui confronted her father. What is happening? Initially, Chu Xiong suspected that they had both been poisoned. However, the leftover food they had consumed had been given to the servants, who exhibited no adverse reactions. After contemplating various possibilities without any clarity, his gaze drifted toward the room where the spirit was kept, and a chill ran through him. Could it be? Surely not. Chu Shui followed his gaze and immediately recalled the warning from the master when they had sought the spirit. He had cautioned them that if the spirit were not properly cared for, they would face dire consequences. Father, could it be? Chu Xiong was anxious. It shouldn't be. We followed the master's instructions precisely. Chapter 59, transformed into 6 years old. The two first went to the hospital for tests, and upon receiving the results, they found no abnormalities in either of their bodies. Ultimately, with no other options, Chu Xiong and Chu Shui immediately boarded a plane to see the master that same day. Upon arriving in Thailand, the master nearly failed to recognize them. Accompanied by a dedicated translator, Chu Xiong directly addressed the master. After the master shared his insights, Chu Xiong was horrified, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. The master found it peculiar. The mischievous spirit should not have been this unruly. After performing a ritual, the master began to perspire. Chu Xiong thought to himself that it was over, while Chu Shui wept uncontrollably. Dad, this thing won't follow us forever, will it? Chu Xiong was incensed. Having spent so much money without achieving the desired outcome was already unacceptable, but the possibility of endangering themselves was intolerable. Master, you must help us resolve this matter. If you do not, we shall not leave. The master regarded the pair, recognizing that they were not easily dissuaded, and he wished to avoid any disturbances that could affect his reputation. How long will this take? We cannot wait indefinitely. The master replied, at least a week. Chu Xiong and Chu Shui felt despair wash over them, particularly Chu Shui, who lamented, Dad, I don't want to be bald. The father and daughter decided to settle in Thailand for the time being. As they stepped outside, the master instructed the gatekeeper, should you see them again, do not allow them entry. Guardian, what if they cause a commotion? The following day, Chu Xiong and his daughter arrived, only to be informed by the gatekeeper that the master was unavailable. On the third day, the gatekeeper reiterated the same message. And it wasn't until the fourth day that Chu Xiong's daughter realized that the master was intentionally avoiding them. Chu Xiong came to the realization that the master likely deemed their predicament insurmountable and wished to dismiss them. This was unacceptable. They had endured enough misfortune over the past few days. If this predicament were to follow them for a lifetime, it would spell disaster. Chu Xiong and Chu Shui decided to wait outside the master's residence, convinced that the master could not remain hidden indefinitely. The master, observing through the surveillance cameras, remarked to his disciple, Master, their presence will have an impact on us. The master shook his head. They will leave within a day at most. The company's stock plummeted, leading to bankruptcy. He opened the omniscient map, unlocking numerous devices through points, and even expanded the area by 50 square kilometers. Zhou Yuyin and Luo Fei, two sisters. When shopping at the mall, just as Song Yi was about to close the omniscient map, he noticed something peculiar. Besides the villa where Zhou Yuyin and Luo Fei resided, there was a third villa indicating occupancy. Song Yi knocked on the villa's window, which opened to reveal a shadow clad in a white robe. Song Yi, what are you doing here? The shadow appeared somewhat sheepish. Having witnessed Song Yi summon Zhou Yuyin and the others, he had surmised that Song Yi possessed a means to accommodate NPCs, and thus had deceived Xiaobao into bringing him along. Ah, greetings, boss. I am the new horticulturist in the community, tasked with enhancing the town's greenery. Song Yi remained speechless. Yet it appeared that the greenery of the small town had indeed transformed, adorned with a variety of plant shapes resembling animals. Xiaobao emerged from the window. Displaying his fondness for shadows, Uncle Shadow had even crafted a swing for him, promising to play together. Uncle Shadow was apprehensive that Song Yi might cast him out, wearing a look of eager appeasement. Very well, Song Yi conceded. Since my son enjoys it, let him be a companion. Do take good care of Xiaobao. Upon hearing this, Shadow understood that Song Yi had relented and immediately responded with enthusiasm. Rest assured, I shall attend to the young master diligently. After closing the all-encompassing chart, Song Yi used his points to extend his life by 20 years and subsequently spent an extended period browsing the marketplace, purchasing items of interest. Eventually, the game session came to an end. As he heard Tao Tao's reminder, he rose to his feet. With the countdown to the game commencing, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A sound signaled the entry of the player into the game. A flash of white light enveloped him, and 2 seconds later, as he adjusted to the brightness, he sensed something was amiss. His hands and feet felt icy, while his body radiated warmth. Raising his hand to touch his forehead, he suddenly realized that the situation was peculiar. Next to him, a woman in her 50s, clad in a grayish suit and bearing a rather imposing countenance, slapped a girl of about 7 or 8 years old beside her. Hurry up and wash. Do you think you're some sort of young lady? Being sent to an orphanage means you've been abandoned. Get to work. Time seemed to freeze as the game content loaded. Game ID, 2312. Level, S participants, 7 players. Song Yi, a new orphan at the orphanage. Age, 6 years. Chapter 60, Story 4, The Switch True Heiress of the Orphanage. When Jiang Tong was born, her mother's friend, Lin Jing, colluded with the doctor to cause her mother's death during childbirth, falsely claiming that the infant was stillborn. In reality, Jiang Tong was sent to her own mother, Zhao Meiwan's Sacred Heart Orphanage. 6 months later, Lin Jing married Jiang Tong's father, bringing along her 1-year-old daughter, who was treated as his own. However, Lin Jing's daughter suffered from a congenital heart condition, leading Lin Jing to plot to have Jiang Tong's heart replaced for her daughter. The task at hand is to survive 5 days within the narrative. A friendly reminder, at Sacred Heart Orphanage, it is said that at midnight, the director transforms into a ghost to devour the disobedient. Each player will receive a reward of 80 points, which can only be used during the game. Points will reset after the game concludes, and players are encouraged to purchase items. The game will officially commence in 5 minutes. In this round, there are 7 players for orphans from Sacred Heart Orphanage, along with a caretaker, a cook, and an assistant director. Player Yang Lele, 13 years old player Su Chong, 10 years old player Zhao Exine, 14 years old player Song, 6 years old player Wang Nan, cook at the orphanage player Lu Shui, caretaker at the orphanage player Feng Luan, assistant director. In this session, Song Yi is at level 13, while all other players are above level 20, with the highest being Su Chang at level 33. Initially, everyone harbored the desire to exchange their points for renminbi, for in a place like an orphanage, poverty is a common plight, and money can alleviate many burdens. However, upon encountering the final advisory, a wave of hesitation swept over them. Faced with the choice between acquiring wealth and preserving life, they unanimously opted for survival. 80 points could be exchanged for a talisman, which promised to safeguard the player for a night. Though there were 5 days in total, the instinct to survive for even a single day prevailed. In the end, some opted for health packs, while others chose talismans, yet Song Yi steadfastly exchanged for renminbi, this time amassing a staggering 80 million. As the rounds of the game progressed, the system, Tao Tao, gathered extensive data and discerned that 99 of players preferred to exchange for life-preserving items, while the remaining ones sought enhancements to their own strength, such as health packs, talismans, ghost-slaying swords, cloaks of invisibility, and strength-enhancing potions. However, throughout the games, the most frequent item exchanged by Song Yi remained money. Curiously, Tao Tao inquired, Song Yi, given your affluence in the real world, why do you still seek to exchange for money here? Taken aback by the question, Song Yi replied, what is strange about this? It is precisely because I possess wealth that I understand it can resolve 99 of life's dilemmas. Tao Tao retorted, I am aware of that sentiment. The remaining one must pertain to love, which money cannot procure. Sensing the reverence in Tao Tao's tone towards the notion of love, Song Yi, though reluctant, felt compelled to impart a truth. Silly child, while money cannot buy love, it does not imply that a lack of wealth guarantees the attainment of love. Perhaps you should erase the romantic dramas from your mind, as they may somewhat impede your intellect. Tao Tao pouted. 5 minutes later, time continued its relentless march. Within less than 2 minutes of the opening of Room 7's live stream, over 3 million viewers had tuned in, with 2/3 of them eager to witness the charming young gentleman, Song Yi. Here we go, another round of the game has commenced. Watch as Yi Gu triumphs spectacularly. Hey, I suspect the system is deliberately targeting Song Yi. This is already his 4th game, and it has reached an S rank. By the way, it's been 5 minutes since the game started. Why hasn't Song Yi emerged yet? Take a closer look. Song Yi has already appeared. Mini Song Yi. In the backyard lawn of the St. Heart Orphanage, a line of 10 children stood, each with a large basin before them, filled to the brim with bed sheets and covers, some even containing clothes and socks, while a few children had a pile of shoes in front of them. Song Yi was the youngest among the players, and his basin was overflowing with foul-smelling socks. The director, Zhao Meiwan, sat in a shaded area, observing them to ensure they did not slack off. The protagonist of the script, Jiang Tong, was situated right beside him. 12-year-old Jiang Tong was as thin as a rail. With a small face akin to a porcelain doll, her beautiful large eyes filled with concern as they gazed at Song Yi. This time, Song Yi's character had fallen gravely ill the previous night and was still running a slight fever that morning. Jiang Tong discreetly took some socks from Song Yi's basin and placed them into her own, wishing to share the burden with him. However, Jiang Tong was not in good health either. When she rose to hang the laundry, she paused for a moment due to low blood sugar. It was during this brief interlude that Zhao Meijuan's small wrought tin whip struck Jiang Tong. You little slacker, even at your tender age, you've learned to be lazy. Jiang Tong's vision blurred. She did not intend to be idle, but genuinely needed a moment to recover from her dizziness. Director, I did not. I simply need a moment to recuperate due to low blood sugar. Jiang Tong's complexion was pale, revealing a frail and malnourished appearance. However, upon hearing her words, Zhao Meiwan did not allow her to rest. Instead, she became even more vigorous in her chastisement. Lazy is lazy. What excuses do you seek? Adjacent to the St. Heart Orphanage stood the Jiang family's villa. From the second-floor landing, Lin Jing could observe the scene unfolding in the orphanage's backyard. Witnessing Jiang Tong being whipped by her own mother was like watching a delightful spectacle, her gaze filled with a sense of enjoyment. She had eliminated Jiang Tong's mother, who had treated her like a sister, usurped Jiang Tong's father, and condemned Jiang Tong to a life of being an orphan, devoid of parental love. She watched with satisfaction as her mother disciplined Jiang Tong, ensuring her daughter occupied Jiang Tong's rightful place while they remained strangers, and even wished for Jiang Tong to sacrifice her heart for her daughter. Throughout all this, she felt no remorse for the harm she had inflicted upon others. Among this group of children, players Zhao Xian and Yang Lele were the eldest and possessed more experience. Upon witnessing Jiang Tong's plight, they immediately rushed forward to intervene. Zhao Xian and Yang Lele stepped in to halt Zhao Meijuan's actions. Zhao Xian, Director, please do not be angry. It would be a pity for your health to suffer over a few garments. We will certainly ensure they are impeccably clean today. Yang Lele, indeed, Director. With the sun shining so brightly, you should relax beneath the tree. We are here to assist you. Zhao Xian and Yang Lele attempted to flatter Zhao Meijuan, hoping to persuade her to spare Jiang Tong and perhaps even earn her gratitude for some hidden surprises. They believed their smooth words would charm her. Unaware that Zhao Meijuan was entirely unfazed by their tactics and swiftly chastised them both. Have you taken my leniency for granted? You too, with your meager contributions. Dare to speak of others. With that, she urged them to resume their tasks. The rattan struck their bodies, causing Zhao Xian and Yang Lele to gasp in pain. The severity of the blows was unbearable. Within this orphanage, no one was exempt from Zhao Meijuan's ire. Typically, when she unleashed her wrath upon one, the others dared not intervene. Today, however, with two new helpers, there was a need for Zhao Meijuan to assert her authority and instill fear, lest they rebel in the future. Chapter 61. What is there to fear? Jiang Tong refrained from resisting, based on her experience. Remaining still would allow Zhao Meijuan to vent her frustrations without escalating the situation. The more one struggled, the harsher her blows would become. An unspoken agreement among the orphans was that when Director Zhao Meijuan was angered and dealing out punishment, as long as it did not threaten anyone's life, others should simply bow their heads and attend to their own matters. Upon witnessing this scene in the live stream, the audience was infuriated. The plight of Jiang Tong is truly heart-wrenching. Lin Jing is responsible for her mother's demise, casting her into an orphanage where she is forced to encounter her supposed father daily, yet neither recognizes the other. What infuriates me most is how they occupied Jiang Tong's rightful place, subjecting her to relentless torment and humiliation, even desiring her heart to exchange for their own daughteress. My frustration mounts as I observe Zhao Meijuan and Lin Jing, a mother-daughter duo steeped in malevolence. Their wickedness runs deep. Who will rise to admonish them? I suspect that the players will not be of much assistance to Jiang Tong. Clearly, incurring Zhao Meijuan's wrath is a far graver concern, and they are unlikely to jeopardize their own safety for her sake. Ah, what a pity for my dear Song Yi, confined within the frail body of a mere 6-year-old. This physical limitation severely curtails his potential. In this round, Song Yi's situation is dire. At such a tender age, he cannot even stand up for Jiang Tong. Merely surviving is a challenge in itself. In the backyard, Song Yi glanced at the 3 beaten individuals and shook his head. He had initially hoped that Zhao Xian and Yang Lele, teaming up as players, could make a difference, yet to his dismay, all 3 had been overwhelmed. If his internal grievances were voiced, these players would undoubtedly roll their eyes. After all, it is not that they lack the will to resist. It is that they are paralyzed by fear. Zhao Meijuan transforms into a man-eating specter at night, and should they provoke her wrath, survival would become an impossibility. Observing the players, who are jumping around in distress, and the quietly enduring Jiang Tong, Song Yi sighed. It appears he must take matters into his own hands. With a small stool in his left hand and a washboard in his right, he approached Zhao Meijuan with an air of calm determination. The strong never lament their circumstances. If one is of short stature, they simply find something to elevate themselves. Song Yi stood atop a small stool, while the others remained oblivious to his intentions. He even politely tapped Zhao Meijuan's shoulder, signaling his interruption. Zhao Meijuan, displeased by the interruption, muttered about teaching him a lesson together. Yet, in the next moment, an exclamation of surprise echoed, followed by a profound silence. Zhao Meijuan tilted her head, her neck seemingly strained. Just moments ago, Song Yi had delivered a resounding blow to her nose with a washboard, leaving her head ringing. Players Zhao Xian and Yang Lele gaped in astonishment. Had he truly acted so boldly? Was this child out of his mind? Did he not realize that Zhao Meijuan would transform into a ghost come nightfall, and that offending her would result in dire consequences? Zhao Meijuan herself was taken aback. The very boy she feared most had dared to strike her. Regaining her senses, she trembled with anger, clutching a rattan switch to retaliate against Song Yi. However, as she turned, she was met with a basin of foot-soaking water. The murky liquid contained over a dozen pairs of pungent socks, steeped in a concoction of various foot fungi. Zhao Meijuan's mind froze for a moment, and this time, an overwhelming stench enveloped her. Consumed by rage, she let out a frenzied scream, surveying her disarray, vowing to inflict severe punishment upon Song Yi. With the switch grip tightly in her hand, she swung with all her might, but Song Yi, agile and quick, effortlessly dodged her attack, utilizing his height and build to evade her blows with ease. Zhao Meijuan, panting heavily, struck 4 or 5 times, yet none of her attempts hit the mark. Song Yi remarked, "I would advise you to take a bath right away." The mere odor emanating from this basin of foul socks is enough to reveal that they belong to someone afflicted with athlete's foot. This condition can be contagious, potentially leading to oral ulcers, rashes on the face, and spreading to other skin areas, resulting in a body covered in lesions that peel away layer by layer. Song Yi's vivid description momentarily halted Meijuan's hand, clutching the rattan stick. A shiver ran down her spine as she realized these socks were indeed hers. And she was well aware of her own foot condition. As she absorbed Song Yi's words, an overwhelming itchiness enveloped her entire being. The thought of contagion disgusted her greatly. Gripping her damp clothing, Zhao Meijuan declared, "No one else needs to wash today. You will handle all of this yourself." Eager to cleanse herself, she shot a fierce glare at Song Yi before departing. "I will deal with you once I am done." After her exit, Jiang Tong wore a worried expression. Although Jiang Tong wanted to express that Song Yi's actions had been somewhat gratifying, the impending thought of Zhao Meijuan returning in fresh clothes to retaliate against Song Yi filled her with anxiety. What should be done now? Song Yi let out a cold laugh as he strode outside, thinking, "Hit me? What a fanciful dream. I refuse to endure such nonsense. I have 80 million at stake. Am I to remain here to be beaten?" That would suggest a tendency towards masochism. Chapter 62. You have taken what belongs to me. Song Yi walked with his head held high as he left the orphanage, leaving others still in a state of confusion. The other children in the orphanage murmured in bewilderment. What is he planning to do? It is likely that he fled out of fear of the principal's wrath. Where could he possibly go? Upon seeing Song Yi about to leave, Jiang Tong immediately pursued him. At that time, Song Yi was merely a small beggar, often going hungry and sleeping on the streets, where the winter could easily claim his life. Thus, within the orphanage, Jiang Tong took special care of him. "Where are you going?" Song Yi, with his small hands clasped behind his back, held his head high and declared, "I'm going out to enjoy delicious food." Jiang Tong exclaimed, "Stop joking. If you leave here, you'll only continue as a little beggar. Even if you must go, at least wait until you're 16 and can find a job outside. Just endure a little longer." Undeterred, Song Yi continued to stride. "I can't endure any longer." Zhao Xian, upon seeing Song Yi's determination to leave, quickly followed suit. "Song Yi, can you take me with you?" Among the remaining players, Su Chong stood still, contemplating, while Yang Lele did not move alongside. Su Chong felt there was no necessity to leave. First and foremost, it was undoubtedly due to their lack of funds. Secondly, leaving would offend the principal. And thirdly, Song Yi was acting too impulsively. Being the least experienced, he often disregarded the consequences of his actions, which could easily drag them all into trouble. The viewers in the game's livestream were aware that Song Yi had exchanged for 80 million, yet the items each player had exchanged for remained confidential. At that moment, they believed the primary reason for Song Yi's departure was that if he did not leave now, once Zhao Meijuan changed her clothes, she would certainly reprimand him. As for Zhao Xian, he simply thought that Song Yi was quite impressive. A mere 6-year-old dared to confront Zhao Meijuan directly. His mother instilled in him from a young age that one must not judge by appearances. Although Song Yi may appear to be of a lower caliber, he is undoubtedly a talent. In the perilous realm of horror games, danger lurks everywhere, and with someone like Zhao Meijuan leading the orphanage, it is evident that other places are equally formidable. Rather than navigating such a complex environment, it would be wiser to accompany Song Yi. When Jiang Tong observed Zhao Xian rushing over, eager to join Song Yi, her brows furrowed even tighter. She couldn't fathom his recklessness. Song Yi appraised Zhao Xian from head to toe, refraining from an immediate rejection. At 6 years old, he found it advantageous to have someone slightly older by his side. "Joining is acceptable, but I am the elder brother, and everything must adhere to my directives," proclaimed the 6-year-old Song Yi, his words still tinged with a childlike lisp, reminiscent of a game of pretend. The mature Jiang Tong found this utterly absurd. Zhao Xian, being older than herself, should not be so frivolous. Yet, to her surprise, Zhao Xian acquiesced, declaring, "Big brother, whatever you say goes." Song Yi nodded in affirmation. "Very well, let us proceed." Jiang Tong was left in disbelief as the two of them swaggered away. Though astonished, she felt a surge of yearning as she watched their departing figures. Deep down, she too wished to leave, but she was uncertain of her destination. Once outside the orphanage, Song Yi promptly led Zhao Xian to a bank. Initially, Zhao Xian had no inkling of Song Yi's wealth and had mentally prepared himself for a night in the park. However, the moment Song Yi retrieved a bank card from his pocket, it became clear to Zhao Xian that he had made the right choice. In any world, the outward facade holds immense significance. Song Yi purchased designer outfits for both himself and Zhao Xian, transforming them into the image of wealthy young gentlemen. He engaged an older man to impersonate their father, who then used his identification to secure accommodations at a hotel. After Zhao Meiwan finished her shower and changed clothes, she discovered that both Song Yi and Zhao Xian had vanished, her expression darkening like a storm cloud. That little rascal Song Yi had left, and Zhao Xian had inexplicably followed suit. Truly, a case of raising a white-eyed wolf. Such incidents occurred several times each year, and she had grown accustomed to them. On the first night, at 11:50, Zhao Xian produced his talisman of peace and kindly reminded Song Yi, "Brother, it's nearly time. The vengeful spirits will soon arrive. You should use the props quickly." Song Yi, seated on the bed and preparing to rest, gazed curiously at the charm in Zhao Xian's hand and inquired, "What do you have there?" Believing that Song Yi's props differed from his own, Zhao Xian presented his talisman to him. This is a peace talisman. When used, it ensures the user's safety throughout the night. It is quite popular in A-level events, though it comes at a higher cost of 80 points. Haven't you used one before? Song Yi shook his head and replied, "I haven't. How does it work?" Zhao Xian explained, "You simply tear the talisman, and it will take effect." Upon hearing this, Song Yi tore the peace talisman in half. Suddenly, a beam of light surged into Song Yi's body, and the system's voice echoed in his ears. Peace talisman activated. Duration, 30 minutes. Zhao Xian was momentarily stunned. It seemed his talisman had been utilized. Upon regaining his senses, Zhao Xian clutched his hair in terror, exclaiming, How could you have used mine?" Song Yi replied nonchalantly, "Did you not say that tearing it up would allow for its use?" Zhao Xian retorted, "But I never permitted you to use mine." As the clock struck 11:55, Zhao Xian felt a surge of anxiety. He decided that now was not the time to dwell on this matter. The priority was to ensure his own safety through the first night. "Boss, could you lend me your props?" Zhao Xian pondered. They were all life-saving tools. Although they varied slightly, their essence was similar. If Song Yi had utilized his, then surely he could use Song Yi's in return. Seeing Zhao Xian request his props, Song Yi shrugged. "I don't have any." Panic gripped Zhao Xian even more, his pupils beginning to tremble. "What do you mean you don't have any? Did you not exchange items at the game's outset?" Song Yi responded, "I did exchange. I swapped everything." Zhao Xian's disbelief was palpable. "What did you exchange for? Health packs? Power boosts? Invisibility charms? Binding talismans?" Song Yi replied, "None of those. I exchanged for 80 million. Zhao Xian felt as though he had turned to stone, struggling to comprehend the information. 80 million? You exchanged it all for money? 1,000 bewildered thoughts raced through his mind. He had assumed that Song Yi would at least exchange for a few million to get by. How could he have converted everything into currency? Do you realize that the items exchanged for points within the game are only valid for use in this arena? If they are not utilized, they cannot be taken out of the game and will be reset to 0. Zhao Xian could not contain his outburst, fearing that this universally acknowledged rule was unknown to Song Yi. Song Yi responded, "I am aware. It's merely 80 million. And we are to remain here for 5 days. It would be effortless to spend that amount." Zhao Xian, in a frenzy, began to doubt himself, pondering whether this Song Yi before him was not merely 6 years old in character, but rather that he himself was the one who had regressed to that age. Yet, one must have the means to spend. Zhao Xian's voice cracked with excitement as Song Yi stood from the bed and patted Zhao Xian's shoulder, saying, "It's a trivial matter. Easily managed." Zhao Xian replied, "Then what am I to do now?" Song Yi earnestly elaborated to Zhao Xian. "The ghost level on the first night will not be excessively high. You are already a level 30 player. You cannot rely solely on items to resolve everything. You must endeavor to confront challenges, to enhance your abilities, and to face dangers. Only through such trials can you progress. Consider how long you have been stuck at level 30. Do you not feel as though you have hit a plateau? I am assisting you. Only by overcoming obstacles can you transcend this impasse." Zhao Xian retorted, "Yet, why do you not confront your own challenges?" Song Yi gazed at him as if he were a fool. "Open those beautiful eyes of yours and observe me. My body is merely 6 years old. Even if the ancestral spirit were to possess me, I would only reach your chest height. Could I possibly unleash my ultimate move? In truth, Song Yi would not neglect Zhao Xian, yet it was imperative that those around him were consistently evolving, enabling them to keep pace with his own advancement. However, if today Zhao Meijuan's strength surpasses that of Class A, he would undoubtedly summon Zhou Yuyin and the others for assistance. As the clock struck 12, the once warm yellow light in the room transformed into a striking red. A series of knocks echoed from outside, prompting Song Yi and Zhao Xian to glance toward the door in unison. With a creak, the door swung open. The Class A Zhao Meijuan appeared. Her hair a striking white, her face lined with wrinkles, and her lips painted a vivid red, resembling a chaotic masterpiece born of Parkinson's. Zhao Xian felt a pang of anxiety, while Song Yi remained unperturbed. Just a Class A. It's nothing. You go out and deal with her. And be sure to close the door behind you. As he spoke, Song Yi extinguished the red lamp by the bedside and tucked himself under the covers. Good night, Zhao Xian. In a state of distress, pleaded, help, someone come to my rescue. That night marked a turning point for Zhao Xian. Song Yi slept soundly, and the following morning, upon opening the door, he found Zhao Xian standing there, looking haggard. 3 crimson scratches marred his face, a hint of darkness lingered at the corner of his eye, and he bore several unseen aches throughout his body. Song Yi remarked, one's potential must be awakened. Look at you, now capable of contending with a class of malevolent spirit. Wasn't placing the protective talisman on the first night a waste? Zhao Xian scoffed, I appreciate it. The next day, Lin Jing's daughter, Jiang Yuyu, celebrated her birthday. That evening, a birthday banquet was to be held, and as the Jiang family prepared the backyard, Zhao Meijuan enlisted the help of children over 10 from the orphanage due to a shortage of hands. As Jiang Tong moved items into the house, he happened upon Jiang's father presenting a gift to Jiang Yuyu. After losing his wife and child, Jiang's father poured all his love into Jiang Yuyu. He presented Jiang Yuyu with a white jewelry box, and upon opening it, an expression of delight illuminated her face as she discovered a diamond bracelet within. Thank you, Dad, she exclaimed. Jiang's father affectionately patted her head, while Lin Jing, the affluent matron, wore a satisfied smile, reveling in the scene before her. This was all her own doing. Indeed, one must strive for what they desire. Jiang Tong, who had been busy transporting beverages to the kitchen, was momentarily taken aback by the sight. A wave of envy washed over her. How wonderful it would have been to have parents like that. She had never celebrated a birthday in her life, not even knowing when her own special day was. Lost in her thoughts, she was suddenly jolted back to reality by a sharp slap on her back. Zhao Meijuan reprimanded her, slacking off again. Hurry up and get to work. Following Jiang Tong's gaze, Zhao Meijuan spotted her daughter Lin Jing and Jiang Yuyu, sneering as she remarked, Are you envious? Yuyu is a lady of privilege, while you, with your worthless life, will never compare. The sting on her back was searing. Yet Jiang Tong remained silent, continuing to carry the drinks to the kitchen. Lin Jing glanced towards the kitchen, clearly pleased with her handiwork as she observed Jiang Tong's current state. Jiang's father commented, That girl must be from the orphanage next door, around the same age as Yuyu. Why not invite her to the party tonight? Lin Jing's expression darkened upon hearing this. Darling, you don't know. My mother said that Jiang Tong is dishonest and cunning. A child like that would only negatively influence Yuyu. It's best not to invite her. Jiang Yuyu angrily exclaimed, Why should she be invited to the birthday party? We don't want her. Jiang's father furrowed his brow and replied, Is that so? She doesn't seem like it. Lin Jing interjected, My mother has watched her grow up. She knows her best. That evening, around 7 o'clock, the Jiang family's backyard was particularly lively. Jiang Yuyu's classmates had all arrived, and some of Jiang's father's good friends took the opportunity to come and present gifts to Jiang Yuyu. Jiang Yuyu was proudly showcasing the diamond bracelet her father had gifted her. Wow, Yuyu, this bracelet is absolutely stunning. My goodness, it must have cost a fortune. Yuyu, your father truly dotes on you. How fortunate Yuyu is to have such a wealthy father. Bathed in the attention of her peers, Jiang Yuyu beamed with pride. Of course. My father loves me the most. At that moment, Jiang Tong, wearing an apron and carrying a tray of drinks, accidentally slipped and sent the entire tray crashing to the floor. The juice splattered directly onto Jiang Yuyu's white dress, and upon seeing this, Jiang Tong quickly apologized. But it was too late. In a fit of rage, Jiang Yuyu slapped her and dragged Jiang Tong to the storage room under the stairs on the first floor, forcefully shoving her inside. Stay in here and think about what you've done. After executing her actions, Jiang Yuyu ascended the stairs to change her clothes and resumed celebrating with her classmates. Although it was called a storage room, it was merely filled with kitchen supplies. Jiang Tong, once inside, had to stoop to avoid hitting her head. The storage room was devoid of light, and she felt a deep sense of injustice. She curled up in silence, believing that once Jiang Yuyu calmed down, she would be let out. Moments later, two voices unexpectedly echoed from the staircase. One voice was remarkably familiar. Jiang Tong recognized it as that of Dean Zhao Meiwan. The other belonged to her daughter, Lin Jing. Jiang Tong, that little vixen, was increasingly resembling her mother. It was best if she never appeared in the Jiang household again. What was there to fear? Jiang Wen was oblivious to the fact that Jiang Tong was his daughter. He believed her to have perished long ago, a secret they would never uncover. Chapter 64. Assistant Jiang Tong was momentarily bewildered. Were they referring to her? What did it mean? She was not an orphan. She had a father, Jiang Wen. Was he Jiang Yuyu's father? Jiang Tong dared not move. She covered her mouth, stifling any sound. However, she was even more shocked by what followed. The foreign doctor scheduled to perform the heart transplant for Yuyu had already been arranged. Once Yuyu celebrated her birthday, she and Jiang Tong would undergo the procedure. At that point, Jiang Tong's value would diminish, and her existence would no longer be deemed necessary. Zhao Meiwan, upon hearing this, chuckled. I have long found her to be an eyesore. Eliminating her would prevent future troubles. After conversing for a while, Lin Jing and Zhao Meiwan departed, leaving Jiang Tong confined in the storage room, in tears. In that moment, all secrets were unveiled. She was not an orphan. She had a father. Everything she had envied was rightfully hers. And a heart transplant? They intended to take her heart and give it to Jiang Yuyu. How could they treat her this way? Wang Nan, the chef from the orphanage, was assisting in the Jiang household's kitchen, preparing roasted suckling pig when he happened to witness Jiang Yuyu locking Jiang Tong in the storage room. Initially, he had the kind intention of releasing the person confined within, but at that moment, Lin Jing and her mother engaged in conversation for an extended duration. Being at a considerable distance, he could not discern the content of their discourse. After Lin Jing and her mother departed, Wang Nan finally approached to assist in unlocking the door. It was then he beheld Jiang Tong, a petite figure, crouched on the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks. Upon seeing the door ajar, Jiang Tong rushed out without allowing Wang Nan a moment to react. In the backyard of the Jiang residence, a verdant lawn was adorned with colorful lights, balloons, flowers, and an array of delectable delicacies. At the center of it all stood Jiang Yuyu, dressed in a delicate pink dress, adorned with exquisite jewelry, surrounded by guests holding gift boxes in celebration of her birthday. Jiang Tong observed this scene, her heart swelling with resentment akin to storm-laden clouds, suffocating her entire world in darkness. This should have been her moment. They had stolen what rightfully belonged to her, subjected her to immense suffering, and now sought to take her very life. How could this be justified? With a bittersweet smile, she closed her eyes and clasped her hands together, preparing to make a wish. Just then, a piercing scream echoed through the air as Jiang Tong surged through the crowd, forcefully toppling the cake. The cream from the cake splattered once more onto Jiang Yuyu. The sudden turn of events transpired with such swiftness that the onlookers were momentarily paralyzed with shock. Jiang Tong, having toppled the cake, pivoted and confronted Jiang Wen, her frenzied demeanor leaving everyone at a loss. Father, she grasped Jiang Wen's hand tightly. I am your daughter. I am your true daughter. Lin Jing caused my mother's death, and now she seeks to end my life. You must stand by me. Jiang Wen stared at the girl, Jiang Tong, before him, momentarily taken aback. Initially, he found the little girl quite endearing, evoking a sense of familiarity within him. However, recalling Lin Jing's earlier words about the girl's penchant for thievery and her questionable conduct, he pondered over the issues that often accompany children abandoned in orphanages. Perhaps this child was afflicted with some mental disturbance. Jiang Wen asserted, You have mistaken your identity. I am not your father. Standing beside him, Lin Jing felt a jolt in her heart when Jiang Tong declared, I am your daughter. Her expression darkened, perplexed by how this insolent girl had come to know such a thing. Yet, the priority at that moment was to dismiss this troublesome child. Lin Jing cast a glance at Zhao Meiwan, who was equally taken aback by Jiang Tong's revelation and her subsequent outburst in front of so many witnesses. Receiving Lin Jing's look, Zhao Meiwan quickly comprehended the situation. She approached Jiang Tong and addressed the gathering. I beg your pardon, everyone. This girl is one of our orphans, and she has some mental challenges. Perhaps witnessing you with such a wonderful father has stirred feelings of envy, leading her to delude herself into thinking he is her father. Being merely 12 years old, Jiang Tong was no match for Zhao Meiwan, who restrained her arms behind her back, preparing to escort her away. Sensing the impending danger, Jiang Tong began to struggle, fearing that being taken away might lead to her demise. Jiang Yuyu, having had her clothes dirtied twice by Jiang Tong in a single day, seethed with anger. Disregarding the presence of others, and slapped Jiang Tong. This action prompted a frown from Jiang's father, who admonished, Yuyu, that is not permissible. Upon noticing the slight harshness in her father's tone, Jiang Yuyu immediately shed tears. Father, she has gone too far. In the house, she dirted my clothes. And now she is ruining my birthday party. She is simply envious of me. Observing Jiang Yuyu's aggrieved expression, Jiang's father promptly softened his tone to comfort her. I understand you are upset, but one must not resort to violence. His friends, witnessing the scene, chimed in, indeed, this cannot be blamed on Yuyu. That little girl is simply excessive. Yes, that child is quite wicked, another added. Zhao Meiwan lamented, it is all my fault for indulging her too much. I thought she deserved kindness due to her unfortunate circumstances, but it seems to have only fostered her malice. Director Zhao, you have acted with good intentions. This is not your fault. Indeed, we all recognize your benevolence, yet some children, no matter how well they are treated, remain ungrateful. Zhao Meiwan declared. Today is my granddaughter's birthday. Let us not allow this child to spoil the occasion. I shall take her away now. With that, Zhao Meiwan forcefully pulled Jiang Tong 2 meters away. Jiang Tong cried out desperately, no. If she takes me away, I won't survive. Father, I truly am your daughter. Please believe me. Jiang's father gazed at Jiang Tong with a complex expression, yet as soon as Jiang Yuyu spoke to him, his attention shifted entirely to her. At that moment, Jiang Tong was engulfed by despair, feeling a surge of resentment toward her father. Why? I am your daughter. How could you abandon me? Seeing no one to assist her, she immediately turned to others for help. Su Chong stood at the periphery of the crowd, while Yang Lele remained at the orphanage to keep watch. The others present included Wang Nan, who had just released Jiang Tong from the storage room, Lu Shui, a volunteer at the orphanage, and Feng Luan, the assistant to the director. As Jiang Tong's gaze fell upon them, she urgently sought their aid. Uncle Wang, Sister Lu, Uncle Feng, please help me. Save me, I implore you. Lu Shui remained unmoved, disinterested in extending her assistance to others, drawing from her experience in gaming. She knew that sticking her neck out could lead to dire consequences. Su Chong, despite his 10-year-old frame lacking any combat prowess, felt a strong desire to help, but was powerless to act. However, both Feng Luan and Wang Nan rushed forward. Just as Wang Nan's hand made contact with Jiang Tong, the system promptly notified him of having received a misfortune box from Zhao Meiwan, causing him to hesitate. Feng Luan, who had intended to assist Jiang Tong, was also taken aback. As Zhao Meijuan's assistant, Feng Luan now faced a dilemma: obey Zhao Meijuan's orders and commit an act against his conscience, or aid Jiang Tong. He aspired to be a good person, yet this was a horror game, where one could not have both fish and bear's paw. A wrong choice could cost him his life. Gazing at Jiang Tong's youthful face and the hope shimmering in her eyes, he felt a pang of compassion. After much internal conflict, Feng Luan ultimately chose to heed Zhao Meijuan's command. As his hand clasped around Jiang Tong's wrist, despair flickered in her eyes. It was over. She knew her fate was sealed. Repeating daddy, daddy in her mind, she felt the weight of the audience's judgment, who regarded her as a lunatic. The resentment coursed through Jiang Tong's veins. The viewers in the live stream commented, I knew it. This scene is always the same, no matter how many times it repeats. This is my first time witnessing this scene. Is there a problem? Indeed, this game has the highest mortality rate, essentially resulting in total annihilation. So tragic. Has no player ever come to Jiang Tong's aid in this place? Of course, there have been players, but what good does saving her once or twice do? Jiang Tong faces numerous dilemmas. Eventually, players prioritize their own interests and abandon her. Moreover, the tasks in this game do not require players to alleviate Jiang Tong's resentment. So everyone, this plot is truly insidious. The discussion in the live stream heated up while the game narrative continued to unfold. As the gates of the Jiang residence swung open, and Jiang Tong was about to be taken away, a multitude of vehicles appeared at the entrance. Leading the procession was an extravagant car from which 2 children emerged. Following that, a bus halted, and over 20 journalists disembarked, their cameras already rolling. Upon spotting Zhao Meiwan, they immediately thrust their cameras into her face. The sudden onslaught startled Zhao Meiwan. Stop it. Don't film me. Her protests fell on deaf ears as the reporters pressed on. Is your orphanage abusing children? Upon hearing this, Zhao Meiwan swiftly retorted, Nonsense, we are not. Reporter, what are you doing? Zhao Meiwan immediately released Jiang Tong, who then rushed towards Song Yi in the crowd. For some inexplicable reason, Despite Song Yi being a head shorter than her, she suddenly felt a sense of security wash over her, and she was on the verge of tears. Song Yi stood on her toes and gently patted Jiang Tong's shoulder, reassuring her, "It's all right. I'm here." The members of the Jiang family, noticing the unexpected influx of people, including a number of reporters, were bewildered at the unfolding situation. Jiang, leading the way to the entrance, questioned, "I don't recall inviting any reporters today. What is the meaning of this?" Song Yi stepped forward, declaring, "I invited them because there will be a significant news event today." Having changed into a fresh outfit and emerging from a luxury vehicle, Song Yi initially went unrecognized by Zhao Meiwan amidst the crowd. However, once Song Yi spoke, Zhao Meiwan realized, to her astonishment, that it was this little rascal. Narrowing his eyes, Song Yi was immediately put off by Zhao Meiwan's presence. He waved at Zhao Xian, who eagerly approached. Song Yi signaled for him to lift him up, and once in his arms, Zhao Xian obediently carried him to stand before Zhao Meiwan. While Zhao Meiwan tilted her head, expecting an explanation from Song Yi, he swiftly delivered a resounding slap to her face, leaving an unmistakable imprint. TSK, too weak. You're fortunate, he remarked. Zhao Meiwan, taken aback by this audacious act, attempted to pull Song Yi down, only to be halted by two bodyguards who intervened. Song Yi, I am merely jesting. Since I am here, I have naturally made ample preparations. Zhao Meiwan, infuriated, turned to the reporters and asked, "You captured that scene, right?" Upon hearing her words, the reporters immediately lowered their cameras and shook their heads in unison. They were well aware of what should and should not be filmed, especially after the little boss had offered them 500,000. Witnessing the journalists siding with Song Yi only fueled Zhao Meiwan's anger. "You are all in cahoots with him. Reporter, as the director of the orphanage, are you guilty of child abuse?" Seeing the disarray at the entrance of his home, Father Jiang frowned and admonished, "Enough. What do you intend to accomplish?" Song Yi instructed Zhao Xian to release him and approached Father Jiang. Though he was diminutive in stature, his presence was commanding. He launched into a scathing tirade at Father Jiang. "Are those eyes of yours merely for breathing? If you have no use for them, you might as well give them to a blind person. That would be a great merit on your part. Do you not notice how much Jiang Tong resembles you? Your own daughter is in the adjacent orphanage, suffering from hunger and cold, toiling away and enduring abuse, while you lavish wealth upon the children of other women. Does your conscience not ache?" Lin Jing sensed that the situation was deteriorating, especially with so many reporters present. Every word and action would be reported. Thus, she hesitated to act recklessly, her heart filled with trepidation. What nonsense is this child spouting? This Jiang Tong is nothing but a lunatic. She is delusional. Moreover, you are her friend, aren't you? I have encountered you at the orphanage. As mere child, you understand nothing and blindly accept whatever others say. We shall not stoop to your level, nor will we leave this place. Jiang, with patience, replied, "Young one, you are mistaken. I am not his father. Many years ago, my wife passed away, and our child departed with her." Song Yi interjected, "I am aware. Today, regardless of what we say, you will perceive our words as mere nonsense, and may even suspect that Jiang Tong is mentally unstable. If that is the case, let us present some evidence." Chapter 66. Paternity Test. Song Yi glanced behind him, and the reporters promptly cleared a path. Soon, 3 doctors clad in white coats emerged from a van. The leading physician, appearing to be in his 50s with graying hair, first acknowledged Song Yi with a nod before approaching Mr. Jiang. "Good day, Mr. Jiang. I am Chen Guoqing, the director of the laboratory at the First People's Hospital." As Director Chen spoke, he accepted a blood collection device from one of the doctors behind him. "We have brought with us a centrifuge, PCR apparatus, electrophoresis equipment, and a scanner, everything necessary for paternity testing. Blood samples taken on-site can yield results in as little as 3 hours. We can conduct the tests under the vigilant supervision of all present reporters to ensure the accuracy of the results." Upon finishing his statement, the 2 doctors accompanying Director Chen moved closer to Mr. Jiang, ready to roll up his sleeve without needing any further instructions. Zhao Xian stood beside Song Yi, unable to suppress his astonishment. The head of the hospital department personally attending to cases, conducting paternity tests on-site, and even bringing along the experimental apparatus. Goodness! Is it truly permissible to operate in such a manner? Song Yi replied, "What is so surprising about this? A doctor who ordinary citizens might wait 6 months to see is readily available at the beck and call of the affluent." Zhao Xian, an ordinary individual in the real world, had never realized the extent to which wealth could be wielded. "Goodness, what must be the consultation fee for such doctors?" Song Yi remarked, "Not much. They would eagerly come for 1 million. Zhao Xian inhaled sharply. And you deem that not excessive? Director Chen stood before Zhang's father with a smile adorning his face. He had initially been reluctant to make the house call, and upon the request, his first reaction was to perceive it as unreasonable. However, the compensation offered was simply too generous. Even the testing equipment they employed had been purchased by Song Yi. Zhao Xian exclaimed, "My goodness, I believe you have overpaid. Surely they would come for 500,000 as well." After all, it was merely a house call for a paternity test. For these physicians, familiar with the procedures, it posed no challenge whatsoever. Song Yi explained, "You fail to comprehend. This money secures not only expertise but also service. Regardless, money cannot be taken with us, so why not spend it?" Zhang's father found the entire situation to be rather absurd and comical. Meanwhile, Jiang Tong's blood had already been drawn, leaving only his own sample to be collected. Before Zhang's father could gather his thoughts, Lin Jing erupted. She rushed to Zhang's father's side and pushed the doctor, who was about to draw blood, aside. "What do you intend to do? Without the consent of others, what you are doing is illegal. Do you not realize this? This blood must not be collected under any circumstances, for Lin Jing is acutely aware that once the blood is drawn, the truth regarding Jiang Tong as Jiang Wen's biological daughter will inevitably come to light." "Song Yi, why are you so agitated?" Lin Jing is typically gentle, yet her actions today are undeniably fervent. Upon Song Yi's inquiry, she recognizes her behavior has escalated. I am merely protecting my husband." "Song Yi, Mrs. Jiang. There is no need for such dramatics." With a measured pace, Song Yi approaches Jiang Wen and Lin Jing, while everyone bows their heads in his presence. "With numerous guests and journalists in attendance, we have no intention of causing any harm to Mr. Jiang. We simply wish to ascertain one matter, whether Jiang Tong is indeed Mr. Jiang's daughter." Lin Jing scoffs with disdain. "What a farce. There is nothing to investigate. My husband has no connection whatsoever to this orphan, Jiang Tong. She is merely suffering from delusions." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tong immediately retorts, "I do not suffer from delusions or any mental illness. He is my father, as you and Zhao Meiwan explicitly stated at the staircase. You caused my mother's death and now wish for me to provide your daughter with a heart." Lin Jing's complexion shifts dramatically. Taken aback that her conversation with her mother was overheard by Jiang Tong, the camera flashes from the reporters click incessantly, and Jiang Wen's heart sinks at the revelation. Lin Jing hurriedly retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? My husband's previous wife was my dearest friend. She tragically passed away during childbirth, and even the child was lost. I am unaware of whom you have been misled by, but one must always seek evidence in such matters." Song Yi immediately responded, "Indeed. To present the evidence for everyone's scrutiny, I have brought the medical team along. Rest assured, I shall cover all expenses for the paternity test." Jiang Yuyu could hardly contain her fury. Wishing to slap Jiang Tong once more, she lamented how her tranquil life had been completely disrupted by her father. "They are being utterly unreasonable. Please expel them." Yet at that moment, Jiang Wen was too preoccupied with his own thoughts to heed Jiang Yuyu. His heart, previously as placid as a still lake, now rippled with unease due to Lin Jing's vehement reaction. He pondered the circumstances surrounding his wife's childbirth. All prenatal examinations had indicated normalcy. How could there have been such severe hemorrhaging that resulted in both mother and child perishing? In his earlier grief, he had not had the opportunity to contemplate these questions, but now he wondered if perhaps his child had not truly died. Jiang Fu turned to Jiang Tong and inquired, "Whom did you hear that from?" Jiang Tong pointed at Lin Jing. It was her and the director. Zhao Meiwan, also mentioned, felt a surge of panic but quickly regained her composure. "Jiang Wen, can you truly believe the words of a mere delusional person? Are you not aware of how my daughter has treated you all these years? You have been together for over a decade. Do not let the unfounded words of an outsider cast doubt upon her. Besides, are we fools to discuss such matters publicly? Song Yi, therefore, I offer Madame Jiang an opportunity to prove her innocence. If Mr. Jiang and Jiang Tong undergo a paternity test, and the results reveal that Jiang Tong is not Mr. Jiang's daughter, it would suggest that she is indeed suffering from some form of mental disturbance. However, if Jiang Tong is, in fact, Mr. Jiang's daughter," Song Yi's gaze locked with that of Mr. Jiang. "Mr. Jiang, are you not curious about the life your daughter has led over the past 12 years? What has she experienced in your absence? The daughter who should have been cherished in your hands has ended up in an orphanage. What could possibly account for this?" Mr. Jiang wavered, turning his gaze toward Jiang Tong. Faced with Song Yi's poignant barrage of questions, he found himself reluctant to contemplate these matters. Lin Jing, sensing Mr. Jiang's uncertainty, grew increasingly defiant, her voice rising several octaves. "No, If we were to claim that a child is my husband's, would we not be compelled to undergo paternity tests daily? Zhao Meiwan. Indeed, this paternity test must not be conducted. At this moment, chaos reigned within the Jiang household. Other players, fearful of being implicated, had retreated into the crowd. Feng Luan watched Song Yi with astonishment, recognizing the extraordinary talent before him. This player was no ordinary individual. The system's announcement had been ringing in their ears for over 10 minutes, during which Song Yi had been collecting misfortune boxes. He couldn't help but admire Song Yi's formidable mental fortitude. While they felt anxious upon receiving even one box, Song Yi, embodying the role of a 6-year-old child, remained unfazed under such immense pressure. Chapter 67. You may disagree. Unbeknownst to Song Yi, he had not heard a word. Even if he had, he would have chosen to ignore it. Jiang Tong stood nervously behind him, overwhelmed by the throngs of people present. Her gaze fixated on the flashing lights held by the reporters, and for a moment, she felt disoriented. She even began to question her own perception, wondering if she had imagined the entire incident. Sensing her anxiety and turmoil, Song Yi gently patted her shoulder once more before turning to address the crowd. This paternity test need not be conducted. Upon hearing Song Yi's concession, Lin Jing believed she had secured her safety. However, in the next breath, Song Yi continued, "Dear friends in the press, I trust you have gathered ample material for today?" The reporters nodded in unison, uncertain of his intentions. Song Yi then declared, "I hope that by tomorrow morning, the topic of discussion in every corner of the city will be the current Mrs. Jiang in her quest to marry into wealth, colluded with a doctor during her best friend's childbirth, resulting in the demise of the former Mrs. Jiang and her child." The guests attending the Jiang family's birthday celebration collectively gasped at this revelation. Should this scandal be reported, Lin Jing standing in this circle would be irreparably tarnished. Enraged, Lin Jing sputtered, You are slandering me, defaming me." At this moment, Jiang also felt a surge of anger. Setting aside the question of whether Jiang Tong was his daughter, Lin Jing was still his wife. During the most trying times of his life, it was Lin Jing who had stood by his side. He could not permit such vile accusations to tarnish her name. "Young lad, I am unaware of your identity. Yet your baseless slander against my wife cannot go unchallenged. Even if you are a minor and bear no legal responsibility, your guardians must be held accountable." Song Yi chuckled. "Do you believe my words to be erroneous? Do you think I am defaming you? Feel free to sue me. If the paternity test is not conducted today, the news will surely spread like wildfire by tomorrow, appearing on every street corner and trending on various platforms." Jiang questioned, "You?" Song Yi displayed an air of indifference. Adhering to his principle of differentiated treatment, "If you choose to abandon your responsibilities, what harm is there in my playful antics? Should you find me unworthy, you may summon the authorities to penalize me. If you deem me guilty, then go ahead and take legal action. Do not accuse me of lacking humanity. I have provided you a choice. You need not undertake the paternity test, but be prepared to see yourselves in the headlines tomorrow." Jiang's father was taken aback, realizing that a mere 6-year-old could prove to be so troublesome. Zhao Xian, standing behind Song Yi, couldn't help but admire him more with each passing moment. Despite his tender age of 6, he outshone those present who were in their 30s, 40s, and 50s. Zhang's mind was in disarray. The multitude of people at the scene left him feeling anxious about being the subject of ridicule today, while simultaneously sowing doubt in his mind regarding whether Jiang Tong was indeed his daughter. Ultimately, unwilling to engage further, Zhang's father rolled up his sleeves. "Very well. If a paternity test is all it takes, then let us proceed." This action alarmed Lin Jing, who quickly interjected, No, that cannot be done." Zhang's father turned to Lin Jing, increasingly sensing that something was amiss. Song Yi smiled and remarked, "It seems someone is feeling fearful," with a discreet glance towards his bodyguard. The latter promptly pulled Lin Jing aside, allowing the medical personnel to swiftly draw blood. Lin Jing glared at Song Yi and Jiang Tong, who also had a vial of blood taken. Her mind raced. It appeared that there was no way to avoid the paternity test. However, even if it proved that Jiang Tong was his daughter, what of it? They lacked evidence to substantiate that Jiang Tong's mother was responsible for her demise. As for why Jiang Tong was declared deceased by the hospital despite being alive, she could easily attribute those matters to the hospital of the time. None of this was her concern. A mere child could not possibly rival her. Yet, the pressing issue was the crowd. There were too many people present, including reporters. The fewer who were aware of this incident, the better. Lin Jing took a few deep breaths to regain her composure. "Since we have already agreed to the paternity test, could we not send these reporters away?" Song Yi was acutely aware of Lin Jing's intentions, yet he was determined to thwart her plans. "That will not do. These reporters cannot leave, and they will be conducting live coverage. The results of the paternity test will be available in 3 hours, and to ensure the process is open, transparent, and effective, we must also broadcast the proceedings. As if to exacerbate Lin Jing's agitation, Song Yi continued, Madam Jiang, I assure you this is for your own good. The entire process will be live-streamed, and the results will be accessible to everyone in the quickest possible time. I am also here to clarify on behalf of Madam Jiang that the original Madam Jiang was your close friend, and her tragic death during childbirth was certainly not due to your desire to marry her husband. Upon hearing Song Yi's words, the crowd's expressions varied. In fact, explanations often do more harm than good. Several female guests in the back began to gossip. Goodness, this Madame Jiang and the original Madame Jiang were actually best friends? This situation seems far more complicated than it appears. One must guard against both fire and theft, as well as friends. Lin Jing felt that the accumulated grievances of the past decade paled in comparison to the distress she experienced today. The Jiang family began to usher guests out. Initially, these individuals were eager to witness the outcome, yet they recognized that this was not the appropriate moment. However, it mattered not, for they could still watch the live broadcast. They were also quite curious as to whether Jiang Tong was indeed Mr. Jiang's daughter. The drama of this situation was overwhelming. If Jiang Tong truly was Mr. Jiang's daughter, then the truth behind the allegation that Lin Jing caused her best friend's death to marry into a wealthy family would be uncertain. Song Yi instructed Jiang Tong to sit and wait patiently, while the reporters remained in place, waiting alongside her. 3 hours later, medical personnel emerged from the RV, holding a report. All the reporters turned their cameras toward the medical staff, and Jiang's father could hardly conceal his anxiety. Director Chen presented the freshly obtained results to everyone. The entire process of the assessment was genuine, effective, and conducted with complete transparency. The evaluation revealed that the genetic similarity between Jiang Wen and Jiang Tong was 99, confirming their father-daughter relationship. Upon the announcement of the results, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Tears streamed down Jiang Tong's face in a sudden deluge, cascading like a torrential flood. It was no dream. She was indeed the daughter of Jiang Wen. Even more astonishing was Jiang Wen himself, who felt as though a vital string in his mind had snapped. Jiang Tong was his daughter, yet for the past 12 years, he had been blissfully unaware of her existence. Chapter 68. Returning to the Jiang family. Though the outcome was already known, Lin Jing's heart still sank considerably. Her gaze towards Jiang Tong was laced with bitterness. She had been too kind, allowing Jiang Tong to exist for so long, only to bring herself trouble now. Jiang Fu stepped forward, trembling as he extended his hand. As Song Yi had remarked, it was difficult for him to fathom what Jiang Tong had endured over the past 12 years. Daughter, you are my daughter. Jiang Fu's eyes were red-rimmed, tears flowing uncontrollably. At that moment of acknowledgement, Jiang Tong felt utterly disoriented. Everything was happening too swiftly. It felt like a dream. Jiang Fu's hand rested gently upon her head, and in that instant, a profound sense of kinship emanated from their shared bloodline. She softly uttered the word father, overwhelmed by joy and guilt. Jiang Fu lamented how he had wronged Jiang Tong. My daughter, from now on, I promise to take good care of you and ensure that no one harms you. However, the most incensed individual was none other than Jiang Yuyu. She seethed as she observed the unfolding scene, furious that Jiang Tong had usurped her father's affection. She vowed that she would not allow Jiang Tong to have peace. The onlookers were treated to a dramatic spectacle, with reporters present to capture the moment. While under the glare of the spotlight, Lin Jing struggled to maintain her composure. Upon witnessing the reunion between Father Jiang and Jiang Tong, Lin Jing addressed the reporters, stating, "The results are out. Everyone may disperse now." However, not a single reporter moved. Lin Jing, perplexed, inquired, "What does this mean? What else do you wish to capture?" Song Yi interjected, "Do not rush. I recall you previously referred to Jiang Tong as a little mental patient, claiming she suffered from delusions. Yet, the Jiang Tong I know is modest, polite, resilient, emotionally stable, and compassionate towards animals, a perfectly fine child. How has she transformed into a little mental patient in your narratives?" Lin Jing, recalling her earlier remarks to Father Jiang, felt a pang of guilt. Zhao Meiwan promptly intervened to extricate Lin Jing from her predicament, asserting, "It was I who mentioned it. Jiang Tong grew up in an orphanage, and we previously brought a doctor to conduct health examinations for the children, during which the doctor diagnosed Jiang Tong with an issue." Song Yi, intrigued, queried, "Oh, which doctor? Bring him forth. I wish to inquire." Zhao Meiwan fabricated a hasty excuse. As there was no such doctor, she merely sought to hastily gloss over the matter, having forgotten the details from years prior. With a disdainful snort, Song Yi remarked nonchalantly. To prevent any further unfounded claims, Director Chen, could you please assess whether Jiang Tong indeed has any mental health concerns? Called upon, Director Chen stepped forward, gesturing for Jiang Tong to enter the mobile clinic for testing. Lin Jing's expression darkened, questioning, isn't Director Chen a specialist in neurology? Can he truly conduct such an evaluation? Two doctors standing behind Director Chen replied, our director also specializes in neurology and psychiatry. Diagnosing a mental illness is within his purview. Song Yi encouraged Jiang Tong, go ahead. Allow Director Chen to assist you. Jiang Tong now harbors profound trust in Song Yi. Upon hearing Song Yi's command, she did not even glance at her father, Jiang Fu, and promptly proceeded forward. 20 minutes later, Jiang Tong and Director Chen emerged from the vehicle. Director Chen stated, Jiang Tong is in excellent health. She does not suffer from any mental illness. Upon hearing this verdict, Jiang Fu's expression darkened. He felt a surge of joy at the news of his daughter's mental well-being. Yet the thought of her being labeled as mentally ill ignited a universal parental fury. Song Yi, fanning the flames, further incited Jiang Fu's suspicions, exclaiming, ah, so Jiang Tong is indeed healthy. One wonders who spread the rumor of her mental illness. Such malicious intent. What could be the motive behind it? Perhaps an attempt to tarnish Jiang Tong's reputation in the eyes of others? Lin Jing, in a state of agitation, interjected, we have never sought to damage Jiang Tong's reputation. Do not speak such falsehoods. Song Yi retorted with a cold laugh. I never accused you. Why are you so flustered? Today has unfolded with numerous events, and many matters remain shrouded in ambiguity. Jiang Fu is aware that certain issues require thorough investigation, having accompanied Lin Jing for so many years. He does not wish to unjustly implicate her. Why not? Jiang Fu queried. Lin Jing responded, what concern is it of yours regarding their father-daughter matters? Why do you insist on meddling in others' affairs? All eyes turned to Song Yi, the 6-year-old, articulate, and principled child, as they awaited his next words. Song Yi glanced at Lin Jing, questioning, are you truly unaware of the reason? It is because you belong to that family. Jiang Fu is indeed a commendable man. Yet he is indecisive. Jiang Yuyu was exasperated. Having one Jiang Tong at home was already bothersome enough, and now this irritating boy wanted to come as well. What right did he have? You must be deluded. You are not even my father's son, so why should you stay in my house? Song Yi grasped Jiang Tong's hand firmly. As far as I know, you are not his biological child either. Your mother brought you into the Jiang family. What would your status have been in the past? Zhao Xian immediately interjected, a burden. Jiang Yuyu shot a contemptuous glare at Zhao Xian. You are the real burden. Zhao Xian, sensing misfortune, stepped back behind Song Yi. Song Yi held on to Jiang Tong's arm, unwilling to let go. What should we do? Jiang Tong and I rely on each other. She treats me like a true brother and cannot bear to be apart from me. Zhao Meiwan chimed in, you little rascal. I see you are merely trying to climb the social ladder for a better life. Zhao Meiwan advanced to grab Song Yi, but the bodyguards immediately stepped in to block her. Once Song Yi finished speaking, everyone turned to look at Jiang Tong. Previously, no one believed she was a daughter of the Jiang family, except for Song Yi, who had faith in her and assisted her from the beginning. She realized that only Song Yi genuinely cared for her. She nodded towards Jiang father. Her voice was soft yet remarkably clear. Jiang father observed the two children and mused that their bond appeared particularly strong. He felt grateful that someone was looking after his daughter, and moreover, if it weren't for Song Yi's insistence on a paternity test today, he would not have recognized his daughter. Having one more person was merely a matter of an additional pair of chopsticks. Jiang father declared, very well, let him join us. A smile graced Jiang Tong's face, while Lin Jing, Jiang Yuyu, and Zhao Meiwan seethed with frustration. Lin Jing understood that this young man was undoubtedly far more formidable than Jiang Tong. At this juncture, the reporters finally dispersed. Apart from the members of the Jiang family, only those from the orphanage who had come to assist remained. Chapter 69. My friend stood up for you. The other players witnessed the entire audacious maneuver orchestrated by Song Yi. If not for the presence of spectators, they would have certainly applauded him. Feng Luan and Wang Shun whispered to each other, this kid is incredible. Wang Nan nodded. Recalling the system's incessant notifications, there is a certain audacity in disregarding one's own safety. As Song Yi prepared to reside at the Jiang family estate, Zhao Xian immediately interjected. Boss, what am I to do while you are at the Jiang family? I do not wish to be apart from you. Despite their brief time together, Zhao Xian felt a sense of security in Song Yi's presence. His eyes widened in apprehension as he recalled Zhao Meijuan's fierce demeanor, his tone tinged with a hint of grievance. Song Yi reassured him, what is there to fear? Did you not confront Zhao Meiwan on your own last night? She did not seem so terrifying then, did she? Reflecting on the previous night, Zhao Xin felt a pang of distress. He had faced her alone while Song Yi slept. Let us not speak of the night. There is still the day to contend with. Her strikes are quite painful. Zhao Xin exclaimed. Is that even permissible? Song Yi replied. Why would it not be? You are tall enough, unlike me, who must stand on a stool to reach her. Zhao Xin countered. But to offend her would invite her wrath, and with that, misfortune in the form of a curse box. The likelihood of her seeking me out tonight would only increase. Song Yi stood with his arms crossed, and although he did not activate the system's notification sound, it was easy to deduce that he possessed the greatest number of misfortune boxes among everyone. Song Yi remarked, no matter how many misfortune boxes you have, can it surpass mine? Zhao Xin, upon hearing this, suddenly felt enlightened. Indeed, he could never have as many as Song Yi. With Song Yi standing in front, what was there to fear? Boss, if you need anything, just call me. We're close by. Song Yi responded in a manner reminiscent of pacifying a child. All right. Upon arriving at the Jiang residence, Lin Jing formally led Jiang Tong to a guest room. Little Tong, your arrival is quite sudden, and we have made no preparations. You may stay in this room for now. I will immediately go out tomorrow to buy you some necessities. Jiang Tong stood at the doorway, surveying the spacious room, which was larger than the combined area of the four-person dormitory at the orphanage. Just as she was about to nod in agreement, Song Yi interjected. Is this shabby place fit for a person to inhabit? As the only biological daughter of the family, why should Jiang Tong not be granted the best room, but instead be relegated to a guest room? Lin Jing, suppressing her anger, felt an overwhelming urge to push this child down the stairs. He was truly insufferable. There are no other rooms available, she insisted. Song Yi casually pointed out. How can that be? The room next door is larger and superior, isn't it? He was referring to Jiang Yuyu's room. Jiang Yuyu protested. That is my room. Why should she take it? To which Song Yi retorted, why not? These belongings rightfully belong to Jiang Tong. In this household, have you lingered so long that you believe these possessions are yours? Jiang Yuyu, with her fierce demeanor, appeared ready to engage in a brawl. How dare you speak to me like that? For a moment, Jiang's father found himself in a quandary. Xiaotong, that room belongs to Yuyu. For now, you shall reside next door. We can discuss matters later. Jiang Yuyu was, after all, his cherished daughter for over a decade. And instinctively, Jiang's father showed her some favoritism. Song Yi let out a cold laugh. Discuss later? When exactly is this later? Jiang Tong tugged at Song Yi's sleeve, whispering in his ear, forget it. It's late. Let us address this tomorrow. Very well, Song Yi replied, but we shall resolve it ourselves come morning. He retrieved a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Tong. Take this card. Use it for your expenses from now on. Jiang Tong initially hesitated to accept, but Song Yi insisted, saying, thank you, big sister and father. Song Yi's room, adjacent to Jiang Tong's, was even smaller than hers. Song Yi and Zhao Xin exchanged contact details, and at 11:30, Zhao Xin messaged him. Boss, how are you? I miss you. Come climb to the window. Song Yi replied. Zhao Xin responded, there's no need for that. It's almost midnight, and I fear that if I start climbing, Zhao Meiwan might catch me in the act. However, considering that Song Yi was only 6 years old, Zhao Xin felt a twinge of concern. Boss, how do you plan to spend the night? Zhao Meiwan will surely come looking for you. Given Zhao Meijuan's venomous glare at Song Yi during the day, it was clear that he would be the first target once she transformed into a ghost. Song Yi expressed a sigh. Alas, what else can be done? Let fate decide. In this life, what matters is to live happily. The length of life is of little consequence. If I were to die, I would still thank you for having been my friend. Zhao Xin responded. What? No way, boss. You must be joking. Do you really have no items at all? After playing so many games, haven't you managed to gather any supplies? Song Yi retorted. Have you seen what level I am? Zhao Xin suddenly recalled that Song Yi was only at level 13, the lowest among them. A weight pressed down on his heart. He had grown quite fond of this leader. He believed that Song Yi was indeed a formidable player, merely trapped in this inadequate body. He could not allow Zhao Meiwan to bring harm to their leader. After some contemplation, Zhao Xin told Song Yi to wait a moment before departing. Song Yi prepared to rest, contemplating that it would be fine for Zhou Yuyin to play with Zhao Meiwan for a while. Unexpectedly, 15 minutes later, a message notification from Zhao Xin appeared. Boss, sleep soundly tonight. Song Yi replied. Are you going to keep watch for me? Zhao Xin sent an image which featured himself alongside 3 others, Wang Nan, Yang Lele, and Feng Luan, each wielding a broom. Zhao Xian stated, "The guys admire you. Tonight, we will fend off the ghosts for you." Song Yi felt a surge of emotion, as it was his first time encountering such considerate teammates in the game. Concerned about handling the transformed Zhao Meiwan alone, Zhao Xian reached out to other players for assistance. Initially, he held no hope, yet unexpectedly, 3 individuals responded to him. Su Chang, being merely 10 years old, was excluded due to his youth. Lu Shui, not wishing to stir trouble, opted out as well. Feng Luan and Wang Nan were eyewitnesses to Song Yi's formidable prowess during the day, and they held a profound admiration for him. Although Yang Lele arrived later, he had grasped the context of the events fairly well. What they could not accomplish, Song Yi had achieved, earning their heartfelt respect. After all, he was merely an A-grade malevolent spirit, for grown men should be able to handle it. Thus, the 4 of them stealthily slipped out of the orphanage and infiltrated the Jiang residence. As the clock struck midnight and the moon turned crimson, the A-grade specter Zhao Meiwan also scaled the walls. Chapter 70. All to be taken. Zhao Meiwan approached in a grotesquely contorted manner, although she had not reached S-grade today. The malevolence surrounding her was markedly stronger than the previous day. Zhao Xian, Feng Luan, Wang Nan, and Yang Lele stood side by side. Zhao Xian was the first to charge forward, brandishing a broom, only to have the handle snap upon impact. Zhao Xian? Where did you all procure these? Yang Lele. Props, of course. You don't mean to say you lack a suitable weapon, do you? At level 30, you ought to have learned some skills. Zhao Xian. Why does it feel like I am the only fool here? For half an hour, the 4 players engaged vigorously with the vengeful spirit Zhao Meiwan, ultimately bolstering their confidence. Wang Nan remarked, "Do you think that if we unite our efforts, even the S-grade Zhao Meiwan would not be beyond our reach?" Zhao Xian. The strength of unity is formidable. Let us not fear her, and let us advance. Song Yi enjoyed a night of deep slumber. The 4 players engaged in the skirmish bore various marks of battle, yet fortunately, none met with demise. The following morning, Jiang Tong rose early. Accustomed to early rising and labor from her time at the orphanage, having established a biological clock. Upon descending the stairs, she found only Lin Ma preparing breakfast. So she lent a hand in the kitchen. It was Monday, a day designated for school. Once the meal was ready, Jiang Tong settled downstairs, awaiting the others. When Song Yi descended, she had already been waiting for quite some time. Before long, Jiang Fu and Lin Jing joined her. Upon seeing Jiang Tong, neatly clad in her school uniform and patiently waiting for breakfast, Jiang Fu felt his heart melt. Lin Jing, upon noticing Jiang Tong, could not suppress an eye roll, but she quickly composed herself. Jiang Fu inquired, "Tong Tong, you woke up so early?" Jiang Tong nodded, and once Jiang Fu and Lin Jing were seated, the 3 began their meal. As Lin Jing checked the time, she instructed the household servant, "Lin Ma, please go and rouse Yu Yu. If she does not rise soon, she will be late." Just as Lin Ma was about to ascend the stairs, Jiang Yu Yu descended, her exquisite backpack in tow. Jiang Tong and Jiang Yu Yu attended the same school, although Jiang Yu Yu was in the elite class while Jiang Tong was in the ordinary one. Jiang Fu observed the 2, momentarily taken aback. Though both adorned identical school uniforms, Jiang Yu Yu's was evidently of superior fabric, pristine and new, while Jiang Tong's was ill-fitting, with her white shirt exhibiting a slight yellowing. The uniforms worn by the children at the orphanage were not purchased. Rather, they were generously donated by graduates from nearby schools. In contrast, Jiang Yu Yu was adorned in exquisite leather shoes and donned an expensive diamond bracelet gifted by her father the previous day, presenting herself as a noble little princess. Meanwhile, Jiang Tong appeared entirely shabby. Her clothes were tattered, her shoes worn, and her backpack visibly damaged. The stark comparison with Jiang Yu Yu made her seem all the more pitiful. Feeling a surge of guilt once again, Jiang's father remarked, "Tong Tong, after school, let Lin take you shopping for clothes." Jiang Tong felt a pang of discomfort. Although she claimed indifference towards material possessions, she could not suppress a flicker of jealousy. It was evident that these luxuries should rightfully belong to her. Yet, throughout her life, she had never worn a new pair of shoes, let alone a fine pair of leather shoes worth thousands. A sense of desolation clouded her eyes as she remained silent, merely nodding in response. Jiang Yu Yu, with a derisive snort, dismissed Jiang Tong, believing that even the most beautiful clothes would not change her inherent clumsiness. She curled her arm around her father's, playfully requesting, "Daddy, could you come pick me up after school today?" After pondering for a moment and realizing his workload was light, Jiang's father acquiesced to Jiang Yu Yu's request, agreeing to pick her up along with Jiang Tong. In comparison to Jiang Yu Yu, he felt like an outsider. The bond between him and Jiang Yuyu resembled that of a typical father-daughter relationship. Lin Jing, perceiving Jiang Tong's disquiet, intentionally struck a nerve, saying, "Little Tong, Yuyu's possessions are all chosen by her. Her taste is quite discerning. If you don't have any preferences, I can take you out today to buy some clothes and daily necessities. Please feel free to express any needs you may have. Consider this place your home." Lin Jing's words seemed considerate, yet they evidently relegated Jiang Tong to the status of an outsider. Jiang Tong, possessing a reserved nature, hesitated to voice her discomfort. But Song Yi was unrestrained. What did it mean to treat this place like home? Wasn't this indeed Jiang Tong's home? Song Yi's directness caused Lin Jing's expression to stiffen. And Jiang Fu's countenance soured. Lin Jing's remark was indeed inappropriate. Jiang Fu cast a disapproving glance at Lin Jing, who, feeling guilty, forced a smile. "Oh dear, I misspoke." At that moment, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Who could arrive at this hour? Jiang Fu wondered aloud. Lin Jing initially assumed it was her mother, as her mother knew the password to the Jiang family's front gate. Song Yi interjected, "I summoned them." The household servant proceeded to open the door, and shortly thereafter, 4 or 5 individuals entered, each carrying various garments, including school uniforms, and one person was pushing a small cart. Dressed in their casual attire, their affiliations remained indiscernible. Likely employees from a local boutique delivering clothing. Lin Jing regarded the situation with a hint of disdain, surprised that these two unsophisticated individuals had the wherewithal to order such clothing, revealing a certain appreciation for life's finer pleasures. The lead salesperson inquired, "Which of you is Mr. Song?" Standing, Song Yi replied, "That would be me." The group had not anticipated that Mr. Song would be so youthful. However, they quickly masked their astonishment, adopting a professional demeanor. "Mr. Song, we have brought the clothes, shoes, and accessories you requested, as well as the custom school uniforms. Would Miss Jiang like to select her preferences?" The salesperson pushed the clothing rack forward, while those behind began to place boxes of shoes on the floor, opening them one by one. Then, a person delicately presented a box filled with charming little accessories. When a logo was revealed, Jiang Yuyu exclaimed in surprise, "Could it truly be me?" This clothing brand offered both children's and adult apparel, and the prices were considered somewhat steep for these affluent ladies. Most importantly, the latest styles were notoriously difficult to procure. She had to make reservations each time she wished to purchase. Yet, the array of garments before her was entirely new to her. When had they begun offering home delivery services? Although they did provide such services, it was exclusively for VIP members, with an entry fee of 3 million, which merely served as a membership fee and did not count towards any purchase. One could buy quite a few outfits with 3 million, hence very few opted for the membership card. Song Yi urged Jiang Tong to stand up. He had informed the salesperson of Jiang Tong's age and figure when he ordered the clothes yesterday. Although Jiang Tong was unaware of the purpose, she obediently followed his instructions like a doll, asking no questions. Song Yi inquired, "Which items can she wear?" The salesperson, seasoned in selling garments, assured him that all the clothes she had brought were a perfect fit. "Rest assured, Mr. Song, all sizes are suitable. Shall we have Miss Jiang try them on?" Song Yi replied, "Since they all fit, there is no need for a fitting. I shall take them all." Chapter 71. Is it possible for her to attend kindergarten? Simply provide her with the school uniform and assist in coordinating shoes and accessories, while also helping to swap out her backpack. After Song Yi finished speaking, she handed over her bank card, much to the delight of the saleswoman. The garments and shoes they had brought that day were valued at no less than 2 million. In addition to the 3 million membership fee, the saleswoman calculated the total. "You have spent 5,128,000. Jiang Yuyu was initially annoyed to see so many clothes that were not hers, assuming Jiang Tong would only select 3 or 4 pieces at most, but to her surprise, she chose them all. Jiang Yuyu, incredulous, exclaimed, "Weren't you once an orphan in the orphanage? Where did you acquire such wealth?" The saleswoman promptly brought over the PS machine, and after swiping the card, a password was required. Song Yi asked, "Mr. Jiang, what is the password for the bank card?" Lin Jing immediately grew anxious. He was using Zhang's father's card. You, Song Yi, what are you doing?" Zhang's father had not anticipated such a hefty sum, and as the POS machine was presented before him, he hesitated but ultimately decided to enter the password. Halfway through, Lin Jing swiftly intervened. "Darling, if Xiaotong is lacking in clothes, I can take her shopping. This isn't necessary, is it? A child shouldn't frivolously spend 5 million. It's absurd." Zhang's father felt somewhat swayed by her words, prompting Song Yi to interject. "Jiang Yuyu's daily expenses, international travels, and participation in various summer camps must surely total at least 1 million a year. Over 12 years, that amounts to 12 million. Why is it acceptable to spend on your daughter, yet not on your own flesh and blood? At this, Jiang's father blushed, pushing Lin Jing aside to input the password. Song said to Jiang Tong, "You should go upstairs to change into your new school uniform. We shall ascend together." The attentive saleswoman followed them up the stairs, eager to assist the young Miss Jiang in putting on her shoes. 5 minutes later, when Jiang Tong descended once more, she appeared utterly transformed. Her natural beauty radiated even more in exquisite attire, instantly exuding the elegance of an aristocratic young lady. In comparison with Jiang Yuyu, it became immediately clear who was the genuine heiress and who was not. Jiang's father gazed at the newly adorned Jiang Tong, his eyes filled with delight. Although he had spent over 5 million, witnessing his daughter's happiness was worth every penny. As the departure time approached, the driver awaited them outside. Jiang Tong and Jiang Yuyu were to attend middle school, while orphans Zhao Xian and Yang Lele were in the same grade, and Su Chang was in elementary school. Having walked to school earlier that day, upon arriving at the school, Jiang Yuyu was the first to alight from the vehicle, wishing to avoid her classmates seeing her with Jiang Tong. At the entrance, upon spotting the Jiang family's car, Zhao Xian and his companions surmised that Song Yi must be inside and thus stood waiting. Jiang Tong and Song Yi exited the car, greeted by Zhao Xian, Yang Lele, and Su Chang. Song Yi noticed a new bruise on Zhao Xian's face and the bandage wrapped around Yang Lele's wrist, hinting at a heated encounter with Zhao Mei on the previous night. "Thank you for yesterday," Song Yi expressed. Zhao Xian replied, "Boss, there's no need for formality, it was nothing. Rest assured, we will assist you again tonight." Yang Lele added, "Indeed, you can count on us. We are loyal to our friends." Su Chang chimed in, "Though I may not be of much assistance, I wholeheartedly support you." Assistance in resolving personal troubles brought a sense of ease to Song Yi. "I shall not be modest." "Thank you all," he remarked. As they walked, the paths of the elementary and middle schools diverged at a fork, prompting the group to part ways. Zhao Xian assumed Song Yi would head east with Su Chang, but to his surprise, Song Yi turned south instead. Zhao Xian quickly called out to him, "Boss, the elementary school is to the east." Su Chang added, "Indeed, we should head east." Upon hearing this, the three of them suddenly froze, a palpable tension enveloping them as they struggled to contain their reactions. Finally, Zhao Xian could no longer suppress his laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, you actually attended kindergarten, boss." With narrowed eyes, Song Yi confidently retorted, "So what if I was in kindergarten at 6 years old?" He then stylishly turned on his heel and walked away, while Zhao Xian and the others, having had their fill of laughter, departed as well. In the second class of the morning, Jiang Tong sat in the classroom, feeling as though she were an animal on display at the zoo, subjected to the scrutiny of her peers. She could even hear whispers circulating among her classmates. "Do you know why Jiang Tong has undergone such a transformation today?" "No, what is the news?" "I just overheard someone say that Jiang Tong and Jiang Yuyu from the elite class of the middle school share the same father." "What? Jiang Yuyu? Her father is quite wealthy. Is Jiang Tong an orphan being adopted by Jiang Yuyu's father?" "Perhaps, that's what I heard. She must be incredibly fortunate." Jiang Tong found herself at a loss for words. As an orphan, she had always been somewhat isolated from her classmates, maintaining only a superficial relationship with them. She yearned to convey to others that she was not adopted. She was the true daughter of the Jiang family. The teacher's lecture faded into the background, drowned out by the incessant buzzing of whispers that buzzed around her like bothersome flies. Just as she felt overwhelmed, a knock on the classroom door interrupted the atmosphere. The principal entered, prompting the teacher to cease the lesson immediately. With a cheerful demeanor, the principal announced, "Let us pause the class. Teacher Wang, I am here to bring an additional student to your class." The fact that the principal personally delivered this news commanded respect from Teacher Wang. All eyes turned to the front, eager to discern whether the newcomer was male or female, and whether they bore an appealing appearance. To their astonishment, the principal called out, and Song Yi stepped forward, hands tucked into his pockets, approaching the podium. The classroom fell into a state of bewilderment, except for Jiang Tong, who suddenly wore an expression of anticipation. "Is this the transfer student you mentioned, principal?" Teacher Wang inquired, bewildered. "This is Song Yi, 6 years old. Please take good care of him," the principal replied. Teacher Wang's mind raced as she grappled with the implications. 6 years old? Shouldn't he be in elementary school or kindergarten? Tentatively, she asked, "Principal, is he a genius?" The principal chuckled lightly, recalling how Song Yi had requested to join the middle school class, initially dismissing it as a child's joke. However, when Song Yi generously donated 1 million to the school, the principal reconsidered. After suggesting an assessment to determine if he could keep pace with the class, Song Yi promptly donated another million, leading the principal to personally escort him to the classroom. Above all, please ensure that this child is well looked after, the principal urged. Then, Song Yi, are you sitting in the front row? Song Yi pointed to the seat beside Jiang Tong in the third row from the back, saying, I want to sit there. Teacher Wang responded, Ah? But if you sit there, you want to be able to see. Without uttering a word, Song Yi glanced at the principal, who immediately interjected, It doesn't matter. If the child prefers it, that's what matters. Please arrange it, Teacher Wang. Consequently, Song Yi ended up sitting next to Jiang Tong. Upon seeing Song Yi, Jiang Tong's mood visibly brightened, though she was curious about how Song Yi had managed to have the principal personally escort her to this class. Jiang Tong quietly inquired, How did you accomplish that? You actually made it into the junior high section and had the principal bring you here? Song Yi replied, I possess financial prowess. Jiang Tong asked, Superpower? Then why don't you transform into an elephant for me? Song Yi. With Song Yi's companionship and eloquence, Jiang Tong faced no bullying at school or at home. In the evenings, several spirited older boys would shield her from any troubles, allowing Song Yi to enjoy a rather comfortable experience. However, she felt a twinge of guilt towards these boys, as their appearances changed daily, their faces seemingly more swollen with each passing day. On the third day, during lunch break, Song Yi invited Zhao Xian and a few others to join her in the cafeteria. As Jiang Tong, Song Yi, Zhao Xian, Su Chang, and Yang Lele entered the cafeteria, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped them. The distance from the entrance to the serving counter was merely 50 meters, yet the gazes of a group of people fixated on them, following their every movement. Zhao Xian frowned slightly, saying, Boss, why is everyone staring at us? Yang Lele, though I possess a rather handsome visage, it hardly warrants such overwhelming attention. Su Chang found Yang Lele's self-assured declaration to be utterly absurd. They are not gazing at us. Their eyes are fixated on Jiang Tong. Song Yi also discerned that the collective gaze of their classmates was directed solely at Jiang Tong. Naturally sensitive, Jiang Tong became flustered under the scrutiny of the crowd. Jiang Yuyu and her classmates had arrived early, and upon spotting Jiang Tong entering the cafeteria, Jiang Yuyu observed with a sense of amusement. Indeed, she was the one disseminating rumors at school, claiming that Jiang Tong insisted on staying at their home, requesting her father to adopt her. While some at school had witnessed the live stream of that day and understood the situation, the majority remained oblivious. From a young age, her mother had imparted the lesson that the truth itself is inconsequential. What truly matters is how others perceive it. A companion of Jiang Yu deliberately proclaimed loudly, How can a foster daughter dress more ostentatiously than the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family? Such shamelessness. Believing that donning designer clothing elevates her to the status of a wealthy heiress. Perhaps her garments are merely borrowed from Jiang Yu. As I have heard that those raised in orphanages often carry psychological issues. She certainly does not appear virtuous. It seems she has cunningly attached herself to the Jiang household. Poor Yu, entangled with such a person in her family. Jiang Yu feigned magnanimity, saying, Please, do not speak of her in such a manner. We are sisters now. Pa. How could such a person even be deemed worthy of being your sister? It is undoubtedly a testament to your father's kindness. Had it been our family, that individual would have been promptly expelled. Within the cafeteria, some people even forgot to grab their meals, entirely engrossed in the unfolding drama. Jiang Tong's complexion turned ashen. She parted her lips to speak, summoning immense courage, yet her voice dwindled to a mere whisper. No, it is not like that. Jiang Yu has always taken advantage of Jiang Tong's introverted nature. The moment Jiang Tong attempted to voice her thoughts, Jiang Yu swiftly interjected, Enough, Jiang Tong. What others say is inconsequential. Since we are sisters now, let us refrain from causing unnecessary trouble at school to spare our father any concern. By invoking their father, Jiang Yu effectively stifled Jiang Tong's intended explanation, leaving her words lodged in her throat. However, her silence was misinterpreted as guilt by those around her. Jiang Yu reveled in this spectacle. What did it matter if Jiang Tong was indeed a true heiress? Who would acknowledge it? As the surrounding remarks grew increasingly harsh, Zhao Xian and his companions could no longer tolerate it and admonished the few rude classmates. Do you even know the truth before spouting such nonsense? The young girls, startled by Zhao Xian's outburst, not only remained but escalated their taunts. They must all be from the orphanage. How else could they behave like delinquents? Birds of a feather flock together. If Jiang Tong mingled with such individuals, she must surely be of the same ilk. How can our school harbor such vain characters? Zhao Xian seethed with anger, desiring to retort further, but was restrained by Yang Lele and Su Chang. At that moment, the more they spoke, the more erroneous their claims became. Jiang Tong's face turned pale. At that moment, neither leaving nor staying seemed a viable option. Just as he felt utterly helpless, he suddenly heard Song Yi's amplified voice from behind. At that moment, Song Yi stood atop a cafeteria table, exuding an air of flamboyance. The megaphone he wielded had been purchased for 100 yuan from an auntie responsible for maintaining order in the cafeteria. He switched it on, cleared his throat twice to test the sound, and then began to speak. Everyone turned their attention toward him, curious about the intentions of this seemingly first-grade student. Song Yi first called out Jiang Tong's name, prompting Jiang Tong to look up immediately. Unable to contain himself, Song Yi admonished, Jiang Tong, what is the purpose of your mouth? Are you incapable of refuting others when they speak incorrectly? After reprimanding Jiang Tong, he pivoted to scold the two girls who had insulted his friend. You two fools who just insulted my brother, do you dare to step forward and reveal your names? You claim that all those in the orphanage are ruffians, right? Are you bold enough to repeat those words in front of the live stream? Unbeknownst to him, he had activated the live stream. The two girls, who had been insulted, charged towards Song Yi. What is there to fear? It's just a live broadcast. How many fans can a mere elementary student like him have? Even if they do speak out, it won't cause any harm to us. However, as they boldly approached Song Yi and aimed at the camera, their words faltered. To their astonishment, the live stream boasted over 400,000 viewers. The two girls stood there, shocked, their eyes filled with disbelief. How could a mere student have amassed such a following? As they were hurling insults moments ago, Song Yi had entered the live stream of a celebrity with millions of followers, generously showering 2 million in gifts. He proclaimed his intention to select 3 individuals from his own followers, each to receive a gift of 1 million. It is no exaggeration to say that 40,000 followers flocked to him within a mere 2 minutes. Chapter 73. Revenge must be immediate. Song Yi, speak up. Why the silence now? Comments in the live stream. Looking down on those from orphanages, claiming they lack quality. I believe it is you who truly lack substance. Whose child are you? What kind of parents raise such individuals? You are a disgrace to your school. 2 young girls should not only focus on their appearances, but also dedicate time to their studies. The 2 girls, upon being scolded, immediately covered their faces and fled. Song Yi snorted, but it was not over yet. He raised the loudspeaker again, this time addressing everyone. And you, just the day before yesterday, I heard someone claim that Jiang Tong was the long-lost daughter of the Jiang family, and today she is transformed into a shameless adopted daughter? You certainly excel at spreading rumors. The cafeteria ladies could not help but stretch their necks to listen in. Song Yi, regardless of how things were previously conveyed, it is imperative that I clarify this matter today. It is the sole truth of this situation. Jiang Tong is the only biological daughter of Jiang Wen, the president of the Jiang Group, not an adopted daughter. Everything belonging to the Jiang family is rightfully Jiang Tong's, and your envy and jealousy are of no consequence. Jiang Yuyu's face turned an ashen hue. Why was it always the Song Yi who thwarted her plans? Jiang Yuyu wished for Song Yi to cease her words, fearing that Song Yi might reveal the truth about her not being Jiang Wen's biological daughter. Enough, Song Yi. This is a school, and the cafeteria is a place for everyone to dine. You have said enough. Please come down and stop causing a scene. Jiang Yuyu even contemplated pulling Song Yi down herself, but Zhao Xin and others immediately interposed themselves. Song Yi chuckled, are you afraid? I never knew you were capable of fear. Jiang Yuyu's classmates could no longer remain silent. What nonsense are you spouting? Yuyu is the only daughter of the Jiang family. Indeed, Yuyu invited us to her birthday party, and her father dotes on her. Song Yi retorted, does she dare to undergo a paternity test with her father? I doubt it. Does Jiang Tong dare? Jiang Yuyu was not the true heiress. She was brought into the Jiang family by her mother's remarriage, and she herself was unaware of her biological father's identity. The sudden exposure of her background filled Jiang Yuyu with rage and humiliation. She had known from a young age that Jiang Wen was not her real father, and it was true, as Song Yi stated, that she had no knowledge of who her biological father was. Yet, this was of little consequence. What mattered was that everyone believed she was the sole heiress of the Jiang family. Others envied her for this identity, but today, Song Yi had audaciously proclaimed it in front of so many people. Jiang Yuyu's chest heaved with anger, and her heart felt a twinge of discomfort. Song Yi, be quiet. Song Yi replied, did you see her reaction? She's furious, which indicates that I have spoken the truth. The focus of the cafeteria had shifted. It now rested squarely upon Jiang Yuyu. The gazes that once lingered on Jiang Tong now remained fixed upon her. Jiang Yuyu's face flushed with indignation. Suddenly, Song-yi retracted the smile from his face, his gaze transforming into a depthless abyss. You have occupied Jiang Tong's position in the Jiang family for 12 years, enjoying the privileges that were never rightfully yours, including the affection of her father. Yet, your insatiable greed drives you to spread rumors indiscriminately. Jiang Yuyu, do you truly believe that mere words from you can dictate reality? Tears streamed down Jiang Yuyu's cheeks in frustration. She could no longer endure the weight of others' doubtful glances and scrutiny. Her heart, already fragile, began to spasm after the outburst, alarming Lin Jing, who quickly sought to comfort her. After a while of soothing, Jiang Yuyu recounted the events that had transpired at school to Lin Jing. Lin Jing's heart ached at the sight of her daughter's distress, her eyes flashing with a fierce determination. Initially, she had been wary of Jiang Wan's suspicions, intending to bide her time to allow Jiang Tong a few more days of life. However, her resolve had shifted once the plan was set in motion. It would unfold just as it had when Jiang Tong's mother had been eliminated. At that point, even if Jiang's father were to suspect foul play, it would matter not, for she would leave no trace of evidence. That evening, as Jiang Tong and Song-yi returned home from school, they sensed an unusual tension permeating the atmosphere of the Jiang household. Observing the accusatory scene unfolding in the living room, Song-yi shook his head. It seemed Jiang's father was beyond redemption. Perhaps he was a kind-hearted individual, but he was certainly not a competent father, having failed to protect his daughter and, in fact, harboring the very individual who posed a threat to her life. With trepidation, Jiang Tong stepped into the living room, where Jiang's father spoke with a grave tone. Xiao Tong, are you aware that Yuyu has a heart condition? Jiang Tong stood frozen in place. Song-yi interjected, what does her heart condition have to do with Jiang Tong? Father Jiang, I inquire, little Tong, are you indeed the little Tong? Song-yi, am I not correct? Father Jing frowned. This Song-yi was undeniably rather irksome. Jiang Tong gazed at Jiang Wan, her feelings for this father becoming increasingly intricate. In her moments of being bullied, she often fantasized that if she had a father, he would surely stand up for her. Yet, fantasy remains but a fantasy. Jiang Wen, little Tong, as you have just arrived in this household, there must be many aspects to which you are unaccustomed. Yuyu is a good child, and I hope you two can coexist harmoniously. I also wish for you not to torment her. Torment? The word struck Jiang Tong as particularly jarring. Who exactly is bullying whom? A chill coursed through her heart. Do you truly believe I am the one tormenting her? Father Jiang, sensing the inappropriateness of his words, quickly retracted his statement. That was not my intention. Yuyu has grown up by my side, and I know her best. She possesses a kind heart. If you both can get along, you will undoubtedly become good sisters. Jiang Tong scoffed. It appeared that Father Jiang's trust in Jiang Yuyu far surpassed his faith in her. She lifted her head and surveyed her surroundings, feeling as though this place resembled both the Jiang family home and an orphanage. Jiang Tong, have you never considered that perhaps she is the one who bullied me first? As her words fell, Jiang Wen was taken aback. Turning to glance at Jiang Yuyu, who immediately clutched her chest, feigning a pained expression, Daddy, my heart hurts. At the mention of this, Father Jiang promptly dismissed Jiang Tong's inquiry. Yuyu, it's all right. Daddy is already in contact with the hospital regarding your heart condition, and soon you will be able to undergo surgery. Jiang Tong found herself somewhat amusing. They were indeed a true family, while she felt like nothing more than an outsider. She felt foolish. With a heavy heart, Jiang Tong ascended the stairs, followed silently by Song-yi. In Chapter 74, Disguised Crimes, on the fourth day during dinner, Song-yi visited the orphanage and subsequently invited Zhao Xian and his companions to dine at the most opulent hotel nearby. The chef presented a freshly prepared suckling pig, and the group eagerly dug in, their mouths glistening with grease as they sighed in satisfaction. Zhao Xian exclaimed, delicious, absolutely delightful. Boss, you are truly generous. Wang Nan remarked. I used to see others enjoying this on television. I never imagined it would taste this good. Feng Luan added, the flavor is simply exquisite. As Su Chang and Yang Lele were about to express their thoughts, the chef distributed 2 colossal king crab legs, their briny sweetness intoxicatingly delightful. Everyone was profoundly grateful to Song-yi. Observing the bandages on Zhao Xian's head, Feng Luan's arm encased in plaster, Wang Nan's bruised eyes, and Yang Lele hopping on one leg to grab crabs, a twinge of guilt stirred within Song-yi. He had heard that Su Chang had also participated yesterday, and Zhao Meiwan had leveled up to S rank, with 10-year-old Su Chang being swiftly eliminated and losing 2 front teeth in the process. Although player Lu Shui did not partake in their small group, she had contributed during the final 2 minutes yesterday. As it stood, Song-yi was the only one unscathed and in good health. Raising a glass of juice, Song-yi declared, Thank you all for your support. Our acquaintance is a fortuitous bond. I toast to everyone. Feng Luan and Wang Nan held their drinks, while the others followed suit with their beverages. Feng Luan downed his drink in one gulp and then savored a piece of meat. Observing the scene before him, he felt a twinge of nostalgia. The dishes laid out were ones he had never tasted before. Wang Nan, unable to resist, indulged in a few more bites. Yesterday, they had suffered significant injuries, with Lu Shui dislocating her arm. Though none of them had lost limbs, they all experienced some difficulty in movement. Tonight's Zhao Meiwan would undoubtedly be more formidable than the previous day, and they were uncertain of their ability to withstand her onslaught. Contemplating this, the once delectable roast suckling pig lost its appeal in Feng Luan's mouth. He wiped his lips, took a couple of sips of wine, and let out a sudden sigh. Participating in this game has indeed brought me numerous advantages, yet it is fraught with peril. I cannot fathom when this ordeal will come to an end. As he voiced this concern, a shared sentiment resonated among them. Zhao Xian remarked, "Indeed, yesterday's Zhao Meiwan had already rendered us in such a state. Who knows what today will bring? Frankly speaking, even if we survive today, we cannot predict when our next demise may occur." Wang Nan added, "If it weren't for the pressures of life, who would willingly partake in such nonsense?" As he glanced around at his companions, Zhao Xian, Yang Lele, Su Chong, and Feng Luan all nodded in agreement, except for Song Yi, who wore a perplexed expression, a large question mark hovering over his head. What? Isn't it fun? Aren't you enjoying yourselves? This immersive experience of living different lives and assuming various roles, the public-funded romances, and the plethora of points to spend as one wishes, what's not to like? Just look at this scenario. Childhood sweethearts, an age gap dynamic. This setup is incredibly exhilarating. As everyone had expressed their opinions, only Song Yi remained silent, prompting the others to look at him. He quickly nodded, affirming, yes, indeed. He contemplated confessing his fondness, fearing that they might deem him peculiar. Let us all enjoy a delightful evening, free from worries about malevolent spirits. You have all been restless these past few days. This night is entrusted to me. His words touched a few hearts. Zhao Xian wiped the grease from his hands and patted Song Yi's small shoulder. Boss, I appreciate your sentiment, but had you been 16, we would not have been so courteous. The group dismissed Song Yi's remarks, as no one would engage in serious discourse with a 6-year-old. Just as they were savoring their meal, Song Yi's phone rang. It was a call from Jiang Tong, whom he had intended to invite to dinner, but Jiang Tong had mentioned needing to complete homework. He told Jiang Tong to call him if she desired anything to eat. Initially, he assumed she had decided on a craving, but upon answering, a piercing scream echoed from the other end, followed by the abrupt disconnection of the call. At the sound of the scream, Song Yi bolted out of the hotel. An incident had occurred. The others, seeing him rush out, abandoned their meals and hurriedly followed suit. Meanwhile, at the Jiang residence, with Zhang's father away on a business trip, Lin Jing was unwilling to wait any longer. She intended to deal with Jiang Tong that very day. With Song Yi out of the house, only Jiang Tong remained, diligently working on her assignments. After consuming half a glass, she fainted within a minute. Just as Lin Jing had hired 2 individuals to carry Jiang Tong outside, unexpectedly, she regained consciousness. As soon as Jiang Tong was placed inside the vehicle, she seized the opportunity and swiftly emerged from it while they were distracted. However, just as she dialed Song Yi for help, the door was forcefully flung open. The petite Jiang Tong stood no chance against them. One of the assailants struck her on the back of the head, causing her to lose consciousness. Lin Jing felt a jolt of fear at the sight of so many people. With such a crowd, things could easily take a turn for the worse. Feng Luan and a few burly men immediately positioned themselves in front of Song Yi, demanding, "What do you want?" Zhao Meiwan and Lin Jing exchanged glances. Realizing that they could not let them go today, they were too much of an obstacle, and if necessary, they would have to eliminate them together. Zhao Meiwan was the first to issue a threat. This time, Feng Luan did not obey as he had before, showing not a hint of hesitation. Release the person first. Noticing that Feng Luan was disregarding her command and seeing the rest of the unruly group standing idly by, a murderous intent surfaced in Zhao Meiwan's eyes. Indeed, they were a pack of ungrateful wolves. The 2 individuals Lin Jing had summoned were armed with wooden guns, and today, they would not hold back. With a seamless pretext in mind, Lin Jing gestured for the black-clad man to take action. He promptly drew his weapon and aimed it at Feng Luan's forehead. Feng Luan and Zhao Xian felt their hearts race uncontrollably, never anticipating that in this terrifying game, their demise would come not from a ghost, but from firearms. Chapter 75, introducing you to the inhabitants of hell. However, surrender was not an option. After all, they had fought against ghosts countless times, and in the face of humans. They could not afford to be captured without a fight. Feng Luan first raised his hand, feigning surrender, and then, seizing the opportunity while the assailants were distracted, forcefully slammed his wooden weapon to the ground. Lin Jing and Zhao Meiwan, witnessing this, took a step back. The other assailant, carrying Jiang Tong, set her down. And then a fierce scuffle erupted between Feng Luan, Zhao Xian, Wang Nan, Yang Lele, 2 adults, 2 adolescents, and the black-clad figures. Song Yi and Su Chang took this moment to hasten over and assess Jiang Tong's condition. Song Yi gently patted Jiang Tong's face, and she gradually began to awaken. The instant she laid eyes on Song Yi, tears streamed down her cheeks. Earlier, while consuming milk, she had sensed something amiss. In truth, she had only taken a sip before discarding half a cup. She had pretended to be unconscious, and when Lin Jing entered her room to escort her away, terror gripped her heart. Memories of Lin Jing and Zhao Meiwan's conversation at the stairwell flooded her mind. Their words had led to her mother's demise, and now they sought to harm her as well. Jiang Tong glanced at Song Yi, then surveyed the fray unfolding in the room. Her voice barely a whisper. "You must flee. They possess wooden weapons." Song Yi comfortingly patted Jiang Tong. "Do not fear. I shall avenge you." Jiang Tong found herself puzzled by her own feelings. Despite Song Yi being merely 6 years old, his words somehow instilled a profound sense of calm within her. The 2 assailants hired by Lin Jing were seasoned assassins, their fighting style characterized by brutal ferocity. In order to participate in the game, Feng Luan and his companions commenced their physical training and attempted to acquire some martial skills. However, their abilities were incomparable to those of seasoned individuals who had engaged in the business of killing from a young age. Furthermore, given that they had all sustained injuries, it did not take long for them to be easily overwhelmed. Subsequently, Zhao Xian clung onto the leg of a man in black, prompting young Lele to imitate him and latch onto another black-clad assailant. The scene descended into chaos. Lin Jing, witnessing this fray, felt a surge of anger. Fearing that they could not afford to create too much commotion, she picked up a silenced wooden gun from the ground and fired a shot at Feng Luan and his group. Fortunately, her lack of skill resulted in the bullet merely grazing Feng Luan's arm. "Everyone, cease this at once," Lin Jing commanded. While Feng Luan and Wang Nan were momentarily stunned, they were swiftly forced to the ground. Lin Jing then tossed the wooden gun to the black-clad man, instructing him to deal with them first to prevent further disturbances. Upon receiving the order, the man in black pressed the wooden gun against Feng Luan's head. Zhao Xian and the others panicked, pleading, "What do you want?" "Stop." The man in black pulled the trigger, causing the veins in Zhao Xian's neck to bulge with tension. Feng Luan took deep breaths, reassuring himself not to succumb to fear. After all, he had been aware of the potential for death since the day he entered the game. He had prepared himself and was resolute. Looking up at Zhao Meiwan and Lin Jing, he declared, "People like you will inevitably descend into hell." Zhao Meiwan chuckled, finding their naivety amusing. As they actually believed in the existence of hell, she had committed numerous wrongdoings yet had still enjoyed over 50 years of fortune. Her daughter has married into a wealthy family, and all of this has been achieved through their relentless efforts. Only a group of fools would believe in such nonsense as hell. Zhao Meijuan's face contorted with malice as she coldly questioned, "Hell? You gullible fools still fall for such childish tales. Pray tell, what does hell look like?" After exchanging a glance with Lin Jing, the 2 erupted into laughter. It was astonishing that such adults could be so naive. No wonder they would spend their lives enduring hardships. Just as the 2 cunning women were about to relax, a youthful voice echoed from behind, "Hell? Allow me to enlighten you." Upon hearing Song Yi's words, their laughter grew even more raucous. Lin Jing extended her hand, and a cloaked figure handed her a wooden weapon. With a menacing glare directed at Song Yi, Lin Jing thought to herself that she shouldn't have to resort to such measures. According to her plan, this month, Jiang Tong would be stealthily taken to the hospital for a heart transplant for her daughter. But it was all due to this meddler, Song Yi, that so many complications had arisen. Remembering how Song Yi had provoked her before, Lin Jing raised the wooden weapon, aiming it at his head. "You little brat. I will deal with you myself." Jiang Tong, sitting on the ground, clutched Song Yi's arm tightly, struggling to rise and shield him. Lin Jing felt no doubt as to why a 6-year-old child, in the face of such a scene, displayed not fear but rather a tilted smile. Song Yi's youthful voice carried an innocent purity, yet the words he uttered sent shivers down one's spine. "Curious about what hell is like, are you? How fortuitous. For I am well acquainted with it. Allow me to show you." With a swift motion, Song Yi extended a long crimson silk from his wrist, its speed reminiscent of a water snake. In an instant, Lin Jing, Zhao Meiwan, and two figures clad in black found themselves bound and suspended in midair. Zhao Meiwan and her companions were momentarily dazed. How could this be happening? Lin Jing and the two black-clad individuals were equally terrified, ensnared by the animated red silk. Even those who scoffed at the supernatural were drenched in sweat, confronting such a bizarre spectacle. Lin Jing's voice trembled as she asked, Who are you? Song Yi gazed upward, his strikingly clear black and white eyes gleaming. I am here to introduce you to the denizens of hell. At that moment, Jiang Yuyu, who had been hiding inside, emerged. Upon seeing her, Lin Jing instinctively wanted to warn her to flee, but before she could utter a word, Song Yi waved his hand. And Jiang Yuyu was also hoisted into the air. Now that everyone is present, Song Yi declared. Jiang Yuyu shrieked in fright, and Song Yi merely tapped his ear, saying, Not yet. We haven't even reached the threshold of hell. Your alarm is premature. With another flourish of his hand, the crimson silk silenced the mouths of the captives. Zhao Xian and the others struggled to comprehend the rapid turn of events. Damn, boss, why didn't you reveal this trick sooner? Zhao Xian exclaimed. I forgot. Song Yi replied nonchalantly. You can just forget something like this? Are you here to play the game, boss? The object in question appeared remarkably impressive. Likely a hidden gem within the game, something unattainable for the average player. However, the current issue was not the focal point. Zhao Xian posed a question that piqued everyone's interest. So, boss, can this bind the spirits? Song Yi replied, yes. The eyes of the injured individuals on the ground gleamed with a flicker of hope, only for Song Yi to extinguish their flames of optimism with a single statement. But it can only bind those of S rank and below. Chapter 76. The young master of hell. The ethereal silk enveloped Lin Jing and the others, spinning them through the air like a centrifuge at a dizzying speed of 10 revolutions per second for half an hour, leaving them nauseated. Meanwhile, Song Yi orchestrated Zhao Xian and the others to set up the live streaming equipment in an empty room on the upper floor. Following his instructions, Zhao Xian assembled the apparatus, and once completed, Song Yi confined Zhao Meiwan, Lin Jing, and Jiang Yuyu within a room. Upon descending to the lower floor, they found Song Yi engrossed in his phone, entering the streaming room. Zhao Xian and the others gathered around, curious about how Song Yi intended to showcase the realm of hell. Inside the phone, the three individuals, previously disoriented, had regained consciousness. Zhao Xian anticipated their awakening would elicit screams, yet the ensuing actions of the grandmother and granddaughter duo left everyone perplexed. Lin Jing rambled incoherently before suddenly clutching her stomach and screaming. Zhao Meiwan writhed on the ground in convulsions, and even Jiang Yuyu sat on the floor, tugging at her hair. The trio appeared to be in the throes of a psychotic episode. Zhao Xian was utterly perplexed. Could it be that their minds had been rendered senseless? Was there perhaps a hereditary history of mental illness in their family, causing them to descend into madness collectively? Noticing the bewildered expressions on everyone's faces, Song Yi recalled that a mobile phone's recording could not capture apparitions or similar entities. What the others witnessed were merely three individuals within the room spiraling into insanity. In reality, it was Zhou Yuyan, Luo Fei, and Xiao Bao, accompanied by the Shadow, who were orchestrating this torment. The Shadow excelled in conjuring illusions, and with the collaboration of Zhou Yuyan and Luo Fei, they subjected Lin Jing and her companions to the harrowing experiences of those they had once wronged. It was a case of retribution, not merely a return of the favor, but an amplified retribution. Though the Hell Girl could not appear, her counterpart, the Hell Master, had arrived. For instance, Lin Jing, who was clutching her abdomen, was immersed in the traumatic ordeal of Jiang Tong's mother. She felt as if she were pinned to an operating table, while the Shadow pretended to be a doctor, clad in a white coat, wielding a scalpel. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Jing felt her scalp prickle, and then she heard the Shadow and Zhou Yuyan harmoniously whispering in her ear. Pregnant for 33 weeks, mother and child are in good condition. Should we administer anesthesia? No need for anesthesia, they declared, for it has been decided that she shall bleed out and perish on the operating table. If that is the case, why waste any medication? At this moment, Lin Jing had succumbed entirely to the illusion, lying on the operating table, gazing at her swollen belly, while the doctor before her unabashedly outlined the details of her impending demise. Terrified, Lin Jing cried out, No, please, I don't want to die. Let me go. Let me go. However, no matter how fiercely Lin Jing struggled, her body remained utterly motionless. The Shadow grinned, revealing a sinister expression. Stop resisting, it is futile. Today, you shall surely perish upon this operating table. With that, the Shadow brandished a scalpel, and in a flash of white light, Lin Jing heard the sound of her flesh being sliced open, followed by excruciating pain. Lin Jing let out a scream that surpassed 120 decibels, but it was absorbed by the barrier set by the shadow, rendering it inaudible downstairs. Zhao Meiwan operated an orphanage, yet her misdeeds were no less than those of Lin Jing. Upon opening her eyes, Zhao Meiwan found herself amidst the grove where she had once buried the deceased. She attempted to flee, but her limbs felt paralyzed, rendering her incapable of movement. Suddenly, a multitude of hands and feet erupted from the ground, grasping her tightly and yearning to entomb her once more. The orphans she had wronged, their sharp teeth gnawing at every inch of her skin, tormented her relentlessly. Overwhelmed by pain, Zhao Meiwan could scarcely endure, only to be cast into a pit where children outside relentlessly shoveled dirt upon her. As the soil enveloped her face, a wave of suffocation washed over her. To onlookers, it appeared as though she lay on the ground, hands clutching her own throat. Jiang Yuyu slapped herself repeatedly, tugging at her own hair, murmuring apologies incessantly. Zhao Xian and others perceived Lin Jing and her companions as losing their sanity, yet only Jiang Tong comprehended the unfolding chaos. Jiang Tong's gaze remained fixed on the phone in Song Yi's hand, a surge of exhilaration coursing through her. It's over, boss, and we haven't even begun. Yet they've already lost their wits. The live broadcast attracted viewers, but after 2 minutes, they were left bewildered. Chapter 77. Resignation. What is transpiring here? Is this a performance of action art, or perhaps a theatrical play? Yet, I find myself utterly bewildered. It feels as though some entity has taken possession of the atmosphere. Boredom envelopes me, akin to witnessing a trio of deranged individuals. I shall take my leave. Song Yi. Oh, do not depart. There shall be an enthralling performance shortly. Initially, the live stream attracted dozens of viewers, yet their confusion regarding the unfolding events led them to exit in droves. Observing this, Song Yi resorted to distributing red envelopes. Indeed, as soon as the envelopes were released, the audience promptly swelled. At 10 o'clock, Zhang's father was at the airport, intending to board a flight abroad for business negotiations. While waiting, the notification sound of his phone pierced through the air. He glanced at the screen and discovered a live stream link sent by Jiang Tong. Startled, he curiously clicked to view it, only to be met with a scene that sent shivers down his spine. Throughout his journey, the live stream remained active, revealing every detail that transpired. The link was sent at Song Yi's behest, signaling that the hellish ordeal was nearing its conclusion, and the time for judgment had arrived. After enduring psychological torment, Lin Jing and her companions found their mental defenses as fragile as tissue paper. They divulged everything when questioned. They recounted their roles in the demise of Jiang Tong's mother, the orchestration of her placement in an orphanage, and their nefarious scheme to have Jiang Tong exchange hearts with her own daughter. Moreover, Zhao Meiwan revealed her exploitation of the orphanage for profit, detailing her abusive practices towards the children and the myriad lives stained by her actions, confessing it all with unsettling clarity. As for Jiang Yuyu, despite her tender age, she has inherited the malevolence of her grandmother and mother. In school, she mercilessly bullied her classmates, leading to one being disfigured, and she has persistently tormented Jiang Tong, subjecting her to relentless humiliation. All of these transgressions have come to light. Jiang, seated in the car, felt a chill run down his spine, prompting him to urge the driver to accelerate. Within the confines of the room, once Lin Jing and her accomplices recounted their misdeeds, the illusions that had clouded their minds dissipated. The scenery before Lin Jing and her companions gradually returned to reality. Zhao Meiwan, being the eldest, remained in a daze. Even after the visions had faded, Jiang Yuyu, being just a child, was understandably overwhelmed. Only Lin Jing stood up, intent on leaving this place. As she approached the door, she suddenly noticed a phone set up in the room. A cold sweat broke out on her back, as an ominous feeling crept over her. Upon closer inspection, she was struck with horror. The phone was live streaming, and the comments scrolling by were far more terrifying than her previous nightmares. How could this woman be so wicked? Murdering her best friend and harming innocent children? The venomous trio of mother and daughters is truly despicable, utterly vile. What right do such people have to live? They should descend into hell. This woman is revolting, and her mother and daughter are equally repugnant. Lin Jing's face filled the camera, her voice spiraling into hysteria. No, it's not me. It's all a lie. None of it is true. Initially, she intended to defend herself, but upon reflection, she quickly turned off the live stream. She sat on the ground, taking deep breaths. Nothing else mattered now. The things online could easily be erased with money. But what was truly significant was to leave this place, for it was far too sinister. Lin Jing rushed towards Zhang's father, who felt an overwhelming sense of terror upon seeing her. He had watched the entire live stream, and now his hand trembled as he held his phone. Xiao Tong. I am sorry. It is I, your father, who has wronged you. Jiang Tong felt a surge of emotion as she gazed at her father. She believed the evidence was irrefutable. Lin Jing and the others had confessed to all their crimes. Her father knew the truth now. He could finally take charge of his own fate. Filled with joy, she anticipated receiving fair treatment. But her father's subsequent actions doused her hopes like a bucket of cold water. Lin Jing clutched Zhang's father's arm and wept. Darling, please save me. These ruffians, these robbers, have invaded our home and wish to kill us. Jiang Yuyu saw her father rush into Lin Jing's embrace, crying, Daddy, they are too wicked. Help me eliminate them. Zhang's father forcefully pushed Lin Jing's hands away. She was taken aback, sitting on the ground and cautiously asking, honey, what is wrong? Zhang's father had never imagined Lin Jing could be such a person. Song Yi remarked, Mr. Jiang, you must have seen the live stream. How do you intend to deal with them? Zhang's father's gaze turned icy as he looked at Lin Jing. Lin Jing and Zhao Meiwan, hand them over to the police. They will receive the punishment they deserve. Upon hearing this, Song Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Handing them over to the police? What kind of punishment was that? Song Yi continued to inquire, what about Jiang Yuyu? This was the most crucial question. In fact, for the young Jiang Tong, the existence of Jiang Yuyu was far more injurious than that of Lin Jing. When the topic of Jiang Yuyu arose, Zhang's father's stern expression faltered. He had invested considerable emotion in his daughter, Jiang Yuyu. Fearing her father's rejection, Jiang Yuyu clung to him in tears. Daddy, you cannot abandon me. Witnessing her distress, Zhang's father's heart softened. Little Tong, I know you are the most understanding. Your mother's misdeeds have no bearing on you. These matters should not cast a shadow upon your life. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Tong felt a chill envelop her heart. So what? What do you intend to do? Jiang Tong gazed intently at her father, awaiting an answer that would shatter her hopes. Chapter 78. Absurd. After much internal conflict, Zhang's father finally said, Little Tong, Yuyu is truly well-behaved. She won't disturb you at home. He reached out to stroke Jiang Tong's head, but she pushed him away. Disappointment filled her eyes as she locked gazes with her father for 2 seconds, before suddenly smiling. She regarded him with a calmness that belied her 12 years. Her maturity surpassing her age. Have you ever considered that when her mother was responsible for my mother's death, when she cast me into an orphanage, and when she sought to take my heart for her daughter, did she ever contemplate my innocence? Zhang's father stammered, Little Tong, Jiang Tong's voice remained steady as she continued, Do you remember what I said on the day we first acknowledged each other? At that moment, I had already confided in you that Lin Jing was responsible for my mother's demise, and she even desired that I donate my heart to her daughter. Zhang's father said, Xiaodong, that's not the case. I merely wish to ascertain the truth. Jiang Tong retorted, Have you ever considered what would happen if this were indeed true? She pointed towards Song Yi and the others. Upon hearing her last words, Zhang's father's eyes suddenly glistened with tears. No, Xiaodong. Your father simply believes that Yuyu is too young. She is innocent. Jiang Tong smiled helplessly, but I am even younger than she is. Zhao Xian and the others could not help but feel empathy for Jiang Tong upon hearing her final remark. Until now, this game had never reached such a critical juncture. At the tender age of 12, Jiang Tong had always thought that her father's ignorance of the truth was the reason he had not avenged her. Yet today, she was utterly disheartened. You may be a good father, but you are not mine. If Jiang Yuyu desires it, then let her have it. I no longer want it. Jiang Wen is a good person, yet his kindness may inflict harm upon himself. Jiang Wen felt a twinge of regret, but by this time, it was too late. The clock struck midnight, and the moon in the sky turned crimson. Zhao Xian and the others felt as though they were facing a formidable adversary. Player Lu Shui had also arrived at the Jiang residence. She understood that if the other players could not withstand the onslaught, her own survival would be in jeopardy. With more people, there was a glimmer of hope. The hair on Zhao Xian's arms stood on end as the crystal chandelier in the room turned a deep red. A sound reminiscent of cracking bones echoed through the air, and everyone turned their gaze towards Zhao Meiwan. Zhao Meijuan's eyes spun uncontrollably within their sockets, and within mere seconds, her entire gaze turned to darkness. A sinister aura enveloped her, causing a collective gasp among the onlookers as the system identified her transformation. Zhao Meiwan had ascended to the pinnacle of S rank. Zhao Xian and the others quickly assumed a defensive posture. Feng Luan cautioned, Su Chang, maintain your distance from Song Yi. No sooner had he spoken than a crackling sound echoed from the ground. The group turned towards the source, and Zhao Xian felt her breath catch in her throat. They had anticipated that only Zhao Meiwan would manifest this night, yet Lin Jing too had undergone a transformation. She too was of S rank. With a quivering voice, Zhao Xian exclaimed, No way, 2 S ranks? Feng Luan was drenched in cold sweat, murmuring, "It's over. We're truly finished." The atmosphere in the room was tense, as everyone braced themselves for the inevitability of death. Suddenly, Song Yi stepped forward from the protective rear ranks. "Everyone, stay calm. Allow me to handle this," Feng Luan retorted. "Song Yi, this is not the time for bravado." Wang Nan interjected, "Do not act impulsively. We appreciate your intentions, but we cannot allow you to sacrifice yourself before them." Lin Jing and Zhao Meiwan, wild-haired and fearsome, declared, "Death is the only outcome." With that, they charged towards the group in unison. Wang Nan, gripping a hefty iron hammer, prepared to advance, only to witness 2 shadows, one red and one white, whizzing past him. What on earth? Before anyone could react, 4 malevolent spirits clashed violently. Zhao Xian stood frozen, rubbing her eyes in disbelief, desperate to confirm that what she witnessed was not but a mere illusion. 2 vengeful spirits, one red and one white, not only engaged in a fierce battle with Zhao Meiwan and her daughter, but also gained the upper hand. Yu Yin and Luo Fei relentlessly attacked them, sending shivers down the spines of the onlookers, who gazed in terror at Song Yi, realizing that these were his ghosts. Zhao Xian, still uncertain, stammered, "Boss, are these 2 S-rank ghosts really yours?" Song Yi replied, "Indeed." Not only did Song Yi possess 2 spirits, but they were also of S-rank caliber. Zhao Xian, at a loss for words, exclaimed, "Why didn't you reveal this earlier?" Song Yi explained, "While you were diligently battling the spirits to enhance your abilities, I had no opportunity to unveil mine." Zhao Xian's mind raced as he thought, "What do you mean they were trying to improve themselves? They were compelled to fight." In Chapter 79, even at 6, grandfather could overpower you. Lin Jing and Zhao Meiwan initially held their ground against Zhou Yuyin and Luo Fei, but gradually, they found themselves at a disadvantage. Lin Jing struggled against Luo Fei and soon realized that these 2 spirits were obedient to Song Yi's commands. Consequently, she shifted her focus. A saying goes, to capture the thief, one must first seize the king. If she could eliminate Song Yi, then the 2 spirits would pose no threat. As Lin Jing engaged Luo Fei, she feigned an attack, causing Luo Fei to let her guard down. Seizing the moment, Lin Jing bypassed Luo Fei and charged directly towards Song Yi. Within a mere meter, Lin Jing raised her claw-like hand, her eyes glinting with malice, and declared, "You shall perish." Zhao Xian and the others were taken aback, realizing too late that they could not intercept her. The black talons of Lin Jing were mere centimeters away from plunging into Song Yi's heart. Some have closed their eyes, unwilling to witness the gruesome scene. Yet, unexpectedly, Lin Jing came to a halt. She realized she was immobilized while Song Yi stood calmly in place, delivering a slap that, though not forceful, was profoundly insulting. The sharp sound of the slap caused everyone to gasp in shock. Song Yi produced an energy conversion ball, initially intended to absorb Zhao Meiwan. But Lin Jing insisted on intervening, making it difficult for him to refuse. Lin Jing gazed at Song Yi with terror, a premonition gnawing at her that she might never escape this day. She fixed her eyes on him, only for Song Yi to deliver another slap. "What are you staring at? Even at 6 years old, your grandfather would still discipline you." Upon witnessing her daughter being captured, Zhao Meiwan turned to confront Song Yi. But Zhou Yuyin's combat prowess far surpassed that of Luo Fei. With a swift flick of her hair, Zhou Yuyin seized Zhao Meiwan and hurled her at Song Yi's feet. Seizing the opportunity, Song Yi stepped on Zhao Meiwan's face. "Trying to stand up for your daughter? I'll make sure you don't survive." He continued to stomp several times until he had vented enough fury, ultimately absorbing Lin Jing into the energy conversion ball. Zhao Meiwan was utterly powerless against Song Yi and his companions, and what was supposed to be a half-hour Red Moon state concluded prematurely in just 15 minutes. With the game abruptly ending, Zhao Xian and the others heard the system's notification, their eyes sparkling with delight. "Boss, the game is over. We can leave ahead of schedule." Feng Luan and Wang Nan exchanged astonished glances, overwhelmed by the unexpected turn of events. They had thought they would meet their demise within this game, yet, unexpectedly, they managed to conclude it successfully. Even more astonishing for Zhao Xian, Wang Nan, and the others was that all players, except for Lu Shui, received Jiang Tong's surprise boxes, which enhanced their strength and speed by 10 points each. The higher the level of the game, the more challenging it became to obtain such surprise boxes, making this an unforeseen delight. After the game ended, Lin Jing vanished without a trace, while Zhao Meiwan collapsed onto the ground. Jiang Wen forcefully pushed away Jiang Yuyu, who was clinging to him. At that moment, the memories of their NPC roles were also unlocked. They were no longer limited to the recollections of this singular game. Jiang Wen witnessed how Jiang Tong had met with tragic fates in numerous past games. His gaze towards Jiang Tong was filled with remorse. Jiang Yuyu stared at Jiang Wen in disbelief, rising from the ground and rushing towards him, demanding, "Father, how could you treat me this way?" In a moment of exasperation, Jiang Wen struck Jiang Yuyu. Stunned by the slap, Jiang Yuyu was bewildered. In previous games, Jiang Wen had always favored her, and she had assumed he would do the same this time. Alas, that was not the case. Jiang Tong took a step back, calmly shaking his head. "You choose me now because you have witnessed countless different outcomes and realized that Jiang Yuyu is not a good person. However, if the game were to restart, you would still make the same choice, selecting Jiang Yuyu. You would not grant me your unwavering trust." Jiang Wen felt as if a knife had pierced his heart, yet he could not deny the truth in Jiang Tong's words. He now pushed Jiang Yuyu away because he was haunted by the harrowing images of Jiang Tong's prior deaths in the game, all at the hands of Lin Jing, Zhao Meiwan, and even Jiang Yuyu herself. However, in the absence of those memories, he could not assure himself that he would still choose Jiang Tong. Zhao Xian and the others had gradually been expelled from the game, while Song Yi remained motionless, rooted to the spot. Previously, Song Yi had either obliterated NPCs or captured the main ones, resulting in the game crashing and becoming unplayable. The system had created a new installation package, allowing them to replicate the NPCs and restart the archived game. Yet, this unexpected turn of events was beyond comprehension. After Jiang Tong rejected his father, Jiang Father, overwhelmed by guilt, refused to continue playing and took his own life. The NPCs within the game awakened to consciousness, recognizing their own cowardice and realizing that if the game were to replay, they would likely make the same choices. Thus, they chose to erase themselves. Under the forceful will of Jiang Father, the game was once again obliterated. Song Yi gazed wide-eyed at the dissolution of the Jiang family, promptly distancing himself. "This has nothing to do with me. I didn't do it." The horror game was on the brink of madness, though he claimed innocence. Could he truly assert that he bore no responsibility? This marked the first instance of an NPC's suicide. The horror game was nearly left dumbfounded. At this moment, Tao Tao finally emerged. "Song Yi, hurry, pull Zhao Meiwan into the energy sphere." Tao Tao possessed a particularly adept skill known as taking advantage of chaos, triggered by system glitches. Song Yi hesitated, However, the ability Crystal Ball can only transform one ghost at a time. Tao Tao suggested, "First, put her away. After the energy Crystal Ball has completed its transformation, you can absorb Zhao Meiwan." Initially, from the start of the game, there were restrictions preventing Song Yi from recklessly pulling NPCs into the infinite realm. Yet, since the game was set to become obsolete, Song Yi decided to repurpose it. Otherwise, it would simply go to waste. He immediately stored Zhao Meiwan into the infinite realm. Jiang Tong watched as Jiang Wen chose to dissolve himself, feeling a pang of sorrow in her heart. The villa had been reduced to nothing but a floor, and Jiang Yuyu transformed into countless particles, scattering in fear. Jiang Wen's final gaze was directed at Jiang Tong, and she received his silent apology. Once Jiang Wen vanished, Jiang Tong too was destined to become particles. The system prompted Song Yi that it was time to exit the game. He did not rush. Instead, he extended his hand towards Jiang Tong, saying, "Come with me." Jiang Tong paused, staring at the hand Song Yi had offered her. Slowly, she stepped forward and placed her hand into his, which was smaller than her own. In an instant, Jiang Tong was drawn into the infinite realm, where Xiao Bao was at the doorstep, bathing the animals his father had caught. Suddenly, a beautiful sister appeared before him. Xiao Bao immediately rushed over, exclaiming, "Sister, will you play with me?" Chapter 80. The leader leads the way. Jiang Tong gazed upon the charming little town, bathed in bright sunshine and vibrant scenery, resembling a truly blissful place. Hand in hand with Xiao Bao, she joined in washing the animals. Song Yi was the last to emerge from the game, and upon his exit, everyone awaited the game's conclusion. Within the gaming hall, Zhao Xian and Feng Luan had added each other as friends, and the group had gathered together, awaiting the results. Player Lu Shui sat in the second-floor lounge, oblivious to the fact that Zhao Xian and others were congregated on the first floor, also waiting for the outcome. Su Chang remarked, "We have no idea what Song Yi looks like. Otherwise, we could search for him." As Feng Luan raised his head, he suddenly spotted a massive poster of a newcomer named Song Yi within the gaming hall. He pointed at the figure on the poster and exclaimed, "Could he possibly look like that?" The group followed Feng Luan's gesture and gasped, "Wow, he is so handsome." However, Zhao Xian immediately countered, "It's unlikely. That's the new king of the game. What are the odds we would run into him?" Feng Luan rubbed his fingers together and stomped his feet, insisting, "But his name is Song Yi." In the gaming world, players typically used game IDs, rarely opting for their real names. Initially, Song Yi was unaware of this convention and had used his real name as his ID. After receiving some guidance from Tao Tao, he eventually changed his game ID, though the system failed to update it. Zhao Xian responded, that must be a game ID, coincidentally matching our leader's real name. He showcased the chat window with Song Yi to the group, saying, look at our leader SID, Socialism S-Air. In this day and age, aside from Lu Xiao at the top of the overall leaderboard, who else would use their real name? Zhao Xian sent Song Yi a location pin. And as fate would have it, Song Yi was approaching and caught sight of Zhao Xian and the others engaged in conversation. Zhao Xian's actual age is 24. Although he appears merely 14 in the game, he has only matured slightly compared to his present self. The one who is notably unrecognizable is Su Chong. The transformation from age 10 to 26 is quite significant. Song Yi approached Zhao Xian from behind, tilting his head to eavesdrop on their conversation. He overheard Zhao Xian proclaiming that the newcomer king in the game, Song Yi, could not possibly be himself. Song Yi? That's me. Just moments ago. He had been on the big screen, resembling a celebrity, and now, suddenly, he stood right before them, leaving Zhao Xian momentarily dumbfounded, his speech faltering. Who are you? Song Yi replied, it's me, Song Yi. A hush fell over the crowd as they pondered whether the Song Yi he mentioned referred to his game ID or the actual Song Yi in the game. Zhao Xian contemplated and tentatively called out, boss? Song Yi replied, yes, why did you message me? Zhao Xian exclaimed, wow, it really is the boss. In astonishment, Zhao Xian stepped back, even circling Song Yi twice as if he were observing a rare creature. The others were equally taken aback. Song Yi's game avatar was so small that they had never anticipated the 6-year-old child to be the newcomer king. Feng Luan suddenly recalled their earlier decision to assist Song Yi in resisting Zhao Meiwan, feeling rather foolish in retrospect. At that moment, the game's results were finally revealed. Player Zhao Xian, score, 92 level, a rank, LV31 to LV33. Player Wang Nan, score, 91 level, a rank, LV29 to LV30. Player Yang Lele, score, 90 level, a rank, LV30 to LV31. Player Su Chong, score, 90 level, B rank, LV33 to LV34. Player Lu Shui, score, 55 level, C rank, LV29 remains unchanged. Player Feng Lun, score, 90 level, a rank, LV30 to LV31. Player Song Yi, score, 99 level, SSS rank, LV13 to LV16. Song Yi was not at all surprised by his score and level, as this was not his first experience. He brought up his panel, revealing a score of 99 points, a figure even greater than his previous game. As everyone gazed at their own scores, their eyes widened in disbelief, fearing they had misread the results. Zhao Xian exclaimed, no way, no way. I scored 92. I've leveled up to 33. The higher the difficulty level of the match, the more challenging it became to achieve a high score. In his previous games, Zhao Xian's highest score had only reached 73 points, so he was astounded to have scored 92 this time. Moreover, he had originally been at level 31. Having ascended from level 30 to 31 over 4 matches, yet in this particular game, he had remarkably advanced to level 33. Incredible! This was truly exhilarating. Zhao Xian glanced at Song Yi, acknowledging that if this was the fruit of his labor, the most judicious effort he had made was indeed calling Song Yi boss. The recognition bestowed upon their leader is truly invaluable. Leader, please take us along. Not only Zhao Xian, but also Feng Luan and the others were astonished by their own achievements, with the true benefactor of their success being quite evident. In fact, they had already seen the photograph of Song Yi displayed in the hall, but no one had paid it much heed. Given the overwhelming number of participants in the horror game, the elimination rate is notoriously high. The newcomer leaderboard holds little significance for the players. It is well known that in such terrifying games, rapid advancement is of little consequence compared to longevity. There have been instances where a newcomer briefly graced the leaderboard only to perish in the subsequent game, which further diminishes its importance. Moreover, due to Song Yi's striking handsomeness, many regarded him merely as a decorative figure selected by the system. Only those who had participated alongside Song Yi could truly appreciate his formidable prowess. Lu Shui gazed at her scores with great dissatisfaction. Her performance was merely average, consistent with her usual standards. However, compared to other players, she felt utterly inadequate, particularly in light of Zhao Xian's astonishing leap from level 31 to 33, while she remained stagnant at her original rank. Observing the laughter and camaraderie of those around her, Lu Shui's mood soured significantly. Zhao Xian and Feng Luan expressed their gratitude to Song Yi, engaging in light conversation before they each departed to attend to their respective matters. Just as Song Yi was bidding farewell to his companions, Lu Xiao unexpectedly appeared from nowhere. "Ah, it seems you've made quite a few friends." Song Yi, taken aback, replied, "What brings you here?" Chapter 81. Cornering Lu Xiao pointed to the countdown timer on his wrist, which displayed 3 minutes remaining before entering the game. "I came to the lobby to wait for the game and happened to see you," he said. Song Yi inquired, "Are we about to enter the game?" Lu Xiao turned to glance at a few teammates not far behind him. "Yes, it's a team match." Although Lu Xiao's expression shifted rapidly, Song Yi still detected a hint of helplessness on his face. "Is the team match difficult?" Song Yi asked. Lu Xiao lowered his head and let out a wry smile. "Not difficult, as long as the team is united." Understanding dawned on Song Yi. It seemed that this team lacked unity. The very notion of a team match implied the significance of coordination among teammates. While Lu Xiao spoke lightly of it, disunity in a horror game could prove fatal. "Isn't it possible to choose your teammates for a team match? How can you, as a captain, still be?" Song Yi hesitated, unable to voice the thought that Lu Xiao was constrained by others. Yet, as the top-ranked player in the horror game, how could he lack even this modicum of freedom? "You don't know?" "I'm not the captain," Lu Xiao replied. "Huh? You're not the captain?" This revelation genuinely astonished Song Yi. He looked up at the leaderboard in the game lobby displaying Lu Xiao's name, and then back at Lu Xiao himself, bewilderment evident in his tone. Lu Xiao did not appear to be foolish. His remarkable skills suggested he was fully capable of forming his own team. Why would he settle for being a mere member? Was he attempting to experience the life of an employee? Or could it be? "No way, my friend. Have you been coerced? Is there capital within the game? If you find yourself coerced, simply blink." Lu Xiao playfully punched Song Yi on the shoulder, saying, "Stop guessing. When I first entered the game, I was rescued by a senior member of the Kunping team who was genuinely kind and invited me to join. I accepted and have remained with the team ever since." Lu Xiao himself was not particularly keen on leadership, and given that the senior was indeed admirable, joining the team spared him considerable hassle. Thus he joined. After Lu Xiao became part of the Kunping team, his exceptional performance propelled the team from a ranking beyond 1,000 to the very top within just a year and a half. Kunping's ability to sign Lu Xiao was akin to an extraordinary stroke of luck. Song Yi inquired, "So, are you repaying a favor?" Lu Xiao sighed again, "Yes, but also not quite. The senior who brought me into the Kunping team tragically perished in the game a year ago. As for me, I simply found the prospect of changing teams too troublesome." Upon hearing this, Song Yi immediately grasped Lu Xiao's hand. "Brother, feel free to voice any requests. I shall fulfill those I can, and will find a way to meet those I cannot. Do not worry about the inconvenience. I possess the golden medal system, Tao Dao, capable of handling any task in an instant." Tao Dao jumped out from Song Yi's chest and winked at Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao chuckled and withdrew his hand. "Your team is already at full capacity. Don't think I'm unaware. If you wish for me to join, you'd better level up to 30 quickly." Song Yi tilted his head, that's a matter of mere moments. Last time, when Song Yi extended an invitation to Lu Xiao to join the team, Lu Xiao did not immediately decline. Song Yi assumed Lu Xiao was merely indifferent, for if he were the captain, he would bear the responsibility for the members of the Kunping team. After all, how could a leader abandon his own team? However, Song Yi has now realized that Lu Xiao is not the captain, which opens a possibility for that invitation. In truth, Lu Xiao had long desired to part ways with the Kunping team. Although the team boasts numerous members, their quality varies greatly, and not every teammate shares a harmonious relationship with him. Team competitions are categorized into 2 types. One merely requires a sufficient number of participants, while the other mandates that members from the same team compete together. The upcoming competition Lu Xiao is participating in falls under the latter category, allowing him to choose teammates with whom he shares a good rapport, though some factors remain beyond his control. For instance, among the 5 members in this team competition, one is Wang Xingwei, who joined the Kunping team even earlier than Lu Xiao. While their outward interactions seem acceptable, both are acutely aware of each other's true nature. For Lu Xiao, once he enters the game, he must guard against not only the specters but also fellow players. The time has come for Lu Xiao to enter the game. Before departing, he remarked, "When we meet next, let us have a proper conversation." Lu Xiao bid farewell earnestly. Yet Song Yi could not help but chuckle upon hearing those words. "What are you laughing at?" Lu Xiao inquired. Tao Tao, perched atop Song Yi's head, transmitted his thoughts directly to him. Lu Xiao exclaimed, "I hope you are wishing me well." Song Yi laughed, responding, all right, may your game proceed smoothly." After Lu Xiao departed, Song Yi sought a secluded spot to examine the score rewards he had accrued in the current game. Due to the system being set to silent mode, he could neither hear the ominous boxes nor the surprise boxes. In this game, Song Yi had amassed a total of 42 ominous boxes and 2 surprise boxes. Both surprise boxes were bestowed upon him by Jiang Tong. One conferred an augmentation of 20 points to his strength and speed, while the other contained a small item. Judging by the icon, it appeared to be a wrench. Song Yi retrieved the item, measuring 40 centimeters in length, glimmering in a silver hue. Indeed, it was a wrench. The accompanying description read, "The most suitable tool for delivering slaps," and Song Yi exclaimed, "Thank you. This game is exceedingly considerate." The energy conversion within the energy sphere, containing Lin Jing's energy, was now complete. Song Yi directed this energy solely towards Zhou Yuyan, who promptly ascended to the rank of an SS-level intermediate red-clothed specter. Subsequently, he placed Zhao Meiwan into the sphere. Her energy conversion promised to be even more potent than Lin Jing's. Song Yi intended to distribute her energy among Luo Fei, Jiang Tong, and Xiao Bao. Currently, Luo Fei was at level S, while both Xiao Bao and Jiang Tong were at level A. Song Yi then reviewed his own statistics. Level: LV16 overall physical quality level. C. Strength and speed must reach 300 to upgrade to B. Strength, 231 speed, 228 with a sweeping gesture. Song Yi expended a significant portion of his points, elevating both strength and speed to the full capacity of 300, thus upgrading his overall physical quality to level B. Song Yi felt a surge of energy coursing through his body, with the definition of his muscles becoming increasingly pronounced, particularly the 8-pack abs adorning his abdomen. To illustrate the magnitude of B-class strength, imagine a car hurtling towards him at 70 miles per hour. With such power, he could halt the vehicle with a single punch. This extraordinary strength was an enhancement to his physique, impervious to the terrors of the gaming realm. Elated by this newfound vigor, Song Yi reveled in the fact that unlike before, when daily workouts were essential for muscle development, he no longer needed to exert such effort, as his muscles had become a permanent fixture. With a substantial amount of points still remaining, Song Yi wandered through the shopping mall. Following the commencement of the game, their personal points had been rendered inactive, allowing only the utilization of points allocated by the system to acquire items. However, the tools already present in their inventories remained usable. While uncertainty loomed regarding the most suitable items for each game, procuring essentials for survival was always a prudent choice. Yet, Song Yi preferred to indulge in purchasing whimsical, peculiar, and unfamiliar items. He even acquired a zombie. Chapter 82. The 32-year-old sister Tao Tao was baffled as to why Song Yi would purchase such an unsightly item. Song Yi, isn't it fun? Tao Tao, it's so ugly. Song Yi, but it's entertaining, right? Tao Tao, it's still hideous. In the real world, Song Yi maintained his usual work routine, occasionally letting Tao Tao out to play during quiet moments. One morning, shortly after 9 o'clock, as Song Yi arrived at the office, he received an unexpected phone call from his aunt. As soon as the call connected, he was met with the sound of her sobbing. Xiaoyi, a troubling situation has arisen. Your cousin is about to marry. This cousin of Song Yi, the son of her aunt, is a year younger than her. However, he had never been in a relationship before, and with each passing year, his mother grew increasingly anxious. Now that he wishes to wed, one might expect her to rejoice. Yet the sound of her weeping suggests otherwise. Song Yi exclaimed, "Aunt, this is indeed a reason for celebration." To which her aunt lamented, "Celebrate? Your cousin has chosen a woman who is 32 years his senior." "Goodness, is that so?" Song Yi replied in astonishment. "Indeed, she is 10 years older than I am." Her aunt continued, sniffling through her tears. As Song Yi listened to her aunt's sorrowful cries, her mind conjured numerous scenarios. "Aunt, with such high standards, your cousin's choice must be an exceptional woman. Although she is older, that shouldn't be an insurmountable issue." Her aunt's weeping intensified. "Then perhaps you should take her away." "That's not what I meant," Song Yi clarified. "I can't shake the feeling that this woman is not of good character. She and Hao Hao have known each other for less than a week, and he is already proclaiming his desire to marry her." "Oh, I never suspected my cousin had such a romantic disposition," Song Yi mused. "Regardless, something feels amiss about this woman. Your cousin must be under some spell. Tomorrow he insists on introducing both families to discuss the wedding. I plan to seek the counsel of a master to accompany me. Song Yi, you should come along and see what has come over your cousin." Song Yi is well aware that his cousin has a penchant for mature women. However, this particular lady, who is 32 years his senior, could easily be addressed as aunt. Intrigued by her identity, Song Yi's curiosity deepens. "Dear aunt, Please send me the address. I shall join you tomorrow. After hanging up, his aunt promptly sent him the address along with a photograph of the woman. The image depicted long, straight black hair cascading to her waist, a sculpted face with delicate features that lacked distinctiveness, embodying the quintessential internet celebrity look. Her figure was impressive, and her skin appeared well-maintained. Adorned in a black dress that accentuated her slender, fair legs, it was hard to believe she was 53. She looked to be merely in her 30s, further piquing Song Yi's curiosity. Meanwhile, Song Yi's nephew, Su Boheo, was out shopping with his 32-year-older girlfriend, Su Shuling, for outfits suitable for their upcoming meeting with each other's parents. At 27, the spirited young man was utterly entranced by Su Shuling, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Shui, buy whatever you desire. Today, I will cover the bill. Su Shuling, beaming with adoration, playfully responded, Really, how? You are simply wonderful. Oblivious to the extent of his infatuation, Su Boheo waved his card, resulting in a staggering expenditure of 2 million. Meanwhile, with her head bowed, Su Shuling concealed her disdain. Her eyes filled with contempt for the gullible youth. The following day, at Philin Hotel Room 312, Song Yi's aunt arrived early. And he too arrived over 20 minutes ahead of schedule, finding only his aunt and the master she had invited inside the room. The master, adorned in a pale yellow robe and sporting a pair of distinctive mustaches, sat beside my aunt, who was respectfully pouring him a cup of tea. You finally arrived. Shui, my aunt said. Your uncle is not at home, and I dared not summon the elders, fearing it would cause them worry. Hence, I asked you to come and take a look. I have already invited this esteemed master, who possesses remarkable abilities. Should your cousin truly be afflicted by some malevolent force, the master will surely intervene. Song Yi glanced at the master his aunt had summoned, who sat grandly in his chair, a cup of tea in hand. His eyes half open and seemingly lost in a trance. My aunt quickly introduced him, saying, Master, this is my nephew, Song Yi. I hope you can offer him guidance concerning his romantic prospects. Since entering the room, the master had not once opened his eyes to regard him. Upon hearing the introduction, he merely let out a faint acknowledgement from his throat. However, Song Yi could not shake the feeling that this man was a fraud. Is this really credible? He inquired. Upon hearing Song Yi's question, my aunt anxiously pulled him aside, fearful that the master might overhear. Sure, this master possesses genuine talents. If it weren't for a friend's introduction, he wouldn't even appear for 1 million. Moreover, he despises having his abilities questioned. Song Yi tilted his head, casting another skeptical glance at the master, suspecting his aunt had been swindled. So, aunt, did you really spend 1 million? My aunt, with a look of shrewdness, replied, This is still the familial rate. Otherwise, the master would charge at least 1.5 million for an appearance. I'm doing this for your cousin's sake. 1,500,000 may not constitute a substantial sum for my aunt's family, yet it remains a considerable amount of money. Song Yi felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of his aunt being deceived. Quietly, he released Xiaobao, who curiously approached the master and playfully tugged at his beard, to which the master showed no reaction. Song Yi thought to himself, Indeed, this master is a fraud. Upon entering the room, Song Yi immediately sensed something amiss. Chapter 83, The Pink Skull. The woman exuded an invisible aura, a blend of pink and black. While he could not detect the overpowering fragrance of her perfume, only a rather unpleasant odor, prior to encountering her, Song Yi had speculated that perhaps this sister possessed a captivating charm that had drawn his cousin to her, leading to an instant infatuation. However, upon meeting her, he realized he had overthought the matter. What surprised Song Yi the most was that upon entering, the woman did not gaze at him or his aunt first, but instead fixed her eyes on the master. Only after scrutinizing the master did her attention shift to him. His cousin, upon seeing Song Yi, expressed his delight. Brother, you've come too. Zhang Boheo, who was half a head shorter than Song Yi, was initially a spirited young man, but now had dark circles under his eyes. Song Yi patted Zhang Boheo's shoulder, and the dark aura surrounding him seemed to dissipate somewhat like wisps of smoke. Yes, I heard from aunt that you were getting married, so I came to meet her. Upon mentioning marriage, Zhang Boheo's eyes sparkled uncontrollably with excitement, and he immediately pulled Su Shuling before Song Yi, exclaiming, Shuet, let me introduce you. This is my cousin, Song Yi. It should have been a moment for Song Yi to address her as sister or aunt. Yet she awkwardly referred to Zhang Boheo as cousin. A shiver ran down Song Yi's spine. After calling out to Song Yi as cousin, Su Shuling's heart involuntarily skipped a beat as she gazed up at him. Initially, she had considered Zhang Boheo to be the pinnacle of her aspirations, a young man with an affluent background, a flourishing career, and striking good looks. However, upon encountering his cousin, who stood nearly 6 feet tall with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, possessing a handsome visage, clad in a meticulously tailored suit that exuded an air of restraint, she found herself captivated. His looks were certainly star-worthy. Su Shuling couldn't help but swallow hard. This Song Yi was even more alluring. Although she was half nestled in Zhang Boheo's embrace, each time she lifted her head, her lingering gaze fell upon Song Yi, intensifying the allure surrounding her. Hastily, Song Yi addressed her aunt. "Aunt, shall we take our seats?" "Indeed," her aunt replied promptly. "Let's not dawdle any longer. Please have a seat." Song Yi's aunt settled beside the master, with Song Yi taking a place next to her, while Zhang Boheo and Su Shuling sat opposite the two. Once everyone was seated, Zhang Boheo finally noticed an unfamiliar figure at the dining table, whose attire suggested a fortune-teller. Given that it was a family gathering, Zhang Boheo was aware that his mother held an aversion for Su Shuling, and he furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Mother, who is this?" "Oh, this is someone here to analyze your and Shuling's birth dates. Since you both are contemplating marriage, it would be prudent for the master to determine an auspicious date for your union." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Boheo believed that his mother had consented to his marriage with Su Shuling. Truly, it was splendid news. Zhang Boheo turned to Su Shuling and urged, "Ashweth, quickly provide your birth date for the master to examine." With an air of composure, Su Shuling inscribed her birthday on the red paper laid upon the table. However, Song Yi felt an increasing sense of unease. This woman was older than her aunt and could not possibly be unaware of the true purpose behind her aunt inviting the master. The master, holding the birth dates of Zhang Boheo and Su Shuling, commenced his calculations. After 2 minutes, his half-closed eyes suddenly widened like bronze bells. The master abruptly stood and approached Su Shuling, circling around her for an extensive period. His expression shifted from astonishment to delight. This peculiar demeanor left Zhang Boheo feeling quite dissatisfied. His aunt, misinterpreting the master's reaction, began to exhibit signs of excitement, believing the master was concerned about the woman. She commented on how extraordinary this woman was, asserting that her son, no matter how novice, could not possibly fall for someone 32 years his senior. In the next moment, the master suddenly exclaimed, "Excellent, splendid." Zhang Boheo was on the verge of standing up to push the master aside. But the master's words left him momentarily speechless. Song Yi's aunt was equally taken aback. "What do you mean? Good. What are you saying, master?" "This lady possesses an exceptional fate," the master proclaimed. "She is destined for wealth and nobility. No matter whom she marries, she will bring prosperity to her husband, her family, and for 3 generations. Zhang Boheo was momentarily elated, while Su Shuling maintained her serene smile, seemingly unfazed by the master's declaration. Auntie was momentarily taken aback. Realizing that the outcome was not as she had anticipated, Song Yi relaxed his previously rigid posture and leaned back in the chair. It dawned on him that this woman was likely in cahoots with the so-called master. It appeared that Andy and her family had fallen into a trap. This master possessed no real ability. Under normal circumstances, having accepted Annie's payment, he should have endeavored to fulfill her wishes. Yet, he had contrarily acted against Annie's intentions, instead becoming an ally to Miss Su. Song Yi found it hard to believe that these two were strangers. Moreover, concerning facial features, Miss Su's countenance bore the marks of numerous cosmetic procedures. What could be discerned from it? Song Yi suddenly found the situation amusing and silently observed the unfolding drama. The master continued, "I have practiced Taoism for over 40 years, and I have only encountered a face like this lady's in books. Truly remarkable, simply extraordinary." Zhang Boheo turned to Su Shuling in surprise, exclaiming, "Ashue, I had no idea your facial features were so auspicious." Su Shuling replied, "Every time I meet a sage, they always tell me I possess a fortunate fate, but I am unsure of its veracity." Zhang Boheo insisted, "It must be true, even this master concurs. Ashue, encountering you is indeed the greatest fortune of my life." Andy observed her son professing his feelings to a woman older than himself, her expression difficult to describe. The master continued, "Madam, since I have accepted your payment, I must speak the truth. Miss Su's fate is 1 in 100,000. Even if she were to marry someone other than your son, she would still bring prosperity to that household. As far as I know, your family is also engaged in commerce. With such a daughter-in-law, your family's prospects are boundless. I can't imagine how many families in commerce would yearn for someone like her to be their daughter-in-law. The wealthier individuals are, the more they tend to believe in such matters. Otherwise, Aunt Song wouldn't have spent $1 million to invite a master. Naturally, families of prominence wish to find someone who brings prosperity to their husbands and homes. However, Aunt Song still harbors some reservations. The master, adept at reading emotions, discerned that Aunt Song had not entirely set aside her misgivings and continued, "There is another matter I must share with you. You are aware of the Liu family, I presume?" Upon hearing the Liu family mentioned, Song Yi's ears perked up. "The Liu family? You mean that Liu family?" The master nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, that very one. Mr. Liu Qingyu has entrusted me with the task of helping his son find a daughter-in-law with a fate akin to Miss Sue's." Song Yi nearly stifled a laugh. This epitomizes the saying that fame often attracts controversy. It seems the gossip surrounding the Liu family is inescapable. However, while she might believe others, when it comes to Liu Xiao's family, it is entirely unlike Liu Xiao to let this master off lightly if he had ever met him. The master continued to weave his narrative. "The connection between your son and Miss Su primarily hinges on her intentions. Miss Su possesses a fortuitous destiny in love. Marrying anyone would lead to a life of happiness. However, she and your son are not an ideal match. Should Miss Su reconsider, I could introduce you to that young gentleman from the Liu family." Upon hearing this, Aunt Song's thoughts began to waver. She glanced at Su Shuling, pondering the remarkable fortune of this woman. Could it be that her son was the one who had overreached? The young master of the Liu family should be around her son's age. If her son were to miss the opportunity and she became the daughter-in-law of the Liu family, wouldn't that be a significant loss for her? Zhang Boheo was horrified to hear that he and Su Shuling were not a perfect match, fearing that she might abandon him. "Shui, I will cherish you for a lifetime. Please do not fall for anyone else." Su Shuling smiled gently. "Silly boy, rest assured." Zhang Boheo beamed like a fool. While his aunt observed her son in such a state, her thoughts in disarray, she turned to Song Yi, hoping he could offer some guidance. Receiving her imploring glance, Song Yi incisively inquired of the master, "Master, what is your relationship with Miss Su Shuling?" This question left everyone present momentarily stunned. Su Shuling regarded Song Yi with a hint of wariness, surprised by his perceptiveness. The master replied, "This is my first encounter with Miss Su." Song Yi countered, "Yet, I can't shake the feeling that you and Miss Su are quite familiar." The master feigned annoyance at the insinuation. "Are you suggesting that we have conspired?" Seeing the master's irritation, the aunt quickly intervened. "Xiaoyi, this master was introduced to me by a friend. He likely does not know Miss Su." Song Yi replied, "Oh, is that so? Then may I inquire which sect you belong to, master?" The master shook his head and squinted his eyes, projecting an air of arrogance as if he looked down upon everyone. "I am a practitioner of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. I opened my celestial eye at the tender age of 12, and for many years, I have been cultivating in solitude, without any affiliation to a sect." "Auntie, you've opened your celestial eye? Wow, how impressive, master." Song Yi thought to himself, "My aunt is truly gullible." So, does this mean the master can perceive things beyond the ordinary man's sight? Perhaps he could assist me in discerning my own fate. The master regarded Song Yi, pondering. Such a brash young lad, does he truly believe he can sway me? His presence here was merely in response to this lady's invitation to discern her son's romantic destiny. Everything else seemed trivial. He emitted a sound from his nostrils, a mixture of amusement and disdain, clearly indicating his esteemed status and reluctance to reveal insights to just anyone. At that moment, Su Shuling interjected. "Though this is my first meeting with you, I sense that you are indeed an enlightened being. Our gathering here today must be fate. Why not assist Mr. Song in his inquiry?" The master was taken aback by Su Shuling's words. She exchanged a knowing glance with him, a silent understanding forged through countless previous interactions. And he recognized her subtle cue. "Very well, since Miss Su has spoken, I shall grant you a glimpse, out of respect for her. Please provide me with the date and time of your birth." Song Yi's aunt hurriedly pinned down his birth details, which the master took, glancing at it momentarily before closing his eyes and beginning to calculate with a single hand, feigning seriousness. A minute later, the master spoke. "You are blessed by the dual stars, destined for immense wealth and power, with a prosperous early life." Upon hearing this, the aunt was filled with joy for her nephew, but the master swiftly altered his tone. "Alas," he continued. The aunt's heart tightened, and she immediately pressed on. "Alas, what?" The master replied, "Though his early life is fortunate, his fortune does not extend to longevity. He possesses a short-lived fate." Song Yi found himself in a state of bemused disbelief. If he were to claim the master was a fraud, there seemed to be some merit to his words. Yet, if he were indeed capable, surely his own attire would reflect his grand fortune. However, the master's words terrified his aunt. "Ah, master, please, tell me what can be done to ensure my nephew lives a century." The master chuckled softly. "Is it any wonder your nephew is fortunate? Had it been earlier, this calamity of a short life would have been insurmountable, but today is different. There exists a most straightforward method. And Song Yi inquired, what method? Both Song Yi and his aunt awaited the master's revelation with bated breath. Having built suspense, the master finally declared, as your relative, if Miss Su were to marry into your family, her fortune would not only elevate your household but, through close association, could also aid your nephew in achieving a long life. Song Yi responded, Master, I have recently delved into metaphysics. Should you be deceiving us, you would lose all your hair and be plagued by nocturnal spirits. The master sneered, wondering whom this lad was attempting to intimidate. Su Shuling could not help but smile lightly, realizing that this young man was rather innocent. Perhaps it was time for her to shift her focus. The meal lasted for over an hour, after which Song Yi's aunt relented. At the hotel entrance, Song Yi and his aunt accompanied the master to his vehicle. Seeing his mother relent, Zhang Boheo immediately took Su Shuling home. Aunt, I have a meeting in this vicinity tomorrow, so I'll be staying at your place tonight. His aunt was naturally pleased. Of course, your room has been kept tidy just for you. Su Shuling's gaze tightened on Song Yi, having obtained his birth date earlier that day. She was contemplating how to acquire a strand of his hair, but it seemed her worries had dissipated. Around 11 at night, Song Yi instructed Luo Fei to take Xiaobao and Jiang Tong to seek a dream from the master, perhaps to alleviate some burdens. Before they left, Song Yi earnestly reminded Luo Fei to keep a close eye on Xiaobao, as the phenomenon of sleep paralysis was something Xiaobao could not handle. Despite his youthful appearance, he was indeed a solid 166 years old, and sitting on him could easily take half his life. Chapter 85, The Little Fox. At around 1 in the morning, everyone in the villa had already retired for the night. Song Yi had just turned off the lights and lay down when he suddenly noticed a disturbance beside him. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to see a small fox reaching out its paw to tug at his hair. The little fox had not anticipated that Song Yi would awaken. Even if he did, it wouldn't matter. However, in the darkness, neither of them had particularly good vision. The little fox's dark, glimmering eyes met Song Yi's, and to its astonishment, it realized he could see it. Sensing something was amiss, the little fox attempted to flee, only to be caught by Song Yi by the scruff of its neck. When the room's light was turned on, Song Yi confirmed it was indeed the same little creature that had been with Su Shuling during the day. The little fox was taken aback by her unexpected capture, baring her teeth in an attempt to bite. Instinctively, Song Yi summoned a large wrench and struck the little fox with it. The impact caused her face to twist in surprise, prompting Song Yi to quietly inhale. It was his first time wielding a wrench, and he had misjudged the force he applied. The little fox, bewildered by the sudden strike, was experiencing pain for the first time as she, a revered fox spirit accustomed to being adored, had never been hit, especially not in the face by this man. Observing the astonishment in her eyes, Song Yi realized the depth of her shock. However, he had no choice. He feared that if the little fox were to bite him, he would have to contend with rabies. He warned her, behave yourself, or I shall strike you again. To his astonishment, the fox replied, how dare you? I am a fox spirit. Surprised to discover that the little fox could speak, Song Yi retorted, oh, a fox spirit? Who conferred such a title upon you? Have you no shame? After delivering another couple of blows, the little fox grew furious and decided to display her true powers, employing her most adept skill, manipulating hearts. Suddenly, she emanated a pink mist reminiscent of that which enveloped her during the day. The fragrance wafted towards Song Yi, intoxicating him to the point of breathlessness. With a glint of mischief in her eyes, the little fox proclaimed, Song Yi, your destined lover, Su Shuling, has appeared. A mere glimpse of her will make you fall madly in love. Song Yi Xiang gazed at the little fox as if she were a simpleton. The little fox continued, Song Yi, no one can hinder your affection for Su Shuling, except for her. In this lifetime, you shall not wed another. You must pursue her, regardless of the cost. Noticing Song Yi's unwavering gaze upon her, the little fox mistakenly believed she had bewitched him, prompting her to struggle against the grip encircling her neck. However, the pressure only intensified, leading her to sense an unsettling shift. Then she heard Song Yi's voice drifting through the air. I have no interest in that woman. The clarity of Song Yi's demeanor astonished the little fox. How are you unscathed? Tao Tao could no longer restrain herself and leaped from Song Yi to deliver a kick to the little fox, exclaiming, how dare you? The person I chose for the dating show is not someone you can easily manipulate. Song Yi was unmoved by such theatrics, warning, cry again, and I shall strike you. The little fox retorted, you possess no tenderness whatsoever. Such a handsome face is wasted on you. Song Yi replied, is it not you who has been aiding Su Shuling in her manipulation? Release whatever hold you have over my cousin, or else. He brandished a wrench once more, causing the little fox to bristle in fear. Please, no more. I shall undo it. As she spoke, her eyes darted around. Fully aware of her precarious situation and ready to acquiesce to any demand. The fox was cunning, yet Song-yi saw through her ploys. Very well, I shall release you. Song-yi chuckled as she released her grip, and the little fox, having wriggled free, shook its fur and strutted to the door, where it found Song-yi still seated on the bed, unmoving. Instantly, it bared its teeth at her with an air of arrogance, declaring, Just wait, my dear lady. I shall deal with you later. With that, the little fox vanished in an instant. Lying on the bed, Song-yi smiled and mused, Yu-yen. The zoo in the all-encompassing diagram does not yet feature a fox. The little fox, believing it could hide within Su Shuling's embrace, was utterly unprepared for the forceful extraction it had just experienced. It whimpered, Who exactly are you? Song-yi inquired, Has the enchantment upon my cousin been lifted? With Zhou Yuyan personally overseeing the little fox, and its fate precariously in her grip, the fox dared not defy her. It has been resolved. By tomorrow morning, I shall return to normal. With Luo Fei guiding the two of them, Zhou Yuyan felt no concern. What shall we do with this little fox? Song-yi replied, Let us keep it in the zoo for now. The little fox's eyes widened, resembling brass bells. What? A zoo? What nonsense! I am a fox spirit. I shall not reside in a zoo. Observing the little fox's rebellious demeanor, Song-yi inquired, Does Xiaobao fancy a fox for scarf? You should craft one for him. The little fox retorted, I adore the zoo. Dear aunt, you are up so early? Song-yi's inside. Early? I have not slept at all. No. I simply cannot find rest. Song-yi's aunt pondered throughout the night regarding her son's predicament. Although the master's words were undeniably tempting, the thought of that woman being 32 years older than her son was difficult for her to accept. The image of the woman addressing her as mother weighed heavily on her, making her feel as though the sky had collapsed around her. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, prompting Song-yi's aunt to glance toward the entrance. Who could it be at this early hour? She mused, moving to open the door. As she swung the door open, a plump man rushed in, dropping to his knees before her, startling her into taking a step back. Madame Zhang, I was wrong. I should not have deceived you. Please forgive me. In Chapter 86, the narrative unfolds in the entertainment industry. The master, now kneeling before her, appeared drastically different from the previous day. Yesterday, he exuded an air of sophistication with his glossy, well-groomed hair, but today he had transformed into a balding figure. To add to the absurdity, 6 black dots were tattooed on his bald head, giving him the appearance of a monk. Furthermore, his face bore the marks of a recent altercation. Bruised and battered as if he had been thoroughly beaten, Song-yi's aunt scrutinized the master, bewildered. What on earth happened to him? What did Xiaobao and the others do yesterday to leave him in such a state? It finally dawned on her that the kneeling figure was indeed the master. Master? What is the meaning of this? The master looked up, and upon catching sight of Song-yi, he immediately turned to the floor, bowing in penance. Mr. Song, I was wrong. Please grant me your mercy. Observing the master, whose face was streaked with tears and snot, Song-yi expressed a hint of disdain. That will depend on the sincerity of your heart. Upon hearing this, the master quickly replied, Sincerity. I assure you, if Mr. Song spares me, I will divulge anything you wish to know. The master wept profusely, tears streaming down his face as he retrieved the check that Song-yi's aunt had given him the previous day. Madame Zhang, I was foolish enough to accept money from Su Shuling. I am nothing but a fraud. Here, I return this money to you. Madame Song, clutching the check, was filled with disbelief. What did you say? You are a fraud? Are you in cahoots with Su Shuling? The master was truly frightened. The events of the previous night were indelibly etched in his memory. He had never imagined that the supernatural could exist in this world. Recalling the warning he had received the day before, that lying would lead to a dire fate, he dared not utter a single untruth. Madame Zhang, I merely do what I'm paid to do. I implore you, spare me. It is Su Shuling who is the real deceiver. If you have grievances, seek her out. I genuinely acknowledge my wrongdoing. Thinking of his own son, the master observed Su Shuling anxiously attempting to ascend the stairs. However, after just a few steps, they were startled by a piercing scream from above. Zhang Boheo descended in a state of panic, clad only in his underwear, followed closely by Su Shuling. Boheo, what is the matter? Su Shuling inquired. Zhang Boheo himself was at a loss for explanation. He felt as though many of his actions were beyond his control. Earlier that morning, he had suddenly regained clarity, and upon opening his eyes to see Su Shuling, his heart nearly succumbed to fright. Though his previous behaviors had been uncontrollable, It did not mean he lacked memory. The thought of affectionately addressing Su Shuling, who was 32 years his senior, nearly made him retch. Mother, cousin, I this. Song Yi's aunt immediately shielded her son behind her. Su Shuling, observing Zhang Bohaio's demeanor, suddenly realized that the allure she once held over him seemed to have vanished. How? What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Perhaps I could keep you company for a while. The moment Su Shuling uttered these words, she nearly startled Zhang Bohaio into submission. Please don't come any closer. Witnessing Zhang Bohaio's reaction sent a jolt through Su Shuling's heart. Song Yi remarked, Miss Su. It appears that your fox spirit is no longer effective. At the mention of the fox spirit, a cold sweat broke out on Su Shuling's back. I don't understand what you were saying. It was only then that Su Shuling noticed the master was present as well. The master pointed at her, declaring, Mrs. Zhang. Su Shuling is possessed by a fox spirit. Everyone she desires becomes entranced. Your son is her 8th target. If you wish to settle the score, you must confront her. Su Shuling was taken aback that the master revealed her secret. What nonsense are you spouting? The master replied, Mrs. Zhang, she is not named Su Shuling. Her true name is Wang Chui. Song Yi's aunt was not one to be trifled with. Comprehending the situation swiftly, she made a phone call and, within 2 hours, had thoroughly investigated the identities of the two individuals. Ultimately, they were convicted of fraud and sentenced together. Su Shuling never anticipated that her most assured and confident endeavor would end in failure. The fox spirit her family revered was ancestral. After once making a wish to it and discovering its efficacy, she had become embroiled in a web of emotional deceit without restraint. At the outset, her ambitions were rather modest. However, she soon discovered that young men were easily deceived, particularly those robust individuals like Zhang Bohaio, who fell for her charms with minimal effort on her part. Song Yi's aunt clasped Song Yi's hand, expressing her gratitude. Xiao Yi, thank you so much. It is all thanks to you. Song Yi replied, Aunt, you were too kind. I did not do much. It was merely your good fortune. Although Song Yi's aunt appeared somewhat oblivious, she was not naive. It was evident that the master who visited today was more fearful of her nephew. She had always known that her nephew was extraordinary. In any case, since her brother had narrowly escaped a calamity, she felt compelled to express her appreciation to him. Zhang Bohaio interjected, Cousin, I won't be seeing you off, as he stifled a laugh. Song Yi, suppressing his amusement, departed. The gaming hall had been updated, and the 2 large screens had finally been replaced with a standard newcomer leaderboard. Song Yi sighed in relief, grateful to no longer be showcased prominently and thus spared from social embarrassment. With 5 minutes remaining until the next game commenced, Song Yi sat outside the CAF, sipping coffee he had brought from home. As the countdown commenced, darkness enveloped his vision. Game ID 0034, difficulty, S-class participating players, 5 objective, reduce actress Lin Qinchen's suicide rate to below 10 within 5 days. Failure to do so will result in all players remaining in the game as NPCs. Note, in this game, all NPCs except Lin Qinchen, if their rage level exceeds 40, will pursue you at midnight, precisely at 12:12 a.m. Players may select their game identities. A. Lin Qinchen's agent. B. Ordinary person. C. Lin Qinchen's assistant. D. Rich heir from a film company. E. Psychologist. The selection has now commenced. As Song Yi was about to choose D, the system chimed. Selection concluded. Player Song Yi, your game identity is B. Ordinary person. Song Yi. Chapter 87. Hell mode begins. Players in this game: Hu Jingwen, Lin Qinchen's agent; LV35 Sunshua, rich heir; LV37 Yang Haoran, psychologist; LV28 Wenya, Lin Qinchen's assistant; LV36 Song Yi, ordinary person; LV16. After securing the identity he desired, the player glanced at the identities of others, and upon seeing Song Yi's information, everyone erupted in laughter. Hu Jingwen felt that Song Yi was merely a pawn sent into the game. What on earth? Participating in an S-level event with only level 16? What had this individual done to offend the game? Moreover, with this identity of ordinary person, it was akin to starting in hell, especially given the objective was to engage with a star. The disparity between ordinary individuals and celebrities in real life is akin to a chasm. It would be a miracle if someone named Song Yi could even encounter Lin Qinchen after their game concluded. While Hu Jingwen and the other players speculated about what sort of person Song Yi might be, the game's notification sound echoed once more. In this particular game, each player is granted 100 points, which must be utilized within 5 minutes to procure necessary items. These points and items are exclusively valid for this session. As the alert concluded, Hu Jingwen, Wenya, Sun Zhuoming, and Yang Haoran hastily entered the marketplace to select their items. while Hu Jingwen examined the available assets. He pondered the scant details provided by the game. His sole, unequivocal mission was to reduce Lin Qinshin's suicidal value to below 10 within 5 days. Applying a modicum of rational thought, Hu Jingwen deduced that, as a figure within the entertainment industry, Lin Qinshin's paramount aspiration must be to ascend to stardom. Given that the entertainment realm is heavily influenced by monetary factors, he reasoned that, as her manager, if he possessed financial resources that could aid her in realizing her dreams, she would surely have no thoughts of ending her life. Furthermore, regarding other NPCs, as long as he did not provoke them and kept their anger levels below 40, he would remain safe. With this realization, Hu Jingwen boldly exchanged his 100 points for a substantial sum of 100 million. He believed he had uncovered a flaw in the game mechanics. How astonishing that such a minor S-level could be resolved with wealth. Yang Haoran and Wenye shared a similar line of thinking, converting their 100 points into cash as well. Sun Zhuoming initially contemplated this strategy, but, recalling his identity as a wealthy heir, concluded that he lacked no funds. Thus, he opted for practical ghost-repelling items instead. As the 5-minute countdown concluded, the narrative resumed. Hu Jingwen exclaimed in confusion, "What is happening?" He quickly surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was on a film set. Lin Qinshin was actively engaged in the filming of a television drama, portraying the lead female role. Although she is the protagonist, the set is not within her control. The second female lead is a financially backed edition, and the primary reason for casting Lin Qinshin as the lead is to elevate the second female lead status. Today, a pivotal confrontation scene between Lin Qinshin and the second lead, Donna, is scheduled. Donna, refusing to memorize her lines, deliberately complicates matters for Lin Qinshin, even prompting the director to alter the script to overshadow her performance. With no recourse, Lin Qinshin seeks assistance from her manager, Hu Jingwen, to communicate with the director. However, to their astonishment, Hu Jingwen is struck twice on the head by an object the director carelessly picked up, while the director berates both Hu Jingwen and Lin Qinshin. When the system announces that Lin Qinshin's suicide value stands at a staggering 94, Hu Jingwen feels as if he might shatter. Could it truly be 94? That is alarmingly high. This figure bears no distinction from directly informing them of mission failure. Player Wenye, equally apprehensive, gazes at the ominous number. Chapter 88, The Set Under Attack. Wenye, as Lin Qinshin's assistant, shares the shock of the 94 value with Hu Jingwen upon their encounter. While Lin Qinshin continues filming, Hu Jingwen seizes an opportunity to discuss the dire situation with Wenye. As the individuals closest to Lin Qinshin, they're undoubtedly the ones with the greatest potential to influence her fate, as there exists no competitive relationship among players within the game. Wenye chose to share the information she had gathered with Hu Jingwen. I just took the opportunity to search online for all topics related to Lin Qinshin. I've also perused the fan club. Lin Qinshin is currently in a phase of career ascendance, and her resources are quite impressive, although there are a few minor scandals. Such occurrences are rather commonplace in the entertainment industry. I cannot fathom why Lin Qinshin's suicide risk is so alarmingly high. The system assigned each player an identity, yet it did not provide any memories associated with that identity, necessitating players to explore all information and clues independently. After listening to Wenye, Hu Jingwen felt an unsettling restlessness within. I don't possess any useful information either. The most recorded content on my phone pertains to Lin Qinshin's work schedule. He briefly reviewed the chat history between himself and Lin Qinshin. Aside from two soirees that she expressed disinterest in attending, there was nothing particularly noteworthy. Could it be that Lin Qinshin has an inherently fragile disposition? After all, celebrities often face haters and stalkers. Perhaps she cannot endure the criticism? Wenye disagreed. Having observed Lin Qinshin's interviews, she did not appear to be a particularly fragile individual. Furthermore, if Lin Qinshin truly could not withstand such pressures, she could simply withdraw from the industry. I find that scenario rather unlikely. Those who thrive in the entertainment sector typically possess considerable psychological resilience. Hu Jingwen found himself at a loss, unsure of where to begin. Well, let us set aside those thoughts for now. Our immediate objective is to stabilize Lin Qinshin's suicide risk. We must ensure it does not escalate further. On that side, Lin Qinshin's shoot resumed its normal proceedings. Hu Jingwen received a call from the general director of Kaijin Entertainment, Lin Qinshin's agency, who had come to visit the set. Upon receiving the call, Hu Jingwen felt a surge of joy. With the presence of their company leader, perhaps they could offer support to Lin Qinshin. He instructed Wenye to keep an eye on things on site while he went to greet the visitor. At the filming location, the second female lead, Donna, felt a surge of irritation as she glanced at Lin Qinshin's face. The current drama they were filming was set in the Republic of China. and one of the investors was her benefactor. Although Lin Qinshin held the title of the leading lady, Donna had over 100 more scenes than her, and both the male lead and the second male lead were actually enamored with her. In the story, Donna portrayed a righteous, resilient, and clever maid whose fierce opposition to the wealthy young master allowed him to appreciate her admirable character, ultimately leading to his love for her. Meanwhile, the female lead was the young master's fiancée. Lin Qinshin possessed a naturally heart-shaped face, and when adorned in the attire of the Republic of China, she exuded an air of classical elegance. Even when her makeup was applied to Donna and she donned a deliberately outdated qipao in muted colors, it did not detract from her beauty. Rather, it enhanced her delicate charm. In contrast, Donna, with her surgically altered features, a pointed chin and large, doe-like eyes, appeared visually appealing. Yet when compared to Lin Qinshin's innate beauty, she seemed stiff and artificial. Every day, Donna scours the internet for behind-the-scenes insights regarding their production, only to find that discussions overwhelmingly center around Lin Qinshin, who is lauded by many. It is perplexing to her that this woman, who seems to be a mere stepping stone for her, is stealing the limelight. This fills Donna with indignation. The upcoming scene involves Lin Qinshin, portraying the fiancée, confronting the male lead's family. According to the original script, Lin Qinshin was supposed to slap Donna, after which the young master would intervene and expel Lin Qinshin from the premises. As the crew prepares for the shot, the director's camera is aimed at Donna and Lin Qinshin. Lin Qinshin delivers her lines, and typically, following her declaration of "you seduced my fiancé," she would strike Donna's character, the maid. Wenya, as Lin Qinshin's assistant, holds a water bottle while discreetly searching for information about Lin Qinshin from a corner, occasionally glancing at Lin Qinshin's performance. Just as Lin Qinshin reaches out to feign a slap towards Donna, Donna unexpectedly intercepts her hand and delivers a resounding slap across Lin Qinshin's face. Taken aback by Donna's deviation from the script, Lin Qinshin is knocked to the ground by the force of the blow, her face ablaze with pain, momentarily at a loss for words. The cast exchanges bewildered glances, and the two editors are left stunned, realizing the script did not dictate such an event. The director immediately calls for a pause and, in a symbolic gesture, queries Donna about her actions. Unfazed by the incident, Donna boldly responds, "Director, I find this part of the script to be unreasonable." The director inquires, "What makes it unreasonable?" Donna, "Director, the maid I portray is a character imbued with kindness, passion, and intelligence. She comes to work in the male protagonist's home to demonstrate her capabilities. She has no intention of seducing him. It is the male lead who falls for her. Upon her arrival, his fiancée accuses her of trying to entice him and even attempts to strike her. True to the maid's character, she will not admit to actions she has not committed. She possesses dignity and will not allow herself to be subjected to such humiliation. Thus, I believe the narrative should unfold with the maid, insulted by the fiancé's baseless accusations, delivering a resounding slap to her. The director furrowed his brow, and the screenwriters gaped in astonishment. Donna's imagination seemed to surpass theirs. Lin Qinshin stood silently, remarkably composed. Had it not been for the visible red mark on her face, one might have assumed her to be unaffected by the incident. When you could only cover her mouth and stand in the background, acutely aware that, as an assistant, she held no authority to voice her opinion in such a setting. Nevertheless, she suspected the director would not acquiesce to Donna's suggestion. It was far too ludicrous. Is filmmaking truly such a capricious endeavor? To her surprise, the director's response was unexpected. "Director, you make a valid point. Let us proceed with that alteration." The screenwriters exchanged glances, silently acknowledging the absurdity of the situation, as if accustomed to such occurrences. Donna cast a haughty glance at Lin Qinshin, whose eyes flashed with anger, only to be quickly suppressed. This was not the first time she encountered such circumstances. During her earlier days as an unnoticed figure in the entertainment industry, she frequently faced similar predicaments. Subsequently, she resolutely vowed to ascend to the status of a star. Now that she has blossomed into a popular actress, she initially believed that her dreams had been realized and that she could devote herself to acting without the fear of being bullied due to her lower status. However, she soon realized the naivety of her assumptions. This place was but a chasm. From the moment she stepped in, she became merely a pawn, devoid of any retreat. In mere 5 minutes, the screenwriter hastily revised the script according to Donna's perspective, and thus began her dismal performance. Chapter 89, The Investor's Representative. A performance that should have succeeded in one go was marred by her repeated blunders. After each slap, Donna deliberately made mistakes. "Oh dear, I forgot my lines. The emotion from before was not quite right. Let us try again." Ah, the angle of that slap was unflattering. Once more, the director, accommodating Donna, orchestrated the scene. While Wenya, from outside, was seething with anger. How could this woman be so excessive? She simultaneously messaged Hu Jingwen while anxiously observing Lin Qinshan. Lin Qinshan had already endured 6 slaps, her cheeks swollen, and her current desperation level was at 94. She genuinely feared that if Lin Qinshan were to become furious, her desperation might escalate to 100, causing all the characters in the script to become phantoms, and their players would shatter the record for the fastest death. Fortunately, after a fluctuation of 0.5, Lin Qinshan's desperation did not rise further. By the time they arrived on set, Donna and Lin Qinshan's performance had not yet reached its conclusion. Lin Qinshan had already been struck 8 times, and both sides of her face bore the marks of blood. Hu Jingwen, filled with indignation, was about to confront the director when unexpectedly, he was pulled away by the supervisor. Once they had distanced themselves sufficiently from the scene, the supervisor finally released his grip. In a state of urgency, Hu Jingwen exclaimed, "Supervisor, why did you stop me? Did you not see how they were bullying our artist?" The supervisor of Kaijin Entertainment, a middle-aged man in his 40s, regarded Hu Jingwen with an expression akin to that of someone gazing at a fool. Hu Jingwen widened his eyes in astonishment, clearly taken aback by the supervisor's lack of support for their artist, who instead began to reprimand him. "Supervisor, can't you see that Donna is deliberately targeting Lin Qinshan?" The supervisor was fully aware of the situation. However, to them, artists were merely tools for generating profit, and tools were expected to fulfill their purpose. "You've been in this industry for 10 years. Must I teach you such basic etiquette? As an artist, one must possess a spirit of dedication to their craft. Enduring a few slaps is merely a means to convey authenticity in the performance." Lin Qinshan herself has not complained. So why the fuss? During the pre-production phase of this film, Supervisor Ho Ching had felt an air of confidence, knowing that one of the investors was Donna's godfather. Lin Qinshan was ostensibly cast as the leading lady, but in reality, she was merely there to elevate Donna's status. However, the substantial financial backing made it difficult to overlook. Lin Qinshan's remuneration for this role was an impressive 12 million, a price that made the occasional slap seem trivial. The calm demeanor of Ho Ching struck Hu Jingwen as peculiar. "Supervisor, what do you mean by that?" Ho Ching, perplexed by Hu Jingwen's apparent lack of awareness, remained nonplussed. "Donna's godfather is one of the investors of this production. We cannot afford to offend him." Upon hearing this, Hu Jingwen became increasingly irate. "Is it merely about money? If I were to invest in this production as well, would that mean Lin Qinshan could similarly confront Donna?" At this remark, Ho Ching chuckled, stating, "Our company would never invest in this production. Do not even entertain the thought." With his current fortune of 100 million, Hu Jingwen spoke with newfound confidence. "I do not need the company's backing. I can invest in Lin Qinshan myself." Ho Ching regarded Hu Jingwen as though he were a fool. "Have you fallen for Lin Qinshan? You speak of investing as if you possess wealth. How much can you truly invest?" Hu Jingwen replied, "Would 100 million suffice?" Ho Ching did not take Hu Jingwen's words seriously, yet he uttered something that left Hu Jingwen even more astonished. "Huh. Do you think Donna is so audacious simply because of her poor acting? The director never scolds her. Instead, he frequently encourages her?" Hu Jingwen responded, "Because she has a godfather." Ho Ching corrected him, "Incorrect. It's because her godfather invested a staggering 120 million. Hu Jingwen gasped, "How much?" Ho Ching shot a sidelong glance at him, saying, "Having a godfather does not guarantee prowess, but having a wealthy one is certainly someone to avoid antagonizing." In that moment, Hu Jingwen felt the naivety of his previous thoughts wash over him. He had believed that possessing 100 million was substantial, and he had fantasized about his own worth exceeding that amount, thinking he could protect Lin Qinshan. If Lin Qinshan were displeased, they could use this fortune to establish a company in her name. Now he realized just how naive he truly was. On the film set, Lin Qinshan's visage had become utterly unbearable. It was impossible to continue filming. Everyone present at the scene felt a deep sympathy for her, yet none dared to stand up for her. The director was aware that Donna was venting her frustrations on Lin Qinshan during the subsequent takes. He did not even bother to switch on the camera, merely cooperating with Donna by calling for cuts intermittently. After Lin Qinshan was deemed NG 9 times, she finally stepped down, and Wenya promptly offered her ice to soothe her face. As they sat together on set, Donna looked at Lin Qinshan's disheveled appearance with a satisfied smile. "Director, let us proceed to the next scene," suggested Donna, having had her fill of tormenting Lin. The director, recognizing that Donna had exhausted her amusement, replied, "Very well, Next scene, the initial encounter between the second female lead and the male lead's younger brother. Before filming commenced, the assistant director approached the director and whispered a few words. After reviewing the information provided by the assistant, the director nodded in acknowledgement. The originally planned character of the male lead's younger brother had been replaced with someone inserted by the investors. Although the cast was of A-list caliber, the production budget fell under S-list classification, amounting to $300 million, supported by two major investors. The first was Donna's benefactor, who contributed $120 million, while the second invested $180 million. In essence, the primary purpose of this film was to facilitate money laundering. The quality of the final product was inconsequential. The director's remuneration was set at $10 million, and as long as he profited, the identities of the actors were of little importance. As for the selection of the male lead's younger brother, given that he was recommended by the primary investor, he came with a significant label, one that was even more critical to appease than Donna herself. According to the plot, the male protagonist's younger brother enters the room and sees the maid, exclaiming, "Pretty sister, who are you?" Donna tilts her head back, a smile gracing her face. The handsome actor before her is a sight to behold, and this is their first encounter. She muses that once the scene concludes, she might procure his contact information. As she acts, she discreetly assesses the male actor before her, eagerly awaiting his compliment that she is beautiful, which would allow her to playfully tease this young gentleman. However, as she approaches him, she is unexpectedly met with a resounding slap. The sharp sound reverberates through the set, leaving everyone in stunned silence. The crew watches in alarm. It is well known that Donna is a person of significant connections not to be offended, so how dare this individual act so recklessly? Has he a death wish? The director, equally taken aback, shares the collective astonishment, momentarily forgetting to call cut. Then, from the center of the set, the young man addresses Donna, saying, "Are you the one who's been flirting with my brother behind my future sister-in-law's back?" Upon hearing Song Yi's words, the screenwriter outside the set can no longer contain himself and exclaims in disbelief. Chapter 90. The God Who Commands Slaps When Ya and Who Jingwen are left bewildered upon seeing the name player Song Yi emblazoned above Song Yi's head. Song Yi? Wasn't he cast as an extra? How did he suddenly become an actor, and alongside Lin Chinchin in the same production, no less? Yet, this question pales in comparison to the more pressing concern. Did he not notice the escalating fury emanating from Donna due to his actions? It has already reached 41. My friend, that slap you just delivered may very well incite a spectral duel tonight, don't you think? Lin Chinchin glanced over, startled to witness Song Yi strike Tang Na. It was common knowledge that Tang Na was well connected, yet no one anticipated such boldness from the newcomer. However, an inexplicable sense of satisfaction welled within her. How wonderful it would be if he could land a few more slaps on Tang Na. Yet, this man must surely face dire consequences now. A piercing scream erupted from Tang Na. "What are you doing?" Calmly, Song Yi responded, "Director, I believe this plot is flawed." The director sighed with resignation, overwhelmed by the multitude of characters in this production. "What seems amiss? My brother's fiancée aided our family during difficult times. Even the funds for my studies abroad were provided by this future sister-in-law. Thus, I hold her in the highest regard. If I hear of anyone bullying her, I will be the first to defend her. How could I possibly harbor any affection for someone who jeopardizes the bond between my brother and sister-in-law? Furthermore, as someone who has studied abroad, I have encountered countless beauties." At this point, Song Yi scrutinized Tang Na, remarking, "During the Republican era, people favored a visage that embodied national tranquility. The trend of internet celebrity looks was not prevalent then." Having been struck and humiliated within mere minutes, Tang Na screamed again, "Who are you calling an internet celebrity?" Song Yi replied, "You." Tang Na rose to her feet, her hand trembling as she pointed at Song Yi's face. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" "Song Yi, no. I'm merely engaging in a normal discussion about the plot. You were doing the same just now. Why is it acceptable for you but not for me?" Donna was both infuriated and amused by Song Yi's words. Who did this young man think he was to compare himself to her? Song Yi remained unperturbed, his earlier shocking remarks resonating in the ears of the audience, causing everyone to break into a cold sweat for the newcomer. Hu Jingwen, and when you contemplated stepping forward to caution Song Yi, while Donna's fury surged by 8%, yet they found no justification for such intervention. Song Yi's emergence had been shrouded in mystery, leaving them uncertain about the appropriate course of action. As for Song Yi's earlier statements, everyone believed that once he exited the production, oh, no, it was unlikely he would even make it that far. Donna would certainly mete out her punishment. Donna cast a glance at the director and called out his name, implying that he must find someone to discipline him, or she would make his life difficult. Standing tall, she fixed her gaze on Song-yi, her expression conveying the notion that his fate was sealed. Little did she know, the director's voice floated in from behind her. I believe you have a point. Let us make that change. The room fell into silence once more, and Donna turned in shock to face the director, questioning whether she had misheard. The director disregarded her, instructing, "Screenwriter, please come here and revise the lines." It took the two bewildered editors a moment to grasp the situation. Goodness. The director had truly agreed. Donna exclaimed, "Director, what do you mean by that?" Her eyes brimmed with menace, yet the director sighed and remained silent, while the producer appeared seemingly out of nowhere. "Miss Donna, your agent is looking for you." Donna caught sight of her agent nearby and stormed over in a fit of rage. Just then, her agent arrived, ready to handle the situation with Song-yi in the same manner. As Donna approached her agent, Song-yi, with a beaming smile, walked up to the two editors and made a request that left them in a cold sweat. "Could you possibly change the scene so that the character first receives a slap, then the maid utters a few words that infuriate the male protagonist's brother, followed by another slap?" The editors gasped in astonishment, exchanging glances with the director, who remained silent, tacitly approving the audacious request. This fellow undoubtedly has influential backing. The editors, trembling with apprehension, cautiously revised the script, only daring to proceed upon receiving the director's nod after every couple of lines. Meanwhile, the agent had taken Donna into the trailer, and whatever was said inside remained a mystery. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the trailer, shattering the soundproofing. It was over. Donna was furious, and this charming young man was in deep trouble. Everyone awaited the fallout, curious to see how Donna would retaliate against Song-yi. However, after half an hour, Donna emerged from the trailer, composed and ready to continue filming. A curious staff member stole another glance at her, only to be met with a fierce reprimand. "What are you staring at? Keep staring, and I'll have your eyes removed." Terrified, the staff member quickly averted their gaze and departed. Donna's mood had plummeted to an explosive low. She had called her godfather, expecting him to intervene and teach this individual a lesson, but to her dismay, she found herself on the receiving end of a scolding instead. In the past, whenever she displayed a hint of temper, her godfather would indulge her whims. However, today was different. Her godfather's demeanor was icy as he coldly stated that if she refused to film, she might as well never do so again. It was unusual, too unusual for Donna to comprehend. Fearful of inciting her godfather's wrath, she reluctantly complied and prepared to act. She cast a glance at Song-yi, who sat contemplatively beside the editing instructor. She had been warned against offending this Song-yi, and Donna found herself pondering the true identity of this individual. She was well aware of the director's character. He was notoriously snobbish. The kindness he showed towards Song-yi was perplexing. Could it be that Song-yi was someone of greater significance, perhaps even a financier with deeper pockets than her godfather? If that were the case, Donna realized she could not afford to offend him, no matter how begrudgingly. Such was the nature of the industry, and she had no choice but to suppress her indignation. The onlookers observed Donna's expression, then glanced at Song-yi, who was relaxed and smiling as he engaged in discussions with the screenwriter regarding script revisions, silently giving him a thumbs up. Lin Chinchun remained seated, while Wang Yi applied eyes to Lin Chinchun's face, who genuinely stared at Song-yi for an extended period. Utterly baffled by how this young man managed to command such respect, Song-yi's demeanor did not resemble that of an ordinary person. Were they perhaps misjudging what constituted a commoner? Half an hour later, once the editing instructor had finalized the script, Donna received the new version. Reluctantly, she opened it and her anger flared anew upon discovering that her character was to endure 2 slaps. Wang Yi and Hu Jinwen exchanged glances as they witnessed Donna's fury spike from 44 to a full 100, and they collectively gasped, silently offering a prayer for Song-yi. Once the script was adjusted, the cast resumed filming. The actors took their positions, and Donna once again stood opposite Song-yi. As the director called out action, everyone witnessed Song-yi deliver a powerful slap. Chapter 91. What kind of man hits a woman? Donna? Song-yi? Oh, my apologies. I forgot you were supposed to say your lines before I hit you. Donna, covering her face. What the hell? Do you even know how to act? Song-yi, without a hint of deceit. No, I do not. The entire crew stared at Song-yi, who boldly admitted his lack of acting skills. Had the situation been different, they would have applauded his honesty. Donna, if you can't act, why are you even here? Song-yi, huh? I heard the entry requirements were quite low. If you can be here, why can't I? Donna felt as if she had been caught off guard, realizing that Song Yi was clearly targeting her. They had never met before, had they? Donna, I haven't wronged you, have I? Song Yi, no, please don't misunderstand. We have never crossed paths. I simply find you displeasing. A chuckle escaped from someone in the vicinity, quickly followed by a lowered head to conceal their amusement. Despite the gravity of the scene, it was impossible to suppress laughter. This charming young man was not only amusing but also remarkably candid. When you tentatively inquired of Hu Jingwen, is such a setting still available in the system? Hu Jingwen shook his head. I have never encountered this before. System, I simply enjoy asking. The background music is exclusively for Song Yi, as he has set a record for the highest number of misfortunes in a single scene. In the face of such a momentous event, the system places great emphasis on the sense of ritual. There is a saying that fortunes ebb and flow. Donna never anticipated that she would find herself on set receiving slaps. Song Yi, a man with a naturally stronger grip, had already delivered 4 slaps after just 2 NGs, leaving Donna's head buzzing. Overwhelmed, she declared, I want to continue filming. I refuse. Song Yi retorted, that's fine, if you don't want to act. Then the director can consider replacing you. Donna was taken aback. That was not her intention. She merely sought to assert herself. Song Yi appeared to be targeting her, and she could not endure further slaps. If the next scene unfolded similarly, she would indeed walk away, compelling them to halt production. Yet, Song Yi audaciously suggested a change of cast. You think you can just replace me at your whim? Do you see yourself as an investor? The director interjected, very well. Donna, if you wish to cease, then we shall find someone else. Donna was left incredulous. This production is funded by my godfather. What gives you the right to replace me? Initially, the director lacked the courage to utter such words, but just moments ago, Song Yi's agent had arrived, insisting that certain demands be met. If she were to withdraw, they might genuinely seek a replacement. This was unacceptable. She had besieged her godfather for this role for ages, and the script centered around her. She could not let her efforts go to waste. Yet, Donna felt indignant. My face is going to swell if this continues. We want to be able to film it all. The crowd turned to Lin Chenchun, who was being attended to by Wenya, applying ice to her cheeks. Donna clenched her fists and exclaimed, what kind of man hits a woman? Song Yi retorted, what? Should I not see you as a person? Donna was taken aback. Are you out of your mind? Song Yi replied, are you claiming to be mentally ill? The director, unable to bear the escalating tension, interjected, enough. Stop the bickering and prepare. We are about to begin. Action. As soon as the director's words faded, Song Yi delivered a resounding slap, leaving Donna dazed and seeing stars. With a fierce glare directed at Song Yi, he, undeterred, struck her again without uttering a single line. I apologize, my emotions were not in sync. Let us do it again, he said. The director called for another take. Donna stood there, utterly speechless. She had never felt this level of indignation and injustice before. In her entire life, she had never endured such onslaughts. When would this ridiculous scene finally conclude? Wenya sighed deeply, feeling a sense of relief. Yet she realized that Song Yi was indeed perilous. Donna had slapped Lin Chenchun 10 times, and Song Yi had reciprocated with an equal number of strikes, fair and square. Lin Chenchun, observing Song Yi thoughtfully, pondered whether those 10 slaps were intentional, perhaps even an act of revenge. Despite her musings, there was no flicker of emotion in her eyes. Having navigated the treacherous waters of the entertainment industry for years, she was no longer the naive girl she once was. In this realm, everything comes at a price. Wenya discreetly glanced at Lin Chenchun's emotional state, which remained a concerning 94.5. It was astonishing that it hadn't changed. This individual was certainly a formidable challenge. Indeed, an S-level script is truly remarkable. Song Yi, with his striking charisma, leaves the girls on set utterly captivated. Furthermore, the way he reprimanded Tang Na brought an inexplicable sense of satisfaction to everyone present. Observing Tang Na's swollen face, Song Yi pondered the notion of refraining from striking women. Why should he adhere to such a principle? He believed in equality between the sexes. Moreover, does the nature of one's wrongdoing distinguish between genders? Tang Na, overwhelmed, tearfully declared her intent to withdraw from the shoot. With an air of nonchalance, Song Yi inquired, Director, is the footage sufficient? The director affirmed, yes, quite enough. Her assistant hurriedly sought ice to alleviate the swelling on Tang Na's face. As both Lin Chenchun and Tang Na bore swollen faces, the filming schedule was temporarily adjusted to allow them some time for recovery. At that moment, Song Yi was resting in front of his trailer, where his assistant had prepared herbal tea and a selection of snacks. Hu Jingwen, filled with curiosity about Song Yi, discreetly approached the trailer while the others were preoccupied. "Hello. I am Hu Jingwen, Lin Qinchen's manager." Song Yi immediately noticed the words player emblazoned on Hu Jingwen's cap. "Greetings, I am Song Yi." After exchanging pleasantries, Hu Jingwen found himself momentarily speechless, his mind brimming with questions. For instance, how could someone who was ostensibly an outsider be present on set? However, he felt that voicing such inquiries would be rather abrupt, especially with others around. Sensing Hu Jingwen's hesitation, Song Yi suggested that his assistant take a break. Chapter 92. The Little Immortal. Once the assistant departed, Hu Jingwen let out a long sigh of relief, feeling somewhat at ease. He finally dared to voice his greatest concern. "Song Yi, I recall that you drew the role of an ordinary person. Could it be that I am mistaken? And you actually drew the role of a wealthy second-generation heir?" Song Yi replied, "No, I truly drew the role of an ordinary person." While he received a definitive answer, skepticism lingered in Hu Jingwen's eyes. "What? Then you?" He scrutinized Song Yi from head to toe. "My friend, perhaps you should take a look at yourself. You bear little resemblance to an ordinary person. Compared to you, we are far more akin to the role." Hu Jingwen even harbored doubts about whether Song Yi had employed some sort of extraordinary prop, yet he deemed that possibility unlikely. After all, Song Yi's status was not even at level 20. How could he possess any remarkable tools? Hu Jingwen inquired, "How did you manage this?" It was a rare occurrence for the entire crew to pause their work to welcome another individual, indicating the esteemed status of the elderly gentleman. Hu Jingwen then beheld the elderly man, surrounded by a throng of prominent figures from the crew, approaching their direction. The director, upon hearing that Dong Dawei had arrived, nearly felt his heart leap from his chest. This man, in his 70s, was the principal investor in their production. Currently, he was engaged in real estate and investment. But he had a notorious past, having been involved in both legitimate and illicit dealings, many of which were too sensitive to recount. Their film project was merely one of his numerous investments, and this was the first time the director had encountered this investor since the inception of the project. Everyone exhibited a cautious demeanor in the presence of Dong Dawei, fearing that any misstep might displease him. However, the chairman paid no heed to the director's obsequiousness, regarding him as unworthy of conversation. From the moment he alighted from the vehicle, he was directed straight to Song Yi. Upon encountering Song Yi, the elderly gentleman's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Disregarding decorum, he seated himself beside Song Yi on a small stool, his expression transforming from disdain towards others to one of eager admiration. He had been in the production for several hours. "How is it? Are you enjoying yourself?" The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Even Dong Dawei's assistant of 10 years felt a jolt of surprise at this behavior. They even speculated whether Song Yi might be his illegitimate son, though he appeared not to resemble him. Dong Dawei, a man who instilled fear even in his grandchildren, was as obedient as a grandson in front of Song Yi. After sipping some cool tea, Song Yi poured a cup for Dong Dawei, remarking, "It's quite nice. The production is rather engaging." Dong Dawei glanced at the director, who promptly declared, "Song Yi is undoubtedly the most talented actor I have ever encountered. His performance is natural, and he possesses unique insights into the script. Remarkably, even though today is his first day here, he has identified character flaws from minimal background information and collaborated with the screenwriters to amend them, an achievement not easily attained." Dong Dawei nodded in agreement, acknowledging the director's prowess. "Feel free to enjoy your time here. If anything displeases you, do not hesitate to speak directly with the director." "Director, I shall wholeheartedly cooperate. It is my utmost pleasure to collaborate with someone like Mr. Song Yi." Hu Jingwen stood not far behind Song Yi, utterly perplexed. At that moment, his mind was incessantly analyzing the term ordinary person. He began to doubt whether his limited educational background had led to a misinterpretation of this phrase. An ordinary person is not merely someone who abstains from meat. The audience in the live stream was captivated. Let us just say, Brother Song Yi never disappoints. What of being an ordinary person? Even if you start the game as a beggar or disabled, he can still achieve a remarkable comeback. Other players must be envious. Only our brother Song Yi thrives in any scenario." Hu Jingwen was left dumbfounded, laughing heartily. In truth, the live stream audience initially believed that when Song Yi exchanged his items, he would opt for money, as it is his favorite pursuit. However, this time, he did not. At that moment, the audience was still perplexed, sharing Hu Jingwen's initial thoughts that the entertainment industry places the utmost importance on wealth. With money, one can flourish effortlessly. Yet, Song Yi surprisingly exchanged for items that appeared rather trivial to the viewers. However, the selection of items in the subsequent 5 pages would vary depending on the session. For instance, his Gatling gun was chosen on the 7th page last time, yet this time, the 7th page featured none other than various elixirs. The efficacy of these items primarily lies in enhancing one's appearance. However, one might question the utility of such enhancements. Will a ghost spare you simply because of your looks? Certainly not. In fact, they may be drawn to you even more due to your allure, which is rather unsettling. While others may refrain from such pursuits, Song-yi does not share their reservations. He has purchased all these costly yet largely ineffective pills. Upon his arrival, he caused quite a stir for Tao Tao, as he stood on the bustling street with no discernible background, gazing up at the towering buildings. Prominently displayed on one of the massive screens was an advertisement featuring the leading actress, Lin Qinshan. The disparity between an ordinary person and a celebrity is immense. Both Tao Tao and the viewers in the live stream could not fathom how Song-yi could possibly approach Lin Qinshan so swiftly without financial means. Then, Song-yi executed a rather audacious maneuver. He researched the 2 investment firms currently backing Lin Qinshan's production, selecting the largest among them. Subsequently, he identified the principal shareholder of that firm, Dong Dawei. Seizing the opportunity during Dong Dawei's midday nap, he sent over a recently acquired little fox to deliver a dream to him. It is well known that the wealthier individuals tend to be more superstitious. Dong Dawei, a real estate mogul, is the type to conduct ritualistic ceremonies before commencing any project. Thus, he could not disregard the significance of this dream. Upon awakening, Dong Dawei followed the guidance provided by the fox spirit in his dream, leading him directly to Song-yi. There, Song-yi presented Dong Dawei with a black hair pill. And after consumption, his thinning hair instantly transformed into a thick, lustrous mane, further solidifying Song-yi's reputation as a miraculous being. Chapter 93. The banquet. The efficacy of Song-yi's elixir was astonishingly swift, leading Dong Dawei to believe he had ingested a celestial potion. Witnessing such remarkable results, he became utterly compliant to Song-yi's guidance. Upon learning of the young deity's passion for acting, he swiftly arranged for Song-yi to come over within a mere half hour. Observing Song-yi's satisfaction with his arrangements, Dong Dawei contemplated sharing his recent tribulations with him. He subtly signaled to his assistant, who promptly understood and addressed the crowd. Upon hearing this, the directors and producers discreetly vacated the area, granting the 2 men the privacy they required. With the surroundings now devoid of onlookers, Dong Dawei's expression turned somber. "Master, I beseech your assistance," he implored. "What troubles you?" Song-yi inquired, regarding Dong Dawei. Given Dong Dawei's age and status, there was little that money could not procure, save for matters that eluded monetary influence, such as the inexorable passage of time. The black-haired elixir had led him to mistakenly believe he had regained his youth, prompting his desire for more. "Master, I yearn for a son." Song-yi regarded him with an unusual expression. "If you desire a son, why do you confide in me? I am not one to be a son, nor could you afford to support me." Dong Dawei dared not suggest that Song-yi take on the role of a son. "No, that is not my intent. I mean to conceive one myself." "Is your wife unwell?" Song-yi asked. "My wife is merely 21 years old and in excellent health," Dong Dawei replied. "At 21, this old man is quite the libertine. Are you the one who is ailing?" "Dong Dawei, it's not exactly an illness. It's just that at night, things aren't functioning as they should. My wife and I have only been married for 2 months and are still in our honeymoon phase." "I thought." Dong Dawei cast a knowing glance at Song-yi, who was left speechless. A man in his 60s marrying a girl in her 20s, if that were to work, it would indeed be remarkable. Dong Dawei, "Master, I implore you, you must help me." "Song-yi, what is the matter? Is that certain Indian oil ineffective?" Given Dong Dawei's wealth, it is inconceivable that he hasn't tried everything available. However, even the finest remedies can develop resistance when overused. "Master, it's no longer effective. I beseech you to devise a solution." Song-yi regarded the elderly gentleman pleading before him, and then glanced at the array of elixirs he had purchased. They had 5 days for their task, which was ample time. Song-yi refrained from immediate agreement. He understood the complexities of such matters. It would be somewhat challenging. Dong Dawei, 50 million, master, please assist me. Song-yi sipped his cool tea and replied slowly, "I am not in need of money." Upon hearing this, Dong Dawei grew anxious. He recognized that someone of Song-yi's caliber would undoubtedly have no financial constraints. With a mere flick of his finger, he could summon a multitude of eager benefactors. 100 million, master, or whatever requests you may have, please state them. Song-yi, there are certain things that cannot be acquired with money. Dong Dawei, 200 million. Master, Or perhaps I could acknowledge you as my godfather. Song Yi, I suspect you are trying to disgust me. Nevertheless, the price of 200 million seems reasonable. Dong Dawei gazed intently at the elixir, his eyes fixed in a trance. Upon learning there was only a single pill available, he felt an overwhelming urge to consume it immediately. Song Yi placed the pill in Dong Dawei's hand, and without hesitation, he swallowed it. Instantly, a wave of refreshing energy coursed through his body, revitalizing his limbs. He stood up and took a few steps, only to be astonished to find that the aches and pains of age had vanished. Had it not been for Song Yi's disapproval, Dong Dawei would have affectionately referred to him as father. With a sum of 200 million credited to his account, Dong Dawei departed. The director, witnessing Dong Dawei's personal visit to Song Yi, could hardly contain his reverence, treating him like a deity within the production team. Hu Jingwen, Wenya, and Song Yi exchanged friend requests, with Hu Jingwen sensing that Song Yi was a significant ally he must align himself with. Consequently, he began to send messages about Lin Qinshan to Song Yi at all hours. Lin Qinshan had been applying a cold compress to her face for half an hour, followed by some medication. Although she had put on makeup, a slight redness still lingered. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the filming schedule for Lin Qinshan's crew concluded, and she was poised to attend a company-arranged gala. After changing into her outfit, she gazed at her reflection in the mirror, feeling a sense of suffocation at the thought of the upcoming event. This gala was essentially a grand promotional event for endorsements, designed to showcase to fans the brands represented by their idols, thereby encouraging their consumption. However, for luxury brands, the purchasing power of fans was not the paramount concern. Rather, it was the affluent clientele that held the utmost significance. The party in the inner venue is exclusively reserved for the affluent elite, where celebrities don the garments and jewelry they endorse, showcasing them to these wealthy patrons, each adorned with the essence of sales figures. This evening, Lin Qinshan also has a mission. When Yan knocks on the door, Sister Qinshan, Sister Zhao Huan has arrived. She wishes to accompany you to the gala. Upon hearing the name Zhao Huan, a flicker of disdain crosses Lin Qinshan's eyes. Zhao Huan is a senior from the same company, and she attended her first gala alongside her. At that time, she was naive, utterly trusting Zhao Huan, hoping she would guide her. Yet it was Zhao Huan who, in pursuit of her own sales targets, sacrificed her by introducing her to eager businessmen. As the bathroom door swings open, Lin Qinshan emerges. The moment Wenya catches sight of her, it feels as though the sky is about to collapse. What? Lin Qinshan's suicide risk has surged to 96.8. How could it rise again? Trembling, she sends a message to Song Yi and Hu Jingwen. Downstairs in the hotel, Zhao Huan waits in her vehicle, her expression sour as she opens the door of the luxury car. She grumbles about the time Lin Qinshan has kept her waiting, knowing that under normal circumstances, she would never tolerate such delays. However, today is different. Today, Lin Qinshan serves as her shield. By offering Lin Qinshan, she can exchange her for valuable resources. What is taking so long? Stop dawdling and get in the car. Lin Qinshan refrains from retorting. Just as she is about to enter the vehicle, she is suddenly halted. Wait a moment. You will ride with me. Lin Qinshan gazes at Song Yi in bewilderment. He is adorned in high-end fashion, and the watch on his wrist bears the same brand as her own. She cannot recall their brand having ever invited Song Yi for endorsement. Moreover, they were not from the same company. Although she was reluctant to share a vehicle with Zhao Huan, she could not casually ride with Song Yi either. In Chapter 94, traveling together, Zhao Huan was still waiting in the car for Lin Qinshan. Upon the sudden appearance of Song Yi, who seemed intent on claiming Lin Qinshan for himself, her expression darkened. She cannot accompany you. If you require a female companion, you may invite someone else, Zhao Huan insisted, urging Lin Qinshan to hasten and board the vehicle. Just as Lin Qinshan placed one foot inside, Song Yi obstructed her path, signaling her to glance at her manager, Hu Jingwen. Lin Qinshan turned her gaze towards Hu Jingwen, who was engaged in a phone call with a superior. The company had approved Song Yi's request for Lin Qinshan to accompany him to the event. Qinshan, the boss has instructed you to attend the soiree with Song Yi, Hu Jingwen relayed. Zhao Huan's eyes widened in astonishment. As a long-standing member of the company, she had already informed everyone that Lin Qinshan would only be going with her today. Yet, unexpectedly, her shield was usurped by another. Lin Qinshan looked back at Song Yi, her curiosity about him growing. She ultimately entered Song Yi's car, leaving Zhao Huan seething as she watched the two depart. After waiting for so long, it was infuriating that Lin Qinshan had chosen to leave with someone else. Inside the vehicle, despite having filmed 2 scenes together earlier that afternoon, they had yet to properly introduce themselves. Song Yi took the initiative to reintroduce himself, But Lin Qinshin's demeanor remained somewhat dismissive. "Are you unhappy?" Song Yi inquired. Lin Qinshin had been gazing out the window, a clear indication of her discontent. After being slapped on set that day and having to sell merchandise in the evening, it was hardly surprising that she felt anything but joy. "Do you know how to make yourself happy?" Song Yi asked. Lin Qinshin casually responded, "Go ahead and say it." Song Yi earnestly offered a suggestion. "Let go of personal integrity. When faced with challenges, simply lose control. Rather than exhausting yourself internally, it is better to cause a stir for others." Indeed, if one could follow Song Yi's advice, life might be much more enjoyable. However, it is a feat that most individuals find difficult to accomplish. The adult world is rather intricate, and the individual before her likely hails from a privileged background or possesses substantial connections. Otherwise, it is hard to imagine anyone being so content within this circle. Curious, Lin Qinshin inquired, "Is Dong Dawei your relative?" Although she posed the question, she did not expect Song Yi to respond with honesty. "No," came Song Yi's reply. "Then you must come from a well-off family. I assume your father is a friend of Dong Dawei." Song Yi responded, "Not at all. I am just an ordinary person." Lin Qinshin found it hard to believe that an ordinary individual could attract the attention of a billionaire boss like Dong Dawei. Turning her head away in silence, Song Yi remarked, "You don't believe me?" I do. I believe you," Lin Qinshin replied. "Really? Sister, you ought to recognize how dismissive you sound," Song Yi retorted. "I possess extraordinary abilities. Dong Dawei respects me, which is why he treats me so kindly." Lin Qinshin thought Song Yi was talking nonsense. "Don't believe me? Here's the deal. If you ever find yourself in danger, just call my name, and I will come to your rescue." Lin Qinshin smiled, lowering her head in silence, clearly skeptical of this claim. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the venue, where the order of appearances was adjusted, allowing Song Yi and Lin Qinshin to take the stage together. Outside, it was merely a matter of capturing a few photographs, and within a mere 2 minutes, the red carpet had been traversed. The focal point of today's soirée lay within the interior. Among the attendees, player Sunjua had arrived early. He had drawn the identity of a wealthy scion and had diligently uncovered the information that Lin Qinshin would grace the event with her presence. Armed with an invitation from his father, within the opulent gathering, the room was filled with affluent individuals. As Sunjua meandered through the crowd, he unexpectedly encountered another player, Yang Haoran. This time, Yang had drawn the role of Lin Qinshin's psychologist, leveraging his connections to gain entry. As the two observed the titles above each other's heads, they gradually gravitated towards one another. After exchanging their names, they promptly delved into the essence of their discourse. Sunjua inquired, "Is Lin Qinshin's psychologist? You must possess some information that others are unaware of, correct?" Upon hearing this, Yang Haoran found himself momentarily at a loss for words. At the outset of the game, he had eagerly chosen the role of the psychologist, believing it would grant him access to Lin Qinshin's myriad secrets. However, upon reviewing the consultation records he had for her, he soon realized the futility of his expectations. Each time Lin Qinshin visited him, she refrained from engaging in any actual consultation. His sole contribution was to induce a 2-hour slumber through hypnosis. The only insight he possessed was that Lin Qinshin struggled with sleep. After listening to Yang Haoran's lament, Sunjua patted him on the shoulder, offering reassurance, "Fear not. Though our knowledge may be scant, at least we have the opportunity to interact with Lin Qinshin. Just look at the most unfortunate player among us, Song Yi, who has drawn the role of an ordinary person. The concept of a commoner suggests that, should fortune favor them, they might triumph alongside us in 5 days. However, if luck is not on their side, they may never encounter Lin Qinshin and could potentially be beset by a host of ghosts one fateful night." Reflecting on this, Sunjua felt a sense of solace. "You are indeed correct. I have an appointment with Lin Qinshin the day after tomorrow in the afternoon. Perhaps I shall seize the opportunity to engage in conversation with her." As they spoke, the external shooting concluded, and the stars gradually made their way into the interior. The two anxiously glanced towards the entrance, fearful of missing Lin Qinshin. After a procession of a dozen stars, she finally appeared. In that instant, Sunjua and Yang Haoran widened their eyes in disbelief. Sunjua desperately wished for Yang Haoran to pinch him to confirm reality. "Am I mistaken? What is the suicide rate?" Yang Haoran gulped. "It's at 96.7. Did I truly not misplace the decimal?" They exchanged knowing glances, both acutely aware of the daunting implication. Indeed, in an S-level scenario, the onset was nothing short of hellish. Prior to encountering Lin Qinshin, they believed death was 4 days away. Yet, after meeting her, they felt as though a guillotine was poised above them, ready to descend at any moment. A wave of panic washed over Sun Jua. What shall we do? Yang Haoran replied, let us not be hasty. I have learned that at the internal banquet, the stars are tasked with sales goals, and they will compare their ability to generate sales amongst one another. As a wealthy heir, why not purchase a few items to bring joy to Lin Qianqian? Sun Zhu cast a sidelong glance at Yang Haoran, remarking, as a psychologist, don't you think the high rate of her suicide is something that can't simply be remedied with a bit of money? Yang Haoran replied, so, are you not going to purchase it? Sun Zhu conceded, I might. After all, what if this tactic proves effective? The two exchanged words and turned their gaze once more towards Lin Qianqian, their eyes widening in disbelief. Sun Zhu exclaimed, did I see that correctly? Player Song Yi? Yang Haoran began to suspect that the game contained some glitches. Wasn't he just an ordinary person? How could he be here, seated beside Lin Qianqian? Chapter 95, Appeal to All. The evening gala commenced, with various celebrities mingling and toasting one another. Zhao Huan, representing a prestigious luxury brand, faced the daunting target of 200 million in sales for the night. When she was assigned this goal, she felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Although she was a leading star in the entertainment industry, well-preserved and appearing to be in her 30s, she was, in truth, a solid 40. As time passed, the quality of resources she received dwindled, and audiences began to critique her performances in idol dramas. The scripts she was handed increasingly featured maternal roles, and she could no longer deny the uncomfortable truth. Her star had dimmed. The luxury brand she was endorsing had been secured through considerable effort, and with only 2 months remaining until the contract's expiration, she needed to prove her worth tonight. Failing to do so would jeopardize her next quarter's endorsements. The second floor of the gala was accessible only to select individuals, where a table of 4, all over the age of 40, sat, one of whom, with graying hair, appeared to be in his 60s. Zhao Huan is well acquainted with these individuals. Each of them possesses fortunes in the tens to hundreds of billions. Undeniably prominent figures in the realm of capital. It is rare for anyone within the circle to be unfamiliar with them. Their extensive networks in the financial sector allow them to garner the favor of any major player, which would significantly elevate her own resources. However, she is also cognizant of the fact that these magnates are notoriously difficult to navigate, with some harboring peculiar predilections. The most eccentric among them is the eldest, whose intimate tales she has heard no less than 6 or 7 times. Numerous starlets have fallen victim to his whims, with many even requiring hospitalization. Yet, Zhao Huan understands that such matters are beyond her control. Enduring hardships is the path to greatness. To acquire resources, one must be willing to pay the price. Meanwhile, the 4 individuals upstairs indulge in wine and engage in casual business discussions, occasionally glancing downwards. Among them is Su Jia, clad in a gray suit and in his 40s, worth over 50 billion. Noticing that the conversation has reached a lull, he refills the glasses of his companions. Mr. Wang, what do you think? Is there anyone here who catches your eye? The individual addressed as Mr. Wang is an elderly gentleman in his 60s, dressed in a black suit. To these magnates, those below them are perceived as mere commodities. Amidst the bustling crowd, while everyone else mingles and socializes, Lin Qianqian sits quietly, making her presence particularly conspicuous. When she first debuted, her demeanor was lively, but over the years, that vivacity has been replaced by a hint of melancholy. Su Jia, discerning the direction of Wang Huaqing's gaze, understands, the one in the white dress is quite striking. Wang Huaqing does not decline. Su Jia realizes that he has struck a chord with him. Just 2 seconds later, Wang Huaqing remarked, the one beside is also quite good. Su Jia glanced down again. Noticing Lin Qianqian on either side, to the left stood a glamorous actress clad in a purple gown, while to the right was a gentleman. Initially, Su Jia presumed that Wang Huaqing had taken a liking to another actress in purple. However, upon observing Wang Huaqing's frown, Su Jia quickly comprehended that the subject of his interest was, in fact, the gentleman. As Wang Huaqing aged, his penchant for novelty had only intensified. Su Jia scrutinized Song Yi closely, acknowledging that despite his seniority, he was indeed quite handsome. I shall arrange for both of them to be invited to Mr. Wang's room for a toast shortly, Su Jia declared. Wang Huaqing took a satisfying sip of his drink. At the stairway entrance on the 2nd floor, a guard stood watch, and Zhao Huan was intercepted as soon as he ascended. Noticing this, Zhao Huan addressed the 4 individuals inside. Mr. Su, I am Zhao Huan from Kai Jin Entertainment. Previously, we had a film project that was sponsored by you, Mr. Su. I have come to offer you a toast. Su Jia gestured for the bodyguard to allow him entry. Seeing this, Zhao Huan approached, wine glass in hand, ready to propose a toast. Wang Huaqing, Su Jia, and the two others exchanged glances. Observing Zhao Huan as one might regard a playful kitten, Zhao Huan approached, where 4 sets of black leather sofas awaited, each designed for a single occupant. Alongside a solitary circular chair. Disregarding the circular chair, Zhao Huan perched himself on the armrest of Su Jie's sofa, deliberately leaning against his arm. "Mr. Su, it has been quite a while. I wonder if you still remember me." Su Jie gazed at Zhao Huan with an unmistakable lewdness, his eyes revealing a blatant interest. He was certainly familiar with Zhao Huan, for she was a renowned star and one of the shareholders of Kaijin Entertainment. It was hard to forget such a striking beauty. Anyone who laid eyes on Miss Zhao would undoubtedly remember her vividly. Noticing that Su Jie was engaging with her, Zhao Huan promptly began to showcase her social skills. In no time, she had made her rounds among the 4 influential figures, securing the entire 200 million quota in a mere moment. Zhao Huan was overjoyed, confident that she had made the right move by seeking out these magnates. As their conversation progressed, Su Jie indicated that it was time to leave, but Zhao Huan immediately stood up to decline. The expressions on Su Jie and the others shifted abruptly, revealing their displeasure. Their gazes towards Zhao Huan carried a hint of menace. As they had invested considerable sums and surely she could not think that a few drinks would suffice. Did this woman intend to toy with them? Perceiving the discontent in their faces, Zhao Huan quickly addressed Su Jie. "Mr. Su, I have other engagements later, which complicates my schedule. However, since you have been such a tremendous help today, I must ensure your satisfaction. Allow me to invite our company's most popular star to keep you company." She promptly pointed to Lin Chunshin in the audience, saying, "Mr. Su, look over there. This is our company's pillar, Lin Chunshin, age 26. Su Jie glanced down and recognized her as the very same individual that Wang Huaqing had just shown interest in. Noticing Su Jie's demeanor soften, Zhao Huan sensed an opportunity. "Mr. Su, Chunshin is a graduate of the Dance Academy and possesses an extraordinary talent for dance. I shall have her perform for everyone." Lin Chunshin was originally the target of Su Jie and his associates, and Zhao Huan personally delivered her, sparing them the effort. Su Jie remarked, "Very well. We shall wait for the next occasion when Miss Zhao is available for a discussion." Zhao Huan felt a surge of joy in her heart. Knowing that today's endeavor had succeeded, with a light heart, she descended the stairs. Indeed, Lin Chunshin served as an exceptionally effective shield. Downstairs, while other celebrities were boasting sales in the millions, Lin Chunshin remained unmoved. Her KPI was set at 50 million. With a grand gesture, Sun Zhuo purchased 5 million worth of jewelry himself. According to the brand's protocol, at this juncture, the spokesperson was required to toast the buyer or take a commemorative photo. Chapter 96, Hotel Room Card. The manager led Sun Zhuo and another individual to Lin Chunshin's table. Sun Zhuo kept a close watch on Lin Chunshin's suicide value. Initially believing that his extravagant behavior might diminish it, yet the figure above her head remained unchanged. The manager leaned towards Lin Chunshin and whispered a few words. Upon hearing them, she nodded. Both Sun Zhuo and Yang Haoran took their seats. Lin Chunshin had intended to greet Sun Zhuo first, but her gaze froze upon seeing Yang Haoran. Clearly, she had not anticipated encountering him in such a setting. Lin Chunshin inquired, "Dr. Yang, what brings you here?" Yang Haoran replied, "I'm a friend of Mr. Sun and have accompanied him to this gathering." Sun Zhuo added, "Miss Lin, it is a pleasure to meet you. I have admired your work greatly and am a fan of your acting." Sun Zhuo believed that his words would endear him to Lin Chunshin. However, upon uttering them, Lin Chunshin's suicide rate soared to an alarming 97, nearly causing Sun Zhuo to slip from his chair in fright. He glanced at Yang Haoran, silently inquiring whether the cause of this distress stemmed from him or Yang Haoran. Both players suddenly felt as if they were seated upon a bed of nails. Song Yi could not suppress a laugh. He understood the situation well. Celebrities are particularly protective of their privacy. Yang Haoran, as Lin Chunshin's psychologist, found himself entwined with his client in this manner. Although psychologists are bound by confidentiality agreements, in the entertainment industry, everything has its price. Lin Chunshin's anxiety about Yang Haoran potentially divulging her psychological consultations triggered her emotional turmoil. With a smile plastered on her face, Lin Chunshin raised her glass to toast the two, and had it not been for the start data reflecting her true feelings, they might have been convinced of her apparent joy. The decimal point of the suicide rate continued to decline, while beads of cold sweat formed on the foreheads of Sun Zhuo and Yang Haoran as they began to question their existence. They glanced around anxiously. Having known Lin Chunshin for less than 5 minutes, could their ill fortune lead to an early termination of the game? Sun Zhuo speculated whether Lin Chunshin simply disliked social interactions. Eventually, unable to endure the tension any longer, Sun Zhuo stood up, prompting Yang Haoran to do the same. "Miss Lin," Sunjua said, "we have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave." Unbeknownst to Sunjua, the reason for Lin Qinshin's rising suicide rate was ambiguous, whether it was due to his own actions, Yang Haoran's, or some other factor, but they could no longer afford to take any risks. After the two individuals departed, Lin Qinshin's suicidal tendencies ceased. Sunjua glanced at Yang Haoran and inquired, "What did you do to provoke such a strong reaction from her?" Yang Haoran, visibly alarmed, replied, "I did nothing." "Could it be that she wishes to take her own life simply because she finds you unattractive?" Sunjua retorted, "You scoundrel." The table occupied by Lin Qinshin fell silent once more, but within minutes, Zhao Huan approached. Upon seeing the unmistakable smile on Zhao Huan's face as she approached, Lin Qinshin felt her body tense involuntarily, as she was all too familiar with such scenarios. Indeed, Zhao Huan did not bother to feign pretense. She walked directly to Lin Qinshin and produced a room key card. "Qinshin," she stated, "the executives upstairs, Mr. Wang and his associates, are our company's partners. They wish to speak with you shortly." Lin Qinshin's gaze fell upon the card, her eyes dark as the frigid waters of a winter night. Zhao Huan once again positioned herself as a shield, while Lin Qinshin looked up at the four figures above, though the distance rendered their features indistinct. Their lecherous stares made Lin Qinshin feel profoundly uncomfortable. Instinctively, she declined, "I'm not going." Zhao Huan let out a cold laugh, asserting that such matters were not solely Lin Qinshin's to decide. Moreover, this was not the first instance. What difference did it make to refuse? Hadn't she complied every single time before? "Am I to request our CEO to personally call you?" Zhao Huan invoked the company, which made Lin Qinshin's expression darken. Lin Qinshin's suicidal tendencies began to resurface, while Sunjua and Yang Haoran, having just experienced a moment of relief, suddenly felt the weight of anxiety return. Yang Haoran was drenched in sweat, his nervousness causing him to stutter, "And no, I don't know." Sunjua quietly opened his toolbox, removing its contents, including several life-saving talismans. If Lin Qinshin's suicide rate reached 100, he would have fixed them to himself. The audience in room 7 watched with bated breath. This was a new script, unseen before, leaving everyone in suspense about Lin Qinshin's fate. Oh no, this is only the first night, and Lin Qinshin is on the brink of losing control. This script is excessively challenging. The difficulty at the start is immense. Until now, Lin Qinshin's suicide rate has been steadily rising without any decline. Who will save my handsome Song Yi? I cannot bear to see him perish. Finding a charming guy in this horror game is exceedingly rare. I suspect the pass rate for this script is 0. Perhaps the developers have created it to cull the population due to an overwhelming number of players. In the banquet hall, Lin Qinshin's gaze towards Zhao Huan was terrifying, as if she wished for their mutual demise. Sunjua and Yang Haoran had braced themselves for a room full of vengeful spirits, yet suddenly, Lin Qinshin's suicide rate halted. The two noticed Lin Qinshin staring in shock at Song Yi. Both Lin Qinshin and Zhao Huan were fixated on Song Yi, with Lin Qinshin thinking she had misheard and asking for clarification. What did you say?" Song Yi took an apple, which had been merely decorative, and took a bite. "I said, I will also go." Lin Qinshin was momentarily speechless, suddenly overwhelmed by a mixture of emotions. She regarded Song Yi as if he were a fool. Did he even comprehend the nature of that place, or the peril he was inviting? Zhao Huan scoffed. "Who do you think you are? Do you believe that anyone can just waltz in there? Without an invitation, you simply cannot enter." Unexpectedly, Song Yi waved his hand toward the upper floor. Within 30 seconds, an individual descended, presenting Song Yi with a room key. "Sir, our esteemed general manager Su believes you possess a remarkable image. Director Lu Chun's film is in need of a leading man, and Mr. Su thinks you would be an excellent fit. We would like to meet with you at 10 p.m. in room 1121 to discuss further." Lu Chun is a highly renowned director, sought after by countless top-tier stars for collaborations. Such an enticing opportunity would be hard for an ordinary person to resist. Song Yi readily accepted the room key, saying, "Please convey my gratitude to Mr. Su. I will certainly attend." Chapter 97. Since I'm here, however, Lin Qinshin's reaction was rather intense, as if she feared Song Yi might acquiesce. Seizing the moment, she quickly interjected, "Song Yi, aren't you supposed to be flying abroad tonight? Surely you won't have time to attend." Lin Qinshin assumed that Song Yi was unaware of the gravity of this gathering, attempting to dissuade him from going. Song Yi munched on an apple, unfazed. "What are you talking about?" "Oh, tonight is the night." Lin Qinshin. During the day, she found Song Yi to be quite intelligent and capable, yet now he seemed to be oblivious to reason. Moreover, did he not realize that he was already under someone else's protection? Did he truly not comprehend the consequences of attracting such attention? Song Yi smiled as he turned his head, reassuring, "Rest assured, I will definitely go." Su Jie's assistant wore a smile, then approached to convey the message to Su Jie. Upon hearing the news, Su Jie chuckled, knowing full well that no one could decline. He exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Huaqing, who immediately understood. The group indulged in more drinks, and as the hour grew late, they ascended the stairs. As they departed, Su Jie's assistant returned downstairs to invite Lin Qinshan and Song Yi to join them upstairs. The soiree continued, with other celebrities mingling among various wealthy patrons, each striving to promote their endeavors. Lin Qinshan was forcibly escorted upstairs. Zhao Huan had successfully negotiated with the company's president, securing 200 million in sales, which would yield greater profits for the company. In comparison, Lin Qinshan's situation seemed trivial. Su Jie's assistant trailed behind, ensuring Lin Qinshan could not escape midway. As for Song Yi, who accompanied Lin Qinshan, she found it difficult to describe him, perceiving him as somewhat dim-witted. Song Yi was indeed in high spirits, well acquainted with the world of the affluent. Although he refrained from engaging in their affairs, it did not imply ignorance. He understood precisely what these older gentlemen sought and could fathom the reasons behind Lin Qinshan's despondency. She was ensnared by these unscrupulous individuals. It was not as simple as her wishing to extricate herself. These people were relentless in their pursuits. In real life, Song Yi would devise a strategy to contend with such individuals for future prospects. But within the realm of the horror game, there was no need for such intricacies. The game spanned 5 days, and the solution was straightforward. Just act. The 100-meter corridor of the hotel presented an extraordinary challenge for Lin Qinshan. Song Yi, you ought to contact the person behind you. Perhaps you should first inquire whether they permit your attendance at such gatherings. Lin Qinshan presumed that the influential figure supporting Song Yi would possess discernment, and if he were to ask, surely he would be dissuaded from attending. However, Song Yi merely shook his head, appearing as relaxed as a tourist on a leisurely stroll. Observing the gleeful expression on Song Yi's face, Lin Qinshan felt compelled to remind him of the impending ordeal. This gathering is not as simple as you believe. You know them, they will. Lin Qinshan struggled to articulate her thoughts, her emotions overwhelming her to the point that her hands trembled. Song Yi took Lin Qinshan's hand gently. It's all right. I will help you deal with them. In the brief span of their acquaintance, Song Yi had come across to Lin Qinshan as a novice soul, blissfully unaware of the world's harsh realities, akin to a child shielded from harm, completely oblivious to the perils of their milieu. Although she wished to refrain from meddling, her inherent kindness urged her to implore Song Yi to depart swiftly. Lin Qinshan's hands felt icy. You can still leave now, but I do not wish to leave, Song Yi replied. Lin Qinshan's gaze suddenly flared with anger. How could he be so oblivious? Did he not realize that she could not simply walk away? Was the allure of resources truly so significant that it compelled him to betray himself? Assistant Su Jie felt a twinge of displeasure upon overhearing Lin Qinshan's words, as she audaciously encouraged Song Yi to flee. With a tone as cold as ice, he cautioned her against meddling. Miss Lin, I trust you will maintain your decorum and refrain from uttering inappropriate remarks. Lin Qinshan grasped the implication behind the assistant's words. She sighed softly. Attempting to reason with Song Yi, you already have a powerful ally. If you seek resources, you can simply approach him. There is no need to indulge those individuals in drinking. Song Yi replied, I do not drink with them. I engage in other pursuits. Lin Qinshan initially believed that Song Yi had come to a realization, only for him to further state, I am merely curious about what these people are like. Lin Qinshan felt exasperated, having already expressed her thoughts. If Song Yi insisted on leaping into the fire, there was little she could do. As they approached the door, Song Yi's phone rang abruptly. He answered, discovering it was a call from Hu Jingwen. Please hold on. I must take this call, said Song Yi. Hu Jingwen was nearly frantic, for only the stars themselves were permitted entry into the venue, while their agents and assistants had no such privilege and could only wait outside. However, Hu Jingwen remained at the entrance, where Sun Zhua and Yang Haoran had noticed Lin Qinshan's absence and assumed she had left early. As they exited, they coincidentally encountered Hu Jingwen and Wenya. The 4 players of the game exchanged information, and it was then that Hu Jingwen became aware of an unusual circumstance. Sun Zhua remarked that he had not seen Lin Qinshan inside the venue, yet Hu Jingwen, who had been stationed at the door, had also failed to spot her. The key figure, Song Yi, has also vanished. Hu Jingwen immediately panicked. Just as he was calling the company, Zhao Huan arrived. Qinshan would accompany Mr. Su Jie and his associates for drinks tonight, so there was no need to wait for her. Hu Jingwen was unfamiliar with Su Jie, but Wenya, who was well-versed in various gossip, was aware. Originally, Lin Qinshan was on the brink of collapse. Being in the hands of Su Jie and his gang would be disastrous. Hu Jingwen hastily called Song Yi. Song Yi, are you with Lin Qinshan? Yes, Song Yi replied. Upon hearing Song Yi's answer, Hu Jingwen immediately sighed in relief. Where are you now? On the 11th floor of the hotel, coming up from the private elevator on the 2nd floor of the banquet hall. Song Yi relayed their location to the other players. That's wonderful. Listen to me, that Su Jie is no good. You must bring Qinshan down quickly. Since we've come this far, why don't you all come up and join us? Song Yi suggested. What are you saying? Hu Jingwen exclaimed. In any case, don't go in yet. Let's discuss everything once we arrive. Hu Jingwen quickly hung up the phone. Sun Zhua and Yang Haoran took the private elevator to the banquet hall, while Hu Jingwen and Wenye had to approach from outside. Where's Lin Qinshan? Song Yi inquired. The assistant glanced at the door. She has already entered. Chapter 98. A taste for the exotic. Coincidentally, I like it too. The opulent room was specially prepared by the hotel for these distinguished guests, with soundproofing that exceeded that of other rooms by 3 additional layers. Lin Qinshan entered with a blank expression, her body trembling before crossing the threshold. However, once inside, the shivering ceased, though her eyes, as still as stagnant water, began to swirl with an unsettling intensity. Upon pushing the door open, she found 4 older men seated within the room. The eldest among them had already donned his pajamas and sat on the bed, puffing on a cigar. This single room was connected to 3 others, one of which stood ajar, revealing a windowless space illuminated by red lights, casting eerie shadows on the walls filled with various sinister tools. Wang Huaqing gazed at Lin Qinshan, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Su Jie and the other 3 men removed their suit jackets, as if awakening some perverse instinct within them. Their gazes towards Song Yi were lewd and aggressive. Su Jie even clutched a dog leash in his hand, stepping forward with the intent to fasten it around Lin Qinshan's neck. Recently, they had taken a liking to such games. The previous participant had complied splendidly, though alas, his health had faltered, leading him to the hospital before much could transpire. Judging by Lin Qinshan's demeanor, she seemed sturdier than her predecessor. Instinctively, she resisted, but Su Jie swiftly retaliated with a resounding slap. They were well versed in dealing with women, particularly those who defied them. To them, Lin Qinshan was hardly more than a dog. When a dog bares its teeth at its master, it must be disciplined immediately to ensure obedience. The sharp crack of Su Jie's slap echoed in the room, causing Lin Qinshan's ears to ring as she toppled onto the coffee table. The other 3 men erupted in laughter at the sight, finding the tactic unfailingly effective. On the coffee table, a gleaming fruit knife caught the light, and Lin Qinshan's gaze gradually turned a shade of crimson. She could no longer endure. The days of being treated as mere merchandise, sold at whim, had exhausted her. Su Jie believed that a slap would awaken Lin Qinshan and make her more compliant. But in the next moment, his expression shifted drastically as Lin Qinshan unexpectedly swung the fruit knife towards him. The sudden turn of events caught Su Jie off guard. A gash appeared on his shirt, and blood seeped from his flesh. Furious, Su Jie retaliated with another slap, yet Lin Qinshan, being a woman, was overpowered as he seized the knife from her grasp, yanking her by the hair towards the tool-laden room. Meanwhile, the other players hastened upstairs, only to be interrupted by a persistent beeping in their minds. The system was notifying them that Lin Qinshan's suicide probability had exceeded 99. They immediately halted their steps, instinctively retrieving their tools to equip themselves. Sun Zhua, while applying talismans to himself, muttered, "It's over, it's truly over." When Yu was on the brink of tears, lamenting that her farewell note was still incomplete, she did not wish to meet her end so soon. The audience in the live stream reacted, "Oh no, what now? This is ending too quickly. Damn, this infuriates me. I'll remember this script. I want to watch again. I want to go in and tear those people apart. Lin Qinshan is so pitiful. My heart aches for her. I hope she fares better in her next life." Those upstairs are being overly optimistic. They become NPCs in this game. Reincarnation is impossible now. A resounding thud echoed through the room as Su Jie crashed into the tool rack behind him. Song Yi, visibly irked, had just received a call, merely one call, and yet the game seemed to be hastily advancing its plot. Was it truly necessary for events to escalate so rapidly? With a swift kick, Song Yi caught Su Jie unawares. Even the other 3 individuals present were oblivious to his entrance, engrossed as they were in the spectacle of Su Jie chastising Lin Qinshan. As Song Yi lifted Lin Qinshan from the ground, he noted her descent into a state of utter madness. He called her name, yet she remained ensnared in her own dark world, unresponsive. In exasperation, Song Yi leaned close and shouted, his voice reaching an astonishing decibel of 120. The immense sound pierced through the air, startling the 4 others in the room, who began to question Song Yi's sanity. Remarkably, Lin Qinshin's rising suicidal tendencies were momentarily halted by his bellow. Was she angry? Indignant? Seeking vengeance? Tears stained with red streamed down Lin Qinshin's face. She harbored resentment, fury, and a desire for retribution, wishing ill upon all who had tormented her. Sensing the tumult of her emotions, Song Yi nodded. I shall grant you the opportunity. Upon uttering these words, he cast a glance at the 4 individuals in the room. Su Jie, rubbing his aching abdomen, rose from the floor. His expression darkened. It was, after all, the first time he had ever been struck. You little brat, do you wish to meet your end? Su Jie seized a 1-foot-long iron rod from the tool rack, instinctively contemplating that if the two complied, leniency might be afforded. However, today, both of them were destined for the hospital. At this moment, a tempest brewed within Song Yi's gaze, even more intense than that of Su Jie and his companions. Observing the iron rod in Su Jie's grasp, Song Yi smiled. He too possessed a weapon. As for the hospital, he assured that 4 would certainly enter today. Su Jie brandished his club and advanced towards Song Yi, yet before his weapon could strike, his own head was met with a blow. The sound of metal clashing with bone reverberated, and Su Jie was engulfed by excruciating pain. As he looked up, he discovered that Song Yi had acquired a wrench from an unknown source. The expressions of the 3 others turned grave, astonished that someone would dare to rebel. One of them called for assistance, but they had forgotten that this room's soundproofing was thrice that of the others. A tooth flew from Su Jie's mouth as Song Yi approached him, repeating the earlier act he had performed on Lin Qinshin. Seizing Su Jie's buzzcut and dragging him towards the small red room, all the while tossing his phone to Lin Qinshin. Turn on the camera and make sure to capture it beautifully, he instructed. Lin Qinshin, bewildered, accepted the phone. Watching helplessly as Su Jie was pummeled into a state of disarray by Song Yi, the other 2 attempted to intervene. Yet they too were incapacitated by a single strike from Song Yi's wrench. All 3 clutching their heads and bellies as they lay within the confines of the small red room. Thus, the atmosphere within the small red room was filled with 4 older men. Song Yi remarked, You enjoy playing, do you? You indulge in both genders, do you? You have a taste for the extreme, do you? How fortuitous, for I share that inclination as well. Chapter 99, Indescribable. All 4 were captured by Song Yi in the small red room, including Wang Huaqing, who was indiscriminately beaten with the wrench, devoid of any regard for age or vulnerability. Su Jie sat on the ground, his face smeared with blood. After catching his breath, he looked at Song Yi and said, Have you lost your mind? Do you have any idea who we are? Song Yi replied, You are the Jade Emperor. You are the Supreme Being. Su Jie warned, You had better release us now. Otherwise, once we get out, any one of us could easily eliminate you. Song Yi feigned fear and said, Oh dear, I am so frightened. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront the situation. Wang Huaqing, accustomed to a life of ease, realized that despite his esteemed status, he was now being assaulted by a mere youth. Wang Huaqing believed Su Jie's threats lacked conviction. He pointed at Song Yi and stated, You should think carefully. There is no one in this world who dares to lay a hand on us. Consider your family, your relatives, and even your friends. If we so much as lift a finger, they will suffer the consequences for the rest of their lives. Song Yi smirked, dismissing the notion of collective punishment. Unfortunately for them, such threats held no weight. With a swift motion, he struck the Navi elder with a wrench, knocking out Wang Huaqing's teeth. Lin Qinshin's suicide rate, which had soared to a staggering 99.7, began to decline as she witnessed Su Jie and Wang Huaqing being overwhelmed by Song Yi's fury. A sense of relief washed over her, akin to stagnant water trapped in a vessel, finally released before it could rot. As the suicide rate fell to a stable 70, she remained at the entrance of the small red room, phone in hand. She believed that Song Yi would simply beat them up, and that would be the end of it. Little did she know that the individuals in the room would soon descend into madness. The shadow, adept at conjuring illusions, had initially been engaged in planting trees alongside Xiaobao within Song Yi's vast domain, only to be abruptly summoned. At this moment, Lin Qinshin, as a human, could not perceive the existence of the shadow, who, after being absorbed by Song Yi, naturally established a master-servant relationship with him. Song Yi discovered that he could convey messages to the shadow through mental waves. Upon hearing Song Yi's request, the shadow inhaled sharply. These 4 individuals had truly fallen into misfortune by incurring Song Yi's wrath. Song Yi's demand was quite simple. He asked the shadow to assist in creating an illusion for these individuals. After all, they were fond of frivolity, particularly Wang Huaqing, who would be made to indulge excessively, ensuring that the psychological impact lingered in his memory, haunting him for the rest of his life at the mere thought of this incident. No one noticed the thin wisp of smoke that began to rise in the room. And when the smoke dissipated, the scene before the occupants transformed. they beheld 4 or 5 men and an equal number of women surrounding them, each weighing over 200 pounds, sporting yellowed teeth and festering sores, with their exposed arms and legs bearing the marks of years without a bath. More terrifyingly, they were leering at them with lustful grins. Then, one by one, they were brutally assaulted by the men and women, the room echoing with the anguished screams of the victims. Despite feeling nauseated, Lin Qinshin's suicidal tendencies began to wane. And as she covered her mouth to acclimate to the horror, her perspective revealed the 4 individuals in the room inexplicably engaging in a frenzied interaction, along with various implements. Lin Qinshin covered her mouth. Overwhelmed by her emotions, she could no longer contain herself. It was her innate kindness that led her to feel a twinge of sympathy for those individuals. Song Yi gently patted Lin Qinshin's back, attempting to soothe her. Is the pressure sufficient? Do you have any further thoughts? Lin Qinshin replied, No, nothing more. Song Yi remarked, I am youthful, upright in character, and pure in thought. My experience in such matters is limited, and I am uncertain how to gauge the extent of this situation. Lin Qinshin glanced once more and retched again. This must indeed be classified as catastrophic. The 4 players finally arrived at the designated room. As they approached room 1121, the assistant stationed at the entrance began to caution Hu Jingwen and his companions, stating, This is a private area. You must leave immediately. Given the circumstances, it was inconceivable for Hu Jingwen to retreat at this juncture. The 3 men exchanged glances. Hu Jingwen feigned inquiring about the room numbers, bowing and nodding. Meanwhile, Sun Zhuo and Yang Haoran seized the opportunity while the assistant was distracted, flanking him. The assistant was taken aback by their sudden aggression and began to struggle, attempting to shake them off. Observing this, Hu Jingwen delivered a swift blow to the back of the assistant's neck, rendering him unconscious. Hu Jingwen dialed Song Yi, whose phone was in Lin Qinshin's possession. The sudden ringing startled her. Panic ensued. She feared that the actions she and Song Yi had undertaken should remain concealed. Moreover, once the individuals inside the room regained their composure, they would undoubtedly seek retribution against Song Yi. What should she do now? All these thoughts surged forth as the phone continued to ring. Lin Qinshin pondered whether to end the call when Song Yi interjected, suggesting that his friends had arrived and she should let them in. Hesitant, Lin Qinshin was uncertain about the nature of the friendship Song Yi referred to. However, upon meeting his gaze, she felt as though a window had been thrust open in her dark world, allowing a beam of light to illuminate her surroundings. Song Yi's eyes conveyed a sense of composure and strategic insight, as if any challenge he faced could be effortlessly resolved. For the first time, Lin Qinshin experienced a profound sense of security within another's gaze. She approached the door and opened it, only to find her manager, assistant, her psychologist Yang Haoran, and the wealthy scion Sun Zhuo, whom she had encountered at the banquet. The 4 individuals were momentarily taken aback, not expecting Lin Qinshin to be the one to open the door. Yet, it was Wenya, ever gentle and attentive, who quickly stepped into the room, inquiring with concern, Sister Qinshin, are you all right? Lin Qinshin shook her head, and Wenya conducted a thorough assessment. Although Lin Qinshin appeared somewhat injured, it was thankfully not severe. Meanwhile, Hu Jingwen immediately noticed that Lin Qinshin's suicidal ideation had surprisingly decreased by half, now resting at only 54. Song Yi stood at the threshold of the small red room, his figure shielding the entrance, while behind him echoed the wails of the 4 individuals, a scene that felt particularly surreal. Hu Jingwen hurried over, and upon witnessing the scene, he felt as though his eyes were on the verge of being blinded. He vowed he had never encountered such a thrilling spectacle in his mind. Even a night of 100 ghosts paled in comparison. Yet, he simultaneously grasped one crucial thing, the reason the system had been playing music in their minds. The fury levels of the 4 NPCs stand at an astonishing 99. 99, and so does Song Yi's pursuit value, equally at 99. 99. Hu Jingwen pointed at Song Yi, exclaiming, You, have you lost your mind? In chapter 100, he added, one at a time, let us be fair. Song Yi responded, Huh? This is not my fault. They brought this upon themselves. The other 3 players, intrigued by Hu Jingwen's observation, listened to the anguished cries from within. They assumed it was merely a case of Song Yi applying some cruel torture, but upon approaching, they were met with a horrifying scene, utterly inhumane. Wenya gasped in shock, covering her eyes in disbelief. It's too vile. I can't unsee this. The gruesome imagery was seared into her mind. She found herself at a loss, uncertain whether Song Yi was punishing others or if they were included in this torment. It was now 11:45, with merely 15 minutes until midnight. Hu Jingwen felt a bitter churn in his heart, his emotions oscillating like a roller coaster. From the moment they entered the game, The impact of Lin Qinshin's suicide value struck them hard, followed by her 2 breakdowns. Finally, her suicide value had decreased. And just when he thought they could catch a breath, they were met with the fury of the other 4. Oh, no. 5. There was also the unfortunate Donna, who had been beaten by Song Yi earlier that day. It was only the first day of the game, yet the intensity was overwhelming. So much so that he felt the need for a quick remedy to soothe his heart. When you struggle to endure such stimulation, her voice trembling as she asked, "What do we do now?" Lin Qinshin misconstrued Wen Ye's inquiry as a question about the fate of the 4 individuals inside the room. Contemplating her options, she considered whether she should eliminate them all and then turn herself in, so as not to implicate anyone else. Song Yi was acutely aware that they were discussing the impending stroke of midnight and how to confront 5 formidable S-rank ghosts, leaning casually against the wall. He exuded an air of extraordinary nonchalance that starkly contrasted with the other's anxious demeanor. "It's simple," he declared. "Each of us can take one. It's fair and transparent. You may choose first." Hu Jingwen gasped, while Yang Haoran looked bewildered. Wen Ye's reaction was one of sheer horror, and Sun Zhu wore a face that suggested he wished to vanish. Although Sun Zhu did not know Song Yi well, he could sense the trouble that seemed to follow this audacious individual, leading him to believe that today was unlikely to be the day with the most ghosts. "You are all seasoned players," Song Yi continued. "Surely, you can't be unable to handle a single ghost?" Hu Jingwen scoffed. "We can, but we would still sustain injuries." In truth, Song Yi's suggestion was quite feasible. Distributing the targets among themselves made the task appear less daunting. They were indeed capable of facing S-rank adversaries, albeit with the certainty of sustaining some injuries, though the extent remained uncertain. "How about assigning Donna to Wen Ye? You girls share common interests," Song Yi proposed. Wen Ye rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Common interests? Thank you very much for that." Song Yi continued. "As for the remaining 4 in the room, given their rage levels, it's hard to discern their strengths or weaknesses. Just choose freely, and we'll engage them separately." Once they had selected their targets, they could strike as soon as the individuals transformed into ghosts. Hu Jingwen voiced the unspoken question lingering in everyone's minds. Why must we fight separately? Song Yi pointed to the bounty on his head and addressed the group. "I have a feeling that if we don't separate, they will all come after me once they transform, and none of you will be able to escape." Hu Jingwen exclaimed, "Honestly, that is not an unreasonable strategy. However, they are unlikely to do so. We must unite in this game, especially in the absence of conflicting interests." When you ventured into the corridor, while Hu Jingwen seized the slimmest individual and dragged him to the adjacent room, Sun Shui chose Wang Huaqing, believing that his age might render him weaker than the others. Yang Haoran, relying on chance, randomly picked one and departed. In the small red room, Su Jie remained, left for Song Yi. The group's actions were swift. With just 1 minute until midnight, Song Yi prepared to close the door to the small red room. Lin Qinshin, perplexed by their intentions, could only watch. Seeing Song Yi about to shut the door, she hurriedly inquired, "What are you all doing?" Only then did Song Yi remember Lin Qinshin was still inside. "Are you hungry? Shall we go downstairs for a meal?" Lin Qinshin responded, "I don't think this is the right time to discuss that." Before she could voice her thoughts further, the midnight moon turned crimson, and the other NPCs fell into a deep slumber, causing Lin Qinshin to slump onto the sofa. As Song Yi closed the door to the small red room, Su Jie had already transformed into a mid-tier S-class malevolent spirit, his pitch-black eyes exuding dark mist. His appearance was the most grotesque among the malevolent spirits Song Yi had encountered, and his movements were stiff and mechanical, resembling a marionette. He raised both arms, his forearms dangling freely by his sides, a visage marred by shades of purple and blue. "Ha, ha, it's my turn now. I shall devour your brain." Song Yi scoffed. "Which of your eyes perceived me fleeing? Furthermore, I fail to comprehend why you all felt compelled to utter such ominous threats. Did you not hear that villains perish from excessive chatter? Why not simply engage in combat?" Su Jie smirked, recognizing that since he was so eager to meet his demise, he would gladly oblige. Su Jie swiftly charged towards Song Yi, who stood unyielding, while Su Jie suddenly found himself immobilized. Behind him, Zhou Yuyan, adorned in a crimson dress, effortlessly seized the nape of his neck with her 5 slender, scarlet-tipped fingers. "Come on, strike me. Weren't you quite arrogant?" Song Yi taunted. Su Jie sensed an overwhelming pressure, for Zhou Yuyan had ascended to an SS level. You were cheating." Song Yi retorted, "I advise you to refrain from reckless speech." What followed was the harrowing sound of Su Jie's screams. Sun Zhuo and his companions found themselves at a distinct disadvantage against the formidable power of the S-level ghost, relying equally on their own abilities and various tools. Whether it was the 5-point strength enhancement talisman, the spinach of Popeye, or the potion that temporarily blinded NPCs for 10 minutes, they utilized every resource at their disposal. As the intensity of their battle with the NPC escalated, a sudden scream pierced the air, yet their immediate reaction was not to believe that the ghost had been vanquished, but rather that Song-Yi had fallen prey to the ghost's wrath. As for the ghastly scream, it was likely emitted by Song-Yi himself. Wanya, even through 3 layers of soundproof barriers, heard it and felt a surge of sympathy for those within the room. In the dimly lit room, Su Jie lay sprawled on the ground, utterly powerless, akin to a defeated canine. Upon witnessing the dire plight of Su Jie, Song-Yi was suddenly struck by a thought. He produced an energy conversion orb, which thus far had been instrumental in aiding Zhou Yuyan and her companions in their ascension by absorbing the essence of malevolent spirits. However, the orb could only convert one spirit at a time. Faced with the myriad of insufferable and malicious NPCs within the game, Song-Yi felt his mouth water in anticipation. Previously, they could only capture these spirits towards the end of the game, but what if they initiated this process right from the onset? Song-Yi's eyes gleamed with excitement as he gazed at Su Jie. Unsure of the outcome, he felt it was worth a try, especially since it bore no cost. Chapter 101. Numblegs. He lifted the energy conversion orb, its transparent crystal emitting a soft, ethereal glow. In an instant, Su Jie, still prostrate on the floor, was uncontrollably engulfed by the orb's energy. Just as he was about to scream, he discovered that no sound emerged. His features contorted as if he were a piece of taffy being stretched. A surge of elation filled Song-Yi's heart. It truly worked. If this continued. With 5 days of gameplay, absorbing one spirit each night and funneling the energy to Zhou Yuyan, she would soon ascend to the status of an SSS-grade spirit. Having an NPC teammate of such caliber was beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. How exhilarating. As Song-Yi reveled in this newfound exhilaration, a sense of foreboding loomed over the horror game. NPCs were crucial to advancing the storyline. Without them, the narrative would lack coherence, rendering it a mere shell of a script. The pressing concern was that this was a newly launched narrative, and to have it falter at the very first act was a calamity indeed. In the realm of horror games, a true embodiment of terror was first witnessed in the guise of a human. This must be halted at once. A persistent beeping resonated within Song-Yi's mind, as Su Jie's form was grotesquely stretched like dough, half ensnared within a crystal sphere while the other half remained exposed. As the beeping intensified, Su Jie's body was drawn further inside. Song-Yi's expression immediately soured. Was this a game of deceit, forcing him to regurgitate what had been consumed? He exclaimed. Close the door, release Tao Tao. Lacking the means to directly communicate with the horror game, Song-Yi relied on Tao Tao, his beloved, adorable little boy. With his spiky peach blossom hairstyle, unleashed a torrent of invective upon the horror game. Song-Yi crossed his arms. Listening as his charming companion unleashed a barrage of verbal assaults, he was taken aback to find that Tao Tao's language was not as pristine as he had imagined. After Tao Tao delivered a monologue of 700 words, the horror game found itself at a loss, ultimately conceding and granting Song-Yi an equivalent measure of energy as compensation. A sphere of golden luminescence emerged before him, resembling the energy form yielded after a successful conversion. With a swift gesture, Song-Yi cradled the energy orb in his palm. Is this all? Surely not. I must endure 5 nights in this game. If my arithmetic holds true, there should be 5 orbs for 5 nights. Observing the nonsensical symbols emitted by the horror game, which appeared as a jumble of characters to human eyes, Tao Tao understood that it was merely a manifestation of the game's ire. Song-Yi, in his typical Sundara fashion, feigned indifference, but Tao Tao's pride was even more pronounced. My host has not transgressed the rules of the energy conversion orb. Should you forcibly deprive him of the energy he rightfully acquired, it would render the game unjust. The horror game was truly amused by Tao Tao. It would indeed be deemed unfair if it granted Song supernatural energy. This was the first time it had encountered a player so eager to exploit the system's loopholes. Observing the silence of the horror game, Tao Tao tapped her leg and declared, "Your game has bugs. If you do not provide us with what we seek, I shall inform all players that your horror game is flawed." The notion of bugs was something the horror game could hardly tolerate, especially from a wild child like Tao Tao, who was not under its direct control. If she were to spread such rumors, it would tarnish its reputation. Reluctantly, the horror game, in a fit of anger, granted Song 4 energy orbs once more. Song looked at the small orbs before him and smiled. Now, this felt appropriate. He beamed at the orbs and then affectionately patted Tao Tao, acknowledging her as his beloved companion. Zhou Yuyan was currently at SS level, and Song first bestowed upon her 1 orb. Upon consuming it, her SS level progress bar surged forward by a significant margin. As the levels increased, so did the energy required. Observing this, Song decided to give her the remaining 4 energy orbs. The 4 orbs surged into Zhou Yuyan's body, instantly filling her SS level progress bar to the brim and advancing her SSS level progress by a quarter. Her previously medium-length hair cascaded down to her waist, and her crimson fingers became as sharp as knives. The aura emanating from her had intensified manifold compared to before. Song felt a surge of joy at this pace. After participating in just 2 more games, he could elevate Zhou Yuyan to become a top-tier Crimson Spectre. At 12:28, Song Yi was joyfully envisioning the future within his room, while the other 4 players were on the verge of succumbing to the hands of the NPC. Sun Quan never anticipated that the elderly Wang Huaqing, whom he had chosen, would possess such formidable combat prowess. After engaging in a skirmish for over 20 minutes, Sun Jua had exhausted numerous items, barely managing to match Wang Huaqing's strength. In a moment of distraction during their confrontation, Sun Jua collided violently with the wall. Positioned adjacent to Song Yi, the resounding thud echoed through the wall behind him. With a tinge of sympathy for Sun Jua, Song Yi pondered whether to offer assistance. Glancing at his watch, he noticed only a minute and a half remained, causing him to hesitate. Zhou Yuyan, exhibiting a calm demeanor, inquired, "Do you need me to assist him?" Song Yi replied, "No. Individuals must experience growth. He deserves the chance." In the final minute, Sun Shua had never felt time drag so torturously. Wang Huaqing, the peculiar old man, had him by the throat, rendering him breathless. The 4 players sat exhausted on the ground, collectively marveling at the overwhelming strength of the S-level NPC. After an intense first night, an unspoken bond had formed among them. Previously, their approach to gaming had been to avoid offending NPCs, leading to the realization that such formidable S-level NPCs would only appear on the last night. However, their encounter with Song Yi, a unique character adept at provoking others, altered this dynamic. As they shook their heads in disbelief, they silently prayed for mercy, hoping the difficulty would not escalate further. When it comes to Song Yi, everyone recalls the chilling scream from earlier. Hu Jingwen hastily stood up and made his way towards Song Yi's room. As the lowest ranked among them, the harrowing cry raised concerns about Song Yi's fate. If he had perished, the game would have announced it, yet an air of worry lingered among them. The other 3, also bearing injuries, gathered in the hall and exchanged glances, realizing they shared similar thoughts. Just as they were about to open the door to the small red room, Song Yi emerged, limping. Hu Jingwen furrowed his brow. "Are you all right?" Song Yi replied, "I'm fine, what about you?" When Yi had dislocated her arm, Sun Jua's neck was red from being choked, and Yang Haoran felt as though his ribs were broken, while Hu Jingwen had sustained some injuries but was overall in decent condition. Observing the peculiar way Song Yi walked, Hu Jingwen wondered if he had injured his leg. Could he be limping? Per Song Yi, Hu Jingwen patted Song Yi on the shoulder. "You did well." The other 3 also expressed their admiration for Song Yi. Considering his low rank, his survival was a pleasant surprise. However, Song Yi sensed something was amiss in their gazes. He had merely crossed his legs for too long, causing some numbness. Why were they staring at him so intently? Chapter 102. Leverage. The following day, on set, Lin Qinshan found herself frequently distracted while filming, prompting the director to admonish her twice. During the lunch break, Song Yi carried his small meal tray over to Lin Qinshan. Her lunch was quite simple, a box of vegetables topped with thin slices of beef and a container of cherry tomatoes. She had been eating such a meal for 3 months now. Song Yi gazed in astonishment at Lin Qinshan's lunch, exclaiming, "Is this all you are having for midday?" As a starlet, maintaining a slender figure is imperative, especially on set. Indulging excessively could jeopardize your roles. Lin Qinshan responded, "This meal is abundant in proteins and vitamins. It is a wholesome, green lunch that sufficiently nourishes the body. Overindulgence not only wastes food but could also lead to weight gain." With a sardonic smile, Song Yi placed his small table adjacent to Lin Qinshan's. "Wasteful, is it? And prone to weight gain? Allow me to demonstrate the joy of indulgence and abundance." On Song Yi's table lay 7 containers. Upon opening the first, a generous portion of glistening white rice wafted its enticing aroma, causing Lin Qinshan to pause as she reached for her leafy greens. It struck her, she could scarcely recall the last time she had savored rice. However, as Song Yi unveiled more of his feast, Lin Qinshan's brow furrowed deeper. Kung Pao chicken, braised pork ribs, sweet and sour tenderloin, scallion braised sea cucumber. Buddha jumps over the wall, and ginseng mushroom soup. Each dish emanated a fragrance potent enough to overwhelm someone abstaining from carbohydrates, let alone 6 dishes combined. Initially, Lin Qinshan believed her own meal to be satisfactory, yet in stark comparison to the vibrant array before Song Yi, Her lunch felt utterly insipid. Yet, Song Yi showed no intention of inviting her to partake. He held a box of rice, lifting a hearty piece of sweet and sour pork rib. Delicious, he remarked. Lin Qinshan was taken aback. The aroma of Song Yi's meal rendered her unable to eat. Her own lunch had been prepared by Wanya, who adhered to her customary routine. Previously, when you believed that Lin Qinshan enjoyed such cuisine, however, she has now come to realize her mistake, for Lin Qinshan's suicidal index, albeit fluctuating slightly, has indeed changed. 54, 77, 54, 78, 54, 79. Hu Jingwen, and when you observed Lin Qinshan, eager to comprehend the reason behind this fluctuation, and then beheld her uncontrollably fixated on Song Yi as he dined. Song Yi had prepared a substantial portion of ribs. Delicious, Hu Jingwen exclaimed. Isn't it wonderful? When you added, Hu Jingwen continued, Brother, could you possibly share some with Lin Qinshan? Can't you see her emotions are already in flux? How can you be so oblivious? Teacher Song Yi, you've brought so many delectable treats. Song Yi replied, Indeed, they are delightful. Would you care to have some? Hu Jingwen responded, I shall abstain. Our dear Qinshan prefers braised ribs. Lin Qinshan's gaze upon the braised ribs was fiery. Heaven knows how many years have passed since she last savored such dishes. Song Yi remarked, She does not indulge. She favors greens. Suddenly, the salad in Lin Qinshan's mouth turned bitter. In the past, even when famished, she could relish a simple lettuce salad. But today, for the first time, she felt that despite her hunger, the food in her mouth was akin to a punishment. Lin Qinshan's expression of grievance became uncontrollable. Observing this, Song Yi playfully coaxed her. Pushing his small table closer to Lin Qinshan's, why not let teacher Qinshan have a taste? Lin Qinshan wished to resist, yet somehow, she found herself exclaiming, All right. The caramel-colored ribs quivered as she lifted them, and upon taking a bite, the rich, savory sweetness exploded in her mouth. Lin Qinshan's suicidal tendency plummeted to 47. Hu Jingwen gazed at the data, incredulous, thinking, Really, is it just a piece of rib that warrants such a reaction? While they were pleased that Lin Qinshan's suicidal inclination had decreased, Hu Jingwen never anticipated it would be due to a mere rib. And then there was Song Yi, whose fortune seemed remarkably favorable. No matter what they did, Lin Qinshan remained unaffected. Even when she did respond, the fluctuations were minuscule and negligible. Yet, a simple shared lunch with Song Yi had brought about such a significant change in her. Ultimately, Lin Qinshan consumed the majority of Song Yi's lunch. After finishing, she was astonished at her own capacity. It had been ages since she had felt so full and satisfied, almost to the point of bursting. A sudden sensation akin to that of a glutton departing this world washed over her. She hesitated, and Song Yi, in turn, did not rush her but simply observed her quietly. Typically, when the powers that be wish to ruin someone, they first tarnish that individual's reputation. Lin Qinshan, being in the same production group as Song Yi, feared that any scandal involving her might affect him as well. Contemplating this, she offered, If any unpleasant news were to circulate online, you may attribute it all to me. Song Yi understood her concerns and reassured her, Rest assured. They wouldn't dare to act against us. Lin Qinshan tilted her head to look at Song Yi, asking, Is it because of Dong Dawei? Though he is formidable, I fear he might hesitate to offend others on your behalf. Song Yi replied, Do we really need Dong Dawei for such trivial matters? Song Yi took out his phone and showcased the photos he captured yesterday to Lin Qinshan, who felt as though she had been struck by a thunderbolt. Nearly regurgitating her meal. Look, Song Yi remarked, just glancing at these makes you want to vomit. Imagine how they must feel upon seeing these videos. Last night, I went out of my way to print a few copies and place them in their room. They are terrified right now and certainly won't dare to trouble us. Lin Qinshan replied, What if they secretly seek someone to deal with us? Song Yi assured her, I left a note stating that these photos have been shared with 4 of my friends. Should anything happen to me, they will disseminate these images worldwide. Therefore, it would be quite remarkable if they don't seek protection for themselves. Chapter 103, A Return to the Past in the VIP ward of the hospital. When Su Jie and his companions regained consciousness, they felt as though the sky was collapsing around them. Initially, they believed this was merely a nightmare. However, upon seeing the photos left by Song Yi, Wang Huaqing's blood pressure skyrocketed, causing him to faint immediately, as Song Yi had anticipated. They dared not make any hostile moves, not even contacting him. They were willing to pay 100 million each, provided he agreed to delete the videos. Song Yi, observing their offers, let out a cold chuckle. 100 million to delete a photo? He turned and sent a blackmail text demanding 200 million each. Otherwise, he would release the photos. Not long after, he witnessed the bank transfer notifications. Leaning back comfortably with his legs crossed, he sipped his coffee, reveling in his audacity. Su Jie and his companions were on the brink of explosion. They initially believed that by offering Song Yi 100 million, he would dutifully delete the photos. However, to their astonishment, this young man audaciously extorted them instead. Consequently, each of them ended up paying 200 million. Yet the photos and videos remained firmly in Song Yi's grasp. Hu Jingwen and Wenyu accompanied Lin Qinshan at the filming site. All players in this game had exchanged contact information, ensuring that any pertinent news would be communicated in advance. As they observed Lin Qinshan's despair level gradually declining, it felt as though a glimmer of hope illuminated their lives. Hu Jingwen could scarcely believe his eyes, tugging at Wenyu to confirm several times before he was satisfied. Bewilderment clouded Hu Jingwen's expression. How could this be? Wenyu, anxiously tugging at her hair, replied, could it be that the director is bullying her? The director of the production was known for his opportunistic tendencies. Previously, when Lin Qinshan was slapped by Donna, the director had turned a blind eye. They suspected the director might be at fault. Hu Jingwen countered, it doesn't seem likely. Wenyu suggested, let us inquire with Song Yi. The two of them made their way towards Song Yi's trailer. While Song Yi was not particularly fond of acting, he was obliged to remain on set. Thus he arranged for the director to schedule him for 2 scenes each day, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. Each scene contained only 7 or 8 lines. And after about 10 minutes of filming, Song Yi leisurely settled beneath the trailer. When Hu Jingwen and Wenyu arrived, they found Song Yi enjoying the cool air while engrossed in a video game, a cup of milk tea, which Lin Qinshan had bought for the crew. Resting in front of him, Hu Jingwen felt a pang of irritation at his temples. He could not fathom why the sight of Song Yi in such comfort filled him with anger. How could he still be playing games at a time like this? Song Yi, alas, the great sage has stolen my gourd. This is too much. Hu Jingwen. Song Yi, stop playing around. Song Yi, I've completed the level. It's just a trivial game, easily managed. Wenyu. Song Yi, cease your antics. Something has gone awry. As Song Yi observed the game conclude, he closed his laptop and looked up, inquiring, what is the matter? Wenyu, Lin Qinshan's suicide risk has surged to 87. As she spoke, Wenyu cast a glance toward Lin Qinshan, who was filming in the distance. The risk has now escalated to 91. In contrast to Hu Jingwen and Wenyu's palpable anxiety, Song Yi remained remarkably composed. Isn't this quite normal? Young women often experience fluctuating emotions. Wenyu, feeling exasperated, retorted, but that doesn't warrant thoughts of suicide. Today marked the 2nd day of the game, and Song Yi merely believed that within a 5-day time limit, the narrative could not be so shallow. On the day they entered the game, Lin Qinshan's suicide risk had already reached 96. Moreover, the group led by Su Jie was merely acquaintances. Thus, the source of Lin Qinshan's tragic plight extended beyond them. Were it not for their arrival, that group would have been merely the last straw that broke the camel's back. Song Yi raised his wrist to check the time. It was 3:48 p.m. Half an hour prior, Lin Qinshan's suicide risk was at 36. During that interval, Wenyu had received a call from the milk tea shop and stepped outside to collect a delivery, while Hu Jingwen had departed for over 20 minutes. The changes in Lin Qinshan transpired within those 20 minutes. Her RV was solely occupied by herself, leading me to believe that Lin Qinshan's current state was likely triggered by a phone call or certain distressing news. Listening to Song Yi's analysis, Wenyu immediately retorted, it's highly improbable that she received a call. Her personal phone has been with me all along. Wenyu retrieved Lin Qinshan's phone from her pocket and showed it to Song Yi and Hu Jingwen. Song Yi inquired, what about the other electronic devices in the RV? Wenyu replied, there is also a computer. Song Yi regarded Wenyu with utmost seriousness, and what does that imply? Both Wenyu and Hu Jingwen looked at Song Yi, perplexed. So what? Song Yi was momentarily speechless. It baffled him that they all shared the same intellect yet refused to engage their minds. Wenyu's eyes widened in realization. Oh right. I'll check now. Hu Jingwen lowered his gaze, silently lamenting that despite his IQ of 115, he felt as foolish as a simpleton in this moment, surely a consequence of the mismatched energy around them. Meanwhile, Song Yi continued engrossed in his game. Wenyu swiftly opened the computer to examine the email, hoping Lin Qinshan might have received some pertinent information. Fortunately, Lin Qinshan had placed considerable trust in her former assistant, granting Wenyu access to her email password, allowing her immediate entry. Lin Qinshan's inbox, like that of any ordinary person, was cluttered with numerous spam messages. However, amidst these emails, Wenyu stumbled upon something noteworthy. Dated for today, an email from an entity named LR caught her attention. Upon opening it, she discovered it was an invitation. Chapter 104. The feast. When Yu sent the photograph to Song Yi and several other players, yet after an exhaustive search online, they remained perplexed about the nature of the banquet. In their small group chat, Sunjua remarked, "There is no information regarding this banquet available online. I doubt that Lin Qinchen's absence is due to this event. Yang Haoran, since you are Lin Qinchen's psychologist, perhaps you could hypnotize her to inquire?" Suddenly called upon. Yang Haoran felt a wave of embarrassment. His role as a psychologist was utterly futile, not to mention his uncertainty regarding the efficacy of hypnosis. The fact that Lin Qinchen had canceled her appointment only compounded his frustration. "I used to look forward to her visits every Friday at 8, but now she has canceled." A silence fell over the group, as they all shared similar sentiments. When Yu glanced at her notes detailing Lin Qinchen's schedule, then at the clandestine invitation, an epiphany struck her. Wait, 8 o'clock? That banquet is at 8 in the evening. Lin Qinchen rescheduled her consultation for the banquet. "I still believe this event is rather unusual." Hu Jingwen, possessing some knowledge, added, "It seems this is indeed connected to that banquet. Otherwise, why would she cancel her psychological consultation?" Sunjua chimed in, "Is it possible that Lin Qinchen couldn't bear Yang Haoran's appearance?" Yang Haoran retorted, "Is that a personal attack? Don't think of leaving tonight. I shall bring forth the ghost." Sunjua. Wenyao observed the childish bickering between the two individuals and felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation. At that moment, she yearned to hear Song Yi's perspective. Although Song Yi's behavior appeared somewhat eccentric, Wenyao believed she was the most astute among them. They had been engaged in their small group discussion for half an hour. Yet Song Yi had remained silent. Wenyao finally asked, "Song Yi, what are your thoughts?" Sunjua and Yang Haoran ceased their quarrel, eager to discern Song Yi's opinion as well. However, after nearly 5 minutes of waiting, Song Yi still did not respond. Hu Jingwen glanced around the set. Those who had been seated in front of the RV, engrossed in their games, were now nowhere to be found. Where could Song Yi be? Wenyao exclaimed. She was just here. Song Yi had been invited by Dong Dawei to join him for a meal, during which he also wanted her to assess the feng shui of his company located in the city center. His commercial building served as the headquarters of his business, representing the culmination of his efforts. Recently, the company had been struggling, losing several projects, which led Dong Dawei to attribute the misfortune to feng shui issues. Previously, he had consulted other feng shui masters, spending over $1 million, yet now he placed his trust solely in Song Yi. Dong Dawei respectfully escorted Song Yi through the company, guiding her through each floor. It was already past 7 in the evening, and the office area was ablaze with light. Every employee remained at their workstation, none having left. Dong Dawei gazed upon this scene with immense pride, believing that only through the diligence of his employees could they generate profit. Before, Song Yi despised the notion of making employees work overtime, observing Dong Dawei's self-importance and believing that the staff were eager to toil for him. Song Yi felt embarrassed to disclose that many employees discreetly minimized their gaming screens whenever he and Dong appeared. The employees, witnessing Dong Dawei's utmost reverence towards Song Yi, exchanged furtive glances, silently inquiring amongst themselves, "Who is this person? Why does old Dong show such deference to a mere youth? Is he his son? No. I've perused old Dong's family background. He couldn't possibly have fathered someone so handsome. Let me whisper this to you. This is the feng shui master old Dong has invited. Old Dong is far too superstitious. He looks like a fraud at first glance." In the 23rd floor office area, both men and women regarded Song Yi with the eyes of those who have encountered a charlatan, eagerly awaiting his performance. Only Dong Dawei appeared elated and trusting. Dong Dawei exclaimed, "Master, what do you think? Is there any issue with my company's feng shui?" The sole criterion Song Yi employed to assess the feng shui of the office building was the quality of its natural light. The building's location allowed a view of the canal through its windows, offering a splendid vista, indicating favorable feng shui without need for further deliberation. Yet, Song Yi refrained from expressing this, instead furrowing his brow. The geographical location is commendable, and the overall layout is satisfactory, yet you have committed a grave taboo. Upon hearing this, Dong Dawei immediately panicked. What? A grave taboo? Master, please save me. Song Yi strolled leisurely around the office building, squinting slightly without uttering a word. Dong Dawei promptly retrieved his mobile phone, and a minute later, Song Yi felt his own phone vibrate. Upon checking, he discovered a deposit of 50 million in his bank account. He nodded, appreciating the exchange with someone who understood the nuances of communication. This building possesses a certain vitality, he remarked. The optimal hours for productivity are from 9 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon. As long as employees dedicate themselves during this time frame, your company will undoubtedly flourish in the future. However, should they linger beyond 5 o'clock, the very essence of the company will be drained, leading to a decline in its vitality. In essence, the longer employees work overtime, the poorer the company's performance will be. Dong Dawei's face turned pale with horror. It was already past 7 o'clock, and not a single department had released its staff. Goodness, these individuals were draining the life force of their company. Alarmed, Dong Dawei immediately instructed all employees to clock out and adjusted the working hours. Upon hearing the chairman's unexpected demand for everyone to leave, the remaining employees felt a wave of disbelief wash over them. It was as if a windfall had befallen them. Their chairman had seemingly lost his mind. "I must extend my apologies. This master is indeed a true master," they murmured. From the moment the master entered the company, an extraordinary aura enveloped the space, confirming that his expertise was unparalleled. "Does anyone know the master's name? I wish to pay my respects with incense." Song Yi, after offering his advice to Dong Dawei, intended to take his leave. Yet, at that very moment, he felt as if he had glimpsed something familiar. Upon noticing Song Yi's gaze directed towards the peculiar invitation, Dong Dawei experienced a fleeting moment of disarray. He attempted to conceal the invitation, but it was swiftly seized by Song Yi. "What is this?" Song Yi inquired. Dong Dawei, under the scrutiny of Song Yi's questioning eyes, faltered, This. Song Yi discerned that the invitation was certainly extraordinary, as Dong Dawei hesitated to divulge the truth. Song Yi's gaze sharpened, causing 3 vases on the antique shelf behind Dong Dawei to shatter with a resounding crash. Believing Song Yi was genuinely incensed, Dong Dawei hastily proclaimed, "Master, I may have visited once, but I did nothing. What is the origin of this invitation?" Song Yi pressed. Faced with Song Yi, Dong Dawei dared not utter a single falsehood. "This is an invitation to a private banquet, exclusively for political and business elites with assets exceeding 8 billion. Its confidentiality is exceptionally stringent." Dong Dawei's repeated emphasis on its exclusivity only intensified the sharpness of Song Yi's gaze. Without further elaboration from Dong Dawei, Song Yi comprehended the nature of the gathering. Wealthy individuals indulge in their desires, and for them, companionship is readily available as long as one possesses sufficient wealth. This banquet is reserved solely for those with fortunes surpassing 8 billion. Thus, the presence of Lin Qinshan raises a singular question. She must be an integral part of the feast. This revelation also elucidated why Lin Qinshan's despair had escalated upon receiving the invitation. Her existence, unless extinguished, had ceased to belong to her. Song Yi took possession of Dong Dawei's invitation. After 11 o'clock in the evening, after Lin Qinshan had retired for the night, several players, including Wenye and Sunjua, gathered in the luxurious villa rented by Song Yi. Song Yi produced the invitation, and the others began to examine it together. Wenye remarked, "This banquet seems quite daunting. Is it absolutely necessary for Lin Qinshan to attend?" Song Yi replied, "It's not entirely mandatory. There have been instances in the past where invited female celebrities chose not to attend." Hu Jinwen inquired, "And what happened afterward?" Song Yi responded, "Ultimately, they were coerced into attending." The group fell silent. When you questioned, in broad daylight, "Did they not fear being caught?" Song Yi asserted, "They certainly do not fear repercussions. I suspect they possess some incriminating evidence against Lin Qinshan. When you proposed, 'Let us go together tomorrow, assess the situation, and then seek an opportunity to assist Lin Qinshan.'" Hu Jinwen raised a concern. "However, we are 5 individuals with only a single invitation. Wouldn't our attendance draw too much attention? Furthermore, isn't it required to have assets exceeding 8 billion to receive such an invitation?" Upon hearing Hu Jingwen's words, everyone turned their gaze towards Song Yi, who set the invitation down and declared, "That is not the most crucial matter." When you inquired, "Then what is of utmost importance?" Amidst the curious glances of the others, Song Yi pointed to the clock on the wall. "There are 5 minutes remaining until midnight. Will tonight unfold as it did last night?" It was indeed to be 5 malevolent spirits, as Song Yi had indicated, referring to the distribution of these spirits. Hu Jinwen could not help but roll his eyes. "I wish to exchange." Song Yi replied, "I will swap with you." As the clock struck midnight, several players adeptly found their designated spots to equip themselves with items. Fortunately, Song Yi had not offended anyone today. Had one more ghost appeared, they would have been at a loss for how to allocate resources. The level of the vengeful spirits remained unchanged from yesterday, with no one having leveled up. However, unlike before, the spirits were now adorned in hospital gowns. Upon catching sight of Song Yi, Su Jie, embodying the ghostly form, was seized by an instinctive urge to flee. Song Yi decisively closed the door, questioning, "What are you doing? Have you completed the task only to run away?" Su Jie crouched on the ground like a startled cat, and as Song Yi stepped forward, he recoiled, baring his teeth in a defensive manner. I won't move against you, so you best not move against me, Su Jie declared. The 7th live streaming room displayed 5 screens, with Song Yi's in the center. Viewers munched on sunflower seeds while sending comments, realizing that indulging in a light-hearted comedy during the evening was rather enjoyable. I'm dying of laughter. This is the first time I've seen an NPC turned ghost come in and, without even a fight, cower and negotiate with a player. The higher the tier of the NPC, the stronger their self-awareness. Su Jie is genuinely terrified. Do you think Song Yi will let Su Jie off? I reckon Song Yi will simply head off to bed. Typically, Song Yi appeared somewhat laid back, and given his aversion to trouble, many speculated that he would allow Su Jie to go free since he had already sought mercy. Yet, Song Yi's actions took everyone by surprise once more. With a mere gesture, Zhou Yuyin delivered another thrashing to Su Jie. Su Jie's wails echoed once again throughout the other rooms. Although Hu Jingwen was struck by an ally's misfortune, he remained grateful, realizing that not exchanging places with Song Yi was indeed the right decision. My apologies, my friend. My abilities are limited. Better the demise of a companion than my own. Sun Zhua, Yang Haoran, and Wenye shared a similar sentiment. Su Jie, utterly helpless and on the verge of tears, pleaded, I have already begged for mercy. Why do you not let me go? Song Yi rose with a smile, adopting a tone of reproach. Your reasoning is flawed. Who says that just because you plead for mercy, I must grant it? You seek mercy now because you cannot defeat me. Had you been capable of overcoming me, would my pleas have held any weight? No, they would not. Su Jie stammered. How can you say this? Song Yi then summoned Xiaobao, Luo Fei, and Jiang Yin, prompting curiosity about his intentions. Especially since the solitary spirit at the entrance could easily be dealt with by Zhou Yuyin. Though your levels have been steadily increasing, you lack combat skills. Have you watched the fighting videos I sent you? Song Yi instructed. Each person will spar for 3 minutes, starting now. If the strength of the NPCs were aligned with that of Song Yi, it would be evident that none could match him. This disparity stemmed from superior fighting techniques. With the intention of enhancing the skills of his companions, Song Yi's words inspired Luo Fei to be the first to step forward. To elevate the atmosphere, Yingzi conjured a combat arena from white mist. Xiaobao rubbed his hands together eagerly, exclaiming, Father, I can finally fight too. Song Yi, with your mother and sisters controlling the situation, you can fight with confidence. This sudden inspiration struck Song Yi, since the malevolent spirits arrive every night. It would be a waste to let such a splendid opportunity slip away. As he observed the battle while indulging in fruit, he occasionally offered guidance to Luo Fei and Jiang Yin, inadvertently consuming the fruit platter meant for 5 people. Half an hour passed, and finally, everyone emerged from their respective rooms. As the 4 players gathered, they fixated their gaze on the door of the last room. After a minute had elapsed, Song Yi had yet to appear, prompting Hu Jingwen to call out uncertainly. Song Yi? Silence ensued within, causing Wenye to panic. Could something have happened? Hu Jingwen reassured her. Don't fret. The system hasn't announced any deaths, so everything should be fine. Gradually, he approached the door to assess the situation, terrified at the prospect of finding Song Yi injured and drenched in blood. Just as his hand reached for the doorknob, a sudden creak announced the opening of the door from Song Yi's side. Chapter 106. A firm resolution. Song Yi emerged, supporting his waist, his complexion slightly flushed. Hu Jingwen locked eyes with Song Yi, and their gazes swiftly scanned the latter's form. Noticing Song Yi's hand on his waist, Hu Jingwen's imagination conjured an image of Song Yi being throttled, his face crimson, before being hurled to the ground, injuring his waist. Are you all right? Is your injury serious? Hu Jingwen inquired, stepping forward. In response, Song Yi swiftly closed the door behind him, placing a hand against Hu Jingwen, startling him. It's nothing serious. I'm perfectly fine, he assured, dismissing any concerns. Song Yi's actions appeared somewhat hasty, leading others to believe he was merely putting on a brave face, likely concealing the turmoil within his room. He was reluctant to let them see, fearing the loss of dignity. Being beaten by a vengeful spirit was not a matter of great concern, as long as he survived. It was acceptable. Given his low rank, enduring such an encounter for an extended duration was already impressive. Hu Jingwen, with an understanding gaze, spoke while offering Song Yi a knowing expression, then retrieved 2 bottles of universal ointment from the system. This is particularly effective for bruises and sprains. Do you need my assistance? Without even glancing at the items, Song Yi accepted them. No need. I can manage myself. Time was of the essence. The guest rooms on the first floor were sufficient for everyone, and he urged them to rest early. The four individuals exchanged glances. Those with strong pride often struggle to accept others' concern. In such cases, it is best to provide ample personal space. Thus, they inquired briefly and then proceeded downstairs. Once they had all departed, Song-yi let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they had not witnessed the little feast he had prepared for himself, originally intended for 5. The fruit platter had been forgotten in its distribution, leaving him to consume the entirety. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was that he had indulged in a bottle of 45-year-old Roman e Conti, a wine worth millions, not particularly costly, but exceedingly rare. And he possessed just that one bottle. This wine could not be taken out of the system, compelling Song-yi to savor it within the confines of the game. While it was shameful to indulge alone, the pleasure it brought him was undeniable, a joy he chose not to share with the others just yet. After a restful slumber, Song-yi awoke feeling refreshed and invigorated. Lin Qinshan had not slept a wink throughout the night. She was reluctant to attend the banquet. Yet she found herself confronted with numerous cautionary tales. Presently, she faced 2 paths. The first was to succumb to despair, while the second, to participate, promised a hardship more unbearable than death itself. After a night of contemplation, she resolved that she could no longer endure this existence, though she was equally unwilling to grant her tormentors any semblance of satisfaction. Opening her drawer, she discovered a pin-sized camera capable of Bluetooth connectivity for live streaming. With unwavering determination, she vowed to expose the malevolence of these individuals before her demise. Within the entertainment company, Zhao Huan was aware that Lin Qinshan had been selected. Such individuals were commonplace in every firm, and Lin Qinshan was one Zhao Huan had recommended, having once been among the chosen. Zhao Huan understood that while these gatherings were brutal, they also offered access to advantageous resources. She felt no remorse for the tribulations that Lin Qinshan was about to endure. Rather, she believed that Lin Qinshan should express gratitude towards her. Zhao Huan too would attend the soiree, albeit merely as an ordinary guest tasked with serving drinks. Typically, Lin Qinshan was not one to acquiesce to such occasions, prompting Zhao Huan to visit her dressing room, hoping to dissuade her from any potential mischief. To her astonishment, Lin Qinshan remained composed, devoid of tears or tantrums, her expression surprisingly serene. Zhao Huan approached Lin Qinshan's vanity, scrutinizing her, sensing a subtle yet significant change in her demeanor. As Lin Qinshan applied her makeup, she casually remarked, "Why does the company's social butterfly keep fixating on me instead of engaging with others?" As Zhao Huan listened to Lin Qinshan's sarcastic remarks, her brows furrowed in irritation. Did Lin Qinshan truly believe that after attending this banquet, the attendees would bestow upon her valuable resources, leading her to regard herself with greater esteem? What pretense was she putting on? Hadn't she previously declared that she would never again participate in such gatherings? Now, it seemed she had taken to adorning herself with makeup. Lin Qinshan cast a glance at Zhao Huan through the mirror, her countenance still graced with a faint smile, seemingly unaffected by the exchange. This demeanor only served to incite Zhao Huan further. She had thought Lin Qinshan possessed some integrity, yet here she was, just as vain and superficial as ever. Remember this. Zhao Huan snapped, "Your current status and resources are all a result of my efforts. Were it not for my support and the company's backing, you would not enjoy the fame you have today." With a sudden, forceful gesture, Lin Qinshan slammed her makeup brush onto the table. Having endured Zhao Huan's taunts for far too long, the incessant belittlement from Zhao Huan and her ilk, claiming that her achievements were solely due to the company's generosity, infuriated her. It was painfully evident that the company had repeatedly exploited her for profit and gain. During the previous year, when the company's fortunes had dwindled, it was she who had single-handedly sustained its operations, yet Zhao Huan twisted the narrative into one of eternal gratitude owed to the company. "Is that enough?" Lin Qinshan retorted. "Everything I possess is a gift from the company. But why does the company give? It is because I generate profit for them. If I could not bring in revenue, would they invest in my growth? Certainly not. They would discard me without hesitation. Everything I have achieved today is solely the result of my own relentless effort, painstakingly forged through perseverance. Therefore, I find it utterly distasteful to hear any exaggerated praises about the company's overwhelming benevolence towards me." These sentiments are words that Lin Qinshan has longed to express since her early days in the industry, though back then, her youth rendered her timid and lacking in courage. Now, as she articulates these thoughts, she feels a profound sense of clarity. Previously, Lin Qinshan had behaved like a timid quail, but today, she finds herself somewhat unaccustomed to the boldness that has emerged from that very quail. Zhao Huan, pointing at Lin Qinshan in the mirror, exclaimed, "How dare you speak to me in this manner?" Lin Qinshan, unable to suppress a roll of her eyes, noted that aside from this remark, Zhao Huan had little else to contribute. If you have nothing more to say, kindly leave. This is my makeup room. It was only after stepping out of the dressing room that Zhao Huan realized she had been unceremoniously dismissed by Lin Qinshan. With the presence of the unwelcome individual gone, the atmosphere seemed to refresh itself. Lin Qinshan resumed her makeup routine when, at that moment, a call from Song Yi came through. Lin Qinshan, where have you gone? The unexpected call from Song Yi caught Lin Qinshan off guard. I have other engagements. Song Yi replied, is it for the event tonight? I will accompany you. For someone she had only just met 2 days prior, Song Yi's request felt somewhat presumptuous. Had it been anyone else making such an approach, Lin Qinshan would undoubtedly question their motives, suspecting they aimed to ride on her coattails. Yet, in the case of Song Yi, an instinctive feeling assured her otherwise. Lin Qinshan could sense Song Yi's kindness. Although their acquaintance was brief, Song Yi was among the few individuals who treated him well. For this reason, Lin Qinshan did not wish to become a burden to him, unlike Su Jie and his associates, who were formidable in their own right. Song Yi had the backing of Dong Dawei. However, the LR banquet was not an ordinary gathering. The attendees were united, with many being affluent and influential individuals from overseas. One could not afford to offend Dong Dawei. Thank you for taking care of me these past 2 days, Song Yi. You are a good person. If there is indeed a next life, I hope we can meet earlier and become good friends. Lin Qinshan's words carried an undertone reminiscent of a farewell. As I previously mentioned, should you require assistance, simply call my name. I was sincere in my statement. On the other end of the line, Lin Qinshan's eyes brimmed with tears. She still believed in the beauty of the world, yet felt cursed by her misfortune, to the point of harboring resentment towards her circumstances. She dared not continue the conversation with Song Yi, fearing her emotions would spiral out of control and that her hard-won resolve might waver. Song Yi, farewell. The sound of a disconnect echoed on the line, leaving Song Yi momentarily speechless. The cost of the call was not exorbitant. Why the urgency to hang up? Sunjua. Yang Haoran, and when you were nearby, awaiting news. So, what did Lin Qinshan say? At 9 o'clock in the evening, a private villa, nestled 20 kilometers from the city center, was ablaze with light. At the entrance of the villa, no fewer than 50 luxury vehicles were parked, each valued at over 5 million, with many being limited edition vintage cars. The main entrance was reserved for the affluent elite, while Zhao Huan and Lin Qinshan entered through a side door at the rear of the villa, as they had not yet reached their designated time to make an appearance. They needed to first visit the lounge upon entering. As Lin Qinshan stepped out of the car, she remained silent, while Zhao Huan headed towards the social gathering at the front of the banquet, taking separate paths. A server guided Lin Qinshan to the lounge, opening the door to reveal 7 or 8 young women already present. A quick scan of the room revealed familiar faces, influencers, and even a few seemingly underage girls, each seated in their respective spots. Lin Qinshan donned an elegant black sequin gown, adorned at the neckline with a red rose crafted from lace, concealing within its heart a hidden camera. Unlike her previous encounter with Su Jie and his entourage, Lin Qinshan exhibited an unusual calmness this time, as she had fully prepared herself for a mutually destructive confrontation. When the time arrived, Song Yi entered the banquet hall accompanied by Hu Jingwen. Upon their first glimpse of the NPCs, the players could see the identities displayed above their heads. Hu Jingwen gasped in astonishment at the sight before him. Individuals ranked among the top 50 in the global elite were abundant, including princes, princesses, and prominent political figures, personalities that were typically difficult to encounter in ordinary life, yet were now plentiful in this setting. Sunjua, Yang Haoran, and Wenya had disguised themselves as a janitor, a security guard, and a server, respectively. And upon entering this milieu, they too were taken aback by the sheer number of distinguished individuals present. Sunjua, is my gaming identity not that of a wealthy heir? Yet, in comparison to these individuals, I feel that my status as a rich second generation merely equates to that of a commoner. Yang Haoran, the affluent truly indulge in extravagance. In this vast space, Song Yi immediately spotted a familiar face, Zhao Huan. Zhao Huan was engrossed in conversation with her longtime acquaintance, Sun Jingye, a real estate magnate, and Zhao Huan's benefactor. It was during her inaugural attendance at this banquet that she encountered Sun Jingye, who had bestowed upon her a premier opportunity, propelling her into the realm of a top-tier female celebrity. On her second visit, she introduced Lin Qinshan to this milieu, and as a result, Zhao Huan successfully ascended to become one of the shareholders of the entertainment company. This time, her objective remained Sun Jingye. By ingratiating herself with this influential figure, she could secure her place in the world of capital. Zhao Huan, Mr. Sun, I have prepared the gifts for everyone this evening. Sun Jingye responded with a grin that revealed his yellowed teeth, reclining in his chair, one hand clutching a cigar and the other a glass of red wine. Upon hearing Zhao Huan's words, a glimmer of desire flickered in his eyes, as his peculiar predilections were numerous, with few who emerged from his grasp surviving unscathed. He was the harbinger of Lin Qinshin's unfortunate fate. Zhao Huan was aware of the peril, yet recognized that fortune favors the bold. Moreover, with Lin Qinshin present, her apprehension was diminished. From a distance, Song Yi discerned Zhao Huan. Given her presence, Lin Qinshin must also be nearby. Lin Qinshin's phone was no longer reachable. And this villa, transformed from an ancient castle, spanned 5 stories with over 100 rooms. Searching for Lin Qinshin through the rooms would prove exceedingly time-consuming. In a secluded corner of the banquet hall, Song Yi and Hu Jingwen sat together. Being unfamiliar faces, they sought to avoid unnecessary troubles by keeping a low profile. Prior to their arrival, Dong Dawei had briefed him on the general proceedings of the event. Around 11 o'clock, once all the guests had arrived, the selected young ladies would take to the runway for a showcase. Disguised as servers, security, and cleaning staff, 3 individuals were simultaneously surveying the environment for the prosecutor's convenience in case of an evacuation, while also inquiring about Lin Qinshin's whereabouts within the expansive castle. The premises were vast, and each floor had its own cleaning personnel responsible for different areas, leaving them with limited knowledge beyond their designated zones. However, there was no sense of urgency among the group, for if Lin Qinshin could not be located beforehand, she would eventually make her appearance. Once all guests had gathered on the first floor, a 20-meter-long small runway took center stage. When the time came, the young ladies began to grace the runway one after another. Hu Jingwen, while observing the stage, cautioned Song Yi, when Lin Qinshin appears, "Do not rush to snatch her away. Our numbers are few, and our strength insufficient. Acting impulsively may offend the NPCs." Song Yi stared at Hu Jingwen in disbelief. "Do you think we are in ancient times, robbing a public execution? I'm not foolish enough to abduct someone in front of so many NPCs. That would be madness." Hu Jingwen, resembling a concerned mother, understood that Song Yi was unlikely to commit such a foolish act, yet he couldn't help but reiterate his caution. The runway show progressed swiftly. Within 2 minutes, over 20 young ladies had graced the stage, yet Lin Qinshin's figure remained elusive. The banquet staff distributed exquisitely crafted booklets to each guest, revealing the profiles and numbers of the young ladies on stage. Song Yi sensed something amiss and picked up a copy from the table to peruse. The booklet contained profiles of over 30 young ladies, with about 20 having already appeared, while several others had yet to make their entrance. Hu Jingwen remarked, "Why hasn't Lin Qinshin come out yet?" Chapter 108. Live streaming misdeeds furrowing his brow. Song Yi called over a staff member and flipped to Lin Qinshin's page. "I want this one," he stated. The staff member glanced at the number and replied, "I'm sorry, sir. She has been pre-booked." A wave of panic washed over Hu Jingwen. "What do you mean?" The staff member explained. "VIP guests at the banquet have the privilege of pre-booking. Any name marked with an asterisk has already been reserved." Hu Jingwen felt as if a nuclear bomb had detonated in his mind, accompanied by the ominous rise of a dark mushroom cloud. Then where is she now? The staff member cast a strange look at Hu Jingwen but refrained from divulging. "I'm sorry, sir. This information is confidential. If you have any special requests, we can make arrangements for you." Hu Jingwen, sensing the staff member's gaze, dared not linger too long on Lin Qinshin, fearing that further inquiries might reveal his identity. After dismissing the staff member, he hurriedly called Sunjua and the others to notify them to search for Lin Qinshin. Upon hearing Hu Jingwen's words, the 3 individuals on the other end of the phone immediately began to search for others. Before they could scour several rooms, their systems began to emit urgent alarm signals. "Attention players, Lin Qinshin's suicide risk has exceeded 99.6. Hu Jingwen exclaimed. "Damn, Song Yi, it's over for us." Hu Jingwen continued, "Where is everyone? How are we supposed to find anyone while we're waiting for death?" In a room on the 4th floor, Zhao Huan had already donned a provocative lace ensemble. Lin Qinshin was brought to this room, where she found Zhao Huan unabashedly standing in the living room. Zhao Huan, noticing Lin Qinshin still clad in her previous attire, displayed a look of displeasure. She retrieved a similar set of lingerie from the wardrobe and tossed it in front of Lin Qinshin, saying, "Hurry and change, Mr. Sun and the others will be here soon." With a rose adorning her chest, Lin Qinshin confronted Zhao Huan, asking, "Don't you feel ashamed for selling yourself for money?" Zhao Huan swayed her hips, seemingly indifferent to Lin Qinshin's words. "Shame? What is shame? The lack of money is what truly brings shame. Besides, what right do you have to judge me? Aren't we essentially the same?" Zhao Huan's disdainful demeanor ignited a fury within Lin Chenqing, who suddenly cried out, "It was you who drugged me." Lin Chenqing had just begun to make her mark in the entertainment industry when she signed with her current agency. With a singular focus on honing her acting skills, she found herself ensnared by Zhao Huan, who had initially showered her with warmth and sisterly affection. It was Zhao Huan who brought her to this banquet and offered her a drink laced with a drug. In that moment, Lin Chenqing's life unraveled, leaving her like a tattered doll, subject to the whims of others. Zhao Huan sneered, "Do not be ungrateful. This is an opportunity many would beg for." Lin Chenqing, taken aback by Zhao Huan's callous demeanor, was about to retort when the door swung open, revealing Sun Jingye and his entourage. At the sight, Zhao Huan swiftly masked her expression, but as 8 individuals entered the room, her countenance grew increasingly rigid. Each of these newcomers was someone Zhao Huan dared not offend, compelling her to maintain a facade of friendliness. Sun Jingye surveyed Zhao Huan, and then Lin Chenqing, a displeased expression crossing his face. "Why haven't you changed yet?" Before Zhao Huan could respond, Lin Chenqing interjected, "You all put on a respectable front, yet behind the scenes, you engage in the most sordid of deeds. Sun Jingye, aren't you a philanthropist? Everyone speaks of your esteemed reputation and your respect for your wife. Yet here you are, hosting such a banquet, coercing others to serve you, while you seem to have forgotten the countless lives you have ruined. And you, Zhao Huan, aren't you the epitome of purity, the exalted actress? In reality, you are utterly debased, wreaking havoc on your employees. Your body may be tainted, but your heart is even more corrupted." Sun Jingye's expression fell, unable to tolerate being berated by a woman pointing an accusatory finger at him. Faced with Sun Jingye's cold demeanor, Zhao Huan, fearful of inciting his anger, preemptively delivered a resounding slap to Lin Chenqing before Sun could utter a word. "What madness is this?" Lin Chenqing's head snapped to the side from the blow, and immediately after, Zhao Huan turned to Sun Jingye, offering an apology. "I am sorry, Mr. Sun. She is utterly disobedient, and I took it upon myself to discipline her." Instead of responding with anger, Lin Chenqing, having been struck, broke into a smile. She straightened her posture and called out the names of those present in the room: Sun Jingye, Zhao Huan, Wang Limin, Jiang Guodong, and you. Each of you are VIPs attending the LR banquet, which has been ongoing for 7 years, an event you established yourselves. You have ensnared, threatened, and terrorized women into servitude, leaving a trail of devastation in your wake. Zhao Huan felt a surge of blood rush to her head, bewildered by Lin Chenqing's audacity. Sun Jingye narrowed his eyes as he observed Lin Chenqing. Initially, they had intended to keep things light today, but her defiance rendered such intentions unnecessary. He approached slowly, delivering another slap to Lin Chenqing, then seized the rope offered by a companion, preparing to bind her. Lin Chenqing struggled fiercely, yet her resistance seemed to awaken a primal instinct within Sun Jingye. He began to tear at her clothing when suddenly, a loud knock resonated from the door. A panicked individual rushed in, exclaiming, "Mr. Sun, there's trouble. Lin Chenqing is live streaming." The mere mention of live streaming sent a wave of panic through the room, particularly affecting Zhao Huan, who lunged forward to seize the phone from the individual. On the screen, the scene within the room was captured in stark clarity, revealing her clad in what could hardly be described as lingerie. The most terrifying aspect is the barrage of comments. "Heavens, Zhao Huan is actually this kind of person. Goodness gracious, wasn't she supposed to debut as a pure and innocent maiden? How utterly disgusting. It's so dark. This old man who was beating Lin Chenqing on the ground is supposedly a philanthropist? Behind the scenes, they are truly vile individuals. Zhao Huan is revolting. I can't believe I previously watched her dramas. What is happening to Lin Chenqing? What are they planning to do to her?" As Zhao Huan gazed at the comments, her vision darkened. The individuals in the room, observing the live stream, quickly spotted the hidden camera positioned in front of Lin Chenqing's chest. Sun Jingye, upon noticing the camera, crushed it beneath his foot. "Damn it, daring to scheme against me. Today I shall make you suffer." Zhao Huan's voice quivered with anxiety. "Mr. Sun, what shall we do now?" Upon seeing Zhao Huan's expression, Lin Chenqing suddenly smiled. "Now everyone is aware of your dealings. Retribution will soon befall you." To her surprise, upon hearing this, Sun Jingye chuckled. "Retribution? What retribution? Do you think that by going live, you can inflict harm upon us?" Lin Chenqing felt an ominous foreboding. "What do you mean?" Sun Jingye retorted. "Do you think you can trend online? Have you seen anyone daring to publish news about us?" Room 7's comments read, "I'm furious. This must be a scenario from the HGBZ planet. I can't take it anymore. This script is making my heart ache. Lin Chenqing is too unfortunate. These people are merely beasts in human guise. No, beasts are far better than them. How can such things happen? It's utterly repulsive. I simply wish to inquire, how can this situation be resolved? The sophisticated horror script reveals that true terror is not derived from ghosts. On the 5th floor, when you went to the 3rd floor, Sunjo ascended to the 4th, while Hu Jingwen made his way directly to the 2nd floor. Each individual hurriedly entered the rooms in search of Lin Qinshan, neglecting any formalities or excuses. When confronted with locked doors, they forcefully struck them open. They were resolute in their disbelief that merely breaking down a door could elevate the NPC's anger to above 50%. Yet, astonishingly, it did. Hu Jingwen acquired a cursed box after searching 4 rooms, discovering that one NPC's fury exceeded 50%. When you encountered one, Sunjo too. And the unfortunate Yang Haoran faced 3 in succession. However, they pressed on, undeterred. The prospect of failing the game and transforming into vengeful spirits was far more daunting than their current predicament. Hu Jingwen initiated a group call. Let us hasten our pace. If we linger any longer, our lives may be forfeit. Wenya, fleeing from the 2nd floor, remarked, the noise has attracted the attention of the staff. They are coming to apprehend us. Yang Haoran exclaimed, it's over. It appears that even if we manage to rescue someone, our escape will be exceedingly difficult. Hu Jingwen inquired, what of Song Yi? Have any of you seen him? Sunjo replied, I haven't seen him. Wait. He sensed someone swiftly darting past him, and upon closer inspection, recognized the silhouette of Song Yi. 3rd floor, gather at the 3rd floor. Within the confines of a room on the 3rd floor, Zhao Huan unwrapped her scarf and, after refreshing the trending topics twice, discovered that the keywords on the list were diminishing. Her own name, which had previously appeared, vanished with the latest refresh. A sense of elation washed over her. This was the power of capital. Sun Jingye, you are exceedingly naive. Do you truly believe that once we go live, everyone will be able to see? The topics we wish to surface will indeed emerge. Your broadcast will exert no influence upon us. On the contrary, tomorrow's trending news will be the exposure of the video in which the celebrity Lin Qinshan once ventured into the sea, leading to her deep shame and eventual demise. Upon hearing the word suicide, Zhao Huan's heart sank. Lin Qinshan had indeed crossed Sun Jingye. Lin Qinshan must not blame herself. It was her own folly, and it bore no relation to her. Thankfully, she knew how to be pragmatic. Sun Jingye, every year, there are a few disobedient individuals like you. You are not the first. Do you think we are without defenses? Lin Qinshan, upon hearing Sun Jingye's words, suddenly became agitated. No, she could perish. But she would not permit these demons to continue thriving after inflicting harm upon others. Lin Qinshan rose, fiercely resisting, yet the sheer number of adversaries overwhelmed her, and 2 individuals effortlessly subdued her. Sun Jingye began to tear at Lin Qinshan's garments, resembling a demon in his malevolence. Lin Qinshan screamed, striving to make her voice heard. Yet this was their territory. Even if someone heard her, what difference would it make? Realizing this, Lin Qinshan lay despondently upon the ground. Faced with such an outcome, she mused that ending her life sooner might be preferable. She understood that survival was no longer an option, even if she wished to live. They would not grant her that mercy. However, the thought of Sun Jingye's threat to release those videos, even posthumously, leaving her to bear the burden of humiliation, ignited a seething hatred within Lin Qinshan that soared to the heavens. In that fleeting moment, she was consumed solely by hatred. She even loathed the divine. Why must she endure such torment, when all are mere mortals? She had beseeched for solace, yet was left bewildered as to what transgressions had led to her plight, and why the gods remained indifferent to her suffering. A cacophony echoed within her mind as Lin Qinshan sought to isolate herself from the world. Yet all that occupied her thoughts were the harrowing memories of her past. Someone had once said, if you require assistance, simply call my name. Tears cascaded like a deluge breaching its banks. Lin Qinshan's voice was barely louder than a mosquito's hum as she whispered Song Yi, the one individual who had granted her a fleeting sense of safety within his realm. However, she held no illusions. Prayer to the divine had proven futile. So how could invoking a human be of any worth? Just then, a thunderous noise erupted at the entrance. Everyone turned to behold Song Yi standing at the threshold. Sensing something amiss, his first instinct was to seek out Zhao Huan, for she had betrayed Lin Qinshan on more than one occasion, and he surmised that this instance would likely involve her as well. Upon realizing that Zhao Huan was also absent, Song Yi immediately began inquiring about her whereabouts, while other players dispersed across the various floors, searching room by room. It was at this moment that his phone chimed with a notification of Lin Qinshan's live stream, preventing him from joining the conversations of the other players. As Song Yi tuned into Lin Qinshin's stream, he saw her entering a room, facing the living area, which conveniently featured a window. Outside, the night was shrouded in darkness. But tonight, in anticipation of guests, the gardens surrounding the castle had been adorned with decorations. In Lin Qinshin's video, there stands a 10-meter-tall illuminated sculpture in the garden to the left outside, its light glowing green and casting reflections through the window. The sculpture reveals its upper half, its height approximately that of a third floor, positioned behind the flower bed on the left side, only a corner of it visible. Song Yi immediately pinpointed the room. Without uttering a word upon entering, he swiftly knocked down one individual before anyone inside could react. Realizing his hostile intent, the assistant Sun Jingya, clutching a walkie-talkie, barely managed to activate it before Song Yi shattered it with a kick. Other players soon followed. Witnessing the scene unfolding against Lin Qinshin, their anger surging dramatically. It was no wonder that upon their entry into the game, Lin Qinshin's suicide rate had soared to 96. Just 2 days prior, it had been Su Jie and his group, and now it was this pack of beasts. The thought of what Lin Qinshin had endured was unbearable. When Song Yi truly arrived, Lin Qinshin had almost convinced herself she was dreaming. A sudden beam of light had pierced through her life. Yet she found herself unable to gaze directly at it, having grown accustomed to the darkness. Why? Why had Song Yi come? She called out to him once more, her voice laced with disbelief. Song Yi? Song Yi replied, "Yes, I heard you. Just as he had once promised, if you call upon me, I shall assist you." Like a snail's shell shattered, Lin Qinshin revealed her profound fragility. Why? Why was it that deities seemed indifferent to her plight, yet Song Yi had come? Because I am a successor of socialism. Hu Jin Winya, thank you. I almost mistook you for the male lead of a romantic drama just now.